Chapter 1. The Idol System. Shijia Fort. Lu Xiaoma stirred from his stupor. Where am I? He opened his eyes to behold a captivating landscape, brimming with exquisite gardens, as though he found himself in some park yet. The distant structures appeared distinctly ancient. Why do I smell so strongly of alcohol? He sniffed himself and confirmed the pungent scent of liquor, definitely Baijiu. But he never drinks Baijiu at most. He indulges in a few beers, and he has never been intoxicated. Could some scoundrel have got me drunk? But why can't I remember anything? Lu Xiaomo's head spun violently, a disorienting dizziness typical of drunkenness, making the ground sway beneath him, an uncomfortable sensation for someone who had never been inebriated before. He hazily surveyed his surroundings, realizing this was certainly not his home. The distant buildings appeared to be ancient wooden structures, elegant and opulent, reminiscent of a set from a historical drama. Stumbling forward, he found himself enchanted by the scenery, fragrant flowers, and melodious birdsong. Although it didn't quite reach the heights of ethereal palaces, the pavilions and gazebos intertwined harmoniously, akin to the Jiao mansion from Dream of the Red Chamber. It must be afternoon, with the sunlight casting a warm orange glow. But where exactly am I? Fueled by curiosity, Lu Xiaoma ventured deeper into the gardens, marveling at the myriad of beautiful plants he had never encountered before. Along with the ornate towers and pavilions, this truly felt like an ancient aristocrat's grand estate. He was mesmerized by the exotic and stunning sights, akin to a rural bumpkin entering the city, each step eliciting gasps of wonder. As he passed through one garden, he was astonished to discover the presence of women, all clad in garments reminiscent of ancient dramas. They seemed like maids, their steps light and graceful, exuding an ethereal aura, each one youthful and striking. Ancient beauties. He gazed at them with curiosity, and they returned his inquisitive looks. Am I dreaming? He pinched himself. It didn't hurt at all. It truly is a dream. Who is this four-rank guard wandering into our inner courtyard? He seems to be drunk. Mind your tongue, or you'll be reprimanded. One of the girls, exceptionally beautiful, caught Lu Xiaomo's gaze, and he couldn't help but stare. In reality, he would never dare to fixate on a girl like this, but in a dream, why not? He even contemplated stopping them to strike up a conversation, but managed to maintain his introverted demeanor. As he continued forward, the number of pavilions increased, with rockeries and ponds scattered about. After passing a pavilion, he found himself surrounded by orchids of every conceivable color and form, some as large as wash basins, others resembling hanging baskets, each vying for attention in this modest courtyard. How audacious! Which guard dares to intrude upon the orchid fragrance garden? A voice suddenly called out from behind. Lu Xiaoma turned around, stunned. What did he see? A girl clad in a white dress, her skin as delicate as snow, youthful and innocent, her eyes sparkling like stars, her figure graceful and charming. She looked like a fairy. Glory be Aloli! Is she not breathtaking? Truly, this is the girl of my dreams. Unable to contain himself, Lu Xiaoma stepped forward, wishing to pat the head of this enchanting little girl. Seek death. She huffed angrily before Lu Xiaoma could process what was happening. He felt a tremendous force propel him backward, sending him tumbling for several meters, and he lost consciousness. Someone, throw him out. Two maids emerged and dragged the unconscious Lu Xiaoma away. Splish! A basin of icy water splashed onto Lu Xiaomo's face, jolting him awake. He blinked to find a man with a fierce countenance, akin to a bandit, standing before him, flanked by several men dressed like Imperial guards, all regarding him with cold stares. The atmosphere was intimidating, and the timid Lu Xiaoma instantly sobered, trembling as he attempted to flee, only to realize he was bound to a wooden frame, his limbs shackled with iron chains. What is happening? You little rascal! Who gave you the audacity to wander into the inner courtyard and trespass into Miss Baozu's private garden? I didn't. Lu Xiaoma quivered, baffled by this absurd dream. Why couldn't he wake up? Did Miss Baozu wrong you? Lu Xiaoma, your parents passed away early, and it was out of pity that I took you in instead of training diligently in martial arts. You laze about, and now you dare to intrude upon the inner courtyard. How outrageous! If it weren't for Miss Baozu's good temper, you wouldn't know how you might meet your end. Are you saying that beautiful little girl is named Baozu? Be him until he understands the rules. The middle-aged man glared, snorted, and turned to leave. Two men, resembling Imperial guards, approached with wicked grins, brandishing whips. Ah, damn, that hurts. Shit, this isn't a dream? Stop hitting me. I understand my mistake. Please stop. Ah, damn it. Lu Xiaomo's cries grew increasingly pathetic, and after 10 lashes he was reduced to mere screams, finally awakening to the shocking realization that this was not a dream. Yet, no matter how he wailed or pleaded, the whip continued to strike him relentlessly. After being beaten to the brink of death, Lu Xiaomo was finally released, gasping for breath, his body a mere whisper of its former self. A basin of scalding hot water doused him from head to toe, causing him to convulse in pain. Yet he lacked the strength to even cry out. Detecting spiritual substance. Initiating system startup 123, a synthesized female voice resonated in Lu Xiaomo's mind. A cheat? So I really have traversed worlds? Do you understand pain now? The bandit-like man squatted before Lu Xiaomo, grasping his hair and lifting his head upon seeing the anger hidden in Lu Xiaomo's eyes. He couldn't help but chuckle, praising, "Good, always remember the look in your eyes now. Remember the pain you feel today, and remember the rules of Chijiao Fort. Uncle Amo will only beat you to awaken you, but if another captain were to strike you, you would be beaten to death. This is Chijiao Fort, where people die daily, remember that." Lu Xiaomo gritted his teeth. Remaining silent, being so brutally beaten upon his arrival in this new world was a grudge he would not forget. Though this man was a relative of the former host, after half an hour, bring him a bowl of medicinal dregs, then carry him back, the man commanded before departing. Half an hour later, another basin of scalding medicinal dregs was poured over Lu Xiaomo, and he was carried into a room. Lying on the bed, Lu Xiaomo persevered, refusing to lose consciousness, enduring the numbing pain throughout his body as he listened to the countdown in his mind. Finally, the countdown concluded, and the system successfully activated, revealing its true nature to Lu Xiaomo. It was an idol system that could automatically absorb spiritual substances for cultivation, substituting the host's efforts. To facilitate Lu Xiaomo's understanding, the system transformed into a game-like attribute panel for ease of comprehension and manipulation. Lu Xiaomo, body refinement level 2, 14,200. Cultivation method, dominant body technique mortal. Skill, Chijia staff technique mortal proficiency 33200. These are the original host skills? A bit underwhelming. System, I wish to cultivate Lu Xiaomo. Tentatively press the idle button. Please select a cultivation method. Dominant body technique. Upon issuing the command, Lu Xiaomo felt his body suddenly free from pain, automatically sitting up and adopting a meditative posture to begin his cultivation. He tested his limits, realizing he could sense his body but was indeed unable to control it. Above his head, a timer appeared, 13 seconds, along with the termination button. So this is what idling entails. Curious, he pressed the termination button, and his body instantly regained sensation, the pain causing him to scream and collapse onto the bed. In agony. System, cultivate dominant body technique. Once again, control slipped from him, yet the pain dissipated as he sat in meditation on the bed. Watching the timer above his head, only a few minutes had passed before Lu Xiaomo began to find it intolerably tedious. System, can I not sleep? During cultivation, the host may naturally sleep, though it is not advisable. Remaining awake can enhance cultivation speed. Very well, Lu Xiaomo resigned himself to sitting in silence. Time passed, and suddenly he heard someone reciting, not chanting, but reciting the incantation of the dominant body technique. By the time he regained his focus, the voice had vanished, yet the proficiency bar on his attribute panel had increased slightly, now reading, body refinement level 2, 15,200. Another 40 minutes elapsed, and once more the incantation of the dominant body technique echoed, raising his proficiency again to body refinement level 2, 16,200. Lu Xiaomo realized that although the idol system facilitated automatic cultivation, it still translated into tangible benefits for him, deepening his understanding of the dominant body technique. 40 minutes for a slight increase in proficiency? A total of 7,360 minutes for an upgrade? That equates to 122 hours, or about 5 days, until he could ascend to body refinement level 3? This seems feasible. Excellent. This Chi Jiao Fort, which dare to treat me so brutally, shall tremble before me. Initially, I presumed that cultivation would be rather monotonous. However, the exhilarating sensation of witnessing my proficiency steadily ascend is far more pleasurable than leveling up in a game during my university days. Lu Xiaomao was deceived by a senior into playing a retro game, where one would toil for an entire day merely to attain a single level despite the tedium of incessant hacking. Lu Xiaomao found joy in it solely because his character would eventually grow stronger. But now, this is a personal journey of growth. Is this not sheer ecstasy? Thus, Lu Xiaomao continued to cultivate idly, pausing only when someone delivered meals at the entrance. Otherwise, he remained engrossed in his training. He discovered that during his cultivation, if he felt excessively fatigued, he would automatically doze off. And if nature called, the system would also pause, resuming once he had attended to his needs. Indeed, this system allows for effortless cultivation, devoid of any worries. Moreover, Lu Xiaomao miscalculated the progression of proficiency is not linear. After 3 days, he ascended to the 3rd layer of body refinement 300. He also concluded that the speed of cultivation in the body refinement technique increases dramatically at dawn and dusk, while the efficiency at night surpasses that of the day, with midday being the slowest. Additionally, if he fell asleep, the rate of proficiency growth would also decelerate. 7 days later, his cultivation reached the 4th layer of body refinement 1400. Having acclimatized to this addictive sensation of gaining strength effortlessly, Lu Xiaomao found it impossible to cease. He felt no boredom whatsoever. Instead, the longer he engaged in this practice, the more joy he derived from it. He wished to continue indefinitely until the end of time, and the thought of being deprived of this indulgence now felt profoundly unsettling. He had become addicted to idle cultivation. Yet, as a lowly attendant, how could he continue to live off idleness? 10 days later, a loud knocking resonated at Lu Xiaomao's door. A rugged voice bellowed from outside. Lu Xiaomao, can you get out of bed now? Even if you cannot, you must come down. I will count to 3, 1, 2. Damn. Lu Xiaomao halted his cultivation, feeling quite displeased, especially since it was nighttime, a period of heightened efficiency. The man outside bore the surname Mo. Lu Xiaomao had no recollection of the original owner's memories. He only knew that this man, surnamed Mo, was a centurion and a friend of the original owner's father, who had been caring for him. Otherwise, given his progress of merely being at the 2nd layer of body refinement at the age of 18, he would have surely been dismissed long ago. Unsure of how to address this man, Lu Xiaomao stood in silence. The man named Mo waved his hand, pinching his nose in disgust, and scolded, "There's a foul odor emanating from this room. You must wash immediately. From today onward, you will take your shifts normally, but only during the night. Furthermore, if you dare to set foot into the inner courtyard again, I will break your legs. Do you understand?" Lu Xiaomao glanced at him. Acutely aware of the vast disparity between them, this man's rank was undoubtedly far superior. Standing face to face, he felt a slight difficulty in breathing. The gap was too great, and Lu Xiaomao dared not to speak further, responding simply, "Understood. Go wash up first." With no alternative, Lu Xiaomao complied and took a shower. In the reflection of the water, he observed that while his body had reverted from 26 to 18 years of age, his appearance remained unchanged from his earthly self, still around a 65 in attractiveness, seemingly having trained in martial arts, slightly taller, yet more emaciated, bearing the signs of a frail constitution. Chapter 2. Body Refinement Pills. The so-called shifts merely entailed patrolling the Qi family fort. Lu Xiaomao, lacking any understanding, followed a youth named Huang Yoli. Wherever he went, Lu Xiaomao accompanied him. Xiaomao, is the inner courtyard beautiful? Huang Yoli, no older than 17 or 18, possessed a somewhat roguish demeanor, his disposition entirely at odds with his name and his past life on Earth. Lu Xiaomao would never have engaged with someone like him. Indeed, it is beautiful. After a moment of recollection, Lu Xiaomao affirmed this to be true beyond the exquisite maidservants. The scenery resembled a celestial paradise, far surpassing any first-rate park. After a few years of idle cultivation, he intended to visit daily. "I heard you encountered Miss Lanxiang?" That enchanting young lady must be Miss Lanxiang? Surely not, although she donned a white dress. She was clearly dressed like a maid if the maidservants were so stunning. One could only imagine the beauty of the young lady herself. I did not see her. If I had, would I still be alive? Liu Xiaoma scoffed. In this world, where hierarchy was rigidly enforced, he, a mere fourth-tier attendant, was so far beneath the social ladder that merely glancing at a lady of such status would likely result in dire consequences. Thus, Su Changfeng harbors no fear of competition whatsoever. In niche realms, there are simply no contenders. Furthermore, although it is true that many currently avoid the divine positions of the heavenly court after the future deification, such status will be exceedingly elevated. Particularly, the incense offerings have always been a thriving presence. While the concept of fate may seem trivial and devoid of prospects, it is intrinsically linked to the unseen threads of destiny. Should one delve into the depths of fate, it might be possible to trace back to its origins and knock upon the door of destiny itself. Chapter 3. The Thunder Tribulation. This is Su Changfeng's innermost desire. After all, the power of fate can only elevate him to the status of a great Luo golden immortal. However, if he can establish a foundation rooted in the path of fate, he may grasp the essence of destiny's power. In that case, he would qualify to step into the realm of the primordial chaos. Naturally, all of this feels exceedingly distant to Su Changfeng at present. His current objective is to comprehend and grasp a fragment of the laws of fate. Successfully advancing to the celestial fairy realm that he sits cross-legged, integrating the experiences and insights from his previous life, beginning to contemplate the understanding of the path of fate. The text of the Huangting scripture in his mind radiates an endless brilliance from the Purple Mansion. A deep and authoritative voice recites the scripture, clarifying Su Changfeng's thoughts as countless insights surge forth, rapidly enhancing his realm. Time passed unknowingly. Su Changfeng finally opened his eyes, his gaze sparkling with brilliance as he summoned a silken thread from his wrist. The thread floated serenely before him, emanating a faint golden light of virtue. With a hand gesture, an ethereal red aura gradually emerged behind his head. Simultaneously, Su Changfeng directed the red aura into the silken thread. In an instant, the originally pure white thread seemed to be dyed, transforming into a crimson line. He continued to infuse various magical powers into it, merging the red aura and the silken thread completely before halting. The red aura stemmed from Su Changfeng's own desires, now extracted with the intent of forging his own intrinsic spiritual treasure. The fate thread, an intrinsic spiritual treasure, it would elevate alongside Su Changfeng's strength. Should it be nourished with virtue, it might even undergo a transformation. From now on, you shall be called the fate thread. Su Changfeng named his treasure, hoping that it would one day grow into the red thread in the hands of the matchmaker. Possessing even greater power, the thought of celestial beings caught in an entanglement of love and desire brings him immense joy, and he can't help but smile wickedly. The fate thread, as the name implies, binds those at both ends, forcibly intertwining their fates. Guided by the unseen, they meet, come to know one another, and fall in love, thereby creating a beautiful tale. However, at this moment, the red thread in Su Changfeng's hand has yet to reach such an effect. It requires the collection of various fateful energies, step by step, to strengthen and ultimately grow into a binding force of destiny. Having completed the consecration of his spiritual treasure, Su Changfeng finally emerged from his seclusion. His cultivation had reached a plateau, and to advance further, he could only choose to break through. Therefore, Su Changfeng resolved to no longer suppress his cultivation and prepared to confront the Thunder Tribulation. He also informed the three about this matter. The three were thrilled to hear of Su Changfeng receiving a gift from the human emperor, especially envious upon seeing the postnatal virtue, spiritual treasure, the fate thread. Had they known this would occur, they too would have accompanied Su Changfeng to pay homage to the human emperor, perhaps earning a chance themselves. Upon hearing this, Su Changfeng felt a wave of irritation. They clearly lacked any sincerity, yet still hoped to gain fortune. How absurd! It was merely a fanciful wish. Nevertheless, despite their envy, they had no intention of seizing it. On one hand, it was a gift from the human emperor. On the other, Su Changfeng was their junior. making it utterly unnecessary for them to shamelessly covet it. Instead, they were genuinely pleased that Su Changfeng had established a connection with the human emperor. As rogue cultivators, they had grown weary of their lack of influence and background. They dreamt of having a powerful ally to support them. Now, with the junior gaining the human emperor's favor, they were unusually excited. The three gazed at Su Changfeng with fervent eyes, wishing to elevate the Xianyuan tomb together. Su Changfeng understood their sentiments completely. As an independent cultivator without connections or resources, one was merely prey in the vast wilderness of the Honghuang. In truth, they were akin to mere passers-by. Moreover, according to the original trajectory, the three had received a summons from Yuhua, promising them rewards once they aided in the overthrow of the Shang dynasty. They were understandably elated, utilizing every means at their disposal to turn King Zhou into a pariah, thereby sabotaging the fortunes of the Shang dynasty. Their methods were indeed extreme and ruthless, yet they ultimately fulfilled their mission. Regrettably, Yuhua's actions were akin to slaying a donkey after it had ground the grain. Su Changfeng refrained from passing judgment, but as he was now part of the Xianyuan tomb lineage, he naturally did not wish for his elder sisters to meet such a fate. He resolved to do everything in his power to assist them. The next time he pays homage to the human emperor, he would seek permission to pass on the Huangting scripture to the three sisters. Su Changfeng began to strategize within his heart. Although the scripture he received from the human emperor was not as miraculous, with diligent study, he was certain to glean some insights. With this thought in mind, Su Changfeng promptly decided to pay homage once more. The human emperor readily acquiesced, and Su Changfeng gifted the Huangting scripture to them. Ultimately, upon receiving the Huangting scripture, the three treated it as a priceless treasure. Holding the human emperor in even greater reverence and valuing Su Changfeng immensely. Aware of his intention to face the tribulation, they pledged to do everything in their power to ensure his successful passage through the thunder tribulation. They even offered their privately stored spiritual herbs and fruits to replenish his depleting spiritual energy. Subsequently, the three collaborated to set up a formation at the Xianyuan tomb, preparing it as the location for Su Changfeng's thunder tribulation. Everything was in readiness, with only the final touch awaited. As everything was prepared, Su Changfeng immediately entered the Xianyuan tomb. Upon arriving before the tombstone, he bowed sincerely. Then, he seated himself within the formation on the back mountain. The three communicated telepathically, saying, "Xiao Lu, from here on out, you must rely on yourself." Su Changfeng nodded, settling into a cross-legged position, his expression turning solemn. In an instant, the once clear sky became overcast with dark clouds, and lightning began to flicker. The sound of thunder rumbled ominously. Su Changfeng did not initiate the formation immediately. Instead, he remained calm, enveloping himself in spiritual energy to shield against the descending thunder. As time flowed slowly. Boom! The first bolt of lightning struck, offering no time for preparation as it descended upon Su Changfeng. The thunder seemed to embody the fury of a world-destroying dragon, emanating a staggering aura. It appeared truly terrifying. Yet, Su Changfeng remained unfazed, allowing the thunder to strike him. In an instant, the lightning collided with his protective spiritual barrier and then struck his body. Humph. This is somewhat interesting. Su Changfeng let out a cold snort, feeling a bit of pressure. Although his spiritual energy had mitigated a third of the lightning's power, the remaining force still inflicted considerable pain upon him. No, I must concentrate. Su Changfeng focused his mind, swiftly refining the lightning, utilizing it to temper his physical form. Unfortunately, before he could fully refine it, another bolt of lightning descended from the heavens. Realizing the urgency, Su Changfeng wasted no time in conjuring a protective shield with his spiritual energy. Boom! With a resounding crash, the lightning shattered the barrier, striking Su Changfeng directly, contorting his face in agony. Chapter 4. The form of the great Luo, as successive bolts of lightning rained down, Su Changfeng felt himself nearing his limits. Transforming, he manifested as a red fox the size of a calf, its crimson fur gleaming like silk. The fox bore 8 tails, all fully unfurled. In the next moment, another bolt of thunder fell. Seeing this, Su Changfeng flicked his tails, one tail shooting up toward the heavens. Boom! A deafening roar erupted as his tail collided with the lightning. The residual electricity coursed through him, bringing about a wave of pain. However, Su Changfeng was unfazed. Instead, he kept his gaze fixed upward, bracing himself for the thunder. Soon, several more bolts of lightning cascaded down, and Su Changfeng appeared quite wretched. His tails looked as if they had been scorched. From a distance, the three watched in utter astonishment that Hu Xiener, somewhat irate, exclaimed, "What is Xiao Lu doing?" The significance of the nine-tailed fox's tails cannot be overstated. Such reckless behavior risks undermining its very foundation. Alongside her anger, there lingered a hint of sorrow in her tone. The youthful chick spirit, Qingqing, comforted sister, do not fret. Little Six has never acted foolishly. There must be a compelling reason behind his actions that Hu Xiener could only nod, resigning herself to this self-reassurance. Yet her anxious gaze remained fixed on the distant figure of Su Changfeng. At that moment, Su Changfeng too had reached a pivotal juncture. The destruction of 8 of his tails inflicted immense pain upon him. Yet it simultaneously enabled him to complete the task of the thunder refinement. Now his physical prowess had ascended to unprecedented heights, a significant leap in strength. His innate talent had also seen remarkable enhancement. Meanwhile, the remnants of his obliterated tails faintly stirred with an itch, as if the emergence of his 9th tail was imminent. With a thunderous crash, another bolt of lightning descended, its might surpassing the previous strike. This time, Su Changfeng resolved not to confront it head-on. Aware that he had reached his limits, he swiftly activated his defensive formation. Although the protective array was a general version, its power was formidable, having been arranged by 3 celestial beings. Consequently, this bolt of lightning was effortlessly repelled. Simultaneously, within the protective barrier, Su Changfeng seized the moment to mend his injuries. The celestial tribulation comprised a total of 26 strikes. As the lightning intensified, the protective array began to tremble precariously, teetering on the brink of collapse. Ultimately, after the 25th strike, the barrier shattered instantaneously as Su Changfeng braced himself, for if he could endure the final celestial trial, ascension to the realm of celestial beings would no longer be a mere dream. However, a flicker of hesitation crossed his mind. Currently, overcoming the last heavenly thunder seemed a simple feat, especially since he possessed an innate treasure of merit yet to be utilized. It could easily withstand the celestial lightning, facilitating his passage through the tribulation. Nonetheless, he hesitated, for the 9th tail had yet to manifest. The 9th tail differed fundamentally from the previous 8, signifying a profound transformation. As the sovereign among fox demons, the 9-tailed fox commanded immense fortune. Take Hu Xiener, for instance. Despite being a loose cultivator, her lineage as a 9-tailed fox allowed her to reach the pinnacle of celestial beings, just a step away from true immortality. Thus, Su Changfeng yearned for his complete evolution into a 9-tailed fox demon. With determination, Su Changfeng gritted his teeth. He retracted the thread of destiny and faced the dazzling lightning. In an instant, the blinding radiance engulfed his form. Moments later, as the brilliance dissipated, Su Changfeng's figure re-emerged. He appeared utterly wretched, bloodied and sprawled on the ground, seemingly clinging to the last vestiges of life. Just a little more, he thought, disappointment glimmering in his eyes. This strike was meant to be his ultimate push toward a breakthrough. No, there's still a chance. Suddenly, he gazed skyward, his expression brightening. The tribulation had passed. Yet the storm clouds above appeared deeply dissatisfied, as if preparing to disperse. A slender red thread shot skyward, seemingly infinite, weaving a vast crimson net that ensnared the storm clouds. This development bewildered the clouds. They were accustomed to striking others. When had anyone dared to entrap them? Enraged, they unleashed their lightning, yet was effortlessly thwarted by the thread of destiny. This scene left the 3 spirits utterly astounded. What have I just witnessed? Su Changfeng's artifact has ensnared the storm clouds, but the tribulation has already been traversed. Why would he provoke the clouds? In the midst of their astonishment, Su Changfeng soared into the heavens, penetrating the storm clouds, which were now bound and constricted by the thread of destiny, forming a colossal crimson cocoon. In that moment, a profound stillness enveloped the surroundings, the immense red chrysalis floating silently in the sky. Devoid of any sound, the three spirits held their breath in anticipation. The crimson cocoon suddenly vanished, revealing an enormous red fox. Its 9 tails swaying gracefully behind it, the celestial light of creation descended upon Changfeng, enveloping him in a divine shower. Within this radiant embrace, Changfeng reaped immense benefits. His wounds swiftly healed under the transformative power of the celestial light. His magical prowess underwent a metamorphosis, his corporeal form transcending into that of a celestial being. Having absorbed the gifts of the heavenly Tao, Changfeng reverted to his human form, albeit subtly altered. His once handsome visage appeared refined and elevated, transcending ordinary beauty. He now resembled a celestial being descending from the heavens. "Xiao Lu, how do you feel?" The three spirits inquired eagerly, rushing to express their concern now that the tribulation had concluded. Changfeng smiled gently and bowed, saying, "I am deeply grateful to my 3 elder sisters for their protection. However, having just undergone the tribulation, I have gained profound insights and must retreat for further contemplation. I would appreciate your assistance in managing matters here." The 3 spirits nodded in understanding. They were well aware that his recent ascension had undoubtedly brought forth numerous revelations, and time was of the essence. Thus, they refrained from further discussion, urging him to retreat promptly. Changfeng acknowledged their words and returned to the Xianyuan tomb to continue his seclusion. Meanwhile, the 3 spirits outside were filled with elation. "Sister, our Xianyuan tomb now boasts another celestial being. This is truly a momentous occasion," exclaimed the youthful chick spirit, Chingqing, brimming with joy. "Xiao Lu has successfully cultivated into a celestial being in a mere 400 years. A feat unparalleled among the first 5. Even disciples of the sacred sect cannot compare. Our lineage within Xianyuan tomb is set to flourish," the Jade Pipa spirit declared excitedly. "Indeed, Xiao Lu is favored by the Emperor Xianyuan and has inherited the Huangting scripture and treasures of merit," Hu Xianer added proudly. After all, to catch the eye of the Emperor was an extraordinary accomplishment. It seemed evident now that not only could he aspire to become a golden immortal, but even the prospect of reaching the great Luo golden immortal realm was not beyond reach. Hu Xianer thought, her excitement palpable. Changfeng truly possesses the potential of a great Luo. Chapter 5. The Thread of Destiny. Meanwhile, in the Fire Cloud Cave, the 3 sovereigns sensed Changfeng's successful tribulation almost immediately. Not bad, not bad. His foundations are passable, his comprehension is commendable, and his determination is strong. With a great opportunity, he could indeed become a great Luo, Fushi remarked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Xianyuan expressed surprise. He had not anticipated that his elder brother held such high regard for the little Fox. It seemed he had underestimated him after all. The vastness of the primordial world is indeed staggering. In such a realm, the status of the Luo seems rather inconsequential. Above them, there exist quasi-saints, saints, and even the venerable Hong Jun. However, upon closer reflection, one realizes that the Luo Jinxian are exceedingly rare within the boundless expanse of the primordial world. The sect known as Jiejiao, hailed as the assembly of myriad immortals, boasts only 4 direct disciples of Tong Tian, along with Zhao Gongming, the 3 Shao fairies, and a few to Luo Jinxian. Among the so-called elites, aside from the likes of Nanji Xianwang, Yunzhong Nanji Xianwang, and Yan Zongzi, even the illustrious 12 golden immortals comprise merely half of their ranks as the Luo Jinxian in the teachings of the Taiji Saint Laozi. There exists but one de Luo Jinxian, Xindu, the Grand Master of the mystical path. That it can be asserted that attaining the status of the Luo Jinxian positions one among the elite. Consequently, upon hearing Fushi's discourse, Emperor Xianyuan was taken aback. After all, in an era where saints seldom manifest and quasi-saint powers have largely retreated, the Luo Jinxian are the prominent figures in the primordial realm. The Luo Jinxian is a master of their path, possessing the essence of their cultivated way, commanding a singular fortune, and surviving through countless tribulations, embodying the pinnacle of immortality. All primordial beings strive to attain to Luo. Thus he is acutely aware of the arduousness of such a pursuit, for the higher echelon of quasi-saints. They are ancient entities who have survived the tribulations of time, each possessing exceptional talents and unique powers. No mighty being can guarantee their ascension to the status of quasi-saint. For instance, the long-studying Ren Deng Daoran, who once shared teachings with a Red Army ancestor, barely managed to secure a guest position in the Zhixiao Palace. Yet remained stagnated at the pinnacle of the Luit was only later, during the investiture of the gods, that he seized 24C calming pearls, which allowed him to forge a path to breakthrough. Of course, with the emergence of Su Changfeng, it remains uncertain whether this long-studying individual can graduate from the Luo. Returning to the matter at hand, the three sovereigns have turned their attention to the unique presence of Su Changfeng. Fuxi, the most adept among the three sovereigns, excels in the art of divination. Thus, when he speaks, Shinnong and Xinyuan naturally harbor no doubts. However, Shinnong is still somewhat puzzled and curious. Brother, this little fox cultivates the path of marriage, which, while boundless, is ultimately an obscure path. How could such a pursuit capture your interest, dear brother? Furthermore, the sacred artifact of Nuwa, the red embroidered ball, is the ultimate treasure of marriage, and there are those who have established the divine unions of heaven, earth, and humanity, serving as the deity of destined marriages. Does this little demon not risk self-sabotage by pursuing the path of marriage? Shinnong is quite perplexed by this notion. Upon hearing this, Xuanyuan's expression also reveals a hint of concern. He had imparted the Huang, Tingjing, and the sacred treasures to Su Changfeng, indicating a measure of fondness. However, Nuwa is the holy mother of humanity and a saint. Should one offend her, there would be no salvation at this moment. Fuxi, however, wore a knowing smile. You two are overly anxious. The path Nuwa cultivates is that of creation. Walking the path of marriage does not constitute an offense. After a brief pause, he spoke in a deliberately mysterious tone. Moreover, if this little demon successfully cultivates the path of marriage to the level of the Luo, there may be even greater opportunities awaiting him. Upon hearing this, the two exchanged glances, uncertain of the implications behind his words. Fuxi continued, "If I were to reveal it now, you might not believe me. Therefore, let us leave it to time to unfold." As time flowed slowly by, 30 years passed in the blink of an eye. As Yu Changfeng gradually opened his eyes, a smile gracing his face. Today, he would finally conclude his seclusion within the cave, aside from a multitude of little fox demons frolicking. The three great demons were absent. Originally, they had been observing Su Changfeng's ascension to celestial immortality while simultaneously feeling a sense of urgency to cultivate diligently, prompting them to enter seclusion themselves. Su Changfeng felt a deep sense of satisfaction regarding this. Their innate talents were already commendable, and with the imparted Huang Tingjing, a profound method of the mystical path, their realms would surely solidify and elevate. Time swiftly progressed, as a grand calamity of deification awaited the demons. As Yu Changfeng wore a grave expression, the Xinyuan lineage was destined to confront this calamity. Thus, to avoid becoming mere fodder, he had to strive to grow stronger, endeavoring to survive the deification calamity. With this thought, Su Changfeng departed the main chamber and entered an auxiliary room. Inside, a mountain of red silks and covers lay piled high, with countless red fabrics filling the entire chamber. Su Changfeng beamed with satisfaction. Prior to his seclusion, he had entrusted some little foxes to collect auspicious items associated with human weddings. To his astonishment, they had amassed so much over the 30 years. He felt deeply touched by their efforts. He then picked up a vividly colored piece of red silk. Though merely an ordinary fabric, he could perceive the joyous essence it contained. He envisioned newlyweds joyfully holding the other end of the red silk, happily binding themselves as partners. Surrounding them were many friends and family members offering blessings. This red silk seemed to embody a thread of fate, binding the two together, intertwining their destinies, with both hands forming a gesture. He extracted a wisp of ethereal energy from the red silk and swiftly infused it into his primordial treasure, the line of destiny. The crimson hue of the line of destiny grew even more vibrant, emanating a sense of festivity. The originally half-foot-long red line now visibly lengthened by several inches. The red silk, having lost its joyous essence, dulled considerably, becoming the most ordinary of fabrics. Su Changfeng felt a surge of anticipation. He directly employed his magical powers on all the red fabrics. In an instant, countless threads of deep crimson essence of marriage were drawn forth from the auspicious items, filling the cave with a resplendent atmosphere of wedding celebrations. The line of destiny on his wrist surged forth towards the radiant red light, absorbing the surrounding rich essence of marriage. Instantly, the line of destiny became increasingly red, as though dyed, brimming with vibrancy. The line exuded a profound sense of love and joy, igniting within Su Changfeng an irresistible impulse to experience romance. No, I must not be swayed by this. He shook his head, striving to maintain clarity. He then began to scrutinize the line of destiny closely as Su Changfeng's primordial treasure. It underwent immediate transformation. The line of destiny was now akin to a semi-finished product, if it were to bind two individuals. As long as their cultivation was inferior to Su Changfeng's, even if they were adversaries, they could become loving partners simultaneously. He sensed that if he were to use the red line to connect a sufficient number of lovers, he would attract the favor of the heavens, who would bestow upon him a modicum of fate, granting the line of destiny a touch of destiny's power, like a tea that time, as long as they were entangled by the red line. Under the influence of fate, they would forge a connection, leaving behind a tale of romance. Chapter 6. The matchmaker, moreover, and perhaps more importantly, as long as he continued to draw forth suitable partners, there would be an inexhaustible reservoir of merits to be gained. Upon receiving this revelation, Su Changfeng was naturally elated, eager to rush to the realm of humanity. He wished to offer warmth and accumulate merits. However, before doing so, he wanted to test the power of this red line. With this in mind, Su Changfeng exited the auxiliary room. Before leaving, he collected an entire room full of red silk to prevent those mischievous little foxes from ruining them. Upon entering the main chamber, he was met with the sight of a group of fox cubs engaged in wild play. These foxes appeared carefree, utterly oblivious to the thought of cultivation. They were entirely on a different wavelength from Su Changfeng. In this regard, he was disinclined to pressure them into cultivation. As the saying goes, cultivation is a personal pursuit. If they did not wish to pursue it themselves, forcing them would yield little success. Watching two little foxes tussle, Su Changfeng couldn't help but smile, a mischievous grin appearing on his face. Little 13, little 14, come here for a moment. Immediately, the two foxes, scratching each other playfully, scampered over, unaware of the purpose behind their summons. They could only greet him politely. Sixth brother, Su Changfeng smiled gently, then produced the red line, saying, I have gifts for both of you. Take good care of them. Two foxes appeared utterly bewildered, yet they complied with Su Changfeng's instructions, each grasping the other's hand while casting disdainful glances at one another. Initially, they held a mutual contempt for each other. However, in the next moment, the red thread shimmered with a radiant glow, and both fox demons suddenly sensed an unsettling change. Upon looking at one another again, they were startled to discover that their feelings had shifted. They no longer harbored dislike, and instead found each other strikingly handsome and beautiful, their hearts racing with newfound excitement. Their gazes ignited with fervor. Observing this scene, Su Changfeng could not help but nod in satisfaction. Truly, the thread of fate was remarkable. Although the initial connection was merely established, its potency was already apparent. He promptly retracted the red thread. Without its influence, the two fox demons regained their senses, instantly reverting to their previous expressions of disdain. A lingering trepidation washed over them as they glanced at the red thread in Su Changfeng's hand. They were acutely aware that it was this very object that had rendered their behavior so peculiar. Of course, they could not deny that the other appeared exceptionally handsome and beautiful. Yet, upon lifting their gazes once more, they found themselves at a loss for words. It was all the doing of the thread in sixth brother's hand. They both thought, filled with dissatisfaction, as for their sentiments. Su Changfeng paid them no heed. Having tested the thread's power, he left the cave chamber with a look of contentment. In the time to come, he planned to refine his primordial spirit further before embarking on his journey into the world. In the blink of an eye, a century slipped away. The cave opened, and Su Changfeng emerged, exuding a distinct aura. Compared to 100 years ago, his presence had grown significantly more formidable. Additionally, he wore a radiant red garment, a defensive treasure crafted by Changfeng himself using the thread of fate. With the advantage of low-grade postnatal merit, he could withstand any celestial attacks, and even repel a full-force strike from a profound celestial. As Changfeng's cultivation advanced, the accumulated merit would give rise to further restrictions, amplifying its power. Eventually, he would witness a transformation from a low-grade merit spiritual treasure to a mid-grade, high-grade, and even an ultimate grade treasure of postnatal merit. He never anticipated that this retreat would last so long. Initially, he had only intended to refine a section of the Huangting scripture, as if under the influence of a wisdom buff, rapidly enhancing his cultivation level. Yet he now stood at the mid-stage of celestial rank, and with a bit more comprehension, he could ascend to the late stage that Changfeng was self-aware. While he understood his innate talent, achieving such a level still felt somewhat premature. The Huangting scripture was indeed remarkable. Changfeng recognized that all of this was due to the divine gift of the Huangting scripture from the human sovereign. Originally, the scripture had been directly imparted to him by the human sovereign's divine will, infused with Xuanyuan's insights. Moreover, being a quasi-saint level power, his strength was merely a tier below that of a saint. With this scripture resonating in his mind, it was as if a quasi-saint was constantly expounding wisdom in his ear, making his rapid cultivation growth entirely understandable. Having deduced the reason, Changfeng felt immense gratitude towards the human sovereign Xianyuan, regardless of the motivations behind the assistance bestowed upon him, a mere individual. He ultimately reaped the rewards. Thus, he accepted this karmic debt with a sense of peace. After all, they were already intertwined by fate. Once he grew stronger, he would undoubtedly repay the favor, Changfeng mused. From a celestial stage onward, the need for enlightenment became paramount. The deeper one comprehends, the more one's cultivation and strength would correspondingly rise. Likewise, to achieve enlightenment, one cannot simply sit in a cave, indulging in self-imposed isolation. Instead, one must continuously seek and validate their path within the vast world. Presently, Changfeng needed to explore his own path. Coupled with the protection of the merit treasure of fate, he could barely claim to have some means of self-preservation. Consequently, after leaving a message for the three demons, he quietly departed from Xuanyuan's tomb, but he was determined to venture forth and accomplish something significant. In the Yinshang tribe, a venerable old man had recently emerged. With a head of white hair and dressed in red, he referred to himself as the Moonlit Mountain Man, a practitioner of the arts. His specialty lay in matters of fate, particularly in matchmaking, and he relished attending wedding banquets. To everyone's astonishment, his predictions for others' fates had never faltered. Women invariably married fine gentlemen, and men secured virtuous wives, regardless of whether the prospective couples had previously known each other. Those united through his matchmaking invariably enjoyed a harmonious marriage. In no time, the Moonlit Mountain Man's reputation soared. Whether for weddings or marriages, people eagerly sought his matchmaking services. Simultaneously, youthful hearts, filled with longing, flocked to him in droves. Hoping to discern the whereabouts of their true loves, the old man, undeterred by the influx, diligently conducted his calculations. What was truly remarkable was that upon facilitating a marriage, the Moonlit Elder would decline any fees, requesting only the red thread tied between the newlyweds. This peculiar behavior lent him an air of mystery. Before long, his name spread far and wide throughout the Yinshang tribe, with an unmistakable tendency towards external expansion. The populace held a deep affection for the seemingly amiable old man, affectionately dubbing him the Moon Elder. In fact, numerous lovers collectively constructed longevity tablets for him, hoping he would bless their love lives with smooth sailing and lasting happiness. This Moon Elder was none other than Changfeng in disguise. After leaving Xuanyuan's tomb, his first stop was the nearest city of Yinshang. There he transformed into an old man, establishing his reputation by predicting fates and subsequently uniting couples. Chapter 7. Alliance, however, he was utterly clueless when it came to fortune-telling. Yet, possessing celestial cultivation, he could effortlessly discern the intricacies of mortal affairs. Moreover, after cultivating the path of fate, he had grown increasingly sensitive to matters of relationships. Thus, the presence or absence of affinity was immediately apparent to him. Consequently, masquerading as a fortune-telling old man came to him as second nature. Furthermore, with the red thread of fate as his potent tool. Even without genuine affinity, he could weave connections through the threads, transforming the non-existent into the existent in his hands. As long as he was determined, success was inevitable. His success rate was an unwavering 100%, leaving no room for regret. As a result, the aura of fate he collected grew ever more abundant, even garnering him spiritual offerings. In a remarkably brief time, he felt an urge to break through yet again. To everyone's surprise, every time he facilitated a harmonious union, a fragment of humanitarian merit would descend. Although it was merely humanitarian merit, it was still commendable. At the very least, it constituted merit. Simultaneously, he infused this merit into the thread of fate. Over the years, the thread had successfully united countless lovers, accumulating spiritual offerings and growing increasingly extraordinary. Now, with the addition of merit, a qualitative change was triggered, giving rise to the 10th restriction. Though it is still a matter of the post-mundane virtues of the heavenly treasures, one can generate more restrictions by accumulating greater merits, thereby elevating the rank of the spiritual treasures. Thus, Changfeng found himself increasingly filled with anticipation for the threads of fate and became more proactive in his role as the deity of love. Unfortunately, human beings ultimately possess limitations. No matter how hard he strives, it is impossible for him to pair every lover in the world. According to the memories of his previous life, the deity of love should possess a book of fate, which allows one to observe all matters of love across the 3 realms and 6 paths. Were he to have such a book, there would be no need for him to engage in the laborious matchmaking process himself. He could simply draw the red threads of fate directly from the names within the book, making his task considerably easier. Regrettably, he remained entirely ignorant of the nature of this book of fate. Presently, he merely bore the name of the deity of love. Without the sanction of the king or the bestowal of the heavenly court, he held no divine office. Without the king's endorsement, he could not even establish a temple for the deity of love to receive the offerings of the people. Otherwise, he would be nothing more than a wild god. If discovered, he would face the destruction of his temple, or worse, be hunted down by the heavenly court. That is indeed a grave matter. Despite the current perception that talent is scarce and that disciples of the 3 teachings look down upon him, this is merely because they have the backing of great saints and the audacity that comes with it. However, for Changfeng and many lowly cultivators, the heavenly court remains a formidable presence that none dare to offend. He had initially considered seeking assistance, particularly from the fox descendants nestled within the fox cave, who were all idly twiddling their thumbs and could serve as matchmakers to channel their excess energy and earn him some merit. However, upon reflection, he abandoned the idea. After all, they were not practitioners of the path of love and could not discern whether the connections they facilitated were destined or doomed. If they were destined, that would be one thing. But if they were doomed, not only would there be no merit to be gained, but it could also lead to the creation of sins and the corruption of merit. Thus, Changfeng continued to diligently play the role of matchmaker. That a few days later, a visitor arrived, shattering the tranquility of Changfeng's life. That a robust young man, exuding an air of nobility and authority, approached Changfeng and politely offered his greetings. "I have long heard of your esteemed name, and today I come to pay my respects." Observing the man before him, Changfeng's expression was complex. He recognized this individual. He was destined to overthrow the Xia dynasty in the future, a steady young man who would establish the Shang dynasty. "Lord Feng, you flatter me. I am but a person from the outside world. How can I be called a sage? Please do not overestimate my worth." Those referred to as sages are individuals who contribute to humanity and possess immense merit. Although Changfeng had accumulated a modicum of merit, he did not possess the audacity to comfortably accept the title of sage. Shang Tang, however, earnestly replied, "The deity of love is being modest. You have forged countless auspicious bonds for our kind, fostering love and harmony among couples, thereby ensuring the stability of the Shang people. Your merits are indeed immeasurable. How can you not be considered a sage?" Changfeng did not dwell on such titles, but directly inquired, "What brings you here today?" "My lord," Shang Tang wasted no time in stating his purpose. I have heard that the deity of love excels in matters of fate, and that your connections are divinely ordained as a successor of my ancestral legacy and a local lord. I wish to establish the position of the heavenly matchmaker and seek your blessings for the people of Shang. Upon hearing this, Su Changfeng was at a loss for words. He had come to the mortal realm for the sake of cultivation. What good was it to hold an official position? Moreover, the title of heavenly matchmaker sounded oddly familiar, as if he had encountered it before. Suddenly, he realized, was this not the title conferred upon the future Shang dynasty after the demise of King Zhou? Furthermore, his current ambition was not to assume the role of the heavenly matchmaker, but to become the revered deity of love, the master of fate. Therefore, he politely declined, saying, I am grateful for your consideration, Lord Feng, but I am a practitioner of the deity. Why presence in the mortal realm is solely for the purpose of cultivation, and I do not wish to be overly entangled with court affairs. I apologize for disappointing you. While the individual before him was destined to overthrow the Xia dynasty, Su Changfeng had no desire to be involved. The power struggles behind the transition of dynasties were fraught with plots and schemes, not to mention the involvement of great saints. Thus, a small figure like Su Changfeng dared not meddle in such affairs, lest he find himself unaware of his own demise. In his eyes, Shang Tang represented merely a rehearsal for the future campaign against King Zhou. Nonetheless, while he was reluctant to entangle himself with this future lord of the Shang dynasty, he did not wish to foster animosity either. After all, he needed to engage with the world to practice the path of love, and he would inevitably have dealings with Shang Tang, the leader of the Shang tribe. If Shang Tang were to bear ill will, Su Changfeng's journey of cultivation would certainly be fraught with difficulties. Therefore, after careful consideration, rejecting the offer was imperative. Since the deity of love is unwilling, I shall not press the matter. Upon hearing Su Changfeng's refusal, Shang Tang's expression dimmed slightly with disappointment. However, he did not press the issue further, instantly adopting a friendly demeanor, as if he were unperturbed by the rejection. Yet, Su Changfeng was not so easily deceived by appearances. How could a formidable figure capable of overthrowing the Xia dynasty possess such a gentle disposition? Beneath that exterior, there surely lurked a ferocity that moment. Su Changfeng perceived a vigorous aura of the sovereign within Shang Tang, radiating around him and constantly rising. Although it had not yet fully manifested, it already bore the momentum to engulf the world. Additionally, a layer of crimson military energy coiled around him, indicating that the path ahead would not be devoid of martial endeavors. Chapter 8. Leaving a legend at this juncture. Shang Tang spoke once more. As a young ruler, I have been preoccupied with family affairs and have had little time to attend to matters of love. Today, I wish to establish a personal life. Hearing that the deity of love possesses profound methods and is surrounded by beautiful companions, I would like to request your assistance in determining my fate. Su Changfeng was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that King Shang Tang would seek his counsel regarding matters of love. This piqued his interest. After all, it was precisely his area of expertise as the leader of the Shang dynasty. With grand aspirations, Shang Tang's marriage would not merely be a matter of affection, that it would also involve a web of interests. In ancient parlance, this would be termed a strategic union. Thus, Su Changfeng assumed that Shang Tang understood this principle and smiled as he countered. Might I inquire if you have someone in mind, my lord? If so, I could assist in discerning whether they are a suitable match or a doomed connection. Shang Tang, hearing this, inquired in return, what is the difference between a destined connection and a doomed one? Su Changfeng explained, a destined connection brings forth favorable opportunities, leading to greater happiness. In contrast, a doomed connection invites a series of challenges and misfortunes, plunging one into suffering and despair. This is why there is the saying that a virtuous wife can bring prosperity to her family for 3 generations, while the opposite leads to ruin. This, Su Changfeng meaningfully remarked, for instance, my lord, should you marry a wife who fortifies your endeavors, she may aid in elevating the Shang tribe to new heights, helping you achieve your grand ambitions. Upon hearing this, a flicker of excitement danced in Shang Tang's eyes, yet it vanished in an instant. The sage jests. I merely seek a virtuous wife with whom to share love and harmony. As for anything beyond that, I desire nothing more. Su Changfeng shook his head. During his time among the Shang, he had not only played the role of matchmaker, but also observed the fluctuations of national strength. Under the rule of the inept emperor of the Great Xia, the nation gradually weakened. In contrast, the people under Shang Tang's leadership thrived and prospered, establishing themselves as a formidable presence among the lords. Presently, he awaited a moment that would propel him to greatness. Such matters held little concern for Su Changfeng, for the rise and fall of dynasties bore no relevance to him. However, despite his indifference, he was reluctant to forego the opportunity to accrue merit through the auspicious union of marriage. As the future monarch of the Shang dynasty, Shang Tang was naturally endowed with exceptional fortune. Should this destined sovereign facilitate a union, it would undoubtedly yield significant merit. Contemplating this, Su Changfeng promptly produced a red thread and introduced it to Shang Tang. This red thread is a rare treasure, a symbol of fated connections. Once tied to a destined individual, it can foster harmonious relationships. If, in due course, you find a beloved, you may bind them together with this thread, even if separated by vast distances or beset by formidable obstacles. They shall ultimately unite. Upon hearing this, Shang Tang gazed at the red thread in Su Changfeng's hand, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. I never imagined such a wondrous artifact existed in this world, he exclaimed, his excitement palpable. I, Shang Tang, have heard tell of a virtuous maiden in the state of Xen, and I wish to send the matchmaker to propose a union, to forge a bond between our two families. At this revelation, Su Changfeng nodded in agreement. Recognizing that Shang Tang had finally articulated his true intentions, he understood that the previous invitation had merely been a test. Otherwise, there would have been no need for Shang Tang to come in person, as he could have simply sent a messenger. Clearly, prior to visiting him, Shang Tang had dispatched someone to investigate, likely assessing Su Changfeng's capabilities. Thus, he sought to leverage Su Changfeng's talents to establish an alliance with the state of Xian through marriage. According to the intelligence he had gathered, Su Changfeng was aware that Xian was situated in the northwest, inhabited by the Rongxiu tribe, a people said to be descendants of ancient shamans, possessing considerable physical prowess. The intent behind such a union was, of course, to forge an alliance and bolster the overall strength of the Yinshang tribe. Truly, one could see why Shang Tang was capable of toppling the Xia dynasty, even utilizing the concept of marriage to his advantage. Su Changfeng mused inwardly. Yet he remained somewhat skeptical of such matrimonial arrangements, as they lacked the essence of love. He preferred relationships founded on mutual affection and understanding, a rarity in this world. Nevertheless, in light of the merit to be gained, he resolved to assist this endeavor, thus propelling the course of history. As he pondered, he simultaneously gleaned a deeper understanding of the multifaceted nature of marriage. In an instant, his insights into the principles of matrimonial union flourished, propelling his spiritual realm to new heights, surpassing the late stages of celestial transcendence. What had once been a restless spirit now found tranquility. Slowly, Su Changfeng opened his eyes, a look of joy illuminating his countenance. His astonishment. He had not anticipated that he would experience such a breakthrough in fortune, elevating his realm as a result. How exhilarating, truly exhilarating. Moving forward, he merely needed to gather spiritual energy, allowing his celestial prowess to ascend without hindrance. This breakthrough was solely in terms of his realm, thus it did not consume an inordinate amount of time. Upon his emergence from seclusion, Shang Tang awaited him outside, having prepared the items Su Changfeng had previously requested. The human race, having proliferated through the ages, still adhered to a rather primitive and rudimentary marriage system. Since Su Changfeng had agreed to act as a matchmaker, he was determined to seize this opportunity to establish a refined matrimonial framework, thereby enhancing the path of marital unions. Thus, he persuaded Shang Tang to marry the princess of Xian according to his own regulations. With Shang Tang's endorsement and promotion of this new system, he believed that soon enough, humanity would adopt such practices, furthering his own renown. The path of matrimonial unions would flourish. Su Changfeng was filled with excitement. At that moment, as the founder, his fortunes were undoubtedly on the rise, and his path was paved with responsibilities. As the architect of this union, Su Changfeng took an active role, continuously mediating between the Yin merchants and the Xian nation, fostering communication and collaboration. The leader of the Xian nation expressed a desire to cultivate a friendly relationship with the Yin merchants. Observing the solemnity of the ceremonial rites, he was naturally elated and promptly agreed to the union proposed by Shang Tang. Thus, the grand affair commenced in earnest. The momentum of this union was monumental, instantly capturing the attention of all. The Yin merchants were already the mightiest tribe among the clans, and now, with the alliance of the Xian nation, they were like a tiger with wings. The foolish rulers of the Xia dynasty, upon hearing this news, felt no fear whatsoever. Instead, they brutally executed several ministers who had cautioned them. They continued their debauchery, indulging in the company of women, lost in a haze of wealth and extravagance, as if the chaos outside had nothing to do with them. The Yin merchants and the Xian nation remained indifferent to such matters, reveling in their joy. Chapter 9. The lean Taoist during the wedding banquet of Chang Tang and the Xian maiden. Su Changfeng personally tied the red thread between the couple. Following this, he transformed into a fleeting light and vanished, leaving behind only the legend of the matchmaker god to circulate in the locality. Subsequently, Chang Tang and his wife shared a deep affection. The Xian maiden was not only virtuous but also possessed remarkable abilities. Not only did she persuade the Xian nation to ally with Chang Tang, but she also brought forth a brilliant minister, who aided him in achieving the monumental task of overthrowing the Xia dynasty. In gratitude for Su Changfeng's contributions, Chang Tang took it upon himself to construct a temple dedicated to the matchmaker god, allowing him to enjoy the offerings and worship of the masses. In no time, the temple was thronged with devotees, and the incense offerings flourished. The tales of the matchmaker god spread among the people, gradually leading them to believe that he was the deity who governed romantic destinies. Thus, when people encountered matters of love, the first thought that came to their minds was to pay homage to the matchmaker god, praying for favorable unions that Su Changfeng, however, remained unaware of these developments. Why this time? He had departed from the region. Leaving Xanadu behind, he did not return to Xianyuan tomb, but continued to wander the mortal realm in the guise of the matchmaker god. His travels spanned a decade. During this time, he collected the essence of romantic energies while tying red threads for those destined to be together, accumulating merit along the way. However, the emergence of the matchmaker temple was something Su Changfeng had not anticipated. As the deity's fame grew, so did his followers, and the incense offerings became increasingly robust. The incense possessed a marvelous quality. Much like merit, it could enhance one's cultivation and even shape a golden body of the incense spirit. Intriguingly, as the offerings multiplied, so too did the fortuitous energies surrounding Su Changfeng, leading him to feel a remarkable acceleration in his cultivation. Even when faced with challenges in his path, he was able to resolve them swiftly. Within that decade, his realm reached the pinnacle of the celestial immortal stage, allowing him to stand on par with Hu Xiener of Xianyuan tomb. With continued insight, he could soon ascend to the true immortal level. Currently, the only issue was that his cultivation still lingered in the mid-stage of the celestial immortal realm. During this time, he had been traversing the mortal realm, leaving him little opportunity to engage in focused cultivation. Now, with his fortunes on the rise and his understanding blossoming, the mortal realm provided him with invaluable insights into the path of romantic destiny. Thus, he could not afford to miss this opportunity. Additionally, there was good news. The thread of fate, nourished by merit and infused with romantic energies, had produced 2 restrictions, successfully acquiring 12 restrictions, marking it as a low-grade spiritual treasure of merit. Should it generate 1 more restriction, it would ascend to the mid-grade spiritual treasure of merit. At that point, the power of the thread of fate would naturally be even more formidable. Even true immortals would find it challenging to break free from its grasp. What was even more fascinating was that once entangled by Su Changfeng's red thread, even the most composed individuals would find themselves irrevocably drawn to the person on the other end. It was indeed a mischievous artifact, surreptitiously ensnaring others and leaving them defenseless. Nevertheless, this spiritual treasure was not without its drawbacks. The higher one's cultivation, the lesser the impact of the romantic energies. For instance, Su Changfeng could currently only influence foes at the celestial immortal level. The effects on true immortals were halved, while those at the profound immortal level were only affected momentarily. As for golden immortals, it had no effect whatsoever. Regardless, Su Changfeng remained exceedingly pleased with this innate spiritual treasure. He even began to anticipate the thread of fate evolving into mid-grade, high-grade, and even exceptional grade treasures of merit. With this in mind, he became increasingly proactive in tying red threads to earn merit, seeking to gain deeper insights into his path of romantic destiny. Thus, a decade passed before he was compelled to halt his endeavors. Recently, he had been feeling unwell, as if his primordial spirit were in turmoil, sensing that something significant was afoot. Su Changfeng felt a chill run down his spine. His instincts initially led him to believe someone was plotting against him. However, after a thorough examination of his body, he found no abnormalities. Moreover, since leaving Xinyuan tomb, he had remained in the mortal realm and had not interacted with any cultivators. Thus, he had no grievances and no reason for anyone to wish him harm. This left Su Changfeng perplexed. It was not until a sudden inspiration struck him to cover his eyes with romantic energy that he broke into a cold sweat. He saw that the entire mortal realm was now shrouded in calamity, intermingled with a sinister aura of impending conflict, evoking a sense of foreboding. Gazing at the ominous clouds above, Su Changfeng's heart raced. It was as if he had encountered a formidable adversary. Simultaneously, he felt an immense relief. Fortunately, he had been busy accumulating merit, as merit and calamity are antithetical, which had shielded him from the silent encroachment of disaster. At this moment, the Shang dynasty had united the tribes and officially initiated the war to annihilate the Xia dynasty. Su Changfeng understood that this conflict was not merely a simple change of dynasties. It was a struggle among various great powers, should he be ensnared by calamity and lose his wits. He would become mere cannon fodder due to his lack of background and mediocre strength. It was far wiser to lay low for the time being. Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, Su Changfeng resolved to distance himself from the human race to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Though he felt reluctant to forego the opportunity to earn merit, he ultimately decided to leave the human settlements behind. This would enable him to respond to the requests of his followers and become more acquainted with the happenings in the commercial realm. However, just as Su Changfeng intended to return to Xinyuan tomb, a middle-aged Taoist suddenly halted him. "Dao friend, please hold on." Upon hearing this, Su Changfeng turned around, regarding the unfamiliar figure with caution. "Who are you, Dao friend? Why do you stop me?" Su Changfeng sensed that this person possessed a cultivation level significantly higher than his own. At least a true immortal. As he remained vigilant, he scrutinized the stranger's features. The individual was lean and dressed in a blue Taoist robe. Holding a floating object, exuding a celestial aura, he appeared almost like a deity descended from the heavens. The Taoist did not respond, but instead appraised Su Changfeng from head to toe. Upon noticing his youthful appearance, the Taoist expressed surprise and inquired, "Are you the one known as the mountain man under the moon?" Feeling uncomfortable under such scrutiny, Su Changfeng nonetheless maintained his composure and nodded. "Indeed, it is I. May I ask how you know my name? What business do you have with me?" "Indeed, it is you." The Taoist's face lit up with a smile upon confirming Su Changfeng's identity. "I am Lin Jianzi, a disciple of the Shangqing Jiejiao. I have come at the behest of the Shang King to invite fellow Taoists to discuss the campaign against the Xia dynasty. The Shang King is eager for talented individuals, admires your renown, and is grateful for your previous mediation on behalf of the Shang King and Queen. Hence my presence here, to seek your assistance in the endeavor against Xia." Upon hearing the self-proclaimed title of the Taoist, Su Changfeng expressed a degree of astonishment. He had never anticipated that the first cultivator he encountered would hail from the sacred great teaching. However, judging by the Taoist's unfamiliar name and his apparent lack of true immortal cultivation, he likely represented a minor figure of little significance. Yet, despite this, Su Changfeng was not inclined to underestimate his opponent. Regardless of the circumstances, the other party's cultivation level surpassed his by a considerable margin. Nevertheless, he pondered whether this Taoist had aligned himself with Shang Tang of his own volition or if it was a directive from his sect. Ultimately, he dismissed the thought, muttering to himself, "What does it matter to me?" Shaking his head, he resolutely declined, saying, I am grateful for King Shang's regard, but regrettably, I am currently disinterested in participating that my sole focus lies in cultivating my path, rather than engaging in the conflicts of humankind. I fear I must disappoint your kind intentions. Observing the firmness of Su Changfeng's refusal, Ling Yunzi did not relent. He continued, "Friend, we are fellow practitioners. Why draw such a definitive conclusion? Are you aware that King Shang is the celestial emperor, a sovereign among mortals? If we cultivators can assist him in achieving his grand ambitions, we may enjoy wealth and nobility in the mortal realm. Moreover, we could harness the dynasty's fortune for our own cultivation, propelling us to heights far surpassing our individual efforts." Upon hearing this, Su Changfeng could not help but smile wryly. This young man was truly naive, blissfully unaware that he was embroiled in a great calamity, and mistakenly believed himself to be exceptionally clever. Did he not realize that excessive cleverness could lead to perilous outcomes? At times, feigning ignorance was far more advantageous than being overly astute. Su Changfeng's resolve not to involve himself in the struggle for the human emperor solidified. Otherwise, he might very well fall victim before the impending calamity of divine ascension. The prospect of becoming mere cannon fodder was not one he relished. With this in mind, he politely reiterated, "There is no need for further persuasion. My mind is made up. Do not waste your breath." Seeing the futility of further argument, Ling Yunzi resigned himself with a reluctant shake of his head, his expression tinged with displeasure. As a true immortal with a substantial backing, he expected that an invitation extended to a celestial immortal would be met with gratitude. Yet the apparent disdain directed at him was disheartening. This ignited a flicker of unnameable anger within him, and he directed a surge of imposing energy towards Su Changfeng, his countenance revealing a hint of disdain. "Upon hearing that you are a practitioner of the human race's extensive quest for romantic ties, I presume your path is that of fate and relationships. I wonder what led you to choose this uncertain path." Ling Yunzi inquired. "I, on the other hand, pursue the path of fire. Today, I wish to learn from your expertise in matters of fate and relationships." "Very well," Su Changfeng replied with a nod, immediately responding. He had been cautious of Ling Yunzi from the outset and felt no inclination to engage in pleasantries. Without hesitation, he unleashed the thread of fate towards him. Ling Yunzi reacted swiftly, conjuring a firewall with his spells and retreating simultaneously. However, the red thread moved with an agility that far outstripped his reflexes, weaving around him like a serpent, completely disregarding the flames. By the time Ling Yunzi realized what was happening, he found himself ensnared, completely bound by the red thread. And no matter how he struggled, he could not break free. "Did I ask this? A merit treasure?" He gasped in disbelief. "How could this be? You possess a merit treasure." His eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at the red thread adorning him, unable to fathom that a celestial immortal could wield such a rare artifact. It was utterly absurd. He felt as though he were dreaming, given that he himself possessed but one artifact, a mere floating pendant, hardly qualifying as a true treasure, let alone a merit treasure of such rarity. At that moment, regret began to swell within Ling Yunzi. He had initially assumed Su Changfeng to be a mere practitioner of the minor path of fate and relationships, likely a background-less wanderer. However, this revelation shattered his preconceived notions. The very existence of a merit treasure indicated that this celestial immortal was undoubtedly a figure of remarkable lineage, perhaps backed by a powerful entity capable of bestowing such treasures with ease. Now, trapped and powerless to escape, Ling Yunzi felt an overwhelming frustration, unsure of how to proceed. After a moment's contemplation, he finally managed to smile and said, "Your strength is truly formidable, my friend," opening my eyes to the intricacies of the path of fate. "I had underestimated you. Please, release me so that I may personally offer my apologies." Su Changfeng was taken aback by the sudden shift in tone. He had not anticipated such a rapid change in demeanor. In an instant, he began to contemplate his next move. Killing Ling Yunzi would certainly lead to trouble with the Jia sect, yet allowing him to depart unscathed could invite further complications, especially since Ling Yunzi appeared to be the type who could endure and bide his time. Such individuals were often the most perilous. "What should I do now?" Su Changfeng lamented, feeling overwhelmed. To kill. Absolutely not. To release. Equally out of the question that it was no wonder that countless immortals sought to align themselves with the saints. Perhaps they sought to learn their ways while simultaneously securing a powerful backing that would deter casual reprisals. He found himself envious of those with such formidable affiliations. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Changfeng contemplated the possibility of joining a powerful faction. Since he could neither kill nor release Ling Yunzi, he resolved to suppress him instead. The advantage of this course of action was that Ling Yunzi would remain oblivious to his fate. After all, as a true immortal, he was merely a minor player in the grand scheme of the primordial world, as long as he did not perish. No one would be the wiser. Quietly, he decided to suppress Ling Yunzi for a millennium. By the time he emerged, the calamity of divine ascension would likely have concluded at that point. His own strength would have soared to unimaginable heights, rendering any thoughts of revenge on Ling Yunzi utterly futile. Moreover, given that he had spared Ling Yunzi's life, he might even find himself grateful for the intervention. With this resolution firm in his heart, Changfeng's gaze grew resolute. Sensing his intent, Ling Yunzi called out urgently, "Wait! I swear by my Dao heart that I harbor no resentment or thoughts of revenge against you." Changfeng's expression darkened upon hearing this. It seemed his thoughts had been laid bare. This young man was indeed remarkably perceptive at that moment. Ling Yunzi made a solemn vow. Leaving Changfeng feeling somewhat embarrassed, he found himself devoid of any justification to act against him now. "What are you saying, my friend?" Changfeng replied, retracting the red thread. "Your open-heartedness leaves no room for resentment in my heart. Your oath has taken me by surprise. I scarcely had time to intervene, and it feels as though you doubt my sincerity." Ling Yunzi, at a loss for words, felt that Changfeng's audacity surpassed even his own. Despite his internal confusion, Ling Yunzi continued, "You are overly concerned. My intentions are merely to avoid misunderstanding, so please do not take offense." Upon hearing this, Changfeng's face lit up with admiration. "You display remarkable maturity and composure, my friend. I am truly impressed." Suddenly, the atmosphere between the two individuals shifted to one of subtlety. Entirely devoid of the earlier tension, in a bid to alleviate the strained relations, Ling Yunzi took the initiative to engage in philosophical discourse with Changfeng. The two became so engrossed in their conversation that they found it utterly delightful. Originally, Ling Yunzi had assumed that as a true immortal, he would be imparting wisdom to Changfeng, who possessed the cultivation of a celestial being. However, to his astonishment, as their discourse deepened, Changfeng was able to keep pace with him effortlessly, even presenting differing viewpoints with remarkable ease. Thus, their philosophical exchange persisted for 3 days. After this duration, it was abruptly interrupted by a sudden influx of potent merit descending from the heavens, striking the unsuspecting Changfeng. This event instantaneously ushered him into a state of profound enlightenment. Witnessing this scene, Ling Yunzi displayed an expression of astonishment. Observing Changfeng, enveloped in the aura of human merit, his eyes radiated envy and disbelief. The merit formed a robust protective barrier, completely encasing Changfeng. Simultaneously, the threads of fate instinctively surged forth, enveloping him with the swiftness of a silkworm spinning its cocoon, shielding him from all external disturbances to prevent any interruption. Ling Yunzi found himself compelled to retreat. Awed by Changfeng's evident state of enlightenment, he dared not harbor any malicious intent, for he had recently vowed to uphold his moral integrity. Moreover, it was clear that no one could approach Changfeng without risking being consumed by the merit, thereby falling into peril. In such circumstances, Changfeng could confidently pursue his breakthrough at that moment. Immersed in enlightenment, Changfeng remained oblivious to the external world, although he had not anticipated such a breakthrough amid the chaos. The act of transcending could not be delayed. Consequently, he immediately summoned the spiritual treasure of fate. The threads of fate were Changfeng's intrinsic spiritual treasure, resonating with his innermost intentions. Thus, without any need for direction, they autonomously transformed into a crimson cocoon, enveloping him completely. At this juncture, Changfeng believed that the threads of fate were on the verge of evolving into a mid-grade postnatal merit treasure. Even if Ling Yunzi harbored ill intentions, He could not breach its defenses. However, caution is the mother of safety. Thus, Su Changfeng did not take for granted the protection offered by the human merit. As his breakthrough gradually absorbed and refined the merit, any adversary would first have to confront the formidable merit itself. Known for its versatility, merit could enhance cultivation and fortify fortune. Although the merit surrounding Su Changfeng had yet to attain the level of condensing into a merit golden wheel, it was still not the most profound form of heavenly merit, sufficing to safeguard him from disturbances during his breakthrough. This moment, Ling Yunzi, a character of great discernment, understood that obstructing the path of another was akin to committing an unforgivable crime. Consequently, he had no desire to interrupt Su Changfeng's ascendance and chose to withdraw instead. He employed a spell to conceal the commotion of the breakthrough, positioning himself at a respectful distance to act as guardian. Within the vast cocoon of crimson threads, Su Changfeng, bolstered by the merit, perceived the great avenues of the universe with unprecedented clarity. He felt as if he stood upon a higher dimension, surveying the myriad paths that surrounded him. Rather than succumbing to confusion, his mind was exceptionally agile, resolutely advancing towards his own destined path. It seemed only a moment had passed, yet he finally glimpsed his path, a seemingly inconspicuous route that radiated vastness. Akin to a fervent crimson river, encompassing the emotions and desires of all living beings, this revelation left Su Changfeng in awe. Immersed in this path, he continuously drew sustenance from it, fortifying his understanding of the way. It felt as if he were encircled by wisdom, with his insight and comprehension of the path of fate expanding exponentially. He realized that his previous understanding of this path had been misguided. Limited solely to romantic love, he had failed to grasp that fate transcended mere affection. The essence of fate lies in the interplay of emotion and connection. Without emotion, there is no connection, and without connection, no outcome. Fate is indeed the culmination. In this moment of enlightenment, Su Changfeng was enveloped in joy. Though only a flicker of insight illuminated his mind, he perceived the vast potential for the future of the path of fate. In this state, he yearned for the profound teachings of the Huangting Jing to resonate within him. The rich and mysterious verses reverberated throughout his spiritual essence, while the golden light of merit surrounding him began to dissipate rapidly. Correspondingly, the aura emanating from him grew increasingly formidable. Ling Yunzi, witnessing these unfolding events, stood in stunned silence. That moment, Su Changfeng became the epicenter of a colossal vortex of spiritual energy, drawing in the surrounding essence over a radius of several dozen kilometers, continually expanding in magnitude. Under such a tempest of spiritual energy, Ling Yunzi found himself compelled to retreat, yet he maintained a calm gaze at the center of the storm. Externally composed, internally, he was anything but tranquil. At this juncture, Su Changfeng emerged from his state of enlightenment, his gaze imbued with the profound essence of the Tao. He was ready to embark on his formal breakthrough. His cultivation surged from the mid-stage of celestial being to the pinnacle. And then it did not cease. It continued to ascend with unstoppable momentum, directly challenging the realm of true immortals, the BY heavens. Ling Yunzi could not suppress an exclamation of astonishment. Initially, he had believed the ascent had reached its conclusion. Yet what transpired next surpassed all comprehension. As Su Changfeng's aura did not wane. It continued to soar early stage, true immortal mid-stage, late-stage pinnacle. Even at the pinnacle, there were no signs of cessation. His cultivation surged at an alarming rate, nearing the threshold of a breakthrough. Ling Yunzi was utterly dumbfounded. He could not fathom the possibility of a single, continuous breakthrough to the realm of profound immortals. Alas, it was not to be, despite Su Changfeng possessing the strength to advance further. He opted for prudence. He intended to solidify his position at the pinnacle of true immortality before contemplating further breakthroughs. After all, it was essential to establish a firm foundation for the journey ahead. Once the breakthrough concluded, Su Changfeng retracted his threads of fate. Observing the remaining merit, he unhesitatingly infused it into the threads of fate. Under the enhancement of merit, the threads rapidly produced 13 restrictions, followed by 14, 15, until finally 20 restrictions emerged, depleting the merit entirely. Su Changfeng was pleasantly surprised by this outcome. Originally, this merit had been intended for establishing a marriage protocol for the human race. Now, this ceremonial framework was universally adopted among the human populace, from nobility to commoners, who performed their marriages according to Su Changfeng's rites. Initially, his aim in proposing this set of marriage customs was to bolster the influence of the deity of love among humanity. However, he had not anticipated such a delightful surprise, an abundance of merit descending upon him, far exceeding what he had painstakingly earned. At this moment, the merit treasure in his possession had transformed into the postnatal merit treasure of fate. Su Changfeng was elated. Not only had he broken through to the pinnacle of true immortality, but his merit treasure had also ascended to mid-grade status. A double blessing indeed. Congratulations, fellow Taoist, on your advancement to true immortality. A warm voice interrupted Su Changfeng's thoughts. The speaker was none other than Ling Yunzi, who flew over with a look of astonishment and envy, gazing at Su Changfeng as if he were an otherworldly prodigy. Indeed, anyone witnessing such a spectacle would be utterly flabbergasted. For ordinary cultivators, surmounting even a minor realm was fraught with challenges. Yet for Su Changfeng, it appeared as effortless as a meal, a seamless increase in cultivation. Had Ling Yunzi not witnessed Su Changfeng's ascension from mid-stage celestial being to the pinnacle of true immortality with his own eyes, he would hardly have believed it. He might even have dismissed it as a mere jest. At the same time, Ling Yunzi comprehended a profound truth. Such remarkable individuals, barring any unforeseen circumstances, are destined for immeasurable achievements in the future. Those capable of cultivating the Tao are by no means fools. And Ling Yun was acutely aware that he was merely an inconspicuous figure within the now. Witnessing such an extraordinary talent, he naturally felt compelled to forge a connection, even if he could not cultivate a friendship. He must avoid enmity. At that moment, Su Changfeng turned to Ling Yunzi and bowed deeply, saying, "Thank you, fellow Taoist Ling Yunzi, for your protection. I, Su Changfeng, am immensely grateful." Observing the shift in the other's demeanor and the introduction of his own name, Ling Yunzi felt a surge of emotion. You are too courteous, my friend. Even without my humble assistance, you would surely succeed in your breakthroughs. This act of protection is merely a continuation of our good fortune, and it also serves as a means of atonement for my earlier transgressions against you. Upon hearing this, Su Changfeng smiled. Your magnanimity is commendable, truly befitting a disciple of a saint. Let us consider the past grievances between us resolved. What do you say to this? Ling Yunzi replied with a smile. Excellent. The two exchanged knowing smiles and resumed their philosophical discussions in the mountains. Thus, a month gradually passed. The greatest beneficiary of this encounter was Ling Yunzi. He felt that if he earnestly reflected and comprehended, he might soon break through to the late stage of true immortality. Although Su Changfeng did not experience significant gains this time, he nonetheless organized his insights. Solidifying his own realm, Ling Yunzi rose and respectfully bowed to Su Changfeng, expressing gratitude. Your realm is indeed profound, fellow Taoist. The attainment of golden immortal status is not far off for you. I, a humble practitioner, am truly unworthy in comparison. Su Changfeng shook his head. You flatter me, fellow Taoist. The golden immortal fruit is exceedingly rare. I'm not even a mystic immortal. How could I dare to aspire to golden immortal status? Ling Yunzi recognized the humility in his words. He had encountered many golden immortals, yet none possessed the extraordinary talent of Su Changfeng, nor had he heard of anyone achieving such breakthroughs, aside from those who consumed elixirs and ascended in a single leap. After all, no ambitious cultivator would regard those who prematurely exhausted their potential as peers. Following their philosophical discourse, the two parted ways, each embarking on their new journeys. Ling Yunzi wished to cultivate a friendship, but regrettably, he was currently under the command of Shang Tang, tasked with inviting cultivators to join the Yinshang faction. Having spent considerable time with Su Changfeng, he needed to hasten his efforts to invite the next practitioner. Only by doing so could he bid farewell to Su Changfeng. He prepared to leave. He reluctantly extended an invitation for Su Changfeng to join the Shang camp. After all, Su Changfeng had managed to confine him while still a celestial immortal, and now as a true immortal. Combined with his merit-based spiritual treasures, it was clear that not only he, but even mystic immortals might not stand a chance against such a powerful cultivator. The addition of a practitioner of such strength would undoubtedly bolster their ranks. However, Su Changfeng firmly declined. With his enhanced strength, his understanding of the impending calamity deepened. To avoid calamity, he had already distanced himself from humanity. How could he possibly return to the battlefield? Ling Yunzi felt a pang of disappointment upon hearing this. Although he had mentally prepared himself for rejection, the reality of the situation still weighed heavily on him. However, he understood that such matters could not be forced. Thus, he shifted the conversation. "May I ask which sect you belong to?" Fellow Taoist, Su Changfeng did not conceal the truth, responding candidly, "I apologize to you, fellow Taoist. I am a solitary cultivator without a sect or affiliation." Ling Yunzi was naturally skeptical. What a jest! How could one with such strength possibly be a solitary cultivator? Setting aside your extraordinary aptitude, how could a solitary cultivator possess a merit-based spiritual treasure? Su Changfeng clarified, "I truly am a solitary cultivator. As for the spiritual treasure, it was bestowed upon me by the Emperor of Humanity." Upon hearing this, Ling Yunzi dared not question further. After all, the Emperor of Humanity, a quasi-saint, could annihilate two individuals with a mere thought, and no one would dare invoke such a name lightly. "You are indeed fortunate," Ling Yunzi said with envy, simultaneously curious about the nature of Su Changfeng's relationship with the Emperor of Humanity. However, Su Changfeng did not elaborate. Having only just met Ling Yunzi, he could not disclose all his secrets. Thus, he intended to take his leave. After departing, he prepared to return to the Xinyuan tomb. With no pressing matters at hand, he sought only to return home and consolidate his realm. Shortly thereafter, Su Changfeng returned. Making no noise in the process, with his current strength, he effortlessly evaded detection by the three that upon returning, he did not immediately seek out the others. Instead, he went to the main chamber to pay his respects. Afterward, he stepped outside to tea that moment. The three of the Xinyuan tomb were still in seclusion, leaving only a group of little foxes behind. When the little foxes saw Su Changfeng return, they eagerly approached him, chattering incessantly with questions. They had never ventured into the outside world. Thus their curiosity about the external realm was boundless. As Su Changfeng patiently answered their inquiries, in the days that followed, he allowed himself to relax. Foregoing cultivation to play with the foxes, gradually, he seemed to forget his former identity as a human. Feeling as if he were indeed a fox demon, he played with carefree abandon. Initially, his mind had become somewhat scattered due to his rapid cultivation. But through play, he began to regain his composure. Thus, 30 years swiftly passed, and Su Changfeng finally emerged from this state. Who would have thought that what he intended as a brief respite turned into a span of 30 years? Su Changfeng felt astonished. However, he had gained much. Not only had he stabilized his mind in cultivation, but he was also prepared to break through to mystic immortal. At the same time, he had become aware of a hidden danger. Originally, Su Changfeng had been reborn in the body of a fox, yet his soul was inherently human. In this state, it posed no issue for Su Changfeng, but as his realm advanced in the future, it could become a serious concern, even leading to potential madness. Fortunately, his fortuitous fate enabled him to inadvertently eliminate this risk. At this moment, Su Changfeng's eyes were clear, and a smile graced his face. With the obstacles now revealed, his path became smoother, and a pure, unblemished smile adorned his countenance. Chapter 13. Then you shall replace her. With the danger cultivation now alleviated, Su Changfeng resumed his path of cultivation. Although he had already reached the pinnacle of true immortality, just a step away from entering the realm of mystic immortal, Su Changfeng still felt an urgent sense of purpose. With his current strength, he remained among the lowest tiers in the Honghuang, without any backing to rely upon. When the great calamity arrived, he would only become cannon fodder. He wished to evade the impending catastrophe of the conferred deities. Yet having entered the Emperor of Humanity's tomb through the Xinyuan lineage and borrowing the Emperor's fortune for cultivation, the three would inevitably be drawn into this calamity. Even he would find it hard to escape unscathed. He sought a strong ally to navigate this impending disaster, but finding such support was arduous. The Taoist immortal and Nhwa were exalted figures, beyond reach, and without any karmic connection, it was impossible to join their ranks. Although the teachings of the primordial heavenly venerable were commendable, one must first enter the Taoist sect. For a demon like Changfeng, gaining the recognition of the primordial heavenly venerable would not be easy. He held no particular bias against the Western teachings, and he understood that should they flourish in the future, joining their ranks might not preclude him from becoming a Buddha. Nonetheless, this was merely wishful thinking. The journey to the West was long, and with his current true immortal cultivation, whether he could survive to reach Mount Sumeru was an unknown. Moreover, even if he arrived, it was uncertain he would be accepted as a disciple. No matter how much Jin and Junti flaunted their virtue, they were still discerning beings. Though he considered his talents to be commendable, he would not novelly believe he could compare himself to the elite disciples of saints. In a world where lineage mattered, the disciples of saints were all remarkable individuals, each one transforming into a celestial immortal, true immortal, mystic immortal, or even golden immortal upon taking form. He had merely been a fox demon with nascent intelligence. As a newly awakened fox demon, even after transforming into a nine-tailed fox, he could only be considered ordinary in the vast expanse of Honghuang. Su Changfeng was even less inclined to choose the. Unless he had lost his mind, it would be impossible for him to board that sinking ship at this juncture. Thus, Su Changfeng could only turn his sights toward the heavenly court, apart from the sect of saints. Only the heavenly court can offer him refuge. The purpose of the War of the Gods is to facilitate the return of the deities to the heavenly court. If Su Changfeng can ascend to the heavenly court ahead of others and seize a divine position, he shall have no cause for concern regarding his eventual downfall, nor shall he worry about failing to achieve divinity even in spirit. It is precisely for this reason that, upon embarking on the path of destiny, Su Changfeng has been, both intentionally and unintentionally, expanding his influence. Given his current level of cultivation, even if he were to proactively pledge allegiance to the heavenly court, it is unlikely that the heavenly emperor Hao Yin would take notice of him. At best, he might be granted the position of a heavenly general, let alone the esteemed role of the god of marriage. After all, what the heavenly court lacks is not the lower-tier personnel, but rather high-caliber talents. Moreover, the heavenly court boasts the Pan Tao tree, a primordial spiritual root. Peaches from this tree, after 3,000 years, can grant instant ascension, while those cultivated for 6,000 years can achieve the status of a golden immortal. And those nurtured for 9,000 years can attain the rank of a Tai golden immortal. These suddenly ascended cultivators may possess remarkable skills, but lack the corresponding realms, yet they are already golden immortals, or even Tai. With the Pan Tao divine tree, the heavenly court can continuously produce celestial beings, golden immortals, and even Tai. Thus, although the heavenly court has fallen into decline, apart from the sect of saints, other rogue cultivators will inevitably flock to it. After all, with the heavenly court as a backing, the resources for cultivation are inexhaustible. The path of cultivation emphasizes wealth, companions, methods, and land, with wealth being paramount. For cultivators, wealth translates to resources for cultivation. Yu Changfeng's progress has stagnated due to a lack of sufficient resources, preventing him from reaching the corresponding stage of his realm, which is why he has been suppressing his cultivation instead of directly breaking through to the Xian immortal level. Enlightenment is not something that one encounters casually. Even for celestial immortals, such opportunities are rare. Therefore, he needs to amass strength with the aim of making a decisive leap during his next breakthrough, rather than ascending step by step. With over 1,000 years remaining until the canonization, Su Changfeng has little time to enhance his cultivation, compelling him to seek alternative paths to establish his name before the great calamity arrives. Breaking through to the golden immortal level would be even better. In such a scenario, when he reaches the heavenly court, Hao Yin would not look down upon him, and coupled with his reputation and following in the mortal realm, he might smoothly secure the position of the god of marriage. This would significantly bolster his safety during the tribulation of canonization, for once someone has ascended to godhood, eliminating them would not create a vacancy on the canonization list. The slow progress of solitary cultivation in his cave no longer suffices for Su Changfeng. prompting him to prepare for another outing in search of opportunities. However, this time, he was halted by a messenger, having received a wedding invitation delivered by a Qing Yao. Curiously, he opened the invitation to owe his knowledge. The Xianyuan tomb lineage seemed to have little interaction with the outside world, yet he now received an invitation out of the blue. What could be the reason? Upon glancing at the contents of the invitation, he was taken aback. It was a wedding invitation from the Tushan Fox clan. The letter stated that a fox maiden from the Tushan clan was to wed Chunwei, son of the tyrant Xiajia, and thus invited all fox clans to the feast. As a member of the fox clan, Su Changfeng naturally had some understanding of the Tushan lineage. The Tushan clan is a powerful family within the fox clan, second only to the Qingxiu. After Tushan in Jiao married to Yu, her prestige even surpassed that of the Qingxiu fox clan, establishing her as a sacred site for foxes. Now, Tushan suddenly hosting a banquet for the fox clan, especially for the son of Xiajia, struck Su Changfeng as highly unusual. Furrowing his brow, Su Changfeng pondered whether Tushan's elaborate preparations were aimed at extending the fortune of the great Xia dynasty. He found the situation troublesome. He had no desire to wade into such murky waters, especially since the invitation was meant for Hu Xianer, who was currently in seclusion. Thus, he inclined his hands in apology towards the Qingyao. Qingyao Fairy, I sincerely apologize. My sister is in seclusion and will likely be unable to attend the wedding that I hope you can understand. It seems there is a tradition in the Primordial era where various immortals prefer using Qingyao as messengers. Even a powerful being like the West Queen Mother has raised many Qingyao. As the clan leader of the Tushan clan, this green bird had reached the realm of Xian Immortal, and Su Changfeng did not dare to be negligent, secretly admiring the Tushan clan's grandeur. Even the messenger bird surpassed him in cultivation, causing Su Changfeng's initial pride to plummet to the depths, simultaneously solidifying his resolve to grow stronger. After all, if the Tushan clan is so formidable, what kind of terror must the power of the saintly lineage hold? The Qingyao was also surprised. The Tushan clan is the mightiest family among the foxes, overseeing all matters pertaining to the fox clan, and thus is well aware of all fox clans in the world. As a messenger of the Tushan clan, she was well informed about the three demons of Xianyuan tomb. Now, to suddenly find a newcomer at the pinnacle of true immortal within the Xianyuan tomb was indeed unexpected. Moreover, she could discern that this young fox's cultivation was remarkably stable, even suppressing his level to that of a true immortal's peak. Such a fox clan genius had yet to be heard of. The Qingyao was filled with curiosity towards Su Changfeng, and upon considering the purpose of this marriage, her demeanor softened. Since Hu Xianer is unavailable, you may attend in her stead. Chapter 14. Who exactly is he? Seeing Su Changfeng's troubled expression, she added, there is no need to decline, my friend. Besides attending the banquet, the Tushan ancestral master will also be delivering teachings to numerous disciples of the Fox clan. It has been quite some time since the ancestral master last made an appearance. You must not miss this opportunity. Upon hearing this, the words Su Changfeng intended to refuse were abruptly caught in his throat. The Tushan ancestral master is, after all, a great Luo golden immortal, a formidable being who has weathered the great tribulations. Regardless of the trouble, he could not afford to miss this chance that I in that case. I shall not miss the ancestral master's teachings. You may rest assured, I will definitely be there on time. He carefully tucked away the invitation, expressing his gratitude profusely. Then I shall take my leave. The Qingyao did not linger for further conversation. Without waiting for Su Changfeng to detain her, she soared into the sky, transforming into a streak of green light before vanishing from sight. As Su Changfeng gazed in the direction where the Qingyao had disappeared for a while before turning back to his cave, pulling out the invitation and letting out a long sigh. This journey would undoubtedly bring forth numerous troubles, yet for the chance to listen to a great Luo golden immortal's teachings, he could not afford to be overly concerned. Furthermore, many fox clans would surely attend this banquet. He simply needed to keep a low profile and leave promptly after the teachings concluded, regardless of how the Tushan clan perceived it. With this thought, Su Changfeng felt considerably more at ease. With a month remaining before the Tushan wedding, time was of the essence, and he needed to prepare a congratulatory gift that could not appear too casual. However, The mere thought of this gift left him with a headache. The Xinyuan tomb was impoverished to the point of being destitute. He had nothing of value to offer. Initially, he did not think much of his own poverty. But upon reflection, apart from a postnatal treasure of merit, he truly had nothing to flaunt. Not to mention, this was a gift bestowed by His Majesty Xianyuan. Su Changfeng had resolutely decided to pay more visits to the Emperor of Humanity in the future. Otherwise, he would remain a pauper. After much contemplation, he concluded that the most valuable possession was the stalactite essence in the pool. This essence held little value for immortals, serving merely as a means to replenish spiritual energy. Yet for those below the immortal rank, it was a potent tonic. Before achieving immortality, Su Changfeng had relied on this essence for rapid advancement in his cultivation. Unfortunately, the fox demons in the cave could not endure the excruciating process of refining the essence and thus avoided it, which allowed it to accumulate over time. Consequently, Su Changfeng fashioned a simple glass vial, expanding its interior space slightly, and filled it with 1/3 of the essence as a gift. He tucked the jade bottle away. Though it was not an extravagant gift, it was sincere and well-suited for a solitary cultivator like him. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Su Changfeng entrusted the fox demons to guard the fox den while he soared through the clouds to attend the banquet. Without any effort, the invitation transformed into a beam of golden light, guiding him eastward. As he approached the East Sea, a range of undulating mountains emerged before him. These mountains were not particularly high, but were a veritable paradise. Suffused with dense spiritual energy that coiled like mist among the peaks, evoking the feeling of a celestial realm. This was the territory of the Tushan clan. Su Changfeng arrived punctually, witnessing countless fox folk arriving in various manners, some, like him, riding the clouds, others transforming into streaks of light or wielding magical artifacts, all heading toward the mountain gate, as if on a pilgrimage. Upon reaching the entrance, his invitation regained its original form. To his astonishment, he beheld an exquisite arrangement of pavilions and towers, palatial corridors shimmering with gold and jade, radiating magnificence and grandeur, resembling more a royal palace than a mere family abode. The Tushan clan, welcoming guests at the gate, differed markedly from the unruly fox folk. They donned simple garments and displayed courteous manners, exuding an air of refinement that made them appear as scions of a noble lineage, should their low cultivation not betray them. Evidently, Su Changfeng was not alone in sensing this. Other fox demons attending the banquet instinctively tempered their demeanor upon witnessing the scene, had it not been for the Tushan clan's prestige. They might have turned on their heels and departed, as Su Changfeng raised an eyebrow, taking a keen interest in his surroundings. The Tushan clan indeed possessed a certain skill, emulating human traits with an air of scholarly elegance that surpassed even that of humanity itself. Without feigning humility, Su Changfeng produced his invitation and gift, joining the throng as they entered. Guided by attendants, Su Changfeng and the others arrive at a grand hall, which revealed itself to be a small world within. The ceiling was adorned with celestial bodies, while the air brimmed with rich spiritual energy, imparting an ethereal sensation with every breath, subtly enhancing their cultivation. Numerous fox demons, disregarding their decorum, greedily absorbed the ambient spiritual energy, fearing that a moment's hesitation might allow others to seize the opportunity first. Since the creation of the universe, chaotic energy had continuously transformed into innate energy, which subsequently evolved into acquired energy. The innate energy, born from the heavens and earth, was exceedingly rare, now found only in revered mountains and rivers, typically claimed by powerful beings. This was Su Changfeng's first encounter with innate spiritual energy. Though he did not lose his composure like others, he seized a moment to absorb it, silently marveling at the Tushan clan's generosity in offering such precious energy to their guests. The innate energy proved to be as remarkable as rumored. It required no refining and could be absorbed directly, with quality surpassing that of acquired energy. After only a brief period of absorption, Su Changfeng felt a compelling urge to break through, suppressing the impulse. He began to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and he had to seize it to solidify his foundation. 9 fiery red tails emerged behind him. Resembling 9 ethereal siphons, voraciously drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy. This spectacle rendered the other fox demons powerless to compete. They were both astonished and incensed, hastily retreating to other realms to absorb innate energy. The commotion surrounding Su Changfeng naturally attracted the attention of many within the hall, particularly several golden immortals on the high platform, one of whom was a Tai golden immortal, T less than 500 years of age. He had already reached the pinnacle of true immortality and possessed the nine-tailed bloodline. Who could he possibly be? Every move made by Su Changfeng did not escape the watchful eyes of the golden immortals. A curious, white-haired elder among them inquired, "In our fox clan, those with a nine-tailed bloodline hail either from Tushan or Qingqiu Mountain. If he belongs to our Tushan lineage, we would surely recognize such a talent. Could this little fox be from Qingqiu Mountain? Isn't that somewhat inappropriate?" remarked a previously silent Tai golden immortal, his gaze fixed on Su Changfeng, shaking his head as if coming to a realization. Since the ancient battle between the Wu and the Lich, Qingqiu Mountain had faded from the world, yet their strength was not inferior to that of Tushan, and there was no reason not to provide a junior with innate energy. This young man must be a remnant of the nine-tailed bloodline, cultivating on his own. However, unlike others who would exploit innate energy to enhance their cultivation, he was converting it into his foundational strength. Such character was indeed commendable. Upon hearing Su Changfeng praised by the Tai golden immortal of the Fox clan, the elder who had first spoken suddenly brightened, stating, "Such a prodigy should not be left outside. Let us bring him under the Tushan banner, adding further strength to our clan." The other golden immortals nodded in agreement. It would be illogical for Tushan to overlook such an extraordinary offspring of the Fox clan. They even began to deliberate whether they should recruit Su Changfeng before anyone else could. As for whether Su Changfeng would decline, that was no longer a concern. After all, Tushan was the sacred ground of the Fox clan, rich in resources, and no one would refuse such an opportunity. Yet, Su Changfeng remained blissfully unaware of all this at that moment. He was wholly focused on converting his entire spiritual energy into innate power, while the 9 foxtails behind him ravenously absorbed the spiritual energy from the hall. Other fox demons, also partaking in the absorption of innate energy, watched as the vortex of energy surrounding Su Changfeng grew ever larger, forcing them to retreat in frustration. Where had this fellow emerged from? And did he not fear bursting his own body from such excess? At last, Su Changfeng ceased his absorption of innate energy. He had transformed all the spiritual energy within him into innate true energy, solidifying his foundation and enriching his spiritual essence, thus enhancing the potency of the spells he could wield. The only drawback was that utilizing acquired energy for cultivation in the future would require significantly more time and effort to convert it back into innate energy. However, Su Changfeng paid little heed to this. He was elated with the gains he had made and considered this trip immensely worthwhile. Yet, as he opened his eyes, he was met with a multitude of resentful gazes. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he quickly clasped his fists in apology, realizing that in achieving this breakthrough, he had unwittingly deprived many of their innate energy, incurring their ire. "Friend, having plundered such a vast amount of innate energy, your cultivation remains unchanged. You perhaps bear some hidden injuries?" A black fox of true immortal rank observed Su Changfeng, a hint of mockery in his tone. "Indeed, innate energy is rare. We have all relied on it to break through. Yet you absorbed so much and showed no change. Such a waste," remarked another scruffy fox who had lost energy to Su Changfeng, his eyes filled with envy and jealousy, especially upon seeing the 9 tails behind him. The 9-tailed fox's lineage was among the finest in the Fox clan. It was astonishing that a wild fox, clearly a solitary cultivator, possessed such innate talent. Su Changfeng had long anticipated such reactions from the fox demons, understanding that they were justified in their grievances, given that he had taken a considerable portion of their innate energy. Therefore, he merely clasped his fists in acknowledgement of their sentiments, disregarding their barbed comments. However, a few fox demons, despite having their innate energy siphoned away, found themselves drawn to Su Changfeng's extraordinary demeanor, opting to forge connections rather than harbor resentment. Su Changfeng naturally welcomed them with a smile. recognizing the importance of maintaining camaraderie among fellow members of the Fox clan. Friend, your talent is truly exceptional. I am Xianqing, a pure-blooded member of the Fox clan. May I inquire where you have cultivated? A young man dressed in black, holding a folding fan, emerged with a gentle smile as Changfeng gazed at the youth, momentarily taken aback. The Chunhu clan is a prominent lineage within the Fox tribes. Although not as illustrious as the Tushan clan, it holds considerable influence among the northern Fox clans, typically maintaining a peaceful coexistence with Tushan. What brings them here to this gathering? Xianqing, my name is Su Changfeng. Su Changfeng rose to his feet, extending a courteous greeting. Su clan? Might you be related to the Su family? The mention of the Su name prompted an instinctive connection to that esteemed lineage. Su Changfeng shook his head, an expression of helplessness on his face. I am merely a wandering cultivator, with no ties to the Su clan. Upon hearing Su Changfeng refer to himself as a wandering cultivator, Xianqing was initially taken aback, followed by a surge of enthusiasm. I presumed you hail from a prestigious family with solid foundations. It surprises me to learn you are a wandering cultivator. In comparison, I feel rather ashamed. Such flattery was something Su Changfeng could hardly accept. You jest, my friend. You possess the pinnacle cultivation of Xianxian, merely a step away from becoming a Jinxian. How could I possibly compare to you? This revelation left Xianqing even more astonished, as Su Changfeng effortlessly discerned his level of cultivation. Such talent was not something he would let slip by without establishing a connection. Thus, he promptly seated himself beside Su Changfeng and, with a conspiratorial whisper, inquired, Do you know why the Tushan clan has summoned so many Fox immortals here? Noticing Xuanqing's mysterious demeanor, Su Changfeng shook his head, feigning ignorance. Is it not for the Tushan ancestors' teachings? Alongside the wedding festivities? It is far more complex than that. Xuanqing's expression intensified, shaking his head as if guarding a profound secret. He unfurled his folding fan, casting an invisible barrier around himself and Su Changfeng. Su Changfeng narrowed his eyes. Had he sensed danger, he would have summoned his red thread already. Simultaneously, he noted the extraordinary quality of the fan, though not yet at the level of divine merit. It surpassed even his own fateful connection. Likewise, the jade crown upon his head, his robe, and even his shoes radiated a subtle gleam of magical artifacts. Though not divine treasures, they were certainly not of ordinary caliber. Igniting a fierce envy within Su Changfeng, Xuanqing's status among the Fox clan was evidently significant, or else he would not possess such an array of magical items. Unaware of Su Changfeng's musings, Xianqing confidently explained through his divine sense. Fear not, Su Daoist. We communicate through divine thought, and any external eavesdroppers will be none the wiser. Eager to reveal more, he continued, Did you know that the Tushan clan intends to forge a marital alliance with the son of the human king? Su Changfeng nodded slightly, gesturing for him to continue. Xianqing, buoyed by encouragement, spoke freely. Indeed, the war between the Great Xia and the Yinshang has escalated to a fever pitch. Not only are the human armies clashing, but even the immortals aligned with both sides are embroiled in combat. The Shang dynasty, led by the Shang, holds the upper hand, driving the Xia forces into retreat. It is evident to any discerning observer that the Xia dynasty teeters on the brink of collapse, destined to be overthrown. Yet the Great Xia refuses to accept defeat, tirelessly seeking allies to bolster their strength. The maternal clan of the Xia's founding emperor, Xia Qi. The Tushan clan is inextricably linked to the Xia dynasty and cannot evade this turmoil. Consequently, Xia Jie heeded the counsel of other immortals and set his sights on the Tushan clan, aiming to draw them into the Great Xia's fold. Emulating his ancestor, Diyu, he arranged for his youngest son, Shaokong, to wed a daughter of the Tushan clan. They promised that the nine-tailed fox of Tushan would serve as the nation's totem, binding the fates of both clans in life and death. The ties between the Tushan clan and the Great Xia are deeply woven. Should the Great Xia fall, the Tushan clan would undoubtedly suffer grievously. Xia Jie's temptations are indeed compelling. How could the Tushan clan remain unmoved? If the Great Xia were to endure, the Tushan clan would soar to unprecedented heights, akin to the Dragon clan, becoming a totem for humanity, forever entwined with the fortunes of the human race. As long as humanity endures, the Tushan clan shall not perish. The Tushan clan seeks to gamble on this, yet they cannot place the entirety of their kin on a single wager. Thus, they have seized upon this wedding and the ancestral teachings as an opportunity to invite fox clans from across the realm to pledge their allegiance to the Great Xia. Upon hearing this, Su Changfeng furrowed his brow. It was evident that the Tushan clan was taking a gamble, dragging the fox clans into the fray, had the discourse not yet commenced with the Deluo Jinxian. He would have departed immediately. He regarded Xianqing. Confusion etched across his face. Friend, is it not somewhat inappropriate to unveil the secrets of the Tushan clan in such a manner? Xianqing waved his hand dismissively. So long as you do not broadcast this far and wide, it matters not. It is not a secret among the upper echelons of the Fox clan, merely unknown to those below. As you Taoist, I find you agreeable. Thus I shared this information with you beforehand to spare you from being caught unawares. Su Changfeng, grateful for the insight, performed a respectful bow. Thank you for your guidance. Otherwise, I would remain oblivious to these developments. Xianqing chuckled, shaking his head. There is no need for excessive formality. You and I have formed a bond at first meeting, and no longer wishing to be overly formal, Su Changfeng accepted Xuanqing's overture of friendship with openness. They conversed while savoring spiritual fruits with Xianqing, hailing from a prestigious background, imparting knowledge of various spells and the innate abilities of the Fox clan, which proved immensely beneficial to Su Changfeng. In turn, Su Changfeng's unique insights inspired Xianqing, and as their conversation deepened, they gradually lost awareness of their surroundings. Eventually, they became aware of the late hour. Reluctantly concluding their discussion, they followed the gazes of those around them. Directing their attention outside the grand hall, 9 dragons, pulling an exquisitely ornate bridal carriage, descended gracefully from the rainbow, flanked by a procession of immortals in wedding attire, showering spiritual rain and petals. The Great Xia's wedding entourage had arrived. As the carriage touched down, a robust young man clad in the groom's attire emerged, making his way toward the host amid a throng of immortals. The Great Xia certainly puts on a grand display. Xianqing remarked, astonished. 2 Jinxians, 6 Xuanxians, and 12 Zhengxians, with the remainder being Taiangxians. Su Changfeng, equally surprised, reflected that even on the verge of destruction, the Great Xia could still muster such a formidable assembly of immortals, including Jinxians. The Shang, having thoroughly defeated the Xia, likely possessed even more terrifying strength. With so many immortals caught up in this conflict, who could predict how many would fall in battle? Contemplating this, Su Changfeng felt an increasing sense of relief that he had not succumbed to the fervor of battle, which might have turned him into mere cannon fodder. He resolved never to involve himself in the affairs of the Tushan clan again. Once the teachings of the Great Being concluded, he would depart without delay. Yet, seeing the Great Xia's envoy dressed in ceremonial attire, adhering to the traditional rites of marriage, filled him with unexpected joy. It seemed the wedding customs he had established had taken root, even influencing the royal family of the Great Xia. No wonder their fortunes had not surged dramatically, but had steadily risen, a testament to the wisdom of his original decisions. Noticing Su Changfeng's sudden delight, Xianqing inquired, perplexed, "What brings you such joy, my friend?" Surprised by Xuanqing's quick response, Su Changfeng spoke vaguely. "I merely felt uplifted by the sight of all this red decor." Xianqing, unfazed by the ambiguity of his words, readily agreed. Indeed, the human wedding arrangements are quite festive. Although steeped in numerous customs, they retain an air of solemnity. Perhaps, following this wedding, our Fox clan shall soon adopt similar practices. This wedding, it is said, was conceived by a cultivator known as Yue Xiaoshan, a remarkable figure who relishes in matchmaking, possessing greater popularity among mortals than even the celestial beings. It is rumored he wields a magical red thread that binds fated lovers. I wonder what kind of extraordinary treasure this could be. I would be keen to experience such a connection and taste the sweetness of human love. Xianqing glanced at the red thread on Su Changfeng's wrist, contemplatively asking, "Might you be able to connect me with such a thread?" Su Changfeng, aware of Xuanqing's gaze, feigned ignorance. While he did not deliberately hide his identity as the matchmaker, he had no intention of broadcasting it. especially in this context, as he wished to avoid unnecessary complications. Thus, he jested, if you truly wish to experience love, you could visit the Yu Lao temple and request a red thread. I assure you, it will be an unforgettable experience, seeing the teasing glint in Su Changfeng's eyes. Xianqing felt a shiver run down his spine and hastily shook his head. I was merely joking. There is no need to trouble Yu Lao. As cultivators, we should remain focused on our paths. It is best to avoid entanglements of romantic affairs. The two individuals silently acknowledged the matter concerning the deity of marriage, and the atmosphere instantly became much more amicable. They were communicating through their thoughts. Suddenly, a figure appeared on the jade platform, and the once bustling hall fell into an oppressive silence. This venerable elder, clad in white, exuded an aura of profound Tao, with endless laws swirling around him. Above his head, 3 flowers radiated boundless divine light, and 5 energies surged like rivers, converging within his being. In that moment, time and space seemed to come to a standstill, and all the immortals present felt as if their bodies had been immobilized. In an instant, the elder in white retracted his formidable presence, granting everyone a moment to breathe. Greetings, ancestor. Everyone bowed in unison. Rise, a voice, aged yet powerful, reverberated through the hall. The tone was not loud, yet imparted a sense of closeness, accompanied by an irresistible force that lifted everyone to their feet. As Yu Changfeng's eyes were filled with astonishment, his heart stirred by tumultuous waves. This was the first time he had encountered a Deluo golden immortal. And even with prior mental preparation regarding their formidable nature, he found himself devoid of even a flicker of rebellious thought before the venerable Tu Shan. His body, his magical power, and his Tao were all compelled to submit to this great figure. It could be said that if the Tu Shan ancestor wished to end his life, he would possess no means of resistance. Only an inevitable demise awaited him. Amidst his shock, a powerful yearning surged within him. He aspired to achieve the status of a Deluo golden immortal. This was an ineffable power. He did not wish to endure such a trial again. In that fleeting moment, his resolve solidified considerably, and his cultivation advanced significantly. The Tu Shan ancestor seemed to sense something, his gaze landing on Su Changfeng, particularly drawn to the red thread around his wrist, a flicker of surprise dancing in his eyes as he pondered deeply. However, his attention soon shifted to Chun Wei, the son of Xiajie. Observing this ambitious yet unrefined young human before him, the ancestor felt a tumult of emotions. During my last emergence from seclusion, I betrothed my daughter to your ancestor, Emperor Yu. Yet I find it astonishing that upon my return, I am met once again with a union with your human race. Truly, it is a cycle of cause and effect. Upon hearing this, Chun Wei promptly knelt upon the ground, bowing deeply. I pay my respects to the ancestor. You are the maternal grandfather of the founding emperor of the great Xia. Qi, our blood flows with your lineage. Now, as the great Xia faces peril, I implore you, ancestor, to bestow your protection upon us. Su Changfeng silently observed Chun Wei's actions, cursing inwardly at his audacity. He was of a human race, and generations had passed since the bloodline of the Fox clan had thinned to the extreme. Yet he dared to pursue the title of ancestor. Should he not seek aid from the true ancestor, do you? Was he prepared to forsake his humanity to become like a fox? If Emperor Yu of Huiyun Cave were to witness this scene, would he not be enraged at the sight of such an unfilial descendant? As Su Changfeng mulled over these thoughts, he suddenly felt a chill rise along his spine, every hair on his body standing on end. As his thoughts froze and his consciousness blurred, as if he were being scrutinized by some indescribable existence. With a thunderous sound, Chapter 17 began. Your Majesty, Emperor Yu, you surely overestimate my capabilities. Su Changfeng felt a piercing pain in his head, a large bump quickly forming on his forehead. It is worth noting that Su Changfeng possessed an immortal body and was not like an ordinary person who could develop lumps from injuries. A resonant voice echoed in his mind. Little fox, you possess a great deal of audacity to speak ill of me. In consideration of Emperor Xianyuan, I shall spare you this time. Should you dare to do so again, I will pluck your tail. Su Changfeng was both astonished and enraged. He had merely entertained a fleeting thought, yet it had been overheard. Could this be the terror that lay beyond the Deluo? Of course, it is not that formidable. The voice continued, that I merely swept my thoughts through this place and am adept at reading minds. Thus I overheard your restless musings. The voice bore a hint of mockery and amusement. Upon hearing to use words, Su Changfeng felt a sense of calm wash over him. If even to you is so formidable, how terrifying must be Hong Jun, the sage above, if he could not even dare to think such thoughts. Then death would be preferable. He had no secrets left, all laid bare for others to hear. Little fox, you are quite bold, even daring to speak of sages and Hong Jun. Diu's tone grew grave, imparting a warning. Those sages cannot discern your thoughts. Once you speak, all attention will be drawn to you, and they will see through your intentions. Heeding this, Su Changfeng quickly focused his mind, silently reciting the Huangting scripture. Steadfast in his resolve, only when his mind was devoid of distractions did he offer a sincere expression of gratitude. Thank you, esteemed elder. I was foolish and nearly committed a grave error. I am grateful for your warning. Su Changfeng had not expected this legendary figure to be so approachable. Rather than chastising him, the elder explained the situation. Yet he remained curious as to why Diu had taken an interest in the Tushan clan. When Su Changfeng regained his senses, the once frozen time and space around him resumed their vitality. The others remained oblivious, and had it not been for the intense pain in his forehead, Su Changfeng might have doubted the reality of the events. The Tushan ancestor appeared to notice something, his expression shifting slightly as he waved his hand, causing time to flow backward. Su Changfeng, unaware of this, merely paused for a moment before observing the Tushan ancestor seated calmly on the high platform. His gaze, once more tranquil, directed at the young man in red. Unbeknownst to him, he had already been discovered, and he was preoccupied with the matter entrusted to him by Emperor Yu. The emperor had urged Su Changfeng to persuade the Tushan clan to refrain from involving themselves in the conflict between the Xia and Shang, promising in exchange a treasure of exceptional merit, the mountain-breaking axe, as well as an opportunity for guidance from Emperor Yu himself. Su Changfeng felt an impulse to roar in frustration. He was merely a lowly fox spirit, not even a Xian immortal. Your Majesty, Emperor Yu, you surely overestimate my abilities. Of course, Emperor Yu had not compelled him. It was merely a transaction. However, the rewards offered were indeed exorbitant. This axe had been a treasured tool used by Yu to combat floods, having vanquished countless demons and monsters. Most importantly, the opportunity for direct guidance from Emperor Yu was a once-in-a-lifetime chance, especially for a wandering cultivator, a prospect that could drive many to madness. Although he was curious as to why Emperor Yu would allow his descendants to face destruction, and even obstruct the Tushan clan from aiding the Great Xia, he had little time to ponder these matters. His mind was consumed with thoughts of how to fulfill Emperor Yu's request without incurring the ire of the Tushan clan. Indeed, Su Changfeng was unwilling to accept a passive accumulation of merit and power. If he were to wait until the time of the Fengshen Bang, he would likely only achieve the status of a golden immortal. And as for a golden immortal, they were merely larger insects on the Fengshen Bang, unable to exert significant influence. Moreover, as a mere Xian immortal, he lacked the qualifications to voice his opinions that if he overtly obstructed the alliance between the Great Xia and the Tushan clan, he risked being crushed by the wrath of both sides. Thus, he pondered how to seize an opportunity to persuade the higher-ups of the Tushan clan, especially the esteemed Tushan ancestors seated upon the platform. Yet the question remained, why would the ancestor heed his counsel? The Tushan clan was already bound to the Great Xia, akin to grasshoppers on the same string, should they watch the Great Xia's fall. Their own vitality would surely be severely depleted, and their fortunes would dwindle. Fortune, a coveted prize even among sages, will undoubtedly not be overlooked by the Tushan clan, even with the imminent demise of the Great Xia. The Tushan clan still clings to a glimmer of hope and is willing to take the risk. However, inaction would lead to certain defeat, and the Tushan clan may very well vanish from the primordial world. Akin to the Qingxiu tribe, Su Changfeng observed the Tushan clan and the royal court of the Great Xia engaged in jovial conversation, exuding an air of harmony, and he could not help but shake his head inwardly. It seems that they must confront challenges as they arise. If all else fails, they will have no choice but to endure the pain of relinquishment. After all, when weighed against the rewards from Emperor Yu. One's life holds greater significance. The union between the Tushan clan and the royal court of the Great Xia is indeed a grand affair. The royal court has received the bride from the Tushan clan, but has not departed immediately. Instead, they lingered in place. All the observing Fox clans gazed expectantly at the Tushan ancestor, for he was about to commence his teachings. A significant portion of those attending this ceremony had come specifically to hear the Tushan ancestor speak. Otherwise, they would not have traveled vast distances. The Tushan ancestor, undeterred by the anticipation of the crowd, summoned his primordial spirit, revealing the faint manifestation of the Tao within, though he did not vocalize his thoughts. The celestial sound resounded like thunder, enveloping everyone in a myriad of laws and principles. Each individual's cultivation path was unique, and they absorbed different insights from the Tushan ancestor. Some rejoiced fervently, while others wept tears of joy. Yet, without exception, all gained invaluable knowledge that Changfeng, too, was immersed in the resonance of the Tao, feeling clarity in his own path like never before, as if the veil over the path of destiny had lifted, allowing him to discern its intricacies. His realm was rapidly advancing, and his cultivation could no longer be suppressed. With a mere thought, the long-restrained power surged forth like a coiled spring, breaking through the threshold of true immortal and stepping into the realm of profound immortal. With further ascension still ongoing, his cultivation elevated. Changfeng transformed into a formidable force, drawing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into himself. The commotion below captured the Tushan ancestor's attention. He smiled slightly, and with a flicker of his thoughts, the innate spiritual energy within the hall increased, a portion of which was absorbed by Changfeng to facilitate his breakthrough. Simultaneously, an invisible barrier encased him, completely containing the fluctuations from his breakthrough, ensuring they did not disturb others. Chapter 18. Perhaps it is better to seek higher wisdom. The celestial beings, including Tai and golden immortals, above were equally astonished, clearly not expecting anyone to break through so swiftly. At this moment, Changfeng was wholly absorbed in the resonance of the great Luo golden immortal's teachings. Oblivious to his own breakthrough, his mind solely focused on listening and comprehending, eager to grasp more truths. After all, such opportunities are rare, and he did not wish to squander any time. Unbeknownst to him, time slipped by. Gradually, more individuals began to break through, even the peak profound immortal. Xinxing, standing beside Changfeng, experienced a significant advancement. However, for the golden immortals, breaking into the Tai realm was impossible unless one were a quasi-saint, as only then could they receive teachings from a saint. Nonetheless, the smiles on their faces indicated that they had certainly gained something. When the teachings concluded, the attendees reluctantly emerged from their reveries. If it were possible, they would have wished to continue, but upon seeing the Tushan ancestor had closed his eyes, they realized it was futile. Upon awakening, Changfeng immediately sensed the elevation in his cultivation, a joyful expression blooming on his face. He had now reached the late stage of profound immortal, with his breakthrough appearing effortless and his realm remarkably stable. Thank you, ancestor. The crowd sincerely bowed in gratitude for his teachings. The sole exception was Chuan Wei, the prince of the human dynasty who had married a Tushan fox maiden, aside from possessing commendable martial prowess. He had no cultivation to speak of, and during the ancestor's discourse, he had succumbed to slumber. When he awoke once more, his face was etched with urgency. The teachings had lasted a full decade. A decade may not seem long or short, but for mortals, it represents a significant portion of their lives. Moreover, in the midst of the Xiaoshan conflict, a decade could alter many fates, even leading to the potential fall of the Xia dynasty. As for the several celestial beings trailing behind the Xia prince, they wore expressions of displeasure. After all, their allegiance to the human royal court was to leverage the fortune of the great Xia for their own cultivation. Yet so much time had passed with no indication of when they would see results. Changfeng, witnessing this, felt a jolt of realization. Could it be that the Tushan ancestor had no intention of aiding the great Xia, but instead used the opportunity to sidestep the turmoil between Xia and Shang? However, before he could ponder further, he heard the Tushan ancestor calmly address Chuan Wei and the other human celestial beings. All right, it is time to depart. We cannot delay the wedding. Hearing the ancestor's words, everyone was taken aback. Had a decade truly passed? Chuan Wei and the celestial beings behind him were momentarily stunned. A Tai golden immortal seated beside the Tushan ancestor noticed their surprise and cheerfully clarified. Only a quarter of an hour has passed outside. There is no need for haste. There is still ample time for the wedding. With that, Chuan Wei and the celestial beings felt reassured, and one could believe their eyes as they gazed at the great Luo ancestor with a mix of awe and reverence. Su Changfeng was astounded. This was the prowess of the great Luo, capable of manipulating time to such an extent. Upon receiving this news, Chuan Wei and the celestial beings from the great Xia did not rush back. Their union with the Tushan clan was intended to harness their strength, yet they had merely wed a fox maiden without securing a definitive answer from the Tushan clan, leaving them feeling unsatisfied. Additionally, with thousands of fox cultivators present, many of whom surpassed the celestial immortal level, such formidable power could not be neglected. The Tushan clan tacitly permitted this, and Chun Yun, along with the celestial beings of the Xia dynasty, seized the opportunity to curry favor with the Fox clan, promising that should they join the great Xia, they would become vassals of the royal court, enjoying its fortune and boundless resources for cultivation. Upon hearing this, the Fox clan members were largely swayed. After all, in the pursuit of cultivation, financial resources are paramount. Even esteemed clans like Tushan, Pure Fox, Su, and Qingqiu could not cater to every individual. Furthermore, Chuan Wei held a trump card. Xia Jie promised that once the Fox clan allied with the Xia dynasty, the nine-tailed fox would become a totem of the human race, and ordinary Fox clan members would be revered as fox immortals by humanity, intertwining their fates in life and death. This proclamation stirred the celestial beings of the Fox clan. After all, humanity had become the protagonists in the primordial world, favored by the heavenly Tao, should they connect their fortunes with those of the humans. The fortunes of the Fox clan would surely flourish, and they too would share in the benefits. Moreover, under the deliberate guidance of the Tushan clan, many Fox cultivators engaged in lively discussions with the celestial beings of the great Xia. The members of the Tushan clan wore smiles, while the Tushan ancestor remained expressionless atop his elevated position, watching the proceedings below, even as members of the Tushan clan allied with the great Xia. His gaze betrayed no sign of emotion. Amidst the crowd, Su Changfeng coldly observed the scene, savoring the spiritual fruits and wines before him, contemplating an opportunity to depart. As for the rewards from Emperor Yu, he no longer cared. All he desired was to escape this place of turmoil. However, although Su Changfeng sought to remain inconspicuous, he was not forgotten. During the teachings, he had been the first to break through, advancing through several minor realms to achieve the late stage of profound immortal. Chuan Wei approached, accompanied by a golden immortal from the great Xia, and enthusiastically inquired, "May I ask, esteemed immortal, where do you cultivate?" Su Changfeng, although reluctant to engage, stood and bowed respectfully before the golden immortal. "I have met the prince of the great Xia. I am merely a wandering cultivator, unworthy of the title immortal. Your Highness is overly gracious." Before Chuan Wei could respond, the golden immortal returned the greeting, scrutinizing Su Changfeng with intrigue. Who would have imagined such a prodigy among the Fox clan? Young as you are, you have already reached the realm of profound immortal. Your future holds limitless potential for achieving golden immortal or even Tai. Upon hearing that Su Changfeng was a wandering cultivator and receiving praise from the golden immortal elder, Chuan Wei's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly approached. "Friend, your extraordinary talent would be better utilized within the great Xia court. I shall report to my father, recommending you as a protector of the nation, allowing you to enjoy our fortune and blessings. Would that not be splendid?" Su Changfeng regarded Chuan Wei with a flicker of surprise. He had not anticipated that this prince of the great Xia, lacking any cultivation, possessed such knowledge of cultivators. However, he merely shook his head. "I am grateful for your appreciation, but my sole pursuit is the path of enlightenment. I have no desire to become entangled in the conflicts of humanity. Perhaps it would be best for your Highness to seek counsel elsewhere." Chuan Wei did not anticipate that Su Changfeng would refuse so decisively, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. It was the golden immortal who cast a contemplative glance at Su Changfeng and remarked, "I perceive a certain auspicious aura surrounding you, esteemed friend, which aligns splendidly with the royal wedding. You must surely be the recently renowned moonlit mountain man. My dear friend, your presence among mortals signifies a fateful union, drawing together men and women and accumulating incense offerings. Might you be inclined to pursue the path of a righteous deity? If so, I invite you to join the great Xia dynasty. The Emperor of Xia is the leader of humanity. With but a word from him, you could ascend to the status of a revered deity among mortals, a far more advantageous position than slowly amassing incense offerings." Chapter 19. What are your plans now? Upon having his identity unveiled, Su Changfeng exhibited no reaction, as he had never intended to conceal this matter. In contrast, Chun Wei, upon realizing that Su Changfeng was indeed the Moon Elder, was initially taken aback, followed by a fervent desire to recruit him for the Great Xia. The Moon Elder currently wielded significant influence among the human populace, particularly among the common folk who flocked to him for matters of marriage and love. In the upper echelons, marriages arranged by the Moon Elder were equally popular, such as the union between Chun Wei and the Tushan clan, which was orchestrated through this very system. Should he be able to draw the Moon Elder into the Great Xia dynasty, it would enable him to leverage the Moon Elder's influence within humanity to win hearts and minds. However, Su Changfeng remained unfazed and replied calmly, "Since you are aware that I am the Moon Elder, you must also understand that my incense offerings originate from the Yin and Shang dynasties. Even the marriage alliances with the Yoshin clan were orchestrated by my own hand. Furthermore, the Shang dynasty once extended an invitation to me, which I declined. How could you possibly think I would choose you over them?" Now at the peak of the Xianxian realm, coupled with the threads of fate in his possession, Su Changfeng felt confident that even if he could not defeat the Golden Immortal, escaping would certainly be within his capabilities. Thus, while he held deep respect for the Golden Immortal of the Great Xia, he felt no fear, allowing him to speak with frankness. Both Chun Wei and the elderly Golden Immortal were taken aback by Su Changfeng's straightforward rejection, feeling a mix of shock and frustration. The Shang dynasty had evidently harbored grand ambitions, as indicated by their preemptive invitation to Su Changfeng, preparing for rebellion. Yet Su Changfeng's blunt dismissal incited considerable ire within them. Observing this exchange, the two abandoned their attempts to recruit Su Changfeng and turned their attention to other formidable Fox clan members. Xianqing, who had been quietly observing from the sidelines, wore an expression of shock and concern. "Esteemed Taoist, are you not worried about the Great Xia dynasty retaliating against you?" Su Changfeng gently shook his head, his demeanor calm as he replied, "Our immediate priority is to resolve the conflict with the Shang and to rally more immortals, so as to avoid unwarranted enmity. Even if they wish to seek revenge, they will find no opportunity. On the day the Shang dynasty falls, their very survival will be uncertain." Thus, Su Changfeng felt no trepidation regarding potential retribution. However, he cast a curious glance at the eager Xianqing. "Taoist Xianqing, having been invited, do you and the Tushan clan share similar intentions?" Xianqing promptly shook his head. "We pure-blood foxes dwell in the far north. Shunning worldly disputes, I merely heard that a Daluo Golden Immortal would be imparting teachings, and thus I came to listen." Yu Changfeng nodded in agreement. His visit to Tushan was indeed prompted by the desire to hear the Daluo's discourse. Not anticipating the ensuing events, as the banquet concluded, Su Changfeng cast a cold glance at the Great Xia dynasty. This time, nearly half of the Fox clan cultivators had been swayed to his side, including members of the Tushan clan. Among these Fox cultivators, 70% were celestial immortals, 20% true immortals, and the remainder comprised Zhuangxians, with 5 golden immortals among them. The Tushan clan boasted 3 golden immortals, while the other 2 scattered cultivators were exhausted golden immortals seeking to leverage the royal fortune for advancement. Upon witnessing nearly 1,000 Fox cultivators ascend into the heavens aboard dragon horse wedding carriages, he foresaw their fate in light of the impending collapse of the dynasty. These cultivators would undoubtedly become casualties of the great as the guest departed. The Fox cultivators hastily withdrew, sensing an approaching storm. Eager to retreat to their burrows for seclusion, Changfeng exchanged greetings with Xianqing before taking his leave. Yet, before he could exit the Tushan domain, a sudden vertigo overcame him, and the surroundings spun rapidly. In the next moment, he found himself within a small world. The Tushan patriarch, who had just imparted teachings, appeared before him. Changfeng felt a tightening in his chest, though uncertain of the patriarch's intentions. He respectfully bowed. I pay my respect to the Tushan patriarch, wishing you swift attainment of the primordial unity. Primordial unity? Huh. What a charming young fellow. The Tushan patriarch chuckled softly, sighing. Alas, if achieving primordial unity were so simple, I would not have struggled in the Daluo realm for countless years. He regarded the respectful young man before him, nodding with approval. A Kati not yet 500 years of age, you have risen from an ordinary little fox to the Xianxian realm, a talent of exceptional aptitude and comprehension, comparable to some innate immortals. Given time, you may yet become a true peer. Changfeng felt a mix of astonishment and humility. Such praise seemed excessive. Even he harbored no certainty about attaining the Daluo status. He quickly replied, I have heard that the patriarch is an innate divine being, born a golden immortal, having experienced the battle between the Wu and the Yao, and now stands as the foremost figure of the Fox clan. Attaining primordial unity is surely just around the corner. I, a mere young fox, am but a flickering firefly in comparison to the sun. Utterly insignificant, the Tushan patriarch's heart swelled with delight, his snowy beard quivering slightly. Haha, you certainly know how to flatter. It has been long since I encountered someone so amusing. May the patriarch find joy in this. Ha, you are truly a delightful character. How did you come to know Xianyuan and Dayu? As the atmosphere grew increasingly amicable, the Tushan patriarch suddenly inquired. Changfeng hesitated for a moment before bowing deeply. I am originally from Xianyuan Hill, fortunate to have caught the attention of Emperor Xianyuan, who bestowed upon me the Huangting Sutra and a postnatal spiritual treasure, which led to my current accomplishments. As for Emperor Dayu, I have no direct relationship with him. However, he did send me a message, requesting my assistance with a task, which I regrettably failed to fulfill. For the first time, the Tushan patriarch regarded Changfeng with a hint of regret in his gaze. The Huangting Sutra, you truly are fortunate. Two great figures of humanity take an interest in you. It is a pity that I had originally intended to take you under my wing, yet it seems that fate has conspired against us. Changfeng could hardly believe his ears, feeling as though he had missed a monumental opportunity. What is happening? The patriarch was nearly ready to accept me as a disciple, and now he hesitates. Moreover, whether or not there is destiny is entirely up to you. Please, take me in. Changfeng silently implored Kati that moment. He wished fervently that the Tushan patriarch could employ mind-reading techniques akin to Dayu's. Nevertheless, the Tushan patriarch maintained his aloof demeanor, seemingly oblivious to the fact that his words had left a young man feeling as though he had squandered a fortune. Before Changfeng could respond, the patriarch posed another question. The task entrusted by Dayu must pertain to our clan. Pray tell, what does he wish you to accomplish? Changfeng exchanged glances with the Tushan patriarch and candidly recounted the matter regarding Dayu. His Majesty the Emperor has tasked me with preventing the Tushan clan from aligning with the Great Xia dynasty. However, the Emperor has overestimated my capabilities. With my current strength and reputation, how could I possibly fulfill such a task? Changfeng let out a wry smile. He suspected that Dayu might be toying with him, as the Emperor could have directly informed the Tushan patriarch. Upon hearing Changfeng's words, the Tushan patriarch fell silent. Have you not already accomplished it? Changfeng was taken aback, perplexed by the meaning behind those words. The Tushan patriarch's expression darkened, yet upon seeing Changfeng's bewildered visage, he reluctantly offered an explanation. From the outset, I never intended for you to complete the task alone. I merely anticipated that I would meet you and use your voice to convey his intentions. Humph. In the past, he schemed meticulously to pass the throne to a member of the Sea clan, creating royal fortune to expedite his ascension to the Daluo realm. Yet now he discards it as if it were worthless, showing no regard for his own descendants. Changfeng felt as though he had stumbled upon a colossal scandal. He hesitantly glanced at the visibly enraged Tushan patriarch and cautiously inquired, "What are your plans now?" Chapter 20. From here on, it depends on your choice. What are your plans? To live in seclusion. Even the venerable figure of Xiaoyu has been forsaken, so why should I take Tushan to accompany me in burial? The voice of the Tushan ancestor carried a hint of unwillingness. He had lingered at the pinnacle of the Luo for far too long. He had betrothed his daughter to the great Yu of the human race, aligning with the fortunes of the Xia dynasty, which had presented him with a potential opportunity for breakthrough that, if this chance were missed, who could say when he might find another? Now, however, with the fall of the great Xia dynasty, his aspirations had come to an abrupt halt. And how could he accept such a fate? The Tushan ancestor regarded the young man before him, pushed forth by the Yu, with a gaze both inscrutable and penetrating. "Young man, do you believe there is still hope for the great Xia?" Upon hearing this, Changfeng was jolted into clarity. He realized that the Tushan ancestor had not yet relinquished hope. He cast a glance at the Tushan ancestor's impassive face, carefully pondering how best to respond to this inquiry. Suddenly, he recalled an earlier encounter with a disciple of the Jiejiao, and a thought sprang to mind. He straightened his expression and respectfully bowed. "Please, wise ancestor, cast a barrier." The Tushan ancestor, taken aback by Changfeng's gravity, waved his hands, and an invisible barrier materialized around them. "This is a small world I have crafted, fortified with a protective enchantment. Even if a sage were to arrive, they would remain oblivious to our presence here." Changfeng felt a slight easing of tension upon hearing this and directly communicated through thought. "Ancestor, as a representative of the Moon Elder, I once practiced in the Yin Shang and later had dealings with the Shang King. The Shang King extended an invitation to me, and the one who invited me was a disciple of the Eastern Sea Sage." He spoke cautiously. On one occasion, while conversing casually, this disciple inadvertently revealed that he was acting under the orders of his master, aligning himself with the Shang King. Upon hearing Changfeng's words, the Tushan ancestor appeared as if doused with cold water. His previously calm demeanor shattered, replaced by shock and disbelief. "Is this true? A sage truly intervenes." Changfeng felt as though he bore the weight of a mountain, his body rigid and thoughts frozen. It was not until the Tushan ancestor regained composure and reigned in his aura that Changfeng came back to himself. Gasping for breath, his expression betraying lingering trepidation. The power of a Deluo golden immortal was indeed formidable. Merely a wisp of aura had rendered him immobile. "Yes, of course, I would not presume to speculate on the thoughts of a sage. I merely share what I know with you. Ancestor, as for your choices, this humble fox has no right to interfere." The Tushan ancestor furrowed his brow and retrieved a small vial from his robes, offering it to Changfeng. "This is Sanguang divine water, possessing the ability to restore life. Regardless of the severity of your injuries, as long as you still draw breath, it will heal you instantly. This is for you." As Changfeng had been troubled by his inexplicable predicament, but upon seeing the Sanguang divine water, all his anger dissipated into the ether. Elated, he cautiously cradled the small glass vial, marveling at the 3 colors of liquid within. He felt as if he had struck gold. Such generosity, truly a testament to the grandeur of a Deluo golden immortal. He expressed his gratitude sincerely. The Tushan ancestor remained indifferent to Changfeng's demeanor. One statement from Changfeng had plunged him into despair. He had not anticipated that the sage of the Golden Turtle Island in the Eastern Sea would serve as the backing of the Yin Shang. That sage was a mixed element, Deluo golden immortal. With such stature, should he dare to represent the great Xia in opposition to the Jiejiao, it would not even require a sage's intervention. The mere presence of a few disciples would suffice to obliterate the adversaries. The Tushan ancestor finally grasped why Xiaoyu had so readily forsaken his progeny. Even though the fortunes of the great Xia dynasty were closely intertwined with his own Tushan clan, and even his opportunity for breakthrough lay within the great Xia, he found little inclination for such considerations at this moment. The Tushan ancestor had no desire for demise, having survived the last calamity of the Wu and Yao. He deemed it a stroke of fortune that, as Changfeng remained unaware of the thoughts plaguing the Tushan ancestor, he did not realize that his speculation inadvertently illuminated the true state of affairs for the Tushan ancestor. leading him to abandon his previous plans and ideas. However, Su Changfeng was not concerned that the Tushan ancestor would investigate, for indeed, there were disciples of the Jiejiao within the Shang clan. Furthermore, there were also Wenzhong, Zhang Guifeng of Qinglong Pass, the four generals of Jemeng Pass, and Wenzhong was a direct disciple of the Golden Spirit Saint Mother. With such close ties, Su Changfeng doubted that the Jiejiao had not placed their bets during the establishment of the Shang dynasty. This was precisely why Su Changfeng had confidently articulated his assertions in front of the Tushan ancestor. The Tushan ancestor sighed deeply, his gaze softening as he regarded Su Changfeng, a look of resolve dawning upon him. "Thank you, young friend, for your guidance. I am profoundly grateful. I had not anticipated that being trapped at Luo for so many years would cultivate such an obsession, nearly leading to my demise. Ultimately, it is the wisdom of Emperor Yu that has discerned that you are intertwined with my fortunes, presenting yourself willingly before me. I accept this karmic bond." Su Changfeng, taken aback by the Tushan ancestor's revelations, found it hard to believe. Could it be that all of this was part of Emperor Yu's design? But he had no time for further contemplation, as the Tushan ancestor presented him with an astonishing surprise. "Young friend, you have aided me in escaping a calamity, and I owe you a debt of gratitude. Should you have any requests, I shall endeavor to repay you." The Tushan ancestor's voice carried a tone of appreciation. Su Changfeng was momentarily stunned. He intended to decline, but noticed the Tushan ancestor's resolute expression, causing him to swallow his words that he understood that the Tushan ancestor sought to establish a bond with him. To refuse again would be to show disrespect. Thus, he promptly changed his stance, feigning surprise. "This humble fox has not rendered great service, yet I cannot refuse the ancestor's generous gift. Please, bestow upon me an item of your choosing." The Tushan ancestor was satisfied with Su Changfeng's response, neither rejecting nor demanding excessively. Thanks to Su Changfeng's timely warning, he had refrained from choosing sides, thus saving his own life. Such a karmic relationship demanded either his demise or a significant cost to be paid. The Tushan ancestor could not entertain the notion of repaying kindness with malice. After careful consideration, he selected several of his treasured items and presented them to Su Changfeng. "These are all innate grade treasures. Feel free to choose that." Su Changfeng was dazzled, overwhelmed by the rich innate aura. Nearly salivating, he beheld the small vial of Sanguang divine water, a long sword of spiritual treasure, a fire spirit pearl, and a brownish-green wooden staff, all suspended before him. Though the Tushan ancestor felt a pang of regret at parting with these treasures, he nonetheless offered an explanation. "Let us not dwell on the Sanguang divine water. This sword is a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, with 18 layers of innate restrictions, possessing the highest lethality among all spiritual treasures. The fire spirit pearl, on the other hand, is a low-grade innate spiritual treasure, containing 12 innate restrictions, capable of unleashing the southern bright leaf fire. Lastly, this wooden staff is a spiritual treasure, a root of spiritual essence, with an extraordinary origin. It once belonged to the great Kwa Fu. However, during a cataclysm, Kwa Fu was slain by the ancient three-legged golden crow, and his staff fell into a peach grove. But by chance, I acquired this innate treasure, and after refining it, it became merely a low-grade innate treasure, possessing 9 innate restrictions that, as he spoke, a trace of regret flickered across the Tushan ancestor's face. When he first encountered the wooden staff, it was still nurturing its essence, eager to possess this treasure. He had hastily refined it, fearing discovery, which resulted in the depletion of its innate origin, yielding only a low-grade spiritual treasure, a profound disappointment for him. Now, the choice is yours. Chapter 21. You may descend the mountain now. Su Changfeng, dazzled by the options before him, yearned to select one, but found himself reluctant to make a decision. To preserve one's life, the three-light divine water is undoubtedly the premier choice, especially considering it contains a small vial within. The Lingbao sword of the spirit baby is one of the most precious treasures, as well as an extremely rare offensive spiritual artifact. With this sword in hand, one's combat prowess would surge dramatically. The fire spirit pearl is also noteworthy. Although it is merely a low-grade innate spiritual treasure, it stands out among its kind, should fortune favor, and it receives ample nourishment from the merits of the heavenly Tao. It may even give rise to more restrictions, thereby enhancing the Fire Spirit Pearl's power. Furthermore, with the assistance of the Fire Spirit Pearl, he could cultivate the Southern Ming Leaf Fire, growing even more formidable. As for the final spiritual treasure, it is an exceedingly rare artifact that embodies both spiritual and root properties, a true rarity in the primordial realm. However, compared to the other treasures, this peach staff seems somewhat inferior. The ancestor of Tushan initially believed that Su Changfeng would certainly choose the spiritual sword, yet the final outcome was beyond his expectations. For, to his astonishment, Su Changfeng opted for the most unreliable peach staff. Witnessing Su Changfeng retrieve the peach staff, the ancestor could not help but inquire, "Are you certain?" Su Changfeng, grasping the staff that nearly matched his height, nodded vigorously that "I desire this staff." Upon hearing this, the ancestor's gaze towards One Ming grew increasingly benevolent. In his view, Su Changfeng's choice stemmed from an inability to refuse and a reluctance to take advantage of others, leading him to select the least impressive spiritual artifact to resolve karmic ties. The ancestor held a favorable impression of Su Changfeng. Recognizing his prudence and lack of greed, he resolved to assist Su Changfeng. "Since you value this treasure, I shall help you refine it," as he spoke. His aura surged, and 3 lotus blossoms appeared above his head, conjuring a vast river of the Tao from thin air, with boundless innate spiritual energy flooding towards Su Changfeng. At this moment, Su Changfeng could no longer concern himself with anything else. Pouring all his effort into refining the innate spiritual treasure, the peach staff, with the assistance of such a powerful figure as the ancestor of Tushan, the process of refining the spiritual treasure was not overly taxing, and he swiftly dissolved the first innate restriction, imprinting his own primordial spirit mark upon it, thus becoming its master. Su Changfeng opened his eyes, toying with the now diminutive staff, which appeared akin to a hairpin. The reason he had chosen this staff was that he sensed a connection between it and his fate in love, prompting his unhesitating choice that, in hindsight, his judgment proved astute. This was yet another spiritual treasure capable of embodying the path of love after the thread of fate. Su Changfeng infused the staff with the energy of fate in love, causing it to flourish in the wind. As the end of the staff touched the ground, countless roots sprouted, embedding deeply into the earth, while simultaneously numerous branches emerged adorned with vibrant pink peach blossoms. In the blink of an eye, the staff transformed into a thriving innate peach tree, exuding a rich innate spiritual essence. Moreover, streams of crimson mist surged from all directions, converging upon the peach tree, manifesting as clusters of peach blossoms. Su Changfeng was overjoyed. Although this peach tree could not rival the celestial peach tree of the heavenly court, it was still an innate spiritual root, continuously generating spiritual energy and effortlessly absorbing the energy of fate and love from the cosmos, eliminating the need for him to gather it himself. It is worth noting that his thread of fate was intended to create more red strings to connect those in love, enhancing his path of romance. Now, with the innate peach tree in his possession, he felt bolstered in his pursuit of righteousness. The ancestor of Tushan was momentarily taken aback, then smiled, congratulating Su Changfeng. "It appears this staff is indeed fated for you. I have nurtured it for thousands of years without witnessing it bloom, yet now, in your hands, it undergoes such a transformation. Truly a stroke of fortune for you." The ancestor, astonished, felt no regret. A cultivator may choose a magical artifact, but an artifact may also choose its master. This staff evidently aligned with Su Changfeng's cultivation method, falling into his hands as a fortuitous turn of events, leaving others only to envy. Elated, Su Changfeng reached out to caress the trunk of the peach tree, and it swiftly shrank back. Reverting to a peach with staff, he expressed his gratitude to the ancestor. "Thank you, esteemed ancestor." Although he was aware that the ancestor's gifting of this spiritual treasure was an attempt to avoid any karmic entanglements, he remained deeply appreciative, especially since the ancestor had also assisted him in refining an innate spiritual treasure, saving him decades of arduous effort. "Do not mention it," the ancestor replied with a smile. waving his hand. You have helped me evade a calamity, and in return, I grant you a spiritual treasure to resolve our karmic ties. This is a mutual agreement. You possess an innate spiritual treasure. Do not reveal it lightly to others, as treasures easily attract attention. Should anyone learn of it, even a Deluo golden immortal might seek to seize it, and regret would come too late. Su Changfeng certainly remembered the ancestors' good intentions. Innate spiritual treasures are born of heaven and earth, embodying the principles of the Tao. They're indeed manifestations of the Tao, possessing incredible power and can aid one in understanding the Tao. With such a treasure, he felt as though he were observing the laws of the heavenly Tao, no longer needing to struggle to comprehend the mysteries of the universe. Thus, countless cultivators yearn for innate spiritual treasures. These treasures are limited, while the Luo golden immortals are numerous. Many Deluo golden immortals possess only one innate spiritual treasure. Moreover, those at the level above Deluo, in the primordial realm, require innate spiritual treasures to eliminate their three corpses, which explains the scarcity of such treasures. When they do appear, they inevitably spark fierce conflicts. Having lived for so many years and amassed considerable wealth, the ancestor of Tushan was finally willing to part with an innate spiritual treasure for Su Changfeng. Thus, Su Changfeng was akin to cradling a golden nugget, and should others discover that he possessed an innate spiritual treasure without a powerful sect to back him, countless golden immortals and Tai, even Deluo golden immortals, might seek to claim it. Consequently, Su Changfeng had to remain exceedingly cautious, resolutely deciding not to reveal his treasure unless faced with life or death circumstances, noticing the vigilant expression on Su Changfeng's face. The ancestor of Tushan silently nodded. Very well. I shall assist you further. He then flicked his finger, and boundless divine light converged, merging into the peach staff. Now, I have concealed the peach staff's innate spiritual aura. Unless one is a Deluo, golden immortal, or above, no one will be able to discern my methods. This is the last thing I can do. Su Changfeng was elated to find that the unique, innate Tao rhythm of the peach staff had vanished, replaced instead by an ordinary low-grade spiritual staff. Had the peach staff not already recognized its master, and he still sensed the restrictions within, he might have truly believed it to be a postnatal spiritual treasure. Now, while the peach staff remained precious, it was no longer sufficient to place him in jeopardy. Su Changfeng thanked the ancestor once more. The ancestor of Tushan stroked his grizzled beard, gladly accepting Su Changfeng's gratitude. His repeated assistance was also aimed at forging a bond of goodwill. Such a gifted and perceptive descendant of the Fox tribe was bound for greatness in the future, making this a worthwhile investment. Well then, our debts are settled. That I shall enter seclusion and isolate myself from the outside world. You may descend the mountain now. Chapter 22. Swift refinement. At that moment, the ancestor of Tushan spoke up. Su Changfeng suddenly recalled that within the wedding procession of the Great Xia, several were of the Tushan clan, including a golden immortal. Would the ancestor not take them back? Before departing, he could not help but voice his curiosity. The ancestor of Tushan, seated upon the bed, replied with a stony expression, "They have already been ensnared in this calamity, entangled in karmic retribution, and have no means of escape. Each shall abide by their fate." Su Changfeng gazed into the ancestor's cold eyes, silently mourning for those individuals. This was clearly a trajectory of abandonment. Those were half of the Fox tribe's elite. Following this incident, the Fox tribe's strength would undoubtedly diminish by at least half. What a tragedy. Yet, these matters bore no relevance to him. He was not so altruistic as to rescue those Fox tribe members. The only concern lingering in his mind was the immense loss of celestial beings due to the impending dynasty's collapse. Should the great calamity of the canonization of gods arrive, what horrors might unfold? The weight of pressure upon his heart intensified. Having witnessed the terror of the Deluo golden immortals, he felt an urgent need to ascend to divinity swiftly, gaining sufficient support to make a mark on the canonization list. After bidding farewell to the ancestor of Tushan, Su Changfeng was whisked away with a wave of the ancestor's hand. Upon regaining his senses, he found himself outside the Xianyuan tomb. Su Changfeng was astounded. Tushan was several 100,000 miles away, yet he had felt nothing. Truly, The power of the Luo was formidable. When would he attain such strength? Soon after, Su Changfeng shook his head. For him, the great Luo was still a distant goal. He quietly returned to his cave dwelling and, with a sweep of his divine consciousness, noted that the three demons were still in seclusion, which brought a satisfied smile to his face. With his profound celestial cultivation, he could naturally discern the strength of these three demon beasts. Perhaps influenced by Su Changfeng's remarkable progress, the three demons had developed a heightened sense of urgency in their training, no longer indulging in idleness as they had before, but actively engaging in their cultivation. The nine-tailed fox spirit, Huxiener, stood at the pinnacle of the celestial realm, preparing to break through to the true immortal stage. The nine-headed pheasant spirit was at the mid-celestial stage, while the jade pipa was at the early celestial stage. Given that both were now earnest in their cultivation, Su Changfeng naturally hoped for their success, wishing that when the time came for them to ascend to divinity, they would not be mere cannon fodder, nor would they suffer the fate of the jade pipa spirit, who was captured by Jiang Zia, a youth who had spent decades in training yet had not even mastered the celestial path, only to be reduced back to its original form by the blazing flames of Samadhi. Thus, he took out the peach staff and placed it in the pool of stalactites. The staff swiftly transformed into a straight peach tree, and as the spiritual liquid diminished, the tree grew larger, with pink peach blossoms shimmering in the dim cave. Gradually, as the peach tree absorbed the spiritual essence, it began to generate innate energy in increasing quantities. Su Changfeng sealed off the surrounding heavenly and earthly spiritual energies with a formation and then sat cross-legged to commence his own cultivation. As time passed, when the peach tree had completely absorbed the stalactites' spiritual liquid, an ethereal mist of spiritual energy formed around it. More importantly, this peach tree was continuously producing innate spiritual energy. Although its efficiency was not as high as before, at this rate, in half a month's time, the entire cave would be filled with rich innate spiritual energy. This was yet another remarkable utility of innate spiritual roots. Though it was merely a low-grade innate spiritual root, it could provide ample energy for the Xianyuan tomb. Su Changfeng gazed at the dense mist of spiritual energy, a smile gracing his lips. With this innate spiritual root, the cave of Xianyuan tomb would have an inexhaustible supply of spiritual energy, potentially evolving into a blessed land of cultivation. However, as he looked around the dim cave, a frown creased his brow. After living here for several hundred years, he felt somewhat out of place, for this was indeed a tomb. The three demons of Xianyuan tomb were oblivious to the karmic ties between themselves and Xianyuan. Although the Yellow Emperor did not mind, it did not give them the liberty to act recklessly. Moreover, the Yellow Emperor had aided him significantly, imparting much knowledge. Therefore, Su Changfeng had already prepared for relocation. Previously, he had no choice, but now with the innate spiritual root of the peach tree, even the most barren land could be transformed into a paradise. Yet the most pressing matter now was to assist the three demon beasts in their breakthroughs. As Su Changfeng focused his intent, the previously dense, innate spiritual mist began to thin. Simultaneously, the three demon foxes felt a surge of pure and mysterious spiritual energy flowing in from all directions, causing their bodies to leap with excitement, eager to absorb the energy. The three demons were stirred and rushed to see what was happening. Sisters, focus on your breakthroughs. There's innate energy here. Quickly refine it. Su Changfeng's voice resonated. The three demons, disregarding their astonishment and curiosity, hurriedly concentrated on absorbing the spiritual energy from the world. As scattered cultivators, they had never encountered such rich innate energy, feeling their powers soaring rapidly. Seeing that the three demons were diligently cultivating, Su Changfeng stood up and approached the peach tree with the spiritual root, plucking a pink blossom to hold in his palm. The flower gradually vanished, transforming into a swirling red mist that radiated a joyous aura. Before Su Changfeng could act further, the thread of fate instinctively flew out, resembling a greedy red serpent, eagerly consuming the mist in his palm. It then darted towards the peach tree, morphing into a long red thread that entwined around the branches, and in an instant, the tree was adorned with crimson threads, exuding a festive air. This peach tree, activated by the energy of fate, could autonomously absorb and gather fate energy. The thread of fate required more red threads, the two complementing each other harmoniously. Changfeng was overjoyed. These two spiritual treasures resonated perfectly with his cultivation of the path of fate. Seemingly born for this purpose, which was a testament to his fortuitous destiny, that he caressed the trunk of the peach tree, his eyes filled with affection. Since we are fated, let us name you the Fate Peach Tree. From this day forth, the Fate Peach Tree shall become the emblem of my lineage as the matchmaker. As he spoke, the mist around the peach tree swirled, a joyous atmosphere enveloping the space, while peach blossoms danced around him, swirling without wind. As a sign of intimacy, Changfeng was utterly delighted. The Fate Peach Tree's intelligence exceeded his expectations. Logically, a low-grade spiritual root, such as the Fate Peach Tree, should lack sentience. Yet it had bestowed upon him such immense joy. Should Changfeng successfully restore its essence, it might even evolve into a higher-grade spiritual root. Yet he had no concerns about the Fate Peach Tree developing consciousness. For intelligence and awareness were two different matters. Moreover, he had already refined this peach tree, bringing it entirely under his control. Having completed these tasks, Changfeng set up a formation to conceal the Fate Peach Tree before contemplating the relocation. Chapter 23. A great venture awaits. Without delving into where he might move, his gaze fell upon the desiccated pool, more precisely, the stalactite above it. Each day, a drop of spiritual liquid would fall from this stalactite, forming a pool, which was the most crucial cultivation resource for the demon clan of Xianyuan Tomb. Changfeng had once been curious about the spiritual energy contained within the stalactite and had used his divine consciousness to probe, discovering that aside from its gathering effect on spiritual energy, it held nothing particularly special. Its sole uniqueness lay in its hollow interior, connecting to an underground hot river. Changfeng was not adept at earth evasion techniques, and since this was the only cultivation site within Xianyuan Tomb, he had refrained from destroying the stalactite, following the source of the spiritual liquid. However, now that he had acquired a superior spiritual root, he felt no hesitation. With a wave of his hand, he severed the stalactite in two, followed by another spell that sealed the hole in the stalactite to halt the escaping hot air. Sensing the spiritual energy within the spring, curiosity welled in his eyes as he swiftly shrank in size, transforming into a streak of red light that dove into the spring. After a considerable time, Changfeng emerged with a face full of joy. Following the underground hot river, he had located a hidden spiritual vein. This vein lay deep underground and connected to the hot river, which was why the spiritual energy had remained concealed, unnoticed until Changfeng's fortuitous discovery. Without hesitation, he blocked the spring before him, as this was merely a small part of the spiritual vein that he stored the Fate Peach Tree, transforming it into a red light that flew out of the cave. Following the sensation until he reached a valley several dozen miles away from Xianyuan Tomb. Next, Changfeng soared into the clouds, forcefully hurling the peach staff into the ground. The staff expanded against the wind, resembling a colossal sword, crashing down with overwhelming force. With a thunderous boom, the massive peach staff plunged deep into the earth. Changfeng descended from the clouds, beckoning the giant column that was now embedded in the ground, swiftly shrinking it into a peach rod, leaving behind a hole several meters in diameter. Before long, a loud rumble echoed from within the cave as a spring of spiritual water burst forth, releasing a rich wave of spiritual energy that spread outwards in no time. The spring water coalesced into a small river, forming a lake at the valley's base, which continued to expand. Changfeng observed this scene with satisfaction. Here lay the core of the underground spiritual vein, and now he had opened the passage for the flow of spiritual energy into the vein. The spring water surging forth was not ordinary. It was a spiritual spring imbued with spiritual energy, causing mist to rise and clouds to swirl, transforming this seemingly mundane valley into a celestial paradise. Then, he transformed the peach staff into a peach tree, planting it by the well, the area of densest spiritual energy. The peach tree swayed gently, fervently absorbing the heavenly and earthly spiritual energy, converting it into pure, innate energy. The pink blossoms became even more vibrant, attracting all the fate energy in existence, morphing into a swirling red mist that further beautified the region. As Su Changfeng felt the increasingly rich spiritual energy surrounding him, he marveled inwardly. Indeed, this was a place with a spiritual vein, where the conversion speed of spiritual energy had increased manifold. No wonder so many individuals are eager to seize a spiritual vein. It is indeed far superior to the Xianyuan tomb. This place will be their residence henceforth. And naturally, Su Changfeng intends to arrange it beautifully. Consequently, this valley swiftly transformed into a realm adorned with pavilions and towers, encircling the ethereal spirit spring lake. The pavilions and towers are artfully scattered, shrouded in dense, spiritual mist, creating an enchanting paradise akin to a utopian realm. Su Changfeng also laid down a formation outside the valley, isolating the spiritual energy from the outside world, in order to prevent intrusions. He deployed all the illusion formations he knew, for the Fox clan possessed extraordinary talents in the art of illusion. Otherwise, he would have set up even more powerful formations, perhaps even lethal ones. A decade later, Su Changfeng finally completed the transformation of the valley. In truth, he had not even required a full year. With the aid of magic, it was accomplished with remarkable ease. On the contrary, he devoted most of his time to arranging formations. Su Changfeng resided in an elegant little loft, constructed by the lake, with a magnificent peach tree behind it and a deep well nearby, several meters in diameter. This well was profoundly deep, emanating a rich spiritual aura that surged forth, cascading down from the loft into the lake. Su Changfeng named this valley Peach Blossom Fairy Valley, not only because of its spiritual roots, but also with the intention of transforming it into a true paradise. Today, Peach Blossom Fairy Valley boasts both spiritual veins and innate spiritual roots. With proper cultivation, it is destined to become a blessed land, and as the master of this blessed realm, his fortune is bound to soar. For a cultivator, achieving success necessitates the four essential elements: partners, resources, and land. Presently, the Huangting Jing is the method passed down to him by the human emperor Xianyuan. Regarding partners, the three demons of the Xianyuan tomb, the celestial master Lingyun, and the ancestor of Tushan are all his companions. As for resources, he possesses the postnatal spiritual treasure, the thread of fate, the innate spiritual treasure Peach Staff, and the three light divine water. Concerning land, he now has the Peach Blossom Fairy Valley. Thus, for the first time, Su Changfeng has gathered all four essential elements for cultivation. Sitting beneath the peach tree, he surveyed this paradise with his divine sense, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Suddenly, he glanced at Xianyuan's tomb, and his smile grew even broader. What a day of double joy! He never expected that his sister would break through to the true immortal realm in such a short span. With that thought, he transformed into a streak of red light and flew towards Xuanyuan's tomb. Upon arriving at the Xianyuan tomb, the nine-tailed fox Huxiner was on the verge of a breakthrough, with spiritual energy surging towards her secluded space. Observing this, Su Changfeng waved his hand, drawing in the heavenly spiritual energy from dozens of miles away within the Peach Blossom Fairy Valley to prepare for Huxiner's breakthrough. He did not neglect the other two, providing them with ample spiritual energy as well. Soon, the aura of a true immortal radiated from Huxiner's cave. Inside the cave, Huxiner felt the powerful energy surging within her, a brilliant smile blossoming on her face. She had never imagined she could break through to the true immortal realm so swiftly, all thanks to Xiao Lu. Not only had he imparted the authentic Huangting Jing of the Xianmen to her, but he had also granted her the exceedingly precious innate qi, enabling her to surpass a millennium-long bottleneck. Most importantly, her fortune surged alongside Su Changfeng's. At this thought, she longed to embrace Su Changfeng and plant several fervent kisses on him. The Fox clan truly was blessed. She had never envisioned that one day she would be uplifted by her descendants. What a thrill! Unbeknownst to Su Changfeng, Huxiner's thoughts were far from his awareness. Just as he believed this was the culmination, he suddenly sensed the sounds of breakthroughs emanating from the two adjacent caves, prompting a smile to form on his face. Little did he know that today heralded four great joyous events. It seemed the lineage of Xianyuan's tomb was destined for prosperity. Chapter 24. The pinnacle of Xianxian, once their seclusion concluded, everyone gathered to congratulate one another. A smile graced Su Changfeng's face as he extended his congratulations to the three demonesses. Congratulations, my dear sisters, on your significant advancement in cultivation. May your path to immortality be assured. Upon hearing this, the smiles on the three demons grew even brighter. The nine-headed pheasant spirit flashed a seductive smile, her eyes shimmering with charm as she gazed at him. Changfeng truly knows how to flatter. Have you been learning sweet nothings from the outside world? The jade and stone peepa spirit approached, her face alight with mirth. Didn't you just rush off to the human realm to help those mortals procreate? You must have picked up those sweet words from the men. They love to woo women with flattery. Su Changfeng nearly spat out a mouthful of blood, his expression one of helplessness. Sister, this is fate, not courtship. The jade and stone peepa spirit waved her hand dismissively, adopting a knowing look. I assent, it all the same. You play matchmaker for those mortals, helping them bear children, much like mating the wild boar across the mountain. Was hard to understand. Su Changfeng pondered, wishing to refute her, but realizing there was a hint of truth in her words. The path of fate he practiced was indeed intertwined with the harmony of yin and yang. The way of fate is a grand principle born from the universe's nurturing of all things. Perhaps he had been too focused on the superficial aspects of fate, overlooking its essence. Su Changfeng felt that his path of fate could indeed progress further, incorporating the avenue of procreation as well. But if that were the case, it seemed he could not only serve as the matchmaker, but could also take on a part-time role as the deity of childbirth. In that moment, Su Changfeng felt as if a veil had been lifted, bringing him closer to the true essence of fate. That instant, his cultivation level reached the pinnacle of Xianxian. Outside, the three demonesses of the Xinyuan tomb were taken aback as Su Changfeng suddenly fell silent, as if caught in a spell. You sure Peepa, worried, inquired eldest sister, what has happened to Changfeng? Just as she was about to approach, Huxiner stopped her. Do not concern yourself. This fellow has undoubtedly achieved enlightenment. Huxiner cast a complex glance at Su Changfeng, filled with astonishment, and set up a soundproof formation to protect him. Enlightenment. The nine-headed pheasant spirit and the peepa spirit exclaimed in unison, their expressions incredulous as they gazed at Su Changfeng as if he were a marvel. Who exactly is this Changfeng? His cultivation is progressing at an astonishing rate. Huxiner shot them a glance, silently standing guard beside Su Changfeng to prevent any interruptions. The two demons remained silent, merely standing by to protect him. Soon, a powerful aura emanated from Su Changfeng, only to vanish swiftly. The three demon beasts struggled to breathe under the weight of this pressure, their eyes wide with astonishment. Sister, what cultivation level is Xiao Lu at now? He appears incredibly formidable. The nine-headed pheasant spirit and the peepa spirit exchanged astonished glances. Huxiner, equally taken aback, could not ascertain. Xianxian, but what level of Xianxian is he? Heavens! How did this Xiao Lu achieve such heights? What divine elixir has he consumed? Has he partaken of the peaches of immortality bestowed by the Queen Mother to attain such results? His progress is simply too rapid. The two demonesses were at a loss for words. They had always believed Su Changfeng remained at the true immortal realm, for in their eyes, his cultivation speed had already been remarkably swift. However, Su Changfeng had completely shattered their understanding. As Su Changfeng opened his eyes, he found himself met with three complex and somewhat resentful gazes. What is going on? Su Changfeng asked, puzzled by their expressions. Huxiner was the first to regain her composure, urgently inquiring, Xiao Lu, what is your current cultivation level? I have reached the true immortal realm, yet I cannot sense your level. Su Changfeng paused momentarily before responding. At present, my cultivation is temporarily at the late stage of Xianxian. Late stage of Xianxian? What does that signify? The three demons' eyes nearly popped out, their mouths agape in disbelief. Wait! Huxiner detected the contradiction in Su Changfeng's words and could not help but ask, what do you mean by temporarily? Su Changfeng, his demeanor calm, explained, I have just gained some insights and reached the pinnacle of Xianxian, but this is not a suitable place for a breakthrough. Upon uttering these words, the three exchanged glances, each at a loss as to how to respond. Had they been versed in contemporary internet slang, they would have recognized this as a manifestation of Versailles. However, Su Changfeng had no time to entertain their thoughts. With a mere wave of his hand, he gathered the three of them along with the foxes and their offspring within the cave, and in a blink he set off towards the peach blossom paradise. He released a bewildered group of, informing them that this was their new home, and swiftly departed to enter seclusion for a breakthrough. Left behind, the three gazed at their new abode. Bewildered, Su Changfeng had never anticipated that he would achieve another breakthrough in such a short span of time. He promptly led a group of from Xianyuan tomb into the peach blossom paradise, making a beeline for the Yinyuan peach tree to prepare for his ascension to the pinnacle of the Xianxian realm. As if sensing Su Changfeng's state, the Yinyuan peach tree stirred without wind, countless roots emerging from the well, fervently absorbing the spiritual energy from the underground ley lines to provide sustenance for its master. A year later, Su Changfeng opened his eyes anew, radiating an aura of even greater strength. His cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the Xianxian realm. With a broad smile, he realized he was but a step away from becoming a Jinxian. Nevertheless, he understood that the difficulty of breaking through to the next level far surpassed what he had encountered before. Although the gap between the Xianxian and Jinxian realms was merely one grand tier, the disparity was as vast as heaven and earth. Practitioners beneath the Xianxian level might slowly enhance their powers over time, yet they could never attain the status of Jinxian. There are 4 stages in cultivation: enlightenment, attainment, realization, and union. All levels below Jinxian fall within the realm of enlightenment. However, to achieve Jinxian, one must master the rules, possess a pure yang primordial spirit, and comprehend the essence of immortality to truly attain eternal life. While the Tianshan, Jinshin, and Xianxian may appear to possess unlimited lifespans, they are ultimately bound by the constraints of mortality. Upon reaching the Jinxian level, however, the presence of an indestructible essence within them renders them immune to the ravages of time, allowing them to exist in true harmony with the cosmos. Unless met with an untimely demise, they're destined to live until the primordial chaos returns. Gold symbolizes immortality and invincibility, hence the title Jinxian, signifying one who is undying. Su Changfeng had grasped the path of Yinyuan. Therefore, to ascend to the Jinxian level, he must genuinely comprehend the profound essence of this path, for only then could he hope to achieve an immortal existence and become a true Jinxian. Given the formidable challenges and the necessity of fortuitous circumstances involved in attaining the Jinxian status, Su Changfeng was mentally prepared for the possibility that he might not progress further for decades, if not centuries. The achievement of Jinxian is not a feat accomplished overnight. Thus, Su Changfeng devoted all his attention to how he might become a genuine deity of Yinyuan. Presently, his influence among mortals far surpassed that of certain celestial beings, and Yinyuan held a lofty reputation among the human race. Yet, he remained merely a wild deity. He lacked the divine acknowledgement from the celestial realm and had no royal patronage, aside from the temple erected by Shang Tang as a gesture of gratitude. Thus, his status was tenuous at best. Su Changfeng speculated that the celestial realm refrained from troubling him largely due to the temple established by the Shang dynasty. After all, the human king Shang Tang was destined to become the future emperor of humanity, and the celestial realm would likely afford him some measure of respect. However, the issue lay in the fact that Su Changfeng had outright declined Shang Tang's invitation earlier, should King Zhou of Shang hold a grudge. Once the Shang dynasty was established and he became the ruler of humanity, even the slightest display of dissatisfaction towards Yinyuan could incite countless individuals to raise his temple to the ground. Extinguishing his incense offerings. It was even possible that the celestial realm would exacerbate the situation, demoting him to a wild deity and placing a bounty on his head. Given the surge of offerings to Yinyuan in recent years, it was inevitable that other deities would feel a decline in their own offerings, inadvertently offending the celestial beings. Su Changfeng wished not to harbor ill thoughts toward Shang Tang, yet he also aimed to avoid placing himself in danger. Thus, the immediate priority was to secure the position of the rightful deity of Yinyuan. To achieve this goal, he needed the approval of Hao Yan, the sovereign of the celestial realm. However, therein lay the dilemma. He was merely a Xianxian. lacking the strength to be sought after by Hao Yin, nor did he possess sufficient backing. How could he possibly persuade Hao Yin to grant him a legitimate divine position? There were only a handful of such positions within the celestial hierarchy. How could Hao Yin possibly allocate one to him? Su Changfeng was acutely aware of his limitations. He did not harbor any illusions that aligning himself with the celestial realm would prompt Hao Yin to bestow this position upon him. For Hao Yin to recognize Su Changfeng's value and be willing to invest in his future, only then might he consider him worthy of becoming a legitimate deity. Seeking allegiance with Hao Yin was never a source of shame for Su Changfeng. Nor would he underestimate Hao Yin due to his ties to Hongjun. Not to mention that Hao Yin's quasi-saintly prowess was merely a notch below that of a true saint, and he had the greatest boss of the primordial realm, Hongjun Laozu, backing him to Hao Yin's status, while not on par with that of saint personally trained by Hongjun Laozu, was still formidable. However, in terms of familiarity, Su Changfeng had no doubt that Hao Yin would prevail. Hao Yin had accompanied Hongjun since birth, standing by him for countless eons, and it was illogical to assume he would be inferior to those saints who merely listened to the teachings that in truth. Hongjun's acceptance of several saints as disciples was likely motivated by fortune and interests. How much of that was genuine affection? During the calamity of the deification, they fought fiercely against each other. Yet Hongjun did not intervene. It was only after the dust settled that Hongjun appeared, unhesitatingly bestowing 3 celestial pills upon the 3 saints and seizing all saints into the outer heaven, ensuring Hao Yin emerged as the greatest victor of that cataclysm. Therefore, Su Changfeng never contemplated aligning himself with other saints. His objective was the celestial realm. For Hao Yin was Hongjun's man. Why would he not seek allegiance with the mightiest being of the primordial realm? What Su Changfeng needed to do now was to demonstrate his worth to Hao Yin, ideally prompting an invitation from him. Thus, he turned his gaze towards the Underworld. Since his arrival in the primordial realm, he had heard tales of the reincarnation of the Earth Mother, but had never heard of the Underworld, nor the 18 layers of hell. Currently, the Underworld was incomplete. After her reincarnation, her true spirit manifested as the goddess Pingxin, residing in the depths of the Underworld, unseen by anyone. The matters of reincarnation were overseen by the Witch Clan, who followed the Earth Mother. Souls arriving in the Underworld were typically those whose lifespans had been exhausted, reincarnating after experiencing memories of their past lives. Since the goddess Pingxin presided over reincarnation, those who had committed grave sins in their previous lives did not suffer in the cycle of rebirth. This was not due to the laws of the Underworld, but stemmed from Pingxin's innate kindness, as she instinctively expended her efforts to uphold the justice she cherished. Consequently, beings across the 3 realms held immense respect for the Earth Mother, for it was difficult for the warlike Witch Clan to conceive of such a benevolent individual. Thus, when Su Changfeng learned of the current state of the Underworld, he sensed an opportunity. He did not wish to meddle in the affairs of the Underworld, as his current abilities were insufficient to govern the entire domain. After all, following the deification, the Underworld would grow increasingly significant, and at that time, the celestial realm, the Xianmen, and even the Western teachings would seize the chance to plant their own forces within the Underworld. From the outset, his goal was the merit of the 3 realms and the 3 live stone. The 3 live stone governs the fates of all beings in the 3 realms, overseeing their past, present, and future relationships, thus earning the title of the Inyuan Stone, a treasure of destiny. Currently, the 3 live stone was not well known, and Su Changfeng was even uncertain if it resided within the Underworld. Nevertheless, as it pertained to his path, he could not afford to relinquish it. Therefore, he resolved to make a trip to the Underworld, seeking to locate the 3 live stone while simultaneously improving the Underworld to accrue merit. Just as Su Changfeng prepared to depart from the peach blossom paradise for the Underworld, he stepped forward, and the surrounding environment underwent a dramatic transformation, as if he had entered another realm. Gazing at the vast expanse of heaven and earth, Su Changfeng could no longer sense any trace of his own deity. He felt as though he was ensconced in an alien world, with everything around him repelling him. The atmosphere was dense with spiritual energy and the laws of heaven. Yet he felt like a mere mortal, unable to wield even an ounce of power. Su Changfeng tensed, warily surveying his surroundings, and clasped his hands in a greeting. "May I inquire which esteemed elder is present?" If this humble immortal has caused any offense, I implore the elder to mete out punishment." With an almost imperceptible grace, Su Changfeng arrived at this location, acutely aware that the power of those concealed in the shadows was formidable enough to eliminate him without a trace of effort. Hence, he maintained his composure and inquired calmly, only to be met with an enveloping silence. Just as he presumed that he would receive no reply, a robust, dark-skinned middle-aged man of unremarkable appearance, yet possessing a physique of sinewy muscle, sat leisurely at a stone table. Were it not for the unsettling aura emanating from him, one might easily mistake him for a mere farmer. The man, despite his coarse features, exuded an air of tranquility. Savoring the tea before him with an expression of contentment, as he sipped his tea, he regarded Su Changfeng with a hint of a smile. To remain unruffled in such circumstances was indeed impressive. No wonder he had attained such cultivation at an accelerated pace, surpassing even my younger disciples. Upon recognizing that familiar voice, Su Changfeng understood the situation, his body relaxing as he bowed in respect. "Your Majesty, Emperor Yu, I pay my respects. Quick to react, I see," remarked Yu, raising an eyebrow and gesturing casually. "Enough of the formalities, it's just the two of us now. Come, try the tea I brewed," in response. Su Changfeng stood and clasped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Yu nodded in satisfaction, and without hesitation, Su Changfeng took a seat at the stone table. Yu then produced a porcelain bowl. Pouring a cup of tea for Su Changfeng, surprised and flattered, Su Changfeng carefully accepted the tea that Yu offered. "Give it a taste." Yu grinned broadly. Chapter 26. What you wish to see. "You cannot." Su Changfeng glanced at the tea within the bowl, which was as clear as water, adorned only with 2 leaves, lacking even a hint of fragrance. Nevertheless, he drank it down without hesitation, fully aware that Yu, a being of quasi-saintly caliber, would not offer mere mundanity, and that even a bowl of plain water from the emperor bore extraordinary significance. Su Changfeng had long recognized that this tea was no ordinary brew, yet he was unprepared for its remarkable potency. Upon consuming the tea, a clarity enveloped him, and his mind was flooded with profound insights, immersing him in the essence of Tao like never before. His comprehension of his realm accelerated rapidly, solidifying his peak at the Xianxian level. Yet he did not pause there. Many past realizations crystallized, leading to new understandings. He was acutely aware that this was a moment of epiphany, an exceptional opportunity to elevate his strength further. However, he hesitated, ultimately dismissing the temptation to break through, opting instead to delve deeply into the path of fate. He understood that if he were to ascend to the golden immortal realm in such a manner, his future journey would likely culminate in the Deluo stage. He was not content with such limitations. Though he felt as insignificant as an ant, his ambitions soared far greater. Fate was never merely about romantic love. It was a complex intertwining of destinies that present. He had grasped but a fragment of love within the realm of fate, yet he remained utterly ignorant of destiny itself. Only by comprehending the force of fate could he truly break through, as this was the most perfect manifestation of the golden immortal realm. Thus, he devoted all his energy to understanding destiny. Yu silently savored his tea, observing Su Changfeng, who was lost in his moment of enlightenment. A smile gracing his lips. However, as time passed, and upon witnessing Su Changfeng reach the pinnacle of the Xianxian level without further progress, a flicker of astonishment crossed Yu's features. He had anticipated that after drinking this cup of tea, Su Changfeng would step into the golden immortal realm. This was meant to be a gift for the younger generation. Yet now, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. During the process of enlightenment, one must not be disturbed in the slightest. Thus, despite his curiosity regarding Su Changfeng's state, Yu could only wait patiently for the outcome. As moments ticked by, and the tea's divine effect began to wane, Su Changfeng showed no signs of growth in power, his entire being devoid of any fluctuation, as if he had succumbed to a deep slumber. Yu, observing this, shook his head, uncertain of Su Changfeng's intentions. It was evident that the tea had been consumed in vain. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the youth, and he was struck by a wave of mystique surrounding him. In an instant, Su Changfeng radiated an aura of profound mystery, as if he were transcending this realm, becoming ephemeral. The power of creation. Diyu could not conceal his surprise, his gaze now fixed solemnly upon a young man before him. He had not anticipated that this little fox spirit would possess such grand aspirations, daring to fathom the elusive laws of destiny. And astonishingly, he had actually comprehended it. The path of destiny was inherently elusive. Aside from the fate demon god, only Fuxi and Junti had reached profound depths within this realm. Yet now, another seeker stood before him. While the Yu could not predict how far Su Changfeng would progress, entering the realm of destiny was, in itself, a remarkable feat, as the effects of the tea dissipated. Su Changfeng emerged from his state of enlightenment. He opened his eyes, a soft sigh escaping his lips, grateful for his fortuitous luck in grasping a thread of the law of destiny at the last moment. Otherwise, had that tea been for naught? His gaze soon filled with joy. Although he remained at the pinnacle of the Xianxian realm, he had now attained understanding of the laws of destiny. Such a significant gain eclipsed any regret over not breaking through to the golden, immortal level. He then deeply bowed to Diyu, acknowledging that without the Emperor's offering of tea, such enlightenment would have eluded him. "Thank you, esteemed elder. If ever you require assistance, I shall exert myself to the utmost." Diyu merely shook his head with a smile, replying, "It was but a cup of tea. The enlightenment is your own fortune. No need to thank me." However, Su Changfeng dismissed this notion. Such a grand favor deserved acknowledgement. Yet upon catching sight of the teapot, a flash of inspiration struck him, and his eyes gleamed with excitement. If he were to drink a few more cups, could he not directly break through to the golden, immortal realm? Or even higher? Thus he brazenly approached. "Your Majesty's tea is so extraordinary. Might there be a special reason behind it? I have only just taken a sip, and have yet to truly savor it. Allow me to brew a pot myself. I have a modest understanding of tea, and would be glad to alleviate your burdens. You little fox, how greedy you are!" Diyu laugh heartily at this audacious proposition. "The leaves I use are from the innate supreme spiritual root of the enlightenment tree. Even I possess but a few leaves. Now you wish for more? Moreover, the tea's effects can only be maximized upon the first consumption. Thus do not expect it to aid your cultivation further." Upon hearing that it was enlightenment tea, Su Changfeng was taken aback. No wonder it possessed such formidable effects. It was due to this, yet he had not realized that this spiritual root already had an owner. Initially, he had considered seeking one in Wui Mountain. But now it seemed he had no chance. Curiosity piqued, he inquired, "Might I ask which great being possesses such an innate spiritual root? I have not heard of it before. Surely you do not intend to ask the owner for some of their spiritual tea?" Diyu glanced at him, then shook his head with a chuckle. "You shall be disappointed. This enlightenment tea belongs to the Earth Emperor Shinnong, that in his travels across the world, he sampled countless herbs and discovered it in Wui Mountain. Later, he ascended to the Fire Cloud Cave and planted it in his medicinal garden. You could not even catch a glimpse of it. The Fire Cloud Cave is the most concentrated source of human fortune, accessible only to those of the human race." Just as Diyu was about to shatter his illusions, he noticed something intriguing, his gaze narrowing at Su Changfeng. "You have actually gained acknowledgement from the human race's fortune? How curious," Diyu remarked. "Were it not for your intact primordial spirit and true essence, I might suspect you were possessed by a human cultivator. It seems you indeed have the potential to enter the Fire Cloud Cave." Su Changfeng's heart raced at Diyu's words. Feeling as though his secrets had been laid bare, he could only feign ignorance, laughing awkwardly to divert the topic. Deceiving these cunning old foxes was no simple task. Though Diyu found the situation amusing, he chose not to delve deeper. As he spoke, he produced a magnificent golden axe and placed it upon the table. "I promised you that should you persuade the Tushan clan to withdraw their support from the Xia dynasty, I would bestow upon you a mighty axe and impart a cultivation technique." Chapter 27. Naturally, the best must be chosen very well. "This axe is yours." Su Changfeng's heart raced. This was the very weapon that Diyu had carried during his efforts to control the floods. In ancient times, the great Yu wielded this axe to cleave mountains and shatter stones, vanquishing the flood dragons and dispelling malevolent spirits, thereby achieving monumental feats and accruing immeasurable merit. Moreover, although the mountain-cleaving axe is a postnatal spiritual treasure, It was forged by the Taoist sages who emulated Pangu during the creation of the heavens and the earth, possessing a fragment of that primordial power, its might rivaling that of the finest innate treasures. And it bears no karmic repercussions when wielded against foes. Such a precious artifact is far too valuable for Su Changfeng. He cannot accept it. Thus, he endured the pangs of reluctance and, with great difficulty, averted his gaze from you, shaking his head and stating, "Your Majesty jested. The matter of Tushan was orchestrated entirely by you. Did I, a mere immortal, have no claim to merit? So how can I speak of fulfilling a mission? Furthermore, Your Majesty, your bowl of enlightenment tea is already more than sufficient. There is no need for further gifts." You gently shook his head and replied, "I merely deduce that you bear the vitality of the Tushan clan, which prompted my assistance. You are well aware of my ties with the Tushan. They aided me considerably during the flood control efforts. Now that they face tribulations, I cannot stand idly by. Your assistance to them is akin to aiding me. Fret not, take it." Naturally, Su Changfeng yearned for the treasure of merit, yet he expressed otherwise. "Your Majesty, regarding the Tushan affair, the ancestral elder has already compensated for it. This time, you remained silent, merely pointing at the mountain-cleaving axe." Before Su Changfeng could react, the axe had already embedded itself into his forehead. Startled, Su Changfeng soon found that the axe had nestled within his purple palace, its restrictions now fully open to him. He need only inscribe a mark with his primordial spirit, and the treasure would rightfully belong to him. A gift from a venerable elder cannot be declined. Rest assured, this axe has lost its use for me, and it is fortuitously yours, you asserted, his tone firm, yet imbued with warmth. Moreover, this aligns with my wife's wishes. She is immensely grateful for your role in rescuing the Tushan elder from dire straits. So there is no need for further refusals. Yu's wife, Tushan Nujio. It was then that Su Changfeng comprehended the depth of Yu's unwavering support for the Tushan clan. After all, it was his family. With this understanding, he ceased to decline and accepted the axe. Observing Su Changfeng's acceptance of the gift, Yu nodded and continued, "Now, you may also seek my counsel, whether it be secrets of the three realms or confounding aspects of cultivation. Do not hesitate to share. I shall do my utmost to provide clarity." At these words, Su Changfeng could hardly conceal his excitement. More than the treasure, he anticipated this opportunity for guidance. For long, he had been navigating the path of fate without reference. And now, with you, a quasi-saint, to advise him, he was certain to advance further along this road. Eagerly, he articulated his insights regarding the path of fate, his visions for the future, and various questions about the intricacies of this domain. He harbored no concern of ridicule from you, for this was a rare chance for mentorship that he would not squander. You, evidently impressed by Su Changfeng's humble demeanor, quickly discerned the nuances of his understanding. In a mere instant, Yu's mastery of the path of fate eclipsed Su Changfeng's, reaching a higher echelon. Gazing at the profound essence of fate emanating from you, Su Changfeng was struck with astonishment. He felt as though his comprehension had been utterly obliterated, the years of arduous cultivation in the realm of fate rendered insignificant in an instant, a tremendous blow to his spirit. Thankfully, the Emperor Yu did not pursue the path of fate nor covet the deity of fate's position. Otherwise, Su Changfeng would have stood no chance of competition. Yet at this moment he found himself devoid of energy to ponder such matters. Subsequently, Yu began to elucidate his insights into the path of fate with great detail. Su Changfeng listened intently. Though some aspects eluded his understanding, he committed them to memory for future contemplation. Despite being at the pinnacle of the celestial immortal realm, Su Changfeng felt a tinge of exhaustion. He rose respectfully before Yu, bowing sincerely. "Thank you, esteemed teacher, for your guidance. I am profoundly grateful." Though not his formal master, Yu appreciated the gratitude and naturally accepted the title to today's teachings, while not directly enhancing Su Changfeng's cultivation. Illuminated a clear path for his future endeavors that a teacher delights in a bright and eager student, and Yu was quite satisfied with Su Changfeng readily accepting the title. However, he cautioned, "These are merely my insights into the path of fate. You may learn from them, but do not attempt to replicate them. To emulate me is to invite ruin. Otherwise, you shall remain stagnant before the great Luo." Su Changfeng nodded in agreement, fully aware that he would not be foolish enough to obstruct his own path. Even within identical principles, different individuals glean disparate insights. The same holds true. Yu's understanding of fate belongs to him alone, not to Su Changfeng. He may derive certain elements to fortify his own path. Yet replication is impossible. Witnessing this, you felt a sense of satisfaction that while you held a differing view regarding Su Changfeng's aspiration to join the heavenly court and become a deity, attain the position of deity of fate. It is not imperative to seek it from Hao-Yen. Understand that I too possess divine office, though not conferred by the heavenly court. Su Changfeng was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by the implication. Are you implying that you are the legendary water sovereign? In his mind, Yu was revered as one of the 5 emperor of humanity, known also as the water sovereign, yet he had never made the connection. Why Yu nodded and continued, aside from myself, the heavenly emperor Fuxi. The earth sovereign Shinong, Xianyuan, Xiaohao, and Zhaoxu are all heavenly emperors of the 5 directions. Alongside Tang Yao and Yushun, we jointly affirm the triad of heaven, earth, and water. These divine positions were not bestowed by Hao-Yen. If you wish to escape Hao-Yen's constraints, then you must seek your own divinity, self-affirming divine status. This was a novel concept for Su Changfeng. Upon arriving in the primordial world, he understood that relying solely on memories from his past life was perilous. Such an approach could lead to his demise. He learned from the mouths of the 3 demons of Xuanyuan's tomb that Hao-Yen did not ascend to the heavenly emperor's throne immediately post the battle of the witch and demon. Rather, he underwent countless reincarnations before finally achieving the position after the abdication of Emperor Zhaoxu, having endured a staggering 1,750 tribulations. Furthermore, long before, Fuxi, Shinong, Xianyuan, Xiaohao, and Zhaoxu had all held the title of Heavenly Emperor. In those times, humans and deities cohabited. As the leader of humanity, Fuxi also held the title of Heavenly Emperor, and to better govern the heavenly subjects, he even transplanted the tree of creation to the heavenly court, enabling human subjects to ascend to the heavenly throne. Thus, from Fuxi to Zhaoxu, humanity maintained dominion over the heavenly court. Fuxi, Shinong, and Xianyuan, the 3 sovereigns, could ascend to the pinnacle of quasi-saint through the power of merit. To achieve this, not only was the fortune of humanity necessary, but also the backing of the heavenly emperor's fortune. When Zhaoxu abdicated, Hao-Yen returned to the throne, concluding humanity's control over the heavenly court. Consequently, Zhaoxu decisively severed the connection between heaven and earth, linking the heavenly court directly to humanity, thus leaving the newly ascended Hao-Yen in a state of dismay, prompting him to retreat to the heavenly fire cloud cave. Apart from the position of leader of humanity, each of these figures held a corresponding divine office. Thus, upon hearing you speak of self-affirming divinity, Su Changfeng immediately inquired further why you did not conceal the truth. Self-affirming divinity is simple to say, yet challenging to achieve. It entails offering innate merit to invoke the heavenly Tao's response, and then conveying your path to the heavenly Tao to gain its acknowledgement. Su Changfeng clicked his tongue, realizing why such a method was obscure. Merit was inherently difficult to amass, and merit of the heavenly Tao was even more so. Moreover, even if one did possess heavenly Tao merit, how many would be willing to sacrifice themselves? Surely, utilizing it to enhance cultivation or transform into an impervious marigolden wheel is far more appealing. Not to mention, he currently lacked any heavenly Tao merit. How could he possibly offer it to the heavenly Tao? Reflecting upon heavenly Tao merit, Su Changfeng felt a pressing need to visit the Underworld, for it was there that he could accrue heavenly Tao merit. Previously, he had considered relying on Hao-Yen for divine appointment. Now, with a superior method in sight, he would naturally choose the best. Chapter 28. These mortals are truly fortunate. Deities conferred by the heavenly Tao. Even Hao-Yen cannot be deprived of their status, nor do they face the limitations encountered by those listed on the canon of deities. After bidding farewell to you, Su Changfeng was instantly transported back outside the Peach Blossom Immortal Valley. Summoning the mountain-cleaving axe, he felt the indomitable sharpness of its blade and attempted to channel his power, striking the void with a radiant beam of light cleaved the heavens, parting the clouds in twain. From a distance, it appeared as though the very sky had been rent asunder. Su Changfeng was equally astonished, as he had not anticipated that after refining all the prohibitions, the axe's power would be so formidable. Overwhelmed with joy, he gazed in admiration at the magnificent axe, a true testament to the craftsmanship of a supreme saint. It contained 48 layers of prohibitions, having reached the pinnacle of postnatal spiritual treasures, with only one more layer standing between it and the coveted status of a primordial treasure. Moreover, the mountain-cleaving axe was an ethereal weapon capable of striking down foes invisibly, its value rivaling that of a primordial treasure. Cautiously, he stored the great axe within his primordial spirit and purple palace, beginning to assess his recent acquisitions. That he now possessed 3 spiritual treasures. One was the thread of fate, another the peach staff, and the last the mountain-cleaving axe. The thread of fate was a treasure of enlightenment, primarily for defense, capable of bearing his path. That he had planted the peach staff in the Peach Blossom Fairy Valley, where it served as a root for transforming primordial spiritual energy, not to be handled lightly. With the mountain-cleaving axe, his prowess had ascended to an entirely new level, granting him confidence to even challenge golden immortals, potentially turning defeat into victory. After all, no golden immortal possessed a postnatal supreme spiritual treasure like Changfeng's, especially one for slaughter. In the vast wilderness, aside from cultivation, the possession of magical treasures was pivotal in determining the outcome of battles. Hadn't many immortals perished due to being restrained by treasures during the Fengshen War? Even a formidable figure like Zhao Gongming was not spared, being defeated by the nail-headed 7-arrow book, resulting in his begrudging ascension to the Fengshen list. Armed with the mountain-cleaving axe, Changfeng brimmed with confidence about his future. The commotion caused by Changfeng had also roused the 3 demons of Xianyuan Tomb in the Peach Blossom Fairy Valley. Cautiously, they emerged from the valley, and, upon recognizing Changfeng, they finally felt at ease. Now that they had relocated to a new abode, the 3 beasts were thoroughly satisfied with their new home, where the rich spiritual energy was incomparable to before. In their efforts to safeguard this blessed land, the 3 demons had been diligently cultivating, fearing that in Changfeng's absence, they would lack the strength to defend themselves. Thus, when they learned that Changfeng had acquired another spiritual treasure, they fell into a contemplative silence, feeling immense pressure from their exceptionally talented junior, caught in a sweet dilemma. After parting ways with the 3 demons, Changfeng did not return to the valley, but instead proceeded as originally planned towards the Underworld. However, he was not a golden immortal capable of breaking through the barriers between the Yin and Yang realms directly. He could only first travel to the gate of the Underworld at Mount T. At that point, he would be able to meet the Lady of Peace in the Underworld. Changfeng intended to enter the Underworld through Mount Tai. Nonetheless, he did not rush to fly. Instead, he occasionally paused to connect fates between mortal men and women. Ever since he comprehended the laws of destiny, a thread of destiny power had woven itself into the path of love. He infused his understanding of the laws of fate into the red thread of fate, adding a layer of prohibition that greatly augmented its power. Once unleashed, coupled with the unseen forces at play, it would undoubtedly bind foes tightly, leaving them no avenue for escape. Similarly, the red thread would only draw 2 individuals into love, embodying the concept of a romantic red thread. However, now that the red thread had absorbed the essence of the thread of fate, as long as 2 people were bound by it, no matter the distance or the trials they faced, they would ultimately unite. Present, Changfeng possessed a primordial root, the mountain-cleaving axe, a postnatal supreme spiritual treasure, and, most importantly, the thread of fate, a treasure of enlightenment. Though treasures of enlightenment may not wield immense power, they encapsulate a cultivator's insights into the Tao. As one's understanding deepens, their potency grows correspondingly. Due to their profound connection to the great Tao, most cultivators refrain from utilizing them lightly. Take the 3 pure ones as an example. The Taiji diagram, the Panga banner, and the 4 swords of extermination struck all throughout the wilderness. Yet for them, the most critical treasures were the Tai dust brush, the jade rui, and the Changfeng sword. Just as during the Fengshen era, the 3 pure ones casually lent the Taiji diagram, Panga banner, and 4 swords of extermination to their disciples without ever hearing of them, lending treasures of enlightenment. Now, With the mountain-cleaving axe as his protection, Su Changfeng no longer needed to rely on the red thread for offense. Along his journey, Su Changfeng transformed into the guise of the old man under the moon. The red thread in his hand appeared endless. Even if he were to bind thousands of fated individuals, it would not shorten a single inch. On the contrary, its spiritual essence would only strengthen, and the merits would multiply. In contemporary times, after over a decade of warfare between the Xia and Shang dynasties, the Shang finally extinguished the Xia, establishing the second dynasty of humanity, the Shang dynasty. Despite the establishment of the Shang, the human populace had been severely diminished by the prolonged conflicts. Consequently, once stability returned, all were preoccupied with the resurgence of humanity, causing Su Changfeng, as the old man under the moon, to suddenly gain immense popularity. Whether it was youthful individuals experiencing love for the first time, widowers mourning their lost spouses, or parents fretting over their children as futures, they all sought the old man under the moon as a matchmaker, praying for his blessings in marriage. Temples dedicated to the old man under the moon sprang up like mushrooms after rain, rapidly dotting the human lands, surprised by the sudden influx of worshippers. Su Changfeng immediately traced the source of the incense offerings. Upon realizing the situation, he was both astonished and delighted, as he had not expected to be the first beneficiary of the newly established Shang dynasty. What truly caught him off guard was the Shang court's tacit approval and even support of the old man under the moon temple's rise. Su Changfeng sighed with relief, his impression of King Tang of Shang improving significantly. He understood that without King Tang's tacit consent, his place of worship could not have developed so smoothly as he beheld the vast amounts of incense offerings. Su Changfeng chose not to refine and absorb them. Instead, he directed all the offerings into a clay statue of the old man under the moon from a distance, imbuing a fragment of his consciousness into the statue. This statue was the first representation of the old man under the moon. Crafted by King Tang using colorful soil, which had gradually acquired a touch of the divine after years of incense offerings, Su Changfeng intended to cultivate this fragment of divinity with the offerings, eventually developing a doppelganger to respond to the prayers of his followers and fulfill the responsibilities of the old man under the moon. Should the opportunity arise in the future to learn the Western method of creating a golden body, he could even use this to condense a golden body of offerings, possessing a doppelganger of comparable strength, if not greater. However, such thoughts were still premature. The once ordinary clay statue gradually began to emanate a hint of divinity as the offerings flowed in. Particularly after receiving Su Changfeng's consciousness, it appeared as if it had gained a soul, its eyes shining with brilliance, exuding both majesty and compassion, resembling a true deity of the nine heavens. This scene did not go unnoticed by the devotees below, who became even more exhilarated, bowing reverently before the statue. Witnessing this, Su Changfeng felt a surge of inspiration, causing countless peach blossom petals to inexplicably blossom in the temple, drifting down gracefully and landing upon the devoted worshippers, transforming into wisps of pink mist that fused into their beings. Initially, the devotees felt nothing unusual. However, they soon discovered that the previously unremarkable worshippers, nourished by the petals, suddenly became enchanting and captivating, even without any enhancement to their appearance. Leaving others in awe then, everyone became frenzied, their gazes fervently fixed on the statue, continuously praying for the old man under the moon's mercy. Su Changfeng remained silent, whimsically bestowing blessings upon a few devoted worshippers devoid of karma. As for those laden with karma and greed, he chose not to entangle himself in their consequences. Just as Su Changfeng was about to withdraw his consciousness, a familiar figure appeared within the temple, beaming as they greeted him. "Friend, what a grand gesture it is to bestow such divine flowers upon mortals. These mortals truly are fortunate." Stepping out from the statue, Su Changfeng displayed a hint of surprise in his eyes. "Lin Jianzi, it's been years since we last met, and you have made considerable progress in your cultivation." Indeed, Su Changfeng was somewhat taken aback, as he had not expected Lin Jianzi, who had once been burdened with calamities, to have successfully weathered the great tribulation of the Xia and Shang dynasties, advancing his cultivation to the pinnacle of true immortality. He had clearly encountered significant fortuitous encounters. That was truly blessed, as even a disciple like Lin Jianzi could navigate through tribulations unscathed. No wonder everyone desired to join them. Su Changfeng silently sighed. However, Lin Jianzi was even more astonished the last time they parted. Su Changfeng had only been at the pinnacle of true immortality, yet now he had evidently achieved a new breakthrough. Furthermore, in his presence, Su Changfeng exuded an aura that was by no means inferior to the golden immortals he had encountered in the sect. Lin Jianzi could hardly believe his senses and cautiously inquired, "Friend, you are indeed formidable. Even I cannot discern your cultivation. Have you perhaps become a golden immortal?" Su Changfeng shook his head, sighing, not concealing his cultivation. "I have merely brushed against the threshold. I am still far from being a golden immortal." However, his response left Ling Yunzi utterly astounded. Su Changfeng had, in a breathtaking leap, ascended from the late stage of a celestial being to the pinnacle of a true immortal. This extraordinary scene would forever be etched in Ling Yunzi's memory. In merely over a decade of separation, he had already reached the realm of a half-step golden immortal. This was truly monstrous. Logically speaking, the pace of cultivation should be gradual. Why, then, was Su Changfeng's advancement accelerating at such an alarming rate? Suddenly, Ling Yunzi was struck by inspiration and extended an invitation to Su Changfeng. "Dao friend, given your remarkable talents, why not join my Jia sect? I am confident that with your innate gifts, should you earn the favor of a sage and master the superior immortal arts of my sect, you will surely soar to great heights, perhaps even become a true disciple. Furthermore, I am on good terms with Chen Jiogong, a disciple of Zhao Gongming, that if you could gain his introduction and earn the recognition of Brother Zhao, there would be a chance to journey to Jinao Island and meet the sage." Su Changfeng was rendered speechless by Ling Yunzi's excitement. Joining the Jia sect at this juncture felt utterly ludicrous. He hurriedly interrupted Ling Yunzi's flow of words to decline politely. "Thank you for your kind intentions, but alas, my aspirations lie within the heavenly court, and I fear there may be no opportunity for me there. As you can see, I am currently focused on establishing a temple, accumulating merit, and gathering offerings, all in the hopes of one day ascending to immortality. While the Jia sect is admirable, it is not my destined abode, and you need not worry about me." Upon hearing Su Changfeng's words, Ling Yunzi regarded him as though he were a wayward soul, earnestly advising him, "Are we not cultivators striving to break free from constraints and live in freedom? The laws of the heavenly court are stringent, and the weight of karma is heavy. Why would you wish to involve yourself in such matters? Furthermore, it is not that I hold the heavenly court in disdain. Within the three realms, it truly possesses no semblance of authority. Any celestial with even a modicum of strength can disregard the decrees of the heavenly court. Yet, we of the Jia sect are different. We are revered by myriad immortals, recognized as the foremost sect of the sages. Who among the immortal beings would dare to show us any disrespect? Dao friend, why would you forsake a glorious future to become a nondescript deity in the heavenly court?" Su Changfeng was not surprised, for in circumstances such as these, cultivators typically aspired to join the sect of a sage. Unless absolutely necessary, they would seldom consider the heavenly court. In contrast, it was rare for Su Changfeng to harbor such thoughts, as no one had anticipated that following this battle, the mightiest sage sect in the primordial world would be obliterated overnight, allowing the heavenly court to ascend as the strongest. Ultimately, Su Changfeng, under the perplexed gaze of Ling Yunzi, turned down the generous offer. He bid farewell to Ling Yunzi and returned to his own body. Upon his return, Su Changfeng's expression was somewhat grim. Before departing, he had received a piece of news from Ling Yunzi. The sages had been summoned to the Purple Cloud Palace, prior to which the Tongtian Patriarch had ordered all disciples to return. Consequently, Ling Yunzi and the other immortals of the Jia sect had received the decree to promptly return to the East Seas Jinao Island. Ling Yunzi had also heard about this from Chen Jiogong, the disciple of Zhao Gongming. Otherwise, as a nominal disciple, how could he have known? The disciples of the Jia sect remained in a state of confusion regarding this matter. While Su Changfeng understood clearly that this was the time when the three sects would sign the function list. The War of the Gods was about to commence. Su Changfeng realized that the sage's visit to the Purple Cloud Palace likely held dire implications. The creation of the Fengshen list required 365 righteous deities and myriad stars to maintain the balance of heaven and earth. To fill so many divine positions was no simple task. One either had to possess great cultivation or be fated for the position, which would inevitably require a bloody battle to complete the list. Su Changfeng, for the time being, did not wish to have his name inscribed upon the Fengshen list. He needed to manifest his divine position as soon as possible, lest he fall victim to the whims of a sage eager to fill the list and find himself hastily bestowed with divinity, resulting in utter ruin. Thus, Su Changfeng wasted no time and set forth towards Mount Tai. A month later, he arrived at Mount Tai. Mount Tai, transformed from the head of Pangu after the creation of the world, soared endlessly into the clouds. Su Changfeng knew that Mount Tai led to the Underworld, yet he was uncertain of the exact location of the Ghost Gate. Moreover, as a renowned mountain of the primordial world, it housed countless ancient immortals, and unless he wished to endanger his life, no one would dare to use their spiritual sense to search for it. However, this posed no difficulty for him. After all, this was the gateway to the Underworld, where the souls lingered. Upon careful sensing, he discovered that all the Yin energy was converging towards the foot of Mount Tai. Following the chilling aura, Su Changfeng hastened his pace and ultimately arrived before a grand ancient residence. Unlike the abodes of those immortals, this dwelling exuded a sense of eeriness and a chilling atmosphere, aptly named the Underworld of Mount Tai. The Underworld of Mount Tai was hidden from sight, akin to a mirage, appearing as a separate world, yet subtly connected to its surroundings. Since every soul would arrive at Mount Tai after death to enter the realm of shadows, countless spirits perpetually flowed towards the gate, resembling an endless tide, eagerly pressing forward to enter. Ghostly generals guarded the entrance, emanating a fierce aura, wielding chains and whips, menacingly cracking their lashes, causing the souls to tremble in fear, obediently lining up to pass through the grand door. Su Changfeng did not conceal his presence. Instead, he flew directly to the entrance. Who goes there? The ghostly general, noticing a red light approaching, transformed into a young man clad in a crimson robe. Su Changfeng refrained from rushing forward, instead offering a respectful salute to the ghostly generals and soldiers, his face adorned with a gentle smile. I am the moonlit mountain man, here to pay my respects. The leading ghostly general, taken aback and somewhat wary upon noticing the celestial light surrounding Su Changfeng, inquired, You are an immortal. What brings you here? Su Changfeng replied with a calm smile. I have long admired the Lady of Peace. It is said that the realm of shadows is vastly different from the primordial world. So I have come to Mount Tai, entering the Underworld through the Ghost Gate. I hope the ghostly envoy will grant me passage. The ghostly generals were even more astonished to hear this. The Underworld, unlike the primordial world, was suffused with cold Yin energy, making it unsuitable for immortals who cultivate yang spirits and absorb spiritual energy. They had never heard of any immortal venturing into the Underworld. Akin to a fish from the sea suddenly wishing to come ashore, doubts arose among the ghostly generals regarding Su Changfeng's intentions. However, the Underworld was vast, not significantly smaller than the primordial world, inhabited by various beings such as the Wu clan, Asuras, evil cultivators, ghost kings, and Rakshasas. Without any prohibitions from above, they naturally would not obstruct his passage. Several ghostly generals waved their hands to the surrounding ghost soldiers, respectfully stating, if the immortal wishes to enter the Underworld, then do so, as long as you do not disturb those souls. We shall not impede your way. Upon hearing this, Su Changfeng felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thank you, ghostly envoy. The ghostly generals, being ghost cultivators, rarely had the opportunity to meet an immortal, and they initiated a conversation with Su Changfeng. Before his departure, they specifically cautioned him to avoid the Blood Sea and the Palace of Reincarnation, as these were the strongholds of the Asura clan and the Wu clan. Entering recklessly could very well lead to an attack. However, before Su Changfeng could bid farewell to the ghostly generals, a golden-armored general of the golden immortal level appeared before them. Marshal, the ghostly generals bowed in unison. Su Changfeng, intrigued by the unfamiliar golden immortal cultivator, also offered a respectful gesture. The golden immortal ghost cultivator nodded to the ghostly generals and then turned to Su Changfeng, saying, "The Lord of Mount Tai requests your presence." The Lord of Mount Tai. What an imposing figure. Why would such a person wish to meet a mere insignificant being like himself? The Lord of Mount Tai, also known as the god of Mount Tai, was a deity manifested from the mountain itself. After the reincarnation of Hutu, the god of Mount Tai immediately formed an alliance with her. Hutu, who did not involve herself in the affairs of the underworld, left the matters of reincarnation to others. Thus, it was unexpected that the god of Mount Tai would become Hutu's representative, responsible for managing souls and becoming one of the most powerful figures under her command. Revered as the Lord of Mount Tai, Su Changfeng found himself perplexed. He distinctly remembered that after the Fengshan ceremony, the Wuqing King Huang Feihu had become the emperor of the Eastern Peak, also known as the Great Emperor of Mount Tai. What, then, was the relationship between the Lord of Mount Tai and Huang Feihu? The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. Could it be that Huang Feihu was not an ordinary person, and there were hidden secrets behind him? Of course, Su Changfeng was unaware of any of this. With no other option, he could only follow the Golden General to the residence of the Lord of Mount Tai. As Su Changfeng stepped through the gates of the Underworld, his face was a canvas of astonishment. Beyond the gates lay an expansive underworld realm, which, from a distance, resembled an immense city that stretched endlessly into the horizon. Countless souls inhabited this city, living as though they were still alive, and their corporeal forms appeared remarkably solid, resembling a realm of the departed. The golden-armored deity enthusiastically introduced the realm to Su Changfeng, his face radiant with excitement. This place lies beneath Mount Tai, within the shadowy depths of the underworld. Upon death, souls do not immediately enter the cycle of reincarnation. Instead, they must await the exhaustion of their allotted time before being escorted to the realm of the dead for rebirth. Therefore, prior to this transition, souls must reside here, leading lives indistinguishable from those in the human realm. As Yu Changfeng listened in awe, never having envisioned such a grand underworld under the dominion of the Lord of Mount Tai, a reality hidden from mortal knowledge. However, he noticed that the souls residing in this city were predominantly those burdened with little to no karma. The golden-armored deity informed Su Changfeng that those with excessive sins were deemed unworthy of dwelling in this city and were instead banished to the netherworld, becoming wandering spirits that, if fortunate, they might survive until their allotted time ends. If unfortunate, they could be reduced to the ghostly servants of malevolent entities or sacrificed to wicked artifacts, doomed to eternal damnation. Otherwise, they risk being devoured by evil spirits, their souls scattered. Moreover, souls burdened with grave sins cannot reincarnate. Thus, even when their lifespan concludes, they drift aimlessly in the underworld until they are utterly dissipated. When a person dies, they become a ghost. When a ghost dies, they transform into a specter. When a specter dies, they become a phantasm. And when a phantasm dies, they vanish completely, leaving no trace of their existence. As Su Changfeng absorbed the account of the underworld's punishments for the sinful, he felt a pang of sympathy for these souls. Compared to the punishments established in later generations with the 18 levels of hell, these seem relatively lenient, yet they directly sever the path of reincarnation. The ultimate outcome is complete annihilation, leaving not a vestige of existence in this world. Those souls enduring punishment in the 18 levels of hell, however, at least have the prospect of reincarnation after their penance. In contrast, the distinction between mercy and cruelty is glaringly evident. This elucidates why the future would necessitate the 18 levels of hell. It is apparent that such a simplistic and brutal method of punishment is ill-suited for governing the departed. Nevertheless, since he found himself here, let the underworld manifest in the mortal realm. Under the guidance of the golden-armored deity, Su Changfeng traversed formidable city walls and arrived before an ancient palace within the city. All eyes turned towards the deity adorned with a golden crown, draped in a black robe, his visage exuding authority. Su Changfeng steadied his mind, casting aside distracting thoughts, and respectfully bowed. Lord of Mount Tai. Greetings from Su Changfeng. Facing the deity of Mount Tai, he felt a pressure surpassing that of the venerable Tu Shan. it was evident that the Lord of Mount Tai existed beyond the realm of the Great Luo. The Lord of Mount Tai regarded the young man and read, his gaze profound. "This young friend, you have just accompanied Huaguang on a tour. What do you think of the realm I have established?" Su Changfeng, unsure of the intent behind the Lord's inquiry, nonetheless offered a flattering response. "Your Excellency has created such an expansive underworld, providing a sanctuary for the deceased. What a monumental virtue! I am in profound admiration." You possess a silver tongue." The Lord of Mount Tai chuckled, then shifted the conversation. "For 10,000 years, I have tirelessly refined this underworld, aspiring to perfect it and transform it into a paradise for the departed. Yet I always feel it remains imperfect. What is your perspective, young friend?" He gazed steadily at Su Changfeng, seemingly seeking an answer from him. Taken aback by the question, Su Changfeng quickly regained his composure and humbly replied, "If your Excellency cannot grasp its essence, how could I possibly understand?" The Lord of Mount Tai appeared somewhat dissatisfied, his gaze penetrating as if to pierce through Su Changfeng's being. "Yet, I perceive a fortuitous connection within you. Do you know the reason?" Su Changfeng felt a chill run down his spine. Could it be that this deity sensed his intentions to venture into the underworld? He recalled legends from later generations, wherein the Eastern sovereign presided over the 10 kings of hell and the 18 levels of hell, with souls required to report to Mount Tai post-mortem, giving rise to the saying of souls returning to Mount Tai. If this were true, would he not be usurping another's accomplishments by seeking the rebirth of hell? If he inadvertently provoked this formidable being, would he still retain his life? Yet this was his sole opportunity to acquire celestial merit. To ascend as a true deity, celestial merit was imperative. Such merit was elusive, attainable only through significant contributions to the cosmos. For endeavors like the invention of paper or salt, they might yield human merit. But celestial merit was an impossibility. The cosmos is impartial. Humanity is no different from other races in its eyes, that in the fantastical tales he had perused. Protagonists who constructed the first wooden house or crafted the first garment were rewarded with significant celestial merit, as if the cosmos were a nurturing guardian of humankind. After contemplation, Su Changfeng maintained an air of ignorance that he would never relinquish this opportunity to complete the cycle of reincarnation. Thus, even if the Lord of Mount Tai had discerned his intentions, he would not easily concede. The path of cultivation is inherently fraught with challenges. This was his first encounter with such a situation. Steeling himself, Su Changfeng silently recited the Huangting scripture, resonating with the verses in his mind, ensuring his thoughts remained concealed. Clearly, this presented an excellent opportunity. The Lord of Mount Tai had intended to probe into Su Changfeng's thoughts, yet upon entering the purple palace within his mind, he encountered a passage of primordial true path scripture. The scripture seemed to sense the intrusion, radiating brilliant golden light, morphing into a luminous sword that swiftly struck towards him. Chapter 31. Feigning Ignorance, the Semi-Saint. The Lord of Mount Tai, sensing the aura of a semi-saint within the scripture, hastily withdrew from Su Changfeng's purple palace. He gazed at Su Changfeng's vacant eyes. Filled with dread, he could hardly fathom that within Su Changfeng's purple palace resided the work of a semi-saint, leading him to conclude that the young man must have formidable support. In a flash, he calculated rapidly in his mind. Soon after, he seemed to have resolved something within himself. Boundless laws emanated from his form, and a path imbued with the essence of life and death manifested, swirling behind his head like a radiant wheel of black and white. The wheel spun rapidly, its dazzling light permeating the grand hall, enveloping the realm of Mount Tai. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded. Everything rapidly reversed. The Lord of Mount Tai sat serenely on the high platform, observing Su Changfeng and the golden-armored deity as time flowed backward, his movements eerily retreating until they returned to the moment Su Changfeng entered. Apart from the originator, no one noticed. The souls within the city continued their course, utterly oblivious. Within the city, the same scene played out again. Su Changfeng entered the grand hall, bowing respectfully, his demeanor one of deference. Lord of Mount Tai, greetings from Su Changfeng. Within the grand hall, the Lord of Mount Tai regarded Su Changfeng from a superior vantage point. Noticing that Su Changfeng appeared entirely unaware of the previous events, he subtly nodded in approval. With a stoic expression, he inquired, "Young friend, how is it that you find yourself in the underworld?" Su Changfeng, upon hearing this, reiterated his earlier conversation with the ghostly generals. The Lord of Mount Tai nodded, refraining from a response, instead extending an invitation. "Since you wish to explore the underworld, why not stay with me for a few days? After all, the realm of Mount Tai also belongs to the underworld that I shall arrange for someone to escort you there shortly. The underworld is currently turbulent. Conflicts abound, with the Blood Sea and the Shura clan continuously disrupting the cycle of reincarnation, while numerous ghost kings vie for dominance, embroiled in relentless strife. Should you venture forth recklessly, you may find yourself entangled in their disputes. Moreover, the underworld is vast, not much smaller than the primordial realms. Without acquaintances to guide you, it is easy to wander into another's territory, especially that of the Shura and Wu clans, who are lawless. Encountering them would be perilous." Su Changfeng's face reflected gratitude upon hearing this. "Thank you, Your Excellency, for your guidance. Had it not been for your words, I would have never anticipated the underworld to be so fraught with danger." After finishing, he hesitated before adding, "To speak candidly, I am acutely aware of my humble cultivation and lack of destiny to behold the face of a saint. I humbly request Your Excellency to introduce me, and I would be immensely grateful." Upon hearing this, the Lord of Mount Tai's expression turned grave. "What do you seek with the Lady Pingxin?" Su Changfeng had long prepared his response and respectfully replied, "I cultivate the path of fate and relationships. Your Excellency is surely aware." The Lord of Mount Tai nodded, for he was well aware of Su Changfeng's circumstances. Su Changfeng continued, "I inadvertently heard that the Lady Pingxin possesses a three-life stone, which records the emotions of all beings across the three realms, past, present, and future. This treasure would greatly aid my cultivation of the path of fate, hence my desire to meet her and request the use of the three-life stone." Aware that his aspirations might seem far-fetched, he understood the necessity to make the attempt given its significance to his path of cultivation. Upon hearing Su Changfeng's words, the Lord of Mount Tai's eyes flickered with a hint of disappointment. He sensed the truth in Su Changfeng's statement, yet the fortunate opportunity he sought was not the one that Su Changfeng possessed. The moment Su Changfeng set foot on Mount Tai, an inexplicable connection between them had subtly manifested. His intuition suggested that if he could attain the fortune from Su Changfeng, he would soar to great heights, liberated from his current cultivation and circumstances. Initially, he felt an impatient urge to invade Su Changfeng's soul and forcibly seize that chance. However, the presence of a quasi-saint level scripture guarding Su Changfeng's primordial spirit deterred him. To invade his soul would require breaching this scripture, risking the attention of the unknown quasi-saint. He had contemplated keeping Su Changfeng here, but upon learning of his intent to journey to the underworld, he began to wonder if perhaps the timing was not yet right. After all, Su Changfeng appeared to be blissfully unaware of the situation. He even harbored doubts that this opportunity would only manifest after Su Changfeng entered the underworld. Thus, he hesitated, contemplating whether to allow Su Changfeng to depart. Shaking his head, he turned his gaze towards Su Changfeng. "You are well aware that the Lady of Tranquility is a saint. It is no easy feat for me to even obtain an audience with her, let alone facilitate an introduction, that if you truly wish to meet her, then proceed to the River of Yellow Springs. Whether you succeed or not depends solely on your own fate." As he spoke, he tossed a black token to Su Changfeng. "This is my token. Carry it with you, and most denizens of the underworld will regard it favorably and not trouble you." Upon hearing this, Su Changfeng was filled with joy as he accepted the token and expressed his gratitude fervently. "Thank you, Lord of Tai. I am immensely grateful." The Lord of Mount Tai observed this scene with a slight smile, nodding gently as he replied, "In that case, I shall not detain you further. Follow Huaguang. He will escort you to the gates of the underworld." With that, he closed his eyes once more, retreating into a meditative state. Su Changfeng bowed in farewell and exited the grand hall alongside the golden-armored deity. He failed to notice that the figure within the hall had reopened his eyes, watching Su Changfeng's departing silhouette. Following closely behind the golden-armored deity, Su Changfeng soared forth, countless souls, whose lifespans were drawing to a close, appeared increasingly ethereal, their faces etched with reluctance as they formed a long queue towards the gates of the underworld. This was a path of no return. Once they passed through the gates, there would be no coming back. Thus, many souls wept and lamented, reluctant to part, until they were driven forth by the fearsome specters of the underworld, compelled to tread the path of reincarnation. The golden-armored deity arrived beside Su Changfeng and clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. I can only escort you this far. The remainder of the journey you must undertake alone. However, with the Lord's token in your possession, you should encounter no difficulties as long as you follow closely behind these souls. You shall safely reach the Yellow Springs. Upon hearing this, Su Changfeng also clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, Taoist Huaguang, for your guidance. With that, he followed closely behind the deity, entering the gates of hell and vanishing within. As Su Changfeng stepped into the gates of the underworld, he glanced back only to find that the city had vanished. Only a colossal gate remained, with countless souls emerging from it, stepping onto an endless path. Su Changfeng continued onward, transforming into a streak of crimson light, swiftly disappearing along the path tread by those souls. When he finally halted, the sensation of being watched dissipated, allowing Su Changfeng to exhale deeply. A glint of coldness flashing in his eyes, the Lord of Mount Tai had initially believed that by reversing time, he could erase all that had transpired. Yet he never anticipated that Su Changfeng had managed to copy his memories amidst the restrictions of the spirit-breaking axe. While time reversal could restore everything to its original state, it could not obliterate the seal upon the axe. Moreover, the Lord of Mount Tai held great confidence in his own strength. The power of a half-step quasi-saint was not something a mere ant, who had yet to attain the golden immortal stage, could contend with. Thus, he had not thoroughly scrutinized whether Su Changfeng had employed any means to deceive him successfully after the reversal of time. Su Changfeng's memories indeed vanished. However, having fully grasped the spirit-breaking axe, he was capable of sensing its anomalies at the first opportunity. Consequently, he restored the memories that time had erased. Nevertheless, Su Changfeng dared not inquire further. Before the Lord of Mount Tai, he did not even entertain thoughts of vengeance, preferring to feign ignorance of the matter. The admonitions of Emperor Yu lingered in his heart as a being of the great Tao. His spiritual awareness was astute. If even a single nefarious thought crossed their minds, they would immediately perceive it. Thus, Su Changfeng dared not reveal anything, even when responding to the Lord of Mount Tai's inquiries. He refrained from lying, opting instead to selectively share only part of the truth. After all, his journey to the underworld was indeed for the three-live stone, though he did not disclose his intention to leverage the power of reincarnation for the purpose of accruing merits within the Tao. What the Lord of Mount Tai sensed was precisely that unspoken portion. However, it was evident that Su Changfeng would not grant him his desire. From the moment he brazenly attempted to employ the soul-searching technique on Su Changfeng, their paths could no longer converge. Su Changfeng understood that with his current strength, seeking retribution against the Lord of Mount Tai was an impossibility. Thus he could not openly oppose him. Therefore, until he amassed sufficient power, he must maintain the facade of ignorance. Yet, this did not imply he was powerless to act. The legendary deity of Mount Tai aspired to become the supreme being of the underworld, overseeing the 10 halls of Yama and governing the 18 layers of hell. If that were the case, he could justifiably seize this opportunity. With his thought in mind, Su Changfeng quickened his pace, heading towards the Yellow Springs. Chapter 32. Young man, have some soup in the present underworld. There is no realm of the dead, only a path leading to the bridge of forgetting. Here, there is no platform of longing, no hellhound ridge, no golden rooster mountain, no ghost village, no hall of bewilderment, and none of the 3 live stones that Su Changfeng yearned for. Su Changfeng sprinted forth and eventually arrived before a murky river, its waters a deep crimson, exuding a pungent odor, with countless wronged souls struggling within. Spanning the Blood River was a massive bridge, upon which the words Bridge of Forgetting were inscribed. At the bridge's entrance stood a large pot, beside which sat an elderly woman with a face full of wrinkles, coaxing passing souls to partake of her soup. Su Changfeng recognized that this old woman was the legendary Mengpa. Although she appeared quite ordinary, resembling an elderly woman from the mortal realm. He felt no inclination to underestimate her. Rather, he was filled with reverence. He chose not to intrude, but instead waited patiently. Observing that no souls were willing to drink Meng Po's soup, he stepped forward to pay his respects. Lady of Tranquility, I am Su Changfeng, paying my respects. Meng Po did not acknowledge him, but instead grasped a large wooden ladle, trembling as she stirred the broth within the pot, her voice echoing with age. Young man, you are mistaken. I am merely an old woman skilled in brewing soup, not the figure you seek. If you wish to meet the Lady of Tranquility, go to the Hall of Tranquility. Do not seek out this useless old woman. With that, she resumed serving soup to the newly arrived souls, as Su Changfeng returned to his quiet observation, watching Meng Po as she earnestly persuaded those unwilling to forget their past lives. Her demeanor kind and patient, devoid of any impatience. Were it not for Su Changfeng's memories of his past life, he would scarcely believe that this old woman was the Mother Earth of the Witch Clan. Gazing at Meng Po, she emitted no trace of magical energy. Her every movement appeared entirely normal. Yet for reasons unknown, Su Changfeng felt an overwhelming sense of calmness, even the anger and agitation within him gradually subsiding. Meng Po seemed to sense something, nodding gently, her wrinkled visage softened with compassion, her eyes seemingly brimming with love for all beings. She cradled a bowl of Meng Po soup, bending down to present it to a thin, emaciated black dog before her. I end this life. You have faced much misfortune, yet you remain loyal. In your next life. Strive to be a good person and avoid straying from the right path. The black dog appeared to comprehend her words, wagging its tail joyfully. After finishing the soup, it reluctantly nudged her hand with its head before trotting lightly across the bridge of forgetting. Upon witnessing the black dog's departure, Su Changfeng could not help but inquire, Lady, that black dog's soul is incomplete. Even if it is reborn as a human, it will be a fool, destined to be looked down upon, suffering no less than it did as a dog. Why, upon hearing it would become human, does it appear so joyful? Meng Po sighed deeply, her eyes filled with regret. I end this life. It was a loyal dog, even if its master treated it poorly, beating and starving it. It remained steadfast. In the end, in a desperate bid to save its master, it chose to engage in a fierce battle with a wild wolf. Although it sustained grievous injuries, its master did not express gratitude. Instead, he deemed it a burden due to its disability and resolved to turn it into dog meat to share with his family. Upon hearing this, Su Changfeng could not help but furrow his brow. Even with his temperament, he found it difficult to harbor any fondness for this dog owner and his family. Lady. Could it be that the black dog seeks revenge? Meng Po shook her head. It harbors no resentment. It simply cannot comprehend why its master does not cherish it. Therefore, it wishes to be reborn as a human to experience the essence of humanity. Its fixation was profound. And I have facilitated it, as Su Changfeng was at a loss as to how to assess this dog. All he could do was hope that in its next life, it would enjoy good fortune and be reborn into a wealthy family. For even the simplest of souls would then live a life free from want. Otherwise, it might as well remain a dog. All right, young man, having heard my words, I need your assistance. There is another group approaching, and I am swamped with work. Just then, Meng Po spoke up, as Su Changfeng was momentarily taken aback. Then elated, he hurried over, somewhat flustered, and inquired, My lady, what should I do? Meng Po handed him a long spoon and a bowl from the table. You will serve soup to those crossing the bridge. Remember, they must finish drinking before they can cross. As for me, I shall focus on preparing the soup. As Su Changfeng readily agreed, relieved that he did not have to initiate the conversation, as the other party had extended an olive branch. Consequently, when he saw a group of spirits approaching, he immediately began his new task. Meng Po sat beside the large pot, leisurely brewing the Meng Po soup with practiced skill. Initially, Su Changfeng thought it straightforward, but when he witnessed the ghosts wailing in despair, wearing expressions of utter hopelessness, and refusing to drink the Meng Po soup, he was utterly bewildered. These souls clung to memories they were reluctant to forget, parents, lovers, and cherished moments, rendering them averse to the soup. As Su Changfeng felt a headache coming on. Why had nothing occurred while Meng Po was in charge? Yet here he was, facing a group that seemed as if they had been fed poison. Were it not for Meng Po's presence, he would have forcibly pried open their mouths to administer the soup. He glanced back at Meng Po, who showed no intention of helping, her focus solely on the soup. Su Changfeng felt she was merely enjoying the spectacle. Unable to resort to force, he could only muster the courage to repeatedly persuade the souls. Time passed, and at last he managed to convince the final soul to drink the Meng Po soup. Yet before he could breathe a sigh of relief, another group of spirits flew in from the distance. Seeing Meng Po still not intervening, he could only let out a resigned sigh, forcing a smile as he lifted the freshly served Meng Po soup, preparing to greet the soon-to-be departed souls. Thus, a day slipped by. Su Changfeng's throat felt parched. He had spoken more in this day than the past 400 years combined. What a laborious endeavor. This was the first time he felt so unburdened. Tomorrow he would strive to continue. Suddenly, Meng Po spoke, her wrinkled face radiating a satisfied smile. However, Su Changfeng's countenance turned pale. After such a taxing day, both his mind and body were utterly exhausted. Although he possessed an immortal physique that rendered him impervious to fatigue, his spirit was weary. Especially with those departed souls, he could neither strike nor scold them, nor could he force them to drink the soup. He had to patiently listen to their tales of love and loss, from initial empathy to eventual numbness. Simultaneously, he found himself in awe of Meng Po. After just one day, he was utterly spent. While Meng Po had been performing her duties since the inception of reincarnation, what immense willpower was required to sustain such a role. Moreover, he discerned that Meng Po genuinely cared for her work. She exhibited both patience and compassion towards the souls. Truly, she was the goddess of the earth, capable of embodying reincarnation. Such a benevolent heart is rare even in the vast expanse of the primordial world. With this realization, Su Changfeng's perspective gradually shifted. While he might not possess the same kindness as the goddess, he would strive to act with a clear conscience. Thus, in the days that followed, the restlessness within Su Changfeng began to dissipate. Faced with souls resistant to drinking the Meng Po soup, he lost his initial impatience and instead spoke with heartfelt sincerity. He even took the initiative to offer them a red thread, promising that if they entered reincarnation together, they would reunite in their next life, loving one another anew. The appearance of the red thread significantly eased Su Changfeng's persuasion, as more than half of those souls were loath to part from their loved ones. In this manner, Su Changfeng transitioned from a state of frantic disarray to one of effortless grace. A century passed in the blink of an eye. On the Naya Bridge, Meng Po continued to brew her soup. Su Changfeng persisted in serving the Meng Po soup, one soul after another, coaxing them along. Day after day, they worked in tandem, each absorbed in their tasks yet perfectly attuned to one another. Over the century, their exchanges remained minimal, with scarcely a moment for conversation. The beings of this world experience life and death, perpetually cycling through reincarnation. The souls arriving at the Naya Bridge never ceased. Until one day, Meng Po escorted a group of spirits to the bridge, serving a bowl of Meng Po soup with a gentle smile. "Thank you for your assistance. Over the past century, my burden has lightened considerably." As she spoke, she handed him a bowl of the soup. "Young man, have some soup." Su Changfeng was taken aback, raising his head to look at Meng Po, utterly perplexed. "What does this mean? I am not a soul destined for reincarnation. Why would I drink this soup?" Chapter 33. This matter is entrusted to you. Meng Po maintained her amiable smile. "I only know how to brew soup. You have aided me for over a century, and this is but a token of my gratitude." Upon hearing this, Su Changfeng lifted the bowl before him. He understood Meng Po meant no harm, even if she intended to deal with him. There was no need for such elaborate measures. Thus, under Meng Po's warm gaze, he drank it down without hesitation. In an instant, Su Changfeng felt his consciousness begin to blur, as if a wave of drowsiness washed over him. And simultaneously, his memories seemed to slip away rapidly. Instinctively, he panicked, but ultimately, he could not withstand the allure of slumber and lost awareness. As Su Changfeng collapsed, Meng Po made a slight motion, and 6 black wheel-like shadows appeared in the air. Soon after, Su Changfeng's primordial spirit detached from his body, uncontrollably soaring upwards, drawn into the wheel. Following that, the shadow of the wheel vanished, leaving the world in silence. Mengpa took over Su Changfeng's duties, continuing to brew soup and encouraging the souls to drink. As Su Changfeng lay quietly by the pot, enveloped in the steam, slipping into a deep slumber, as though forgotten by all. Another century passed, just as Su Changfeng sank deeper into sleep. Seemingly never to awaken, he finally stirred. A powerful aura emanated from him, intensifying with each passing moment. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, a fleeting look of confusion crossing them before clarity took its place. What a grand dream it has been! Rising to his feet, he straightened his appearance and bowed deeply to Mengpa, who was still tending to the soup. "Thank you, my lady, for bestowing this opportunity upon me. I am at a loss for how to repay you." Mengpa continued stirring the pot, not lifting her head. "There is no need for thanks. 100 years of grace has earned you 100 years of dreams. We are even." Though she spoke thus, Su Changfeng was acutely aware that this was an immense boon for him. Over the past century, while he had been assisting Mengpa, he had also undergone significant fortification of his resolve, rendering it more resilient. Throughout this time, he had been in a state of slumber, akin to the cycle of reincarnation, repeatedly embodying different lives and experiencing the myriad joys and sorrows of the world. He could not quantify how many lives he had lived, but he had profoundly grasped the complexities of love and hatred, the capriciousness of fate, and gained deeper insights into the paths of relationships and destiny. What astonished him even more was that he had, through these repeated cycles, comprehended the very essence of life and death. Su Changfeng found himself momentarily at a loss, overwhelmed by this unexpected delight. To comprehend a grand principle was indeed a serendipitous joy. Yet he had no desire to tread that path, for it had been irrevocably sealed off, with the goddess of the earth standing guard. Who could possibly wrest it from her grasp? He did not delve deeply into the profound mysteries of the cycle of life and death. Rather, he sought to extract useful principles from it, hoping to integrate them into the path of love and destiny, thereby fortifying his own journey. Considering the immense opportunity bestowed upon him by Mengpa, he ought to feel content. Yet he found himself reluctant to part with the 3 live stone. This stone encapsulated higher laws of love and fate, harmoniously resonating with his own path, making it utterly inconceivable for him to relinquish it. Although no evidence confirmed that the 3 live stone had fallen into the hands of the Lady of Earth, Su Changfeng believed it was highly probable that this precious artifact of the Underworld had indeed come into her possession. After some contemplation, he resolved to proceed. Once more, he bowed deeply. "My lady, you have already rendered me substantial assistance. I no longer require more. However, regarding the 3 live stone, which is vital for my future cultivation, I humbly implore your benevolence. I am willing to exchange it for an item of equal value." Upon hearing this, Mengpa paused, her gaze toward him tinged with intrigue. "You have quite the audacious plan. However, do you realize that the 3 live stone is a supreme innate spiritual treasure, of which there are scarcely a few in this cosmic realm? What makes you think I would part with it?" As Su Changfeng observed Mengpa's sudden shift in demeanor, a chill ran down his spine, prompting him to hastily clarify, "My lady, I speak nothing but the truth. I have inadvertently learned that the reincarnation path you have forged is not entirely complete. When penalties arise, they suppress the underworld." At the mention of penalties and the underworld, Mengpa seemed to grasp some heavenly secret, rendering her momentarily speechless. Soon after, a peculiar light emanated from her brow, revealing a woman clad in a pale yellow palace gown, her visage shrouded in the power of the laws that Su Changfeng could not discern her features. Yet he sensed her beauty, gentleness, and grace. That it was not that she wished to obscure her appearance. Rather, as Su Changfeng locked eyes with her, it felt as though he were gazing upon a path of reincarnation that traversed the vast cosmos. To catch a glimpse of her was akin to observing a grand avenue, and one could easily become entranced, losing one's self in the journey. Startled, Su Changfeng dared not meet her gaze and promptly bowed in reverence. "I pay my respects to the Lady of Equanimity. May your life be eternally blessed." The Lady of Equanimity regarded Su Changfeng with a knowing glance that I sensed a subtle joy in the underworld ever since you entered the realm of the dead 2 centuries ago. It seems you are indeed the catalyst for change, the underworld, the 18 layers of hell. So it was, while the 3 live stone is precious, the paramount task lies in completing the merits of reincarnation. Are you certain you wish to exchange it for the 3 live stone? A flicker of complexity passed through her eyes as she posed this question. Changfeng nodded slightly. He was confident that even if he surrendered the merits of the underworld, the heavenly Tao would not forget his contributions. With just a modicum of heavenly merits, he could attain divinity and secure a place as the divine matchmaker, although he would incur a significant loss of heavenly merits. Changfeng's objectives were clear. He prioritized his own cultivation journey above all else. Even if he harbored reluctance, the Lady of Equanimity had already gleaned the heavenly secrets, leaving him with no room for choice. In light of this, he resolved to generously relinquish the merits of the underworld, hoping to garner favor from a sage. Upon receiving Changfeng's affirmative, the Lady of Equanimity's eyes glimmered with approval. Your heart is steadfast like granite, unperturbed by external possessions. If you continue this way, the realm of Deluo will be within your reach. Changfeng was taken aback by her unexpected praise. However, her subsequent words left him utterly astounded. She smiled and shook her head. The 3 live stone is a treasured artifact of the underworld, meant to eternally stabilize the realm of the dead, and thus cannot be traded to you. As for the establishment of the underworld, it is a task that I shall not interfere with. It is for you to accomplish. What? Changfeng was rendered speechless. My lady, do you truly wish for me to establish the underworld? He could hardly believe his ears. This was an immense undertaking. Once the cycle of the underworld was perfected, the heavenly merits would surely descend. Why would the Lady of Equanimity willingly grant him such a task? Sensing his incredulity, she smiled gently and explained, I do not lack heavenly merits, but if you can complete the cycle of reincarnation, I too shall benefit from it. This is your endeavor. Should I claim your merits, it would merely complicate the web of cause and effect. Such entanglements are best avoided. I have already attained the state of primordial unity. While I am not fearful of cause and effect, it does present its own challenges. Therefore, this matter is entrusted to you. Chapter 34. You think you can kill me based on the Lady of Equanimity's words. Changfeng finally grasped the meaning of how mortals fear consequences and how celestial beings dread cause. From the initial encounters with the old ancestor of Tushan to the you, and now the Lady of Equanimity. Each one had been eager to distance themselves, even offering treasures to repay debts to him. Changfeng began to regard cause and effect with greater seriousness. Entangling himself in such matters could lead to unforeseen complications in the future. Moreover, he owed a significant debt to the human emperor Xianyuan, and it was imperative to repay it, lest it become even more burdensome later. Ultimately, the merits of establishing the underworld returned to Changfeng. While he felt a surge of joy, he also faced a dilemma. Constructing the 18 layers of hell required immense power. How could a mere Xianxian accomplish such a feat? From the outset, he had never intended to establish the underworld. He merely sought to share in the spoils through the Lady of Earth. Thus, he had generously revealed this secret. What should he do now? Changfeng clasped his fists toward the Lady of Equanimity. Managing to force a smile, I humbly ask for your assistance, my lady. Otherwise, how could I possibly establish the underworld alone? The Lady of Equanimity nodded gently. The matter of completing the cycle of reincarnation is of utmost importance. I shall not stand idly by that. I can temporarily lend you part of the authority of reincarnation, but the remainder must be achieved by your own efforts. Upon hearing this, Changfeng's heart soared with joy. Thank you, my lady. As soon as the words left his mouth, the Lady of Equanimity flicked her finger, and countless laws of reincarnation coalesced at her fingertip, merging into Changfeng's being. Boom! Changfeng felt as though a vast and boundless path unfurled before him. Akin to a collapsing starry river, sweeping across the primordial earth, evoking a profound sense of reverence within him. To the source of this river stood a magnificent throned figure, with the heavens above and the great river below. Sat majestically upon the throne, their visage obscured by countless laws, yet their eyes shone like twin full moons, gazing down upon the diminutive intruder, Changfeng. awestruck, gazed upward at the figure reminiscent of Pangu, realizing he was but a fraction of their enormity. Although he recognized this figure as the Lady of Equanimity, he had never before comprehended her formidable nature so deeply before he could react. He saw her finger gently point toward him, that a colossal hand cradled him, elevating him to the throne. As Su Changfeng settled upon the throne, he felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, rapidly enlarging his form. Eventually, he became a tenth of the Lady of Equanimity's size. Days he sat upon the vast throne, while she stood beside it, gazing at him with a smile. "Begin." Her voice resonated like thunder, echoing through the void. Su Changfeng had yet to fully process her words when his consciousness found itself once again upon the Naya bridge. In that moment, he was enveloped by an inexhaustible force of laws. Feeling an unprecedented strength, no longer could anything stand in his way. Before him, the Lord of Mount Tai appeared as mere vermin. Was this the might of a sage? Su Changfeng felt as though his heart had leaped to his throat. However, the Lady of Equanimity's reminder left him no time for further contemplation. "I have bestowed upon you the authority of the path of reincarnation, but your physical body and primordial spirit can only endure for a day. Otherwise, you will be assimilated into the path of reincarnation, becoming one with it. Thus, you must hasten your pace." Upon hearing the Lady of Equanimity's words, Su Changfeng felt a pang of reluctance. The sensation of boundless power was simply too exquisite, rendering him unable to extricate himself. Yet, with immense willpower, he resisted the overwhelming temptation, simultaneously reciting the Huang, Ting Jing in his mind to maintain clarity. Su Changfeng performed a respectful bow, refraining from uttering more words. He stepped forward, silently appearing before the Gate of Ghosts, and with a casual wave, he refined the gate. He then entered the realm of the dead, arriving in the Time Mountain Underworld. "Who goes there?" A thunderous roar echoed through the the Lord of Mount Tai, the ruler of the Underworld. He immediately sensed the intrusion of a formidable presence, and, with a flicker of movement, appeared before the gates of hell. Upon recognizing the visitor, he was utterly shocked. "It's you. How could this be?" The Lord of Mount Tai could not discern what had transpired with Su Changfeng, yet he felt an overwhelming aura emanating from him, instilling a sense of dread. Su Changfeng smiled faintly, an axe materializing in his hand. "Lord of Mount Tai, I have come to settle our score. I implore you to meet your fate." The Lord of Mount Tai, taken aback, retorted furiously, "What causality exists between us? Do not speak nonsense. Regardless of your current state, leave at once. I am a master of Mount Tai, ordained by heaven, governing life and death. How dare you slander me?" Su Changfeng shook his head, dismissing the notion of engaging in frivolous conversation with this fool. That a surge of immense power erupted, causing the entire underworld of Mount Tai to tremble. The axe in his hand radiated a dazzling light, imbued with a potent intent to kill, as it swung toward the Lord of Mount Tai. Simultaneously, his icy voice reverberated throughout the realm of the dead. "Lord of Mount Tai, do you truly believe that a mere manipulation of time can erase all my past? The soul-searching technique is most vile. Having sought to invade my soul and seize my fortune, you should know that there is no retreat for us." The Lord of Mount Tai's eyes widened in disbelief. He had never anticipated such a flawed in his view. A mere Xian ant would be utterly helpless before his manipulation of time. Regret flooded his being. Had he known this would occur, he should have exercised greater caution or simply eliminated this insignificant pest to avoid such a fate. Utilizing the power of the Deluo, he tore through layers of space, attempting to flee. Without a moment's hesitation, the Lord of Mount Tai turned to escape. Su Changfeng's current state was peculiar in the short term. He was certainly no match for his opponent. However, he believed that if he could distance himself, he could not fathom how Su Changfeng could maintain such power indefinitely. At that time, he would have his revenge. But in the next moment, a terrifying phenomenon unfolded. The surrounding space began to compress toward him at an alarming rate. No matter how far he flew, he remained rooted in place, that he could only watch helplessly as the colossal axe, bearing the force to obliterate the heavens, swiftly cleaved him into fragments. Leaving no time for a scream to escape his lips, Changfeng inhaled deeply, gazing at the remains of the Lord of Mount Tai, whom he had slain with a single blow that he had never envisioned he would have the chance for vengeance. So upon gaining power, his first act was to eliminate this persistent threat. Changfeng was not one to easily make enemies. But if he were to be wronged, he would not passively submit. This was his character from his previous life. Generally, he treated everyone with courtesy and warmth, yet if someone chose to view him as a pushover, he would strike without mercy. Even amidst the chaos of the primordial era, this temperament remained unchanged. Should his adversary be overwhelmingly powerful, he had no qualms about feigning weakness, preserving his life to await the opportune moment. Yet if he emerged victorious, he would not hesitate to be ruthless, ensuring his opponent met a swift end. After all, he despised complications, in such circumstances he would find peace, and so would his enemies. However, he had evidently been too hasty in his confidence. A surge of temporal power flowed backward, and the Lord of Mount Tai reappeared, unscathed. Changfeng, do not revel in your triumph. Do you think you can kill me so easily? Chapter 35. It is not like this. The Lord of Mount Tai spat out these words through clenched teeth. Changfeng frowned. How could the Lord of Mount Tai, who he had just slain, possibly still be alive? Yet, there was no time to ponder as he once again wielded his powers to seal the surrounding space. Preventing his opponent's escape, he then raised his axe, striking down with all his might. Changfeng furrowed his brow as he noticed that his adversary seemed unperturbed, even allowing the axe to strike him, utterly obliterating both his corporeal form and spirit. Yet he reappeared before Changfeng, mocking him with a derisive expression. Changfeng, do you believe that just because you have grown stronger, you are invincible? What is the essence of Deluo? You will never comprehend it. The Deluo has long since intertwined the timelines. I exist in the past, present, and future. You may slay me in this moment, but you cannot extinguish the myriad versions of me across the timelines. I doubt you can endure for long. I am eager to see whether you or I will last longer. Upon hearing this, Changfeng suddenly understood. So it is. Lord Mount Tai, I am grateful for your reminder. I am curious to know if your timeline can withstand the forces of reincarnation. A cold smile crept across Changfeng's lips, his eyes glinting with a chilling light as he raised his axe once more, channeling the power bestowed upon him by the Lady of Tranquility into the weapon, delivering a ferocious strike. This time, his movement was subtle. A gray light emanated from the axe's edge, transforming into a small black hole that approached his opponent at a languid pace. However, the previously confident Lord of Mount Tai now displayed a visage of sheer terror, sensing the looming threat of death. Simultaneously, he recognized the immense power within Changfeng, exclaiming in shock, the power of reincarnation. How do you possess the Lady of Tranquility's power? Changfeng understood well that the hallmark of a villain was their tendency to prattle on. He had no intention of making that blunder. In the face of death, the Lord of Mount Tai would not simply resign himself. He desperately channeled his powers, summoning a river brimming with temporal energy, plunging into the river of time. Since he could not escape through space, he would flee through time. Of course, this river of time was not from the primordial era, but rather a branch of the Lord of Mount Tai's own essence. Yet now, as the Lord of Mount Tai slipped into the river of time, Changfeng found himself at a loss. Although he wielded the power of the Lady of Tranquility, he had yet to reach the realm of Deluo. Observing the Lord of Mount Tai flowing upstream within the river of time, growing increasingly distant, Changfeng acted without hesitation, exerting all his strength to stabilize the river and prevent its collapse. He then cleaved the upper reaches of the river with one strike, followed by another that severed the lower reaches, ensnaring the Lord of Mount Tai within. Then, with the Lord of Mount Tai's horrified gaze upon him, he transformed the reincarnation power granted by the Lady of Tranquility into a massive millstone. Crashing it down upon the river of time, he could not believe that a mere tributary of time could contend with the might of a sage. As expected, the power of reincarnation ground against the river of time, shattering it into fragments. The Lord of Mount Tai flailed like a fish on dry land, desperately attempting to flee, but the millstone relentlessly crushed the waters, constricting his space for survival. Changfeng coldly observed the Lord of Mount Tai's struggles within the River of Time, refusing to relent, instead intensifying his magical output. His expression remained calm, though the veins on his forehead betrayed his true emotions. Changfeng held his breath, daring not to relax even slightly, for the power did not belong to him. The overwhelming force of reincarnation tested the limits of his soul, almost driving him to the brink of collapse. Nevertheless, the price was worth it to annihilate this foe completely. The River of Time was shattered beneath the crushing weight of the reincarnation millstone, leading to the Lord of Mount Tai's corporeal form disintegrating, followed by the forcible obliteration of his soul. The Lord of Mount Tai roared in fury, his voice thick with resentment and despair. "This is impossible. Hutu, why do you assist an ant? It was I who once opened the realm of reincarnation. Hutu, you seize my merits of the three realms. Now, you seek to bring about my demise through the hands of an ant. They say you possess a kind heart, yet it is all a facade. Such despicable behavior." Su Changfeng was somewhat taken aback by these words, yet it did not deter him from erasing the final remnant of the Lord of Mount Tai's true spirit. However, this time, he faltered. As the reincarnation millstone approached the Lord of Mount Tai's soul, it immediately disintegrated. He paused in astonishment. Before he could react, a hand as pale as jade emerged, retrieving the shard of true spirit from the River of Time. "My lady," Su Changfeng exclaimed, realizing he had misstepped. Caught red-handed, he feigned ignorance, asking, "My lady, how did you come to be here?" The Lady of Tranquility cast him a sidelong glance. "Were it not for me, would you simply stand by and watch the Lord of Mount Tai perish?" Seeing that the Lady of Tranquility did not seem angry, Su Changfeng grew bolder, retorting with a smile, "My lady possesses boundless powers and knowledge. You must have long known of the enmity between the Lord of Mount Tai and me. He previously sought to employ the soul-searching technique against me, intending to usurp my fortune. This enmity is one that cannot be reconciled. Should he remain alive, my demise is assured. Thus I must strike preemptively." Upon concluding his words, he gazed at the true spirit held by the goddess Pingxin, his tone earnest. "I implore you, please grant the soul of the Lord of Mount Tai to this humble servant. I shall ensure his transcendence." Transcendence. The audacity of Su Changfeng left the goddess Pingxin at a loss for words. In the primordial realm, cultivators generally value their reputation. She had never encountered such unmitigated shamelessness. The goddess Pingxin cast a glance at the true spirit in her grasp, shaking her head with a sigh. She regarded Su Changfeng with disapproval. The Lord of Mount Tai is a deity, tasked with the stewardship of life and death, and his lifespan has not yet concluded. Upon hearing this, Su Changfeng could no longer remain seated. "Your Highness, he has become my mortal enemy. If he lives, I too shall perish. You could allow me to send him away at once, and then seek a new Lord of Mount Tai. I am confident that with your capabilities, you could certainly find a more suitable deity for Mount Tai." Su Changfeng's gaze flickered with a glint of malice as he looked at the true spirit held by the goddess Pingxin. The Lord of Mount Tai, now reduced to a mere wisp of true spirit, trembled in fear at Su Changfeng's vow to obliterate him, repeatedly pleading for salvation from the goddess. "Your Highness, please save me. If you rescue me, I vow before the heavenly principles to follow you faithfully henceforth." Such audacity, forsaking the dignity of the great Luo for the sake of survival. This adversary must be eradicated, lest he bring eternal unrest. He hurried to seek counsel with the goddess Pingxin. "Your Highness." Do not heed his words. Just moments ago, he was boasting that you had stolen his fortune. He clearly harbors ill will towards you. Such a venomous serpent cannot be allowed to linger. The true spirit of the Lord of Mount Tai trembled even more violently. "Your Highness, forgive my transgressions. I merely believed you sought to eliminate me through this young man. Hence I spoke in haste. Your Highness, please discern, I bear no grievances." The goddess Pingxin halted Su Changfeng's continued tirade, observing the pleading true spirit in her hand, and sighed once more. "Jin Hong, I am aware that you harbor lingering resentment regarding the matter of reincarnation, yet the great Tao encompasses 50, while the celestial mechanisms number 49. Though the primordial realm is bound by fate, there remains a glimmer of hope. When Pangu, the primordial deity, opened the heavens and the earth, his head became the present-day Mount Tai. The human body possesses three dantians, upper, middle, and lower. Pangu was no exception. After his death, his head transformed into Mount Tai, a resting place for the souls of the heavenly path, while his Niwen palace became the underworld as the embodiment of Mount Tai. You naturally became the ruler of the netherworld, and thus it is fitting that you should create the cycle of reincarnation. The goddess Pingxin shook her head, her expression one of regret. Alas, from the moment of your birth, you treated Mount Tai as your domain, even occupying the Niwen palace of the primordial deity, forbidding any from entering. This led to the untimely demise of billions of souls during the ancient calamities of dragons and phoenixes, as well as the war between the witches and the demons, leaving them no refuge but to flee into the blood sea of the primordial deity's lower dantian. You were meant to be the sovereign of the underworld. Yet you failed to heed the celestial order, squandering your fate. Were it not for my intervention in reincarnation, those innocent souls would remain eternally trapped in the blood sea, forever denied rebirth. Jinhong. It is not I who have taken your fortune. It is your own defiance against the heavens that has led to your abandonment by the heavenly principles, leaving you with no further opportunity for enlightenment. Have you ever pondered why your cultivation has shown no progress? You began earlier than any of us, yet you remain not even a quasi-saint. The Lord of Mount Tai nearly fainted upon hearing the words of the goddess Pingxin. No, it is not as it seems. Chapter 36. The Golden Belt of Murder and Arson. He never anticipated that reality could be so cruel as Yu Changfeng observed this scene, marveling at the ancient secrets that unfolded before him. He felt no sympathy for the Lord of Mount Tai. Rather, he inwardly berated him for squandering a favorable hand and missing an opportunity, as he watched the true spirit of the Lord of Mount Tai on the verge of dissipating. He was filled with anticipation, wishing for the other to vanish swiftly. Unfortunately, the goddess Pingxin bestowed upon him hope, only for him to be disappointed as the dissipating true spirit reformed. The goddess Pingxin seemed to sense Su Changfeng's thoughts, turning to him and uttering, "Rest assured, I shall erase his memories and allow his true spirit to reincarnate. When he is reborn, he will no longer be the Lord of Mount Tai, merely a stranger, with no ties to you." Upon hearing this, Su Changfeng felt a wave of relief wash over him. No longer fixated on slaying the true spirit of the Lord of Mount Tai, he watched as the goddess Pingxin waved her hand, erasing the Lord's memories and summoning a shadow of reincarnation to envelop him, leading to a burgeoning curiosity within him. He recalled the grand ceremony of Fengshen, where the mortal Huang Feihu ascended to become the Eastern Mount Tai's holy emperor. He had wondered how a mere mortal could possess such fortune to become an emperor. However, if Huang Feihu truly were the reincarnation of the Lord of Mount Tai, it would make sense. The only issue was that this lord had already been slain by him. How then did the original trajectory transform the Lord of Mount Tai into the mortal Huang Feihu? Moreover, how did he ascend to the Fengshen list after death? Yet now was not the time for such musings, as the goddess Pingxin had now turned her focus towards Su Changfeng. Enveloped by the laws, her visage remained obscured, yet her voice bore an air of sternness. "I borrow your authority over reincarnation not to enact violence, but to expedite the establishment of the underworld and perfect the cycle of reincarnation. It is not for the purpose of taking lives. It appears that I have erred. I shall strip you of all the power I lent you. And as for the affairs of the underworld, you shall handle them yourself." Su Changfeng was taken aback and hastily pleaded for mercy. Without the goddess Pingxin's assistance, his ambitions of establishing the underworld would be delayed for an eternity. However, thanks to Meng Po's century of experience, Su Changfeng had honed his skills of persuasion to an artful degree, showering her with flattering words without repetition. The goddess Pingxin had lived for countless years and was not easily swayed by mere flattery. Yet, she had never encountered a cultivator like Su Changfeng, whose very being radiated a worldly aura. It piqued her curiosity. Moreover, she had no intention of reclaiming the power she had lent him. She merely sought to intimidate him into behaving and hastening the establishment of the underworld. The creation of the underworld was crucial for the perfection of the reincarnation system, and as a Taoist sage, the goddess Pingxin must ensure its completion to further her own cultivation. matters regarding the Tao cannot be taken lightly. Considering Su Changfeng's plight, the goddess Pingxin no longer held a grudge and solemnly instructed, "The establishment of the underworld cannot be delayed, were it not for my veiling of the heavenly secrets through the path of reincarnation." The other sages would have discerned it long ago, and at that point, the opportunity would be snatched, leaving you without support. You have also heard my dialogue with the Lord of Mount Tai. The opportunities bestowed upon you by the heavens are yours to seize, but whether you can obtain them depends solely on yourself. Su Changfeng's expression turned serious upon hearing this. He understood well the principle that the heavens do not entirely forsake mortals. He immediately bowed, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Your Highness. I shall attend to this matter forthwith, ensuring I do not disappoint your expectations." With that, he bid farewell to the goddess Pingxin. However, before departing, he ascended above the palace of the Lord of Mount Tai, employing his great power to uproot it and store it within his sleeve. This palace surely housed numerous treasures of the Lord of Mount Tai, now all his to claim. The goddess Pingxin could only shake her head. Bemused by his actions, with a wave of her hand, everything returned to its original state, including the ghostly generals slain by Su Changfeng's residual energy, who were restored without any harm. Yet, the Lord of Mount Tai no longer existed. As if he had never been there at all. All they knew was that, since ancient times, a netherworld had existed under the command of the goddess Pingxin, responsible for guiding the souls of the deceased into the underworld. Returning to the netherworld, Su Changfeng wasted no time in dismantling the grand formation set by the Lord of Mount Tai, sweeping his divine sense across the treasury. Instantly, he was dazzled by the treasures within, which overflowed with various magical artifacts and spiritual materials. Su Changfeng could hardly contain his laughter. The Lord of Mount Tai, having lived for countless years, possessed an astonishing array of treasures. The ancient adage proved true. Murder and arson bring golden belts. In that moment, Su Changfeng felt an exhilarating rush of wealth. What delighted him further was the discovery of innate spiritual treasures within the treasury, a stone platform, a precious mirror, and a magical well. However, he quickly comprehended why the Lord of Mount Tai chose to set these items aside. Although all were innate spiritual treasures, they possessed no offensive capabilities whatsoever. This stone platform, known as the Wangxiang platform, as its name suggests, is the legendary site of longing for one's homeland, functioning in a manner akin to the Haotian mirror. Standing upon it allows one to behold the places and people they wish to see. This precious mirror, named the Sin Mirror, can discern a person's virtues and vices, revealing their entire life without any discrepancies. The well, known as the Bewildering Well, continuously releases a mesmerizing water. Anyone who drinks from it will speak the truth, unable to utter a lie. These three treasures, all of innate middle-grade quality, lack even the slightest hint of offensive power, which explains why the Lord of Mount Tai chose not to forge them. Su Changfeng was unaware whether this Lord of Mount Tai was fortunate or unfortunate. To him, these three treasures were but mere trinkets. The only regret was that when the Lord of Mount Tai perished, the treasure he possessed did not manifest. It remains unknown whether it was lost in the river of time or fell into the hands of the Lady of Tranquility. Su Changfeng could not believe that this Lord of Mount Tai, a venerable figure on the brink of quasi-sainthood, possessed only these three treasures. Alas, this power did not truly belong to him. Even if he could easily slay the Lord of Mount Tai, he would still face numerous restrictions. Without a second thought, after collecting all the items from the treasury, Su Changfeng began to refine these three innate spiritual treasures. As a person from a later era, he was acutely aware of the significance of these three treasures. The fact that the Lord of Mount Tai possessed these artifacts indicated that the opportunity presented by the opening of the underworld resided within him. Regrettably, this opportunity had been seized by Su Changfeng. At present, having temporarily acquired the authority of reincarnation from the Lady of Tranquility, he could be said to wield the celestial mandate within the underworld, his words manifesting into law. Utilizing the power of reincarnation, he divided the ghostly gates into 5 portals, each flying towards the eastern Peach Blossom Mountain, the western Mount of the Dead, the northern Luofeng Mountain, the southern Raofu Mountain, and the central Badu Mountain. The 5 mountains of the Underworld are intricately linked to the 5 great mountains of the Primordial World. By connecting these 5 great mountains through the 5 ghostly gates, the fortunes of the 5 mountains intertwined with those of the 5 ghost mountains in an instant. In the mortal realm, deep within the 5 great mountains, a massive copper door simultaneously appeared, exuding a chilling aura that soared into the heavens, capturing the attention of countless immortals in the Underworld. Such a commotion among the 5 ghostly mountains naturally drew the attention of all denizens of the Netherrealm, particularly those ghost kings residing nearby, who felt the presence of the earthly essence and were filled with excitement. Just as it is challenging for mortals to enter the Underworld, so too is it difficult for the spirits of the Underworld to access the mortal realm. The sole means of passage is through the ghostly gates, or by powerful beings of the great Luo realm, who can disregard the barriers between the two worlds as for ghostly entities at the great Luo level. They are akin to the Ghost Emperor. Now that an opportunity to traverse to the mortal realm had arisen, several ghost kings would not let this chance slip by, each leading tens of thousands of ghostly soldiers. Eager to seize the ghostly gates, Changfeng naturally took note of this, yet he remained indifferent. From this moment forth, the territory between these 5 ghostly mountains would serve as the domain of the Underworld. And for the sake of its tranquility, he must eliminate all these restless ghost kings. He had already refined the ghostly gates. Without his permission, even if these ghost kings occupied the gates, they could not open them, let alone enter the mortal realm. After establishing the 5 ghostly gates, he did not cease his endeavors. Chapter 37. Could this be the scheme of the Lady of the Earth? He followed the path of the Yellow Springs until he reached the first mountain peak. Changfeng gazed at the winding mountain path, and with a sudden thought, he soared to the mountainside, gripping his axe tightly as he struck the mountain with a decisive blow. The immense mountain was cleaved in two, and Changfeng produced bricks from his bosom, hurling them at the leveled peak. The stone platform swiftly expanded, transforming into a colossal base that suppressed the entire mountain. Upon landing on the stone platform, a thought crossed his mind, and an image materialized in the air, depicting a scene within the Peach Blossom Valley that a group of fox maidens frolicked by the lake, while 3 spirits anxiously peered from a nearby pavilion. Is Changfeng all right? It has been 200 years, and he has yet to return. Sister, do you think something might have happened to Changfeng? The 9-headed chicken spoke with a worried expression. The 9-tailed fox, Hu Xiener, shook her head, equally concerned. Do not fret. Changfeng is quite clever and surely safe. Perhaps he is merely preoccupied with other matters. Listening to the conversation of the 3 spirit beasts, Changfeng furrowed his brow. Over these past 200 years, he had been entirely occupied with attending to the departed souls, and the latter century had been spent in a dream, completely oblivious to the passage of time. Sending forth a message, he departed from the stone platform, etching the words Wangxiang platform upon a mountainside beside it. This marks the second checkpoint for the departed souls entering the Underworld, known as the Wangxiang platform. From that moment on, the deceased would be separated from their loved ones, only able to meet at the Wangxiang platform. Continuing onward, he traversed over the mountain peak where the Wangxiang platform resided. The path ahead once again became level. Before him lay another expanse of rolling hills, flanked by towering cliffs, with only a single mountain path winding through. From a distance, the entire range resembled a ferocious beast, poised to devour any intruders. Observing this, Changfeng waved his hand towards the mountains, and in an instant, a pack of vicious hounds materialized before him. These hounds radiated an intense aura of malevolence, their claws like steel, striking sparks against the stones beneath them. These savage hounds were native to the Underworld, known for their ferocity and preference for attacking evildoers, and they were not well regarded within the Netherrealm. Yet before Changfeng, who wielded the power of reincarnation, they were utterly defenseless, reduced to cowering on the ground, trembling in fear, as Changfeng regarded the remaining hellhounds and nodded. From this moment forth, you shall serve as the guardians of the 3rd checkpoint of the Yellow Springs Road, the Ridge of Vicious Dogs. From now on, you shall thrive here, free from pursuit. Remember, your duty is to guard the Ridge of Vicious Dogs, preventing evildoers from ascending the mountain and sparing the innocent. Do you understand? I know you grasp my meaning. Su Changfeng addressed the hellhounds solemnly. The three hellhounds nodded in unison, their tails wagging more vigorously, their fierce eyes reflecting excitement and gratitude. Witnessing this, Su Changfeng nodded in satisfaction. These hellhounds possessed an innate ability to discern good from evil, yet lacked any aggressive tendencies. Their survival to this day was a testament to the favor of the heavenly path, serving to perfect the underworld. Thus, the third checkpoint of the underworld, the Ridge of Vicious Dogs, was established to punish those who had committed heinous crimes. After passing the Ridge of Vicious Dogs, a flat path emerged once more, leading to a massive mountain peak. Su Changfeng glanced at the steep summit and nodded. Golden Rooster Mountain, the fourth checkpoint of the Yellow Springs Road. He uttered a voice of immense authority that spread in all directions. Where is the Golden Rooster? At this moment, in addition to receiving the authority granted by the Lady of Tranquility, Su Changfeng felt a formidable aura far surpassing hers, rendering his current state exceedingly mysterious. It seemed that all perplexities were no longer challenges, and his thoughts manifested into reality. In the next instant, golden light erupted from the barren mountain, swiftly coalescing into a series of golden eggs. In the following moment, a rooster emerged from its shell, inhaling deeply and drawing in all the surrounding energy, transforming in the blink of an eye into a magnificent golden rooster. The rooster, adorned with resplendent golden feathers, emanates an aura as searing as molten lava, sufficient to instill dread in the souls of the netherworld. Coupled with its sharp beak and talons, a mere peck from it would leave any spirit severely wounded. These golden roosters are manifestations of the laws themselves, summoned to Jinji Ridge at the behest of Su Changfeng, where they now serve as guardians of the mountain. This mission, akin to that of the Evil Dog Ridge, is to obstruct malevolent individuals, preventing their smooth reincarnation. As Su Changfeng traverses Jinji Ridge, he feels as though he has entered a state of enlightenment, yet remains acutely aware of his surroundings, as if an unseen force propels him forward, guiding him step by step to refine the challenges ahead. He arrives at a flat expanse, where the path of the Yellow Springs is shrouded in mist, obscuring the sights beyond, leaving only the rustling sounds of the fog that beckon curiosity. Su Changfeng notices the situation within the mist. Indeed, a multitude of lost souls and wandering spirits have gathered, intent on luring the souls traversing the Yellow Springs Road to temporarily halt, allowing them to usurp the chance of reincarnation. He pauses, raising a hand to cleanse this gathering of spirits, only to retract it, instead casting a barrier along the sides of the path, permitting these unqualified souls to tempt the wicked spirits that arrive here. The fifth trial of the Yellow Springs Road is the Village of Wild Spirits. At this juncture, Su Changfeng finds himself feeling a tinge of sympathy for these evildoers. The structure of the underworld is meticulously designed with obstacles specifically aimed at them. They have yet to encounter the most severe punishment in the form of the 18 levels of hell. Yet they have already faced the trifecta of trials: Evil Dog Ridge, Jinji Mountain, and the Village of Wild Spirits. Each challenge is enough to instill terror in the hearts of those who have committed heinous acts, and only a select few have successfully navigated through these trials unscathed. Moreover, Su Changfeng had never intended to establish these trials. He too is being compelled to carry out these tasks at present. He feels like a mere instrument, methodically constructing tasks with the aid of the heavenly principles. Upon passing through the Village of Wild Spirits, Su Changfeng finds himself at the terminus of the Yellow Springs Road, nearing the Naiha Bridge. Sensing something amiss, he gazes out over the boundless realm of the underworld, his aura surging as he stamps his foot with force. Underworld, manifest! In an instant, the earth trembles, and a magnificent city rises abruptly from the ground. Without further action from Su Changfeng, the heavenly principles activate, and three grand characters, inscribed with primordial script, materialize above the city gates. Simultaneously, two spiritual treasures burst forth from his sleeves. The Mirror of Sin transforms into a beam of white light, soaring into the city, landing in the Hall of Yama, where it morphs into a colossal mirror, reflecting all souls that come forth with inquiries. The treasure well settles nearby, transforming into a well inscribed with the words Soul Confusion Well. The water within this well is designed to compel souls to speak the truth. Henceforth, each soul summoned for questioning must drink a bowl of soul-confusing broth before being presented to Yama for interrogation, rendering them unable to refute deity. This moment, Fengdu City stands empty, and Su Changfeng does not linger. He leaps, landing behind Fengdu City, transforming into a colossal figure, brandishing a massive axe, and brings it down forcefully upon the ground. A thunderous roar erupts as a monumental fissure splits the earth. This crack is profound, revealing glimpses of crimson lava and spurting geothermal flames from the depths. Descending into the canyon, Su Changfeng pays no heed to the blistering magma, and, with a single hand gesture, the surrounding molten fire converges, forming a gigantic crimson cauldron. In this moment, Su Changfeng is oblivious to the unfolding events, instinctively following the alchemical techniques that surface in his mind. With a sweeping motion, he draws forth all treasures from the treasury of Taishan, ruthlessly casting them into the alchemical furnace. Though it is his first attempt at forging, Su Changfeng operates as if he has done so countless times before, adeptly melting the required spiritual materials and integrating various laws. With the support of the heavenly principles, he embodies the essence of a celestial heir, effortlessly manipulating the diverse laws at his disposal. Amidst the raging flames, a tower-like structure begins to take shape. He summons a river of time, extracting a segment and directly infusing it into the treasure tower, which, until now, had shown no fluctuations, suddenly radiates with the power of time. As more laws entwine with the tower, its essence continually amplifies, transforming from a postnatal spiritual treasure to an upper-tier spiritual treasure, and eventually to a supreme spiritual treasure. The tower continues to be refined within the furnace, while Su Changfeng remains undeterred, casting in the remaining spiritual materials. Next come iron tongs, scissors, iron rods, knives, and so forth, each emerging as a radiant treasure. Although they lack the might of the tower, they too qualify as postnatal spiritual treasures. After some time, the magma and geothermal flames within the fissure are nearly depleted, and the great cauldron formed from the molten rock suddenly fractures, sending forth dozens of brilliant lights soaring into the heavens. Exuding an overwhelming pressure, as if heralding its emergence, the once dim underworld is suddenly engulfed in thick clouds, a cataclysmic aura permeating the air, suggesting that a thunderous calamity may descend at any moment. Countless spirits cry out in terror, seeking refuge from the wrath of the skies. Even the ghostly kings tremble in fear, steering clear of the eye of the storm. Hutu, observing through the storm clouds, catches sight of several spiritual treasures nestled within, and glances at Su Changfeng in the canyon, a smirk gracing her lips in the extreme western reaches of the underworld, amidst a sea of blood. A man clad in a blood-red robe, standing upon a red lotus, gazes intently in this direction. He closes his eyes, calculating with his fingers, his expression shifting between hope and dread. The path towards completion is nearing. How could it be so swift? Could this be Hutu's scheme? Chapter 38. This is the stone of 3 lives. He gazes toward the storm clouds, intent on probing further, only to find a pair of eyes so beautiful they are almost blinding, suddenly darkening into an abyss. Lady Pingxin, what brings you here? I have encountered you, my fellow Taoist. The man in blood attire, caught in the act, feels no embarrassment, but rather greets her with a smile. He casts a glance toward the distant mist, his crimson eyes shifting as he tentatively inquires, Lady, today, as thunder calamity appears to be a spiritual treasure. Could it be that you have forged something extraordinary, causing such a commotion? Lady Pingxin shakes her head, her demeanor composed. Why do you say this, Taoist Mingi? The heavenly principles are manifesting now. The 6 realms of reincarnation are in place, and the emergence of spiritual treasures is hardly surprising. Taoist Mingi, observing Lady Pingxin standing before him, his gaze flickers, uncertain of her intentions. Lady, the heavenly principles indicate that a virtuous individual shall preside over the netherworld, becoming the ruler of this realm. Pray tell, who might this virtuous individual be? After all, you are the true sovereign of the netherworld. How could those mentioned in the heavenly principles dare encroach upon your authority? If you trust me, Allow me to have the Azura clan pursue this individual, and I shall strike them down with thunderous might to uphold your dignity." Lady Pingxin falls silent, realizing that Taoist Mingyi's restraint is already magnanimous enough. Without further ado, she waves her hand, sending Taoist Mingyi back to the sea of blood, preventing him from stirring up further trouble. She then shifts her gaze towards Su Changfeng. This moment, Su Changfeng has already descended to the ground, looking up at the spiritual treasure enveloped in countless storm clouds. Bolts of heavenly lightning incessantly crash upon the treasure, as though to obliterate or refine it. Ultimately, the tower-shaped spiritual treasure, after enduring 81 strikes of thunder, suddenly expands, swallowing all other treasures whole. Subsequently, the tower's rank surges, elevating it to the level of a supreme treasure, radiating an immense and formidable aura. The tower does not relent in devouring any remaining storm clouds, transforming into a spire that greedily consumes all thunderous clouds. While the tempest within rages, producing a deafening roar that as tranquility returns, the treasure tower resembles a satiated child, spiraling through the air before shrinking, eventually returning to Su Changfeng's hand that he gazes at the 18-layered tower. His expression devoid of emotion, neither sorrowful nor joyful. 18 layers of hell emerge. With a sweeping gesture, he refined the pagoda in an instant, causing it to soar into the heavens. The pagoda expanded at an astonishing rate, its pinnacle propping up the sky of the underworld while its base anchored itself to the netherworld, generating a formidable suction force. The spirits of the underworld sensed the emergence of a nemesis, unleashing piercing wails as they scattered in terror. Yet, regardless of their frantic struggles, they could not resist the pull of this force. Even those souls submerged in the sea of blood broke free and joyfully drifted towards the realm of the dead. Such a tumult could not escape the notice of the ancient ancestor of the River of Oblivion. Even the most fearsome ghosts and ghost kings were unable to evade the pagoda's grasp, and amidst their terrified roars, they were drawn into its interior. However, as time passed, it became apparent that the pagoda was effective solely against those souls burdened by karma. It paid no heed to those who had committed no heinous acts, or even to those spirits of merit. Once it had gathered an ample collection, the pagoda shrank in size and returned to the hands of Su Changfeng. His gaze penetrated unobstructed through the pagoda's exterior, revealing the 18 layers within, each imprisoning a myriad of wicked spirits. Each layer was vast enough to accommodate countless souls, and intriguingly, the flow of time varied from layer to layer, with each subsequent level taking exponentially longer to traverse than the previous. Outside, a single day equated to a year on the first layer of the pagoda. A day in the first layer of hell translated to a year in the second. This cyclical passage continued until the 18th layer, where time ceased to exist, leaving only eternity. Concurrently, the innate treasures that had been forged alongside the pagoda dispersed, merging into its essence and conjuring a different tableau. Scenes reminiscent of hell unfolded within. The mountain of blades, sea of flames, icy peaks, and cauldrons of oil, all accompanied by the wails of countless sinful souls who could find no escape. With a deft motion, Su Changfeng inverted the pagoda and cast it into the chasm beneath him. The pagoda expanded against the wind like a sharpened sword, plunging deep into the abyss, causing the earth to quake violently as the chasm was instantaneously filled. What remained was a colossal entrance, a passageway leading to the 18 layers of hell, designed to usher in sinful souls and malevolent spirits for their just retribution. This marked the nascent form of the underworld that in that moment. The mysterious power enveloping Su Changfeng dissipated, and he emerged from a state of semi-enlightenment. Yet, upon beholding the grand ghost city and the postnatal supreme treasure, the 18-layer hell pagoda, he was rendered speechless with disbelief. This was a postnatal supreme treasure, a creation that could only be forged by a sage. He had never envisioned that such a marvel would emerge from the hands of a nameless individual like himself. Nonetheless, Su Changfeng understood that all of this was the handiwork of the heavenly Tao, manifested through his efforts. Despite this realization, the fact that he had personally crafted this treasure filled him with exhilaration. He recalled vividly that as long as he had sufficient resources, he could forge weapons, This was undoubtedly a tremendous fortune for him. However, the thought of resources brought a pang of regret, for these were treasures he had painstakingly seized from the Lord of Mount Tai. Before they could revel in their newfound wealth, they were stripped of all riches and compelled to invest in the construction of the Underworld. Simultaneously, the reincarnation authority of Empress Pingxin had also been reclaimed. In that instant, he was reduced once more to a mere Xianxian cultivator. The stark contrast was nearly enough to shatter Su Changfeng's resolve. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his ears. "Come to the Naiha Bridge." It was Empress Pingxin. Su Changfeng paused momentarily, then without hesitation, soared towards the Naiha Bridge. Upon arrival, he beheld Empress Pingxin and Meng Pe. "Your Majesty." Su Changfeng saluted respectfully. Meng Pe remained silent, continuing to brew her soup. Empress Pingxin regarded Su Changfeng with a gentle nod, producing two items in her hands, a tricolored stone and a seed. "The Underworld is not yet fully complete. These two items I bestow upon you to aid in your task." Su Changfeng held the items, sensing the ripples of law emanating from the tricolored stone, his heart racing as he spoke. "Your Majesty, this is the Three Lives Stone." Chapter 39. Can you see me? Empress Pingxin nodded slightly. The Three Lives Stone is part of the reincarnation cycle of the Underworld and must be eternally bound to the Netherworld. Thus I cannot grant it to you outright. However, you may refine the Three Lives Stone for now, comprehend its laws, and fulfill your final task. As she spoke, she pointed to the seemingly ordinary seed. This is the mandala flower, which blooms in the Western Paradise. It was a gift from a sage during my travels in the West. However, after bringing it back to the Underworld, it failed to thrive, and I had not given it much thought. Now that the Underworld has emerged, I present it to you. The mandala flower? Su Changfeng paused in surprise, then comprehended. Previously, he had wondered why he had not encountered the Lycoris radiata while passing through the Yellow Springs. Now it became clear that the Lycoris had yet to be planted. The Lycoris radiata, also known as the mandasica, is of the same family as the mandala flower. Yet this particular flower blooms in pristine white in the Western Paradise, evoking tranquility, thus earning the name mandala flower. However, when planted in the nether soil, it produces an eerie red bloom, capable of luring lost souls into the Underworld. Furthermore, Su Changfeng sensed that this seed of the Lycoris radiata bore a connection to his own peach staff, indicating a bond with his path of fate. Su Changfeng was perplexed. How could a flower associated with death be linked to him, the one who brings happiness? He attempted to infuse the seed with the essence of fate, only to be astounded as the previously inert seed began to sprout. As more and more of the essence was absorbed, the seed grew larger. Yet, to his astonishment, the mandala flower, upon absorbing the essence of fate, did not exude joy, but rather sorrow, evoking a profound impulse to weep. This is the nature of fate. Su Changfeng suddenly understood. The mandala flower blooms for 1,000 years and withers for 1,000 more. Its petals never to meet again, for love knows no cause and fate is bound by life and death. It symbolizes separation and missed opportunities, the path of extinguished fate. The role of the god of marriage is to unite lovers and orchestrate connections, walking the path of fate's inception. However, Su Changfeng is not merely the god of marriage. He has cultivated a path of fate that encompasses both life and death. He recalled his 100 years of service under Meng Pe, during which he helped the departed forget or erase all emotions. Was this not akin to his current endeavor? Regrettably, he had been shrouded in darkness then, unable to comprehend. Meng Pe must have sensed his predicament but chose not to reveal it, instead guiding him to discern on his own. Although he could not grasp it at that moment, realizing it now was not too late, that a sense of enlightenment filled Su Changfeng, and in that instant, his path of fate soared to unprecedented heights. He was the first to step into the realm of the golden immortal. Despite the joy of his breakthrough, Su Changfeng remained cautious. He carefully cradled the mandala flower and planted it in the nether soil by the riverside. In an instant, the roots of the mandala flower surged forth, and blossoms erupted from the earth, filling the Naiha Bridge and spreading in all directions. Upon the desolate nether soil, the mandala flower thrived madly, its eerie red blossoms unfurling across the land, resembling a blood-stained carpet from afar. Simultaneously, the mandala flower emitted a potent fragrance that only the departed could perceive, wafting far and wide, even penetrating the barriers of yin and yang, luring those lingering in the mortal realm into a daze, compelling them to follow the scent towards the underworld. Boom, boom, boom. As a melodious sound resonated, streams of golden light appeared in the skies of the underworld. Spreading for thousands of miles, the beings of the underworld gazed in awe at the increasing radiance of merit, their expressions blank, their throats dry, unable to utter a single word. The ancient ancestor of the river of oblivion stood above the sea of blood, watching the celestial glow, a flicker of greed crossing his eyes. Yet, recalling Empress Pingxin, a sense of trepidation overcame him, and he closed his eyes, seeking to quell the turmoil within. Meanwhile, Su Changfeng gazed at the light of merit in the heavens, his face illuminated with joy. All his efforts had been for the sake of this heavenly merit. At long last, it had finally manifested, and he was naturally resolute in his heart. However, the myriad merits had yet to descend. After a moment of contemplation, Su Changfeng realized that the underworld he had established was still incomplete. He would need to fulfill all his tasks before the celestial merits could be granted. The delay in the arrival of these merits did not cause him any anxiety. Presently, he was merely a step away from success, and there was no time to languish. Thus, he promptly retrieved the 3-live stone and began its refinement. The 3-live stone was an extraordinary innate spiritual treasure, intricately aligned with his path of fate and relationships. Should he return it to its original place, it would become irrevocably intertwined with the fortune of the underworld, making future attempts at refinement susceptible to backlash from that very fortune. Therefore, he had to expedite its assimilation. The goddess Pingxin did not intervene, but silently observed from the sidelines, even manipulating the cycle of reincarnation to suppress the soon-to-be completed passage, granting Su Changfeng additional time. Immersed in the laws of the 3-live stone, Su Changfeng diligently worked to refine it. The 3-live stone encapsulated the karmic ties of all beings across the 3 realms, and Su Changfeng seemed to perceive countless delicate threads of causality weaving through the river of time, linking the past, present, and future of countless lives into a tapestry of destinies. Enraptured by this vision, he became curious about whether the 3-live stone could indeed reveal past and present lives. It seemed the stone sensed his thoughts, and suddenly, an unfamiliar image materialized in his mind, a figure resembling him, leading an unremarkable life until its very end. Su Changfeng discerned that the reflection must pertain to the past life of the fox demon, Xiao Lu, and felt both comforted and disheartened, realizing that the 3-live stone could not unveil his own previous existence. He then endeavored to glimpse his future life. Logically, with his current level of cultivation, it seemed improbable he would have a future incarnation. However, to his astonishment, the future was not a void but a magnificent palace, within which countless bhikshus and arhats were seated, attentively listening to the Buddha, who sat upon a red lotus, delivering teachings. The Buddha possessed a handsome visage, seemingly embodying the most exquisite aspects of the world, evoking an involuntary flutter of the heart at first glance. Yet his countenance radiated solemnity and wisdom, instilling a sense of reverence. Su Changfeng gazed at this statue, an exact likeness of himself, but even more perfect, and was struck with awe. Was this his future self? Had he truly become the Buddha? Such a notion seemed absurd. While he harbored no animosity towards Buddhism or the modern Western faiths, it did not imply he wished to renounce the world. Moreover, if this were indeed his future life, did that not imply he would have to die? Observing this scene, he gained a deeper understanding of the Buddha, as it appeared the Buddha had fared remarkably well, surrounded by so many arhats and bhikshus who listened to his discourse. Yet, as he approached the statue, it seemed to sense something, its eyes opening to meet Su Changfeng's gaze. He felt a chill as he was scrutinized by those wise eyes, as if his very soul were laid bare. Incredulously, Su Changfeng tentatively inquired, "Can you see me?" Chapter 40. Fearing he might go astray, a glimmer of amusement flickered in the Buddha's eyes, and in an instant, the world dimmed, as he appeared to be the most beautiful embodiment of existence. evoking uncontainable joy and fondness within those who beheld him. "I have encountered a friend beneath the moon." The Buddha smiled gently. Turning his attention to Changfeng, Changfeng, filled with urgency, directed his gaze at the Buddha. "Are you my future self?" The Buddha, with a delicate smile, nodded slightly to "I, in a sense, yes." However, before Changfeng could pose another question, the Buddha spoke first. "Rest assured, my friend, proceed as you must, as long as your resolve remains unwavering and you adhere to your own path. The answers will reveal themselves in due time, that I shall await your attainment of enlightenment." At that moment, a golden lotus flower emerged from his brow, soaring towards Changfeng. The golden lotus seemed unbound by time and space, piercing through the projection of the three live stone and entering Changfeng's being. "I gift you this token, wishing you a swift journey ahead. Do not let me down." The ethereal image appeared to shatter under the weight of this immense power, vanishing without a trace, leaving only the Buddha's enigmatic smile lingering. The golden lotus erupted within Changfeng's mind, transforming into countless shards of memory, containing teachings on the Buddha's golden body and various divine powers, including the method to sever the three corpses. Changfeng felt as if a windfall had descended from the heavens, bemused by the notion that a reincarnated being would impart techniques to someone from this world. Yet, since the gift had already been bestowed, he accepted it with grace. After all, they were all kin, and there was no need for contention. With all distractions cast aside, Changfeng focused intently on the method to sever the three corpses. It is well known that this technique is renowned, created by the venerable Hongjun, enabling the great Luo Jingxian to eliminate the three corpses and attain quasi-saint status. Changfeng could not help but admire Hongjun's profound wisdom in crafting such an expansive method, facilitating the advancement of the great Luo within the primordial realm. Before the advent of the three corpses severing technique, the only state beyond the great Luo Jingxian was the Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian. The concept of quasi-saint did not even exist. In essence, the quasi-saint still belonged to the realm of the great Luo, having severed the three corpses. Thus, attaining the Hunyuan status resembled an examination, an endeavor that was inherently challenging and definitive. However, the three corpses severing technique effectively subdivided this examination into several levels, allowing one to pass the first level before proceeding to the next, thereby significantly reducing the difficulty of attaining Hunyuan and enhancing the chances of breakthrough for the primordial cultivators. Such profound wisdom and merit explain why he could ascend to the status of Tao ancestor, as merely a Jingxian. Changfeng still had a long path ahead to sever the three corpses and achieve quasi-saint status. Nevertheless, he remained deeply intrigued by this technique. Thus, he multitasked, refining the three live stone while simultaneously contemplating the method to sever the three corpses. That he soon discovered that the three corpses technique was not overly complex to comprehend. It simply required one to reach the pinnacle of the great Luo, at which point a unique method would allow the severance of one's attachments to good and evil, merging into the innate spiritual treasure. Consequently, what remained would be pure, rational thought, aligning with the Tao, thus facilitating enlightenment. Having perused the method to sever the three corpses, Changfeng extinguished any immediate intentions of undertaking this task. It was categorically impossible. The three corpses were inherently illusory. Even a Jingxian or a Tai powerhouse could not fully control their thoughts, let alone transfer them into a spiritual treasure. Only upon reaching the great Luo level could one refine their soul into the void, transcending the river of time and acquiring the ability to transform the intangible into the tangible, thus severing the concepts of good, evil, and attachment within their heart. Therefore, Changfeng could only set this matter aside for the time being, intending to revisit it once he achieved the status of great Lu at this juncture. The first restriction on the three live stone had been completely refined, and he had initially established ownership over it. In truth, refining an innate spiritual treasure is not particularly arduous. The challenge lies in the three live stone, which, given Changfeng's current cultivation, made complete refinement nearly impossible. Thus, he ceased further attempts at refinement. With a sense of relief, Su Changfeng carried the 3 live stone to the bridge of no return, a path inevitably traversed by the souls of the departed. He carefully placed the 3 live stone beside the Manjusaka flower. As it touched the ground, the 3 live stone expanded dramatically, transforming into a colossal tricolor stone, intricately connecting to the fortune of the entire underworld, rendering it immobile. Su Changfeng sensed that the spiritual imprint within the 3 live stone had not been erased, which eased his mind and brought a smile to his face. This indicated that he could continue refining it without fear of backlash from the underworld's fortune. Furthermore, due to the influence of the 3 live stone, his own fortune had inexplicably intertwined with that of the underworld, albeit as a mere drop in the ocean compared to its vastness. However, this was sufficient for him to enhance his fortune. At that moment, the golden light of merit and the purple aura in the sky suddenly converged towards Su Changfeng as if they had found their target. Su Changfeng had never witnessed such an abundance of merit in his lifetime. It cascaded down like a heavenly river, completely enveloping him, rendering him akin to a golden deity. This purple aura, a manifestation of the heavenly laws, transformed into his comprehension of the principles once it fused within him. It was as if a celestial pathway had opened a door for him, with endless ethereal laws surging towards him uncontrollably. Under the influence of these inscrutable heavenly laws, Su Changfeng's cultivation soared exponentially. Simultaneously, a torrent of inexhaustible energy flowed into him, providing the necessary energy for his cultivation. From the mid-stage of the golden immortal realm to the late stage, then to the pinnacle, advancing to the early stage of Tai, then to the mid-stage, and finally reaching the pinnacle of Tai. Su Changfeng was on the brink of madness. He could scarcely believe the frenzied infusion of heavenly laws, leaving him with no capacity for resistance, propelling him towards the realm of Deluo. If this were a matter of fate, would Su Changfeng not be overjoyed? Yet, the predicament lay in the fact that this time it was to perfect the underworld. Hence the heavenly laws imparted principles of death, reincarnation, and the netherworld. Now, the path of fate was ruthlessly suppressed, while the path of death soared to unprecedented heights, usurping the essence of Su Changfeng's original path. To switch paths midway among the practitioners of the primordial chaos was a grave taboo. Without a steadfast heart, how could one advance further? Su Changfeng gazed at his cultivation skyrocketing to the pinnacle of Tai, merely a step away from the Deluo realm, his heart brimming with anxiety. The comprehension of heavenly laws was already etched in his mind, leaving him unable to refuse should he step into the Deluo golden immortal realm through the path of death. He would find no turning back, destined to become a deity of the netherworld, forever estranged from the path of fate. He desperately suppressed the urge to break through, yet his mind raced with strategies. Outside, as Su Changfeng made his breakthrough, Meng Pe and Ping Xianyang observed in silence. Meng Pe looked at Ping Xianyang with a face full of concern. Ping Xian, can he secure us that glimmer of hope? Ping Xianyang's expression remained tranquil, though she seemed somewhat surprised. How could this young man cause you such concern? Is it because he has been by your side for this past century? If others were to overhear this, they would undoubtedly be astounded. The myriad immortals of the primordial chaos believed that Ping Xianyang was the true incarnation of Hutu, while Meng Pe was merely a fragment of her being. Yet, this was not the case. Meng Pe was indeed the true Hutu. However, this secret was destined to remain unknown, except to Hong Jun Laozu. Meng Pe shook her head, observing Ping Xianyang's astonishment. Her aged face radiating kindness. I fear he may stray from the right path. Chapter 41. Taking action, he has already formed his own insights regarding the path of fate. If he continues down this road, his future is limitless. Yet, should he receive the blessings of the heavenly laws and attain the Deluo realm, he would be destined to halt at that stage, with no further advancement possible. Ping Xianyang replied calmly, it ultimately depends on his own choices and understanding. Ascending to Deluo in one leap, while somewhat regrettable, is nevertheless a realm coveted by countless cultivators, should he persist on the path of fate. Although his future could be boundless, achieving the Deluo fruit position would require countless years and trials. One misstep could lead to his demise. Thus, We can only await his decision. As they watched Su Changfeng's aura continually surge. Both awaited the final outcome in silence. On the other hand, Su Changfeng found himself in a dilemma. Under the endowment of heavenly laws, his cultivation ascended rapidly, now only a step away from the Deluo realm. With the river of time within him appearing faintly, once his primordial spirit detached from the river of time and he rewound the timeline, he could leap into the realm of the Deluo golden immortal, achieving immortality. At this moment, Su Changfeng felt his power amplifying. Unlike the ephemeral sensation bestowed by Ping Xan Yang Yang, he now possessed the ability to manipulate the surrounding laws at will, unbound even by the primordial chaos itself. With a mere thought, he could perceive all that existed in the world, traversing freely through the three realms without obstruction, even capable of momentarily existing within the void of chaos, if he so desired. Such formidable power would be his. This was an instinctual evolution, causing both his physical form and primordial spirit to become agitated. Yet, amidst this turmoil, Su Changfeng's mind remained clear. He questioned himself, was this truly the path he sought? Before long, a river of time materialized from thin air, its origins unknown. As Su Changfeng found himself within the river of time. A single leap would free him from its grasp, granting him the coveted Deluo realm that countless immortals dreamed of. In the end, the fruit of the path of death, embodying Su Changfeng's true spirit, prepared to pierce through the river of time. As Su Changfeng suddenly opened his eyes, a glimmer of wisdom illuminating his gaze. Take action! Su Changfeng's form flickered, arriving beside the three live stone. He placed his left hand upon it, employing the power of Deluo to begin refining the restrictions within the stone, simultaneously infusing the principles of death and the golden light of merit from his body into the three live stone. The Deluo realm was indeed extraordinary. With all his might, Su Changfeng swiftly refined the restrictions upon the three live stone, gaining greater mastery over it, with the enhancement of the golden light of merit and the purple aura of heavenly laws. The innate restrictions within the three live stone were thoroughly refined. The moment Su Changfeng fully grasped the three live stone, his gaze became resolute, a formidable intent manifesting as an invisible blade, aimed at his primordial spirit. Sever. In the next instant, Su Changfeng sent the impending fruit of the path, on the verge of escaping the river of time and attaining to Luo, into the three live stone. This act not only severed his fruit of the path, but also cleaved his comprehension of the nether laws, such as death and reincarnation. It was a torment akin to the splitting of his very soul. Su Changfeng's complexion turned pale, as if he might faint at any moment. Yet he understood that he could not succumb to unconsciousness. Otherwise, all his previous preparations would be in vain, and he himself could be subject to backlash. Thus, he forcefully roused himself, his primordial spirit diving into the three live stone, invoking its power of LAWT that moment. Memories of the past life of the fox spirit, Xiao Lu, surged into Su Changfeng's mind. They were beings of various kinds: humans, spirits, birds, dogs, trees, grasses, and innate deities. Everything of this life was but the past of the fox spirit Xiao Lu. However, just as he believed the three live stone reflected Xiao Lu's past, he was astonished to find a scene from his own previous life as Su Changfeng materializing within the stone. Although the image was hazy and the signal poor, the experiences of his past life unfolded vividly before his eyes. Su Changfeng, without a moment's hesitation, decisively severed ties with his former self. Before long, his past transformed into a void within the three live stone, leaving no trace, as if it had never existed. The three live stone erupted in an extraordinarily brilliant radiance, illuminating the dark underworld. Upon the return of his primordial spirit to his physical form, Su Changfeng felt utterly drained, his cultivation plummeting from the Deluo realm to half a step into the golden immortal realm. Yet he felt no disappointment. Gazing at the resplendent three live stone, a faint smile graced his pale face. Moreover, the source of his path within him was continually shifting towards the path of fate. On the bridge, Su Changfeng looked expectantly at the radiance emanating from the three live stone, attuning himself to the surrounding powers of law. Without a second thought, he infused all the immeasurable merit and purple aura bestowed by the heavenly laws into the three lives stone. Awaiting its transformation, last. Just as Su Changfeng's merit dwindled to a trickle, an anomaly emerged within the three lives stone. In an instant, petals began to rain down, and a golden lotus bloomed. In that moment, the entire underworld thickened with an abundance of energy, numerous wisps coalescing into mist, nourishing countless vengeful spirits. The beings of the lower realm of the underworld were bewildered, yet upon witnessing the surge of energy, they hastened to cultivate. Those with profound cultivation immediately deduced that a primordial divine being was about to be born in the underworld. In an instant, the entire realm was abuzz with excitement. Primordial deities had vanished since ancient times, yet now one was poised to emerge, igniting diverse speculations within the hearts of all. Su Changfeng paid no heed to the thoughts of the crowd, as the three lives stone emitted a mysterious light, gradually transforming into a human form. The figure bore an uncanny resemblance to Su Changfeng, with a stern visage, clad in a black robe, exuding a powerful aura, a true powerhouse of the Deluo realm. Su Changfeng felt an intimate connection between their primordial spirits, a smile gracing his lips. The other Deluo also sensed this bond, offering a slight smile and bowing to Su Changfeng. "Greetings, fellow Taoist. I am San Sheng Daorun." Su Changfeng smiled gently and returned the gesture of respect. "Taoist of three lives, I am Su Changfeng." The two exchanged knowing smiles, their hearts in unison. The Taoist of three lives is a manifestation of Su Changfeng's Tao fruit, embodying all of his emotions and memories from past lives. Now, reborn through the three lives stone, their connection transcends that of mere avatars or incarnations, resembling instead a pair of twin souls attuned to one another. Su Changfeng glanced at the once barren three lives stone, then at the Taoist of three lives. "Taoist friend, where is the three lives stone?" Chapter 42. At last I have returned. The Taoist of three lives had anticipated this inquiry. With a thought, a complete three lives stone flew forth and landed in its original place. That he recounted the entire sequence of events to Su Changfeng. This is formed from the essence of primordial power. Possessing a fragment of the three lives stone strength, it should suffice for the souls to peer into the cycle of reincarnation. Only then did Su Changfeng exhale in relief. He slightly turned to the side and smiled. "Taoist friend, the next task is entrusted to you." Without requiring further explanation, the Taoist of three lives nodded in understanding. "Rest assured, this matter is in my hands." He then respectfully bowed to both Lady Pingxin and Meng. "Lady, the underworld is yet to be perfected. I implore your assistance." As if all matters were transparent to Lady Pingxin, she nodded and summoned the Book of Life and Death along with the soul hooking pen. The Taoist of three lives grasped the Book of Life and Death and the soul hooking pen, connecting them to his own path of death. In an instant, a breath belonging to the great Luo surged skyward. He called out, "The 10 halls of Yama, arise." As his words fell, 10 streams of spiritual light separated from his being, and upon touching the ground, transformed into 10 distinct Yama lords. They were Qin Guang Wang, Chu Jiang Wang, Song Di Wang, Wu Guan Wang, Yin Luo Wang, Bian Cheng Wang, Taishan Wang, Ping Ding Wang, Du Shi Wang, and Zhuan Lun Wang. Each of the 10 Yama lords possessed the might of Tai. They were forged from the Book of Life and Death by the Taoist of three lives, tasked with adjudicating the sins of the deceased. Without uttering a word, the Taoist of three lives raised his hands, and the Book of Life and Death and the soul hooking pen simultaneously split into 10 parts, each landing in the hands of the 10 Yama lords. With a shared understanding, they bowed to the Taoist of three lives, Lady Pingxin, and Su Changfeng, before entering the Hall of Yama to fulfill their duties. Now that the 10 halls of Yama were established, he no longer needed to concern himself with their fates. Thus, the Taoist of three lives approached Lady Pingxin and respectfully returned the Book of Life and Death and the soul hooking pen. "Lady, the underworld has been fundamentally established, and my mission nears completion." Su Changfeng stood by quietly, observing everything. With the Taoist of three lives now occupying his position, matters became significantly simpler. Although he had bestowed 9/10 of his merit upon the Taoist, the merit he had received this time was overwhelmingly abundant. Even if only a tenth remained, it was still a considerable boon. Hence, once the Taoist of 3 lives concluded his tasks, he would request his protection, intending to use the innate merits as a sacrifice to affirm his divine status. Regrettably, the Taoist of 3 lives, being a manifestation of the 3-live stone, was destined to remain within the Underworld. Otherwise, with such an avatar of a great Luo golden immortal safeguarding him, he would feel emboldened amidst the chaos of the primordial world, no longer plagued by trepidation. However, Su Changfeng had not anticipated that these 2 treasures would not be taken by Lady Pingxin, but rather entrusted to the Taoist of 3 lives. Simultaneously, she summoned her sage power to announce to all beings across the 3 realms. Today, the Taoist of 3 lives, in accordance with heavenly decree, has established the Underworld, laid out the 18 layers of hell, and perfected the path of the dead. He has rendered great service and is thus conferred the title of the Great Emperor of the Northern Ean, ruling over the Underworld and governing all matters of life and death. Upon hearing Lady Pingxin's proclamation, the myriad immortals were taken aback, in their understanding. The realm of the Nether was always the domain of the Earth Mother, a place no one dared to tread lightly. Yet, they never expected that this obscure individual would garner the favor of the Earth Mother, not only receiving stewardship over her territory, but also the authority over reincarnation. Such generosity was astounding. Curiosity abounded regarding this Taoist of 3 lives. Even the sages gazed upon the scene with intrigue, eager to discern who could earn such favor from the Earth Mother. For even the most doting of masters would not relinquish their sect to their disciples. However, all information revealed that this newly appointed Emperor of Fengdu was an incarnation of a primordial supreme spiritual treasure, deeply rooted and naturally attuned to the Underworld, thus drawing the Earth Mother's esteem. Everyone overlooked Su Changfeng. Even the sages failed to discern the connection between the 2, a feat only achievable by the Earth Mother herself. Su Changfeng was grateful for the Earth Mother's assistance at this juncture. His power was meager, and with the sealing of the gods underway, it would be disastrous should the sages fixate on him. The Taoist of 3 lives, being one with Su Changfeng, also expressed gratitude to Lady Pingxin. She shook her head. The Taoist of 3 lives is now the Emperor of Fengdu in the Underworld, and you share a profound bond. YATU is also support for him. This. She gazed at the Taoist of 3 lives, adorned in a black dragon robe and crowned, and spoke solemnly. I hope you will not disappoint my expectations and govern the Nether realm diligently, so that I may find peace. The Taoist of 3 lives bowed earnestly in response. Rest assured, I shall not fail your expectations. Afterward, he exchanged a glance with Su Changfeng, conveying his thoughts. Once all denizens of the Underworld are gathered, I wish to establish a position of city god in the mortal realm as part of the Underworld. He relayed to Lady Pingxin the future system regarding the city god and the land as the Emperor of Fengdu. His fortune and strength were intricately linked to the Underworld, and it was imperative for him to devise ways to bolster it. Upon hearing this, Lady Pingxin's aura surged dramatically, a mysterious force of law swirling around her. After calming her emotions, a glimmer of joy flickered in her eyes. Following Su Changfeng's calculations, she envisioned an unprecedented strength for the Underworld. Almost every city would have a city god, and every piece of land would possess a deity of the earth, signifying that the influence of the Underworld would permeate the entirety of the primordial realm. Such formidable fortune was greatly anticipated by the Earth Mother. As sage, she became increasingly pleased with the Taoist of 3 lives, entrusting all affairs to him, and assuring him to seek her out whenever necessary. For the first time, Lady Pingxin revealed her brilliance. Fortune was a coveted prize, even among sages, let alone for her. The Underworld had just been established, and manpower was scant. Thus, the Emperor of Fengdu and the 10 Yama Lords were diligently engaged in building their power and receiving the departed souls. In contrast, Su Changfeng found himself considerably more at ease. After receiving a portion of the 3 live stones principles from the Emperor of Fengdu, he secluded himself in the Luo Feng mountain to cultivate. Although the Emperor of Fengdu had inherited Su Changfeng's path of death, As a manifestation of the three live stone, he could also command portions of the principles of cause and effect. Reincarnation, love, and destiny contained within. The path of marital fate that Su Changfeng traversed required some reference to the paths of love and destiny. Thus, aside from meditative introspection, he sought the Emperor of Fengdu for guidance. Su Changfeng was entirely amenable to this request for counsel. After all, the cultivation of this incarnation surpassed his own. Moreover, under the personal guidance of the great immortal, Su Changfeng's comprehension of the path of fate in relationships continuously deepened. His primordial spirit had long since transcended to the golden, immortal realm, yet his physical form remained at the pinnacle of the profound immortal stage. However, there was no need for haste. A towering skyscraper rises from the ground, and only by establishing a solid foundation can one journey further in the future. Thus, he remained in the underworld to contemplate the intricacies of relationships, aspiring to advance further upon his next breakthrough. After all, he had already spent 200 years in the underworld, and the time for the canonization was drawing near. Another 50 years passed, as Su Changfeng finally grasped the essence of the paths of love and destiny contained within the three live stone. Though deeper mysteries still required further cultivation on his part, he did not delve into the principles of causality or reincarnation, for he was no prodigy and did not believe himself capable of mastering multiple profound paths. Therefore, he chose the path of relationships most suited to him and ventured further along, as Su Changfeng intended to return to his peach blossom paradise to initiate his breakthrough. However, upon emerging from his seclusion, he was taken aback by the bustling scene in the underworld. In just a few decades, the underworld had developed into a formidable entity. Besides the Emperor of Fengdu and the 10 Yama Kings, there were also the black and white impermanents, the ox-headed and horse-faced, the 10 generals, the 4 judges, and the 6 officials, all returned to their rightful places. Countless ghostly soldiers and generals guarded the 5 mountains. Even Meng Pa had been appointed as the head of the reincarnation department. Furthermore, with the backing of the Holy Mother of Earth, the underworld had risen to become the foremost power in the nether realm, causing even the Azura clan of the Blood Sea to flee in terror. Of course, some might argue that the former Holy Mother of Earth was the strongest force in the nether realm. Yet in truth, since her reincarnation, she had remained in seclusion, rarely appearing before mortals unless someone sought to disrupt the cycle of reincarnation. Thus, in the past, the nether realm was dominated solely by the Blood Sea Azura clan, while the rest were fragmented, with various ghostly kings acting independently, embroiled in conflict. This was one of the reasons for the birth of the underworld. It was not merely a place of punishment, but also governed all spirits. Now, the underworld was expanding rapidly, with the 10 generals leading 1,000,000 ghostly soldiers into battle. Aside from the Azura clan and the Blood Sea, the rest of the underworld was rife with anxiety, either surrendering or fiercely resisting. This scene left Su Changfeng astonished. However, none of this concerned him. After bidding farewell to Meng Pa and the Emperor of Fengdu, he prepared to return to the Peach Blossom Paradise to resume his cultivation. In an instant, Su Changfeng appeared in the Peach Blossom Paradise. Sensing his return, the relationship Peach, once dormant in the spirit source well, suddenly blossomed with vibrant light as peach blossoms floated down from the tree. Encircling him, observing this scene, Su Changfeng gently caressed the peach tree. At last, he was home. Chapter 43, Golden Immortal. Having said that, he transmitted a thought to the 3 and then set up a formation in his small courtyard to begin his breakthrough. The 200 years of accumulation in the Peach Blossom Paradise itself contained an exceedingly rich aura. Now, with Su Changfeng releasing his restraints, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was drawn towards him. Gradually, the momentum of his absorption grew ever stronger. Outside Su Changfeng's courtyard, the 3 had received the news and were waiting eagerly. This spectacle left the 3 speechless. Sister, to what realm is Xiao Lu about to break through? How can he be so powerful? The Jade Peepa spirit exclaimed in astonishment as she observed the surrounding spiritual energy being drawn in like a whirlwind. Indeed, sister, Xiao Lu has been gone for over 200 years. We have no idea to what extent he is cultivated, the 9-headed rooster spirit remarked, her expression one of disbelief. The Jade Peepa spirit had cultivated in this energy-rich valley for over 200 years, reaching the early stage of true immortal. Perhaps due to the influence of a nine-headed rooster, its cultivation speed surpassed hers, having already reached the late stage of true immortal. Meanwhile, the nine-tailed fox spirit, whose Xiener had already been at a significantly higher level than the others and had now attained the pinnacle of true immortal, just a step away from the profound immortal realm. The three could hardly fathom that their cultivation had elevated to such heights. Reflecting on their struggles in the celestial immortal realm, where they made no progress, the emergence of Xiao Lu had transformed their destinies. This reinforced their belief that Xiao Lu was their greatest blessing. This was also why, upon arriving in the Peach Blossom Paradise, they devoted themselves to protecting this valley, ensuring Xiao Lu had a comfortable space. Among the three, the nine-tailed fox was the wisest, sensing that the aura emanating from Xiao Lu far surpassed her own level. Looking around, she felt both joy and incredulity as she spoke. Xiao Lu's cultivation is certainly not as simple as the profound immortal. It is highly likely that he is on the verge of breaking through to the golden immortal. Golden immortal! Both the nine-headed rooster spirit and the jade peepus spirit exclaimed in unison, their faces reflecting disbelief. They did not doubt their sister's words, but were instead awed. After all, this was a golden immortal, a realm they had only dreamed of reaching. In just over 200 years, Xiao Lu had surprised them so profoundly. This signified that their Xianyuan tomb lineage was finally about to witness the emergence of a golden immortal powerhouse. In the primordial era, strength was revered, particularly among the demon race. The weak were often subjugated by the strong, becoming their prey. The three had dwelled in the Xianyuan tomb for thousands of years, shielded by the aura of the human emperor, which deterred ordinary beasts from approaching, rendering it the safest haven for them. Now, with Su Changfeng's golden immortal cultivation preceding them, their future was secured, and they were naturally ecstatic. Furthermore, they believed that Su Changfeng's future achievements would be nothing short of remarkable. After all, they had never heard of any demon possessing talent comparable to Xiao Liu To avoid disturbing Su Changfeng. The three cooperatively activated the formation within the valley to prevent any intrusions, ensuring that the other foxes remained elsewhere while they guarded Su Changfeng's courtyard. After 3 days and nights of absorbing energy, Su Changfeng finally ceased his tumultuous gathering. The innate spiritual energy accumulated over 200 years in the valley had been absorbed to a significant extent, with the aura of breakthrough enveloping him. Su Changfeng seemed to enter an unknown realm as the laws around him surged, and within his primordial spirit, a law of relationships coalesced. This law, imbued with an indestructible golden essence, incessantly transformed and evolved Su Changfeng's physical form. Guiding him towards a higher dimension, he had now attained the golden immortal realm that in the future, he needed only to continually strengthen this thread of causality. When this thread harmonized with his body, he would truly step into the realm of the Tai golden immortal. Although he had entered the golden immortal stage, the heavenly tribulation had yet to commence. Fortunately, when he departed from the Underworld, the Emperor of Fengdu had placed a restriction on him, allowing him to break through unscathed before facing the tribulation. Otherwise, the thunderous calamity would have already descended upon him. However, the restriction imposed by the Emperor of Fengdu could not remain concealed. Su Changfeng simply declared, "I am going to face the tribulation," before vanishing from the valley. Otherwise, should the golden immortal tribulation strike, this valley would likely be obliterated. Su Changfeng returned to the location where he had faced his tribulation during his ascension to the celestial immortal and released his aura. Suddenly, a dark thundercloud appeared in the clear sky. The heavy thundercloud blanketed the Xianyuan tomb for hundreds of miles, shrouding the area in darkness. Such a massive thundercloud alarmed the nearby villagers, who believed divine punishment had arrived. As for the animals, they fled in panic as if confronted by a formidable predator. Only cultivators could discern that someone was undergoing the golden immortal tribulation. The golden immortal, even among the myriad of ancient celestial beings, represents a formidable force, not to mention the extraordinary achievement of breaking through within the human realm. In an instant, numerous cultivators nearby flocked to the scene. Some sought to forge amicable relations, others aspired to become his disciples. While many harbored hopes of seizing an opportunity, for the tribulation faced by a golden immortal is fraught with peril. A moment's carelessness could lead to demise. However, Changfeng had no time to concern himself with them. He did not set up any formations around him, but instead held a massive axe, suspended in mid-air, patiently awaiting the descent of thunder. In a flash, bolts of lightning erupted without warning, a thick streak of lightning plummeting from the heavens. Unfazed, Changfeng charged forward, effortlessly cleaving it asunder with his axe. As the first bolt struck, the second followed closely behind. Changfeng continued to wield his mountain-splitting axe with an air of ease. Not to mention that he had already mastered the powers of the Golden Immortal. This single strike was sufficient to render him impervious to heavenly lightning. Confronted by this divine wrath, he felt no trepidation. Even choosing not to expend any of his energy, simply cleaving through the lightning with his axe. The only concern that lingered in his mind was what lay ahead after the tribulation. The Golden Immortal's tribulation comprises 3 phases: the Thunder Tribulation, the Fire Tribulation, and the Gale Tribulation, each increasingly formidable. The Thunder Tribulation targets the physical body, as long as one's physique is sufficiently robust. Supplemented by protective formations and treasures, one can typically traverse it unscathed. Yet the Fire Tribulation is different. It arises from the Yongquan acupoint at one's feet, the flames consuming fiercely, if one lacks sufficient energy. They risk incineration. Following that is the Gale Tribulation, where the fierce winds assault the primordial spirit. If one's spirit is not strong enough, it may be reduced to ashes by the gale. These 3 calamities serve as tests from the Tao of Heaven, challenging the essence and spirit of the cultivator. Chapter 44. Commencing the refinement of the 3 calamity origins. Only by achieving perfection and resilience in all 3 aspects can one successfully endure the heavenly tribulation and attain the golden immortal status. Transcending the 3 realms, free from the constraints of lifespan. Theoretically, they become immortal unless confronted with a life and death tribulation. The Golden Immortal's heavenly tribulation consists of a total of 654 bolts. Changfeng wielded a postnatal supreme-grade merit treasure, the mountain-splitting axe, and without even a hint of expended energy, he easily dispelled all the lightning. Such overwhelming prowess dissuaded the distant onlookers from any thoughts of interference. Possessing such a formidable treasure, one must either be graced with immense fortune or have a powerful backing, and none wished to provoke him. They could only ponder the opportunity to befriend this enigmatic powerhouse after he successfully broke through to the golden immortal realm. However, Changfeng afforded them no such opportunity. Upon overcoming the Thunder Tribulation, he immediately returned to the Peach Source Valley, activating the Grand Formation within the valley, awaiting the arrival of the Second Tribulation. He did not wait long before a chilling, destructive fire surged from beneath his feet. Changfeng felt the fire within his meridians raging uncontrollably, attempting to counter it with his energy. He discovered that the fire ignited even his energy, as if fierce flames met oil, igniting upon contact. The fire flowed unimpeded through his meridians, wreaking havoc within him. In an instant, his insides burned, inflicting excruciating pain. Furrowing his brow, Changfeng summoned his energy to resist while simultaneously drawing upon the celestial essence from the heavens and earth to replenish himself. For a time, both forces found themselves in a stalemate. Sensing Changfeng's agony, his innate spiritual root began to absorb the essence from the spiritual veins, the quantity increasing steadily. Concurrently, a myriad of peach blossoms descended, transforming into a rich life force that infiltrated Changfeng's body. With the assistance of the spiritual-rooted peach tree, Changfeng gained the upper hand. He mustered his strength, forcing the rampant fire into his heart, enveloping and refining it with his energy. The heart, being a fire attribute organ within the 5 elements, served as a central dantian. Changfeng sealed all the fire within, intending to refine it gradually after overcoming this tribulation. The fire is an intangible and formless flame. Changfeng was unaware of the true potential of the Samadhi true fire, but if he could refine it, it would undoubtedly yield extraordinary results in the future. It is worth noting that his ability to withstand the fire so effortlessly was entirely due to the influence of the peach of union. The progenitor of all peaches is the Ren water pan peach tree, the most exalted of innate spiritual roots, although the innate peach tree is formed from the condensation of wood energy. It contains a trace of Ren water essence. Water extinguishes fire, thus enabling Su Changfeng to endure the Yin fire. After traversing the Yin fire tribulation, although his body was nearly charred, his meridians underwent significant expansion. His organs received immense fortification, and even his energy became more refined. As the saying goes, a setback may turn out to be a blessing. Before the final tribulation arrived, Su Changfeng seized the opportunity to mend his injuries. However, as a precaution, he retrieved a drop of the three-light, divine water gifted by the ancestor of Tushan. The gale tribulation was imminent. An ominous wind, seemingly from nowhere, surged towards Su Changfeng's head, disregarding the physical barriers and directly assaulting his primordial spirit. The gale felt like a gentle breeze at first, devoid of any lethal force. Yet, upon reaching the Niwen Palace, it revealed its formidable nature, transforming into a terrifying wind that threatened to destabilize Su Changfeng's primordial spirit. Su Changfeng braced himself. Though the gale appeared weak and lacked the tumult of the previous tribulations, it was exceedingly perilous, especially for the primordial spirit. One misstep could lead to obliteration. Should he fail to endure the thunder, he could abandon his physical form and transition to the Yang spirit or ghost immortal. If he could not withstand the Yin fire, it would mean a reincarnation of his true spirit, with a chance to resume his cultivation journey. But if he could not withstand this final tribulation, it would signify his utter annihilation. Thus, in the vast wilderness, cultivators below the golden immortal rank constituted a staggering 99%, for these three tribulations had barred the vast majority of celestial beings. At this moment, Su Changfeng faced the gale, his merit golden light enveloping his primordial spirit, though it did not completely shield it, leaving a narrow gap. The innate power of merit is boundless, a reward from the Tao of Heaven for those who have earned it, ideally suited to counter the gale. The gale was forcefully obstructed by the golden light of merit, only able to slip through the narrow opening, seeking to strike down the gale through the fissure. Both Su Changfeng's primordial spirit and Su Changfeng felt a sharp pain, yet his primordial spirit remained unscathed. The three calamities decreed by the Tao of Heaven, though trials, were also a form of transformation. Under the influence of the gale, Su Changfeng's primordial spirit gradually shed its Yin energy, transforming into a pure Yang body, flawless and radiant, akin to the rising sun, illuminating all directions. Su Changfeng's cultivation, his primordial spirit, his physical form, and his energy had all ascended to the golden immortal realm, rendering him immortal from this point forth. Sensing that Su Changfeng's tribulations had passed, the gale also dissipated accordingly. However, how could Su Changfeng easily let it go? This was a calamity sent by the heavenly Tao, capable of corroding even souls, its power rivaling that of divine winds. Naturally, he had to intercept it. Thus, he hastily summoned the power of virtue to completely seal the gale, preventing its escape. With the trials behind him, Su Changfeng was enveloped by a beam of celestial light, his physical form instantly restored and significantly enhanced in strength. As he opened his eyes, the laws of fate entwined around him, and his aura was utterly transformed from that of the previous day. Now he had ascended to the golden immortal realm, his power increased by no less than tenfold. He spread his right hand, revealing three orbs enveloped in the light of virtue, each containing the essence of heavenly thunder, Yin fire, and gale, respectively. Residuals he had preserved at Su Changfeng intended to refine these sources of calamity into divine abilities, making their future application significantly more convenient. However, refining these two types of flames would require considerable time, and Yin fire and gale within him were still too scarce to enhance the power of the calamities. He would need to find ways to collect more Yin fire and gale. Yet these elements only manifested during the tribulations of cultivators, particularly during the golden immortal tribulations, indicating that Su Changfeng would inevitably have to interact with other cultivators in the future. Upon reaching the golden immortal stage, Su Changfeng could barely be deemed a formidable entity. The three great demonic beasts in the Peach Blossom Valley were exuberant, hosting a series of feasts over 3 days to celebrate the birth of a golden immortal from the Xianyuan tomb lineage. After spending 3 days reveling with the three demons and their fox descendants, he returned beneath the peach tree to commence the refinement of the three sources of calamity. Changfeng yearned for more of these calamity sources, not merely to utilize them, but to transmute them into his own divine abilities. The tale of the journey to the west illustrates that even the young red boy, despite his tender age, wielded the formidable Samadhi true fire that nearly incinerated an expert like Sun Wukong. Similarly, the Huangfeng monster atop Huangfeng Ridge could shroud the sky in darkness with its Samadhi divine wind, leaving no defenses but the Fengding Pearl to withstand its onslaught, coupled with the Xuanmen's heart lightning technique. A single strike could send demons and monsters into disarray. Thus, mastering a divine ability could potentially allow the weak to triumph over the strong. Not being a member of the Xianmen, Su Changfeng had no opportunity to learn their arts. Instead, he chose to forge a unique path, transforming the three calamities into divine abilities. Should he succeed, he would gain an additional layer of self-defense. Without hesitation, Su Changfeng resolved to refine the heavenly thunder source first. Employing a method akin to that of the refining tower, transforming himself into a furnace for the purpose. 3 years passed swiftly that moment. A sudden clap of thunder echoed through Su Changfeng's courtyard, capturing the attention of other creatures in the valley. There he stood beneath the peach tree, a miniature thunder dragon joyfully swirling in his palm, surrounded by arcs of electricity. Despite its diminutive size, this thunder dragon emanated an aura capable of annihilating worlds, accompanied by a faint heavenly majesty, as if it had encountered the very heavenly thunder that cultivators dread. Su Changfeng felt elated. He had inadvertently crafted a thunder dragon. Although currently weak, if it could absorb more heavenly thunder, it would grow stronger. He was filled with anticipation for this day. As he stored the thunder dragon in his dantian, it swam through his spiritual sea, its electrical power purifying the spiritual energy within. This was one of the thunder dragon's advantages. After refining the thunder dragon, Su Changfeng proceeded to cultivate the Yin fire. He employed a similar method to that of refining artifacts, merging the Yin fire with the heart fire within him, creating his source fire. Thus 3 years elapsed. Gazing at the pink flame in his hand, a slight smile graced his lips. This flame was no longer mere Yin fire. It had transformed into a product, merging his heart fire, possessing the capacity to burn flesh and corrode bones. Yin fire and heart fire, once ethereal flames, had now coalesced into Su Changfeng's true fire, causing no harm to him, but rather strengthening his physical form and refining his magical energy. When wielded against foes, it could transform into a fire that incinerates gods and vanquishes demons. Furthermore, with heart fire as its sustenance, it would grow autonomously, unlike flames without a source. Naturally, if he could gather more Yin fire, its growth rate would accelerate. Currently, Su Changfeng's Yin fire was too weak to inflict harm on cultivators below the golden immortal realm, rendering it insufficient for his expectations. After refining the Yin fire, he set about refining the last vestiges of the Gale. Drawing from his previous experiences, Su Changfeng quickly refined the Gale source in just 3 years. He gently blew toward the patch of grass nearby, and a soft breeze swept through, dispersing the weeds without causing them any harm. He wore a satisfied smile. To him, these weeds had lost their vitality, remaining only as seemingly harmless husks. Su Changfeng was pleased. After 9 years of dedicated effort, he had honed these 3 divine abilities to their zenith. Of course, he understood that these techniques could not yet be classified as divine abilities. But with proper nurturing, he believed they would soon become some of his most formidable offensive maneuvers. After all, the 3 calamities bestowed by the heavenly Tao, in his view, were certainly not inferior to any divine ability. Having completed this, he finally opened the courtyard door. The refinement of the calamities had drained him of considerable energy, necessitating rest to recuperate before he could begin his ascent to divinity. Once he became the god of marriage, his days would likely not remain so tranquil as fate would have it. A small fox in the Peach Blossom Valley had recently formed a bond with another fox, although they were merely 2 small foxes yet to fully transform. A grand celebration was held. Within the Peach Blossom Valley, aside from Su Changfeng, the combined number of foxes barely exceeded 100, accumulated over millennia. For any creature to attain spiritual awareness and evolve into a demon, they must first awaken their intellect. This aspect is critical. Without spiritual awareness, even if they become demon beasts, they cannot continue to cultivate, their lifespans expiring, ultimately reducing them to mere dust. Over the millennia, only a handful of demon races had emerged with spiritual awareness from the Xinyuan tomb, primarily due to the influence of the Emperor Qi and incense within. This illustrates the arduous nature of a demon's birth. Naturally, this refers to naturally occurring demons, not those that have been enlightened. Within the Xianmen, there exists a method of enlightenment that can infuse all beings with spirit. However, such techniques are patently unattainable for loose cultivators or wild demons. Thus, the few foxes in the Peach Blossom Valley, about to wed, elicited great joy from all that in the past. When demons married, they simply retreated to their dens to bear young. Yet now, in this idyllic Peach Blossom Valley, with Su Changfeng, a golden immortal overseeing the festivities, everyone's demeanor had shifted to one of deep respect. The nine-tailed fox, whose Xian'er incorporated the marriage rituals she learned from the mortal realm into the ceremony for these two foxes, asserting that such practices, established by the esteemed Xiao Lu, should not be exclusive to mortals. And so, a jubilant wedding commenced, with each fox demon showcasing their talents to enhance the celebration. Su Changfeng even produced the red silk used in human weddings, adorning the entire valley in a festive atmosphere. The gathered demons joyfully beheld the two foxes clad in splendid red wedding attire, their heads adorned with fox masks, bowing to the three great demons of the Xinyuan tomb amidst laughter and merriment. As the foremost powerhouse of the Peach Blossom Valley, Su Changfeng naturally occupied the highest seat, a smile gracing his face as he observed the scene before him. Xiao Lu, are you not the most adept at uniting couples among mortals? Quickly, weave a red thread for them. Hu Xian'er, with a fond gaze at the newlywed foxes, turned her attention to Su Changfeng. Su Changfeng was momentarily taken aback. Aside from mortals, he had never bound a red thread for any other race. The nine-headed chicken spirit, misunderstanding his hesitation, wore a charming smile and urged, "Don't be so stingy. If you're willing to act as a matchmaker for mortals, why not for our demon kin? Show me your red thread and see if it truly possesses such prowess." The jade stone Peepa's spirit nodded deeply in agreement. Indeed, Xiao Lu, one cannot solely focus on the human race. Other races also seek to find a partner. Why not introduce them? Your red thread possesses immense power. Using it on mere mortals is akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Hey, Xiao Lu, why are you silent? The three demons, noticing Su Changfeng's sudden silence, initially feared something had transpired. However, upon closer inspection, they observed the aura of fateful connections swirling around him, intertwined with the very laws of destiny. This scene left the three demons momentarily astonished, though they had grown accustomed to such occurrences. Upon witnessing Su Changfeng in this state, they quickly set up a formation around him to shield him from disturbances. Could it be that Xiao Lu has gained new insights? The Jadestone Peepa's spirit reacted a beat too late. Her expression one of shock and envy, rendered speechless. It seems so. The nine-tailed fox and the nine-headed rooster exchanged glances before nodding in agreement. Eldest sister, could it be that you accomplished something earth-shattering in your past life, leading to the birth of such a prodigy as Xiao Lu among your descendants? The nine-headed rooster exclaimed, a hint of envy lacing her tone. The nine-tailed fox, flattered, chuckled heartily, feigning modesty as she replied, "Second sister, you flatter me. Xiao Lu has only just begun. Even if he is a prodigy, he must first attain the status of a great Luo golden immortal." Both the nine-headed rooster and the jade stone Peepa spirit looked on in disbelief, thinking their sister far too lacking in humility. However, this time, Su Changfeng did not remain lost in thought for long. Soon regaining his composure, the three demons stepped forward, concern etched on their faces. "Xiao Lu, are you all right?" Su Changfeng's face was alight with joy as he respectfully bowed to the three demon beasts. "Thank you for your guidance earlier. I'm truly grateful." They guided Xiao Lu. The three demons exchanged bewildered glances. Could it be that their prior words sparked some enlightenment in Xiao Lu? Su Changfeng offered no explanation, merely smiling as he produced a red string and handed it to the two bewildered little foxes. Little San, I have no precious gift for you, so accept this red string as your wedding gift. I wish you both a lifetime of happiness. With that, he personally tied the ends of the red string around the two spirit foxes. Once secured, the red string vanished without a trace. Yet, for the first time, the two foxes felt each other's intentions clearly, their hearts brimming with joy as they expressed their gratitude to Su Changfeng. After attending the wedding, Su Changfeng bid farewell to the three demons, preparing to embark on a journey of exploration. Initially, he had planned to announce his attainment of the status of the god of marriage only after becoming a golden immortal. However, an unintentional remark from the three demons stirred something within him. Previously, his marriage partners had all been from the human race, but in this vast primordial realm, there exist more than just humans. Unless he wished to confine his identity as the god of marriage solely to the human realm. Yet, such a decision would essentially bind his divine status to the human race. Thus, he resolved to devote some time to retracing the path of the ancient matchmaker, albeit this time focusing on other races rather than humans. Yu Changfeng meticulously rearranged the formation of the Peach Blossom Fairy Valley before bidding farewell to the various demons and setting forth into the primordial expanse. This time, Su Changfeng wandered aimlessly, going wherever he pleased. Yet, should he encounter a fateful individual, regardless of their race, he would bestow upon them a red thread. In the vast primordial realm, with countless races, Su Changfeng understood well that adhering to human methods would likely take a millennium to achieve success. Thus, he deliberately selected several individuals with whom he felt a connection, weaving red threads to unite them. Regardless of their lineage, as long as they were suitable matches, Su Changfeng was willing to facilitate their unions. As Su Changfeng traversed through the primordial realm, he never paused for a moment, leaving traces of his presence everywhere. The name Moonlight Immortal spread throughout the entire primordial realm, beginning with the human race. In moments of good fortune, he would even assist animals devoid of intelligence or plants and trees, fostering their proliferation. With each successful union, the heavenly Tao rewarded him with merits, affirming Su Changfeng's path. 300 years swiftly passed, yet Su Changfeng remained tireless in his efforts to connect the myriad beings of the primordial realm. With most of the terrestrial creatures successfully matched, he prepared to turn his attention to the aquatic races. Just then, a messenger from the East Sea Dragon King arrived, requesting Su Changfeng, the divine matchmaker, to facilitate a union between his son Ao Jia and the daughter of the daunting Lake Dragon Lord. As Su Changfeng had yet to assist the dragon race, he readily accepted the task. Chapter 46. Seeking to forge a good relationship, the surface of the East Sea roiled with waves. Above the tumultuous waters, Su Changfeng accompanied the East Sea Yiksha, who had appeared to summon him. This Yiksha, a late-stage true immortal and the patrol general of the East Sea Dragon Palace, had been sent by the East Sea Dragon King to invite Su Changfeng. The Yiksha respectfully guided Su Changfeng. This way, please. Su Changfeng clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, General Li Jin, for your assistance. Indeed, this Yiksha was Li Jin, the first to fall in battle among their ranks. Li Jin was a high-ranking general of the East Sea Dragon Palace and also a deity appointed by the Heavenly Court, so the East Sea Dragon King's personal invitation was a significant honor. Su Changfeng felt a keen curiosity towards the multifaceted East Sea Dragon King. Since the ancient calamity of dragons and phoenixes, the dragon race had fallen into a state of dormancy, only briefly resuming activity during the era of the three sovereigns. Forming an alliance with the human race, intertwining their fates, and dispatching Yinglong to battle. Following that, Hao Qian ascended to the position of Heavenly Emperor, and his followers quickly aligned themselves with Hao Qian. Their grasp of the situation revealed that, while the dragon race appeared tranquil on the surface, they had gained considerable advantages amidst the turmoil of the primordial realm. Su Changfeng was also aware that, in the world of Journey to the West, the dragon race had expanded to dominate all waters, with dragon palaces found wherever there was water, even in wells. This demonstrated the dragon race's future fortune and strength. Su Changfeng accepted the invitation with enthusiasm. motivated not only by the prospect of facilitating a union, but also out of sheer curiosity. Particularly, he was intrigued by the sea-calming needle housed within the East Sea Dragon Palace, which shared a common origin with his own mountain-opening axe. He wondered if it might resonate with the sea-calming needle. Considering the monkey's birth was still far off, acquiring it would indeed be fascinating. This time, Changfeng did not need to invoke the water avoidance spell. Yiksha Li Jin employed a secret technique to summon a gigantic whale, inviting Changfeng to ride upon it as they journeyed towards the dragon palace beneath the sea. The underwater realm was not significantly smaller than the ancient continent. Each sea area was home to a variety of aquatic races, all under the dominion of the dragon race. As Changfeng and Li Jin descended to the ocean floor atop the whale, he was struck by the sheer opulence surrounding him. Within a massive shell stood a luxurious palace constructed from primordial crystal, illuminated by enormous luminous pearls that shone like moons, casting light upon the dark seabed. Upon closer inspection, the sandy ground was composed entirely of rare pearls, birthed by spirit clams, teeming with spiritual energy. Furthermore, the large shell bore the lingering aura of an ancient and powerful deity, a testament to its formidable origins. Changfeng gazed at the crystal palace, marveling at its extravagant grandeur. He was witnessing firsthand the true essence of a primordial tycoon, yet he understood that the dragon race's ability to maintain their wealth was no small feat. Otherwise, it might have been the disciples of who would have made the first move to plunder. Guided by Yiksha Li Jin, Changfeng passed through a dazzling coral garden and entered the crystal palace. The entrance was guarded by a multitude of shrimp soldiers and crab generals that a stern-faced man, adorned with twin horns, awaited them. Upon sighting the newcomer, Yiksha Li Jin rushed forward, bowing respectfully. "I have met the crown prince." The man nodded, gesturing a wave of seawater that lifted him. "General Li Jin, you have worked hard on this journey." He then turned to Changfeng, his demeanor warm and amiable. "I am Ao Jia, the Crown Prince of the East Sea Dragon Palace. Thank you for gracing us with your presence. Is this the match Changfeng is to facilitate?" Ao Jia. Changfeng cast a curious glance at him. However, the East Sea Crown Prince was no mere figure of renown. He was also a golden immortal, specifically a late-stage golden immortal, holding a slight advantage over Changfeng. As Changfeng smiled and responded courteously. "Your Highness, you flatter me that I practice the path of destiny and take great pleasure in matchmaking. That to receive the Dragon King's recognition and be asked to serve as a matchmaker is indeed a privilege I cherish." Upon hearing mention of the wedding, Ao Jia's expression became somewhat awkward, and he turned slightly to lead the way. "Please, follow me." "Thank you." Changfeng trailed behind Ao Jia, while Yiksha Li Jin remained outside. Accompanying Ao Jia into the Crystal Palace. Within the palace, the decor was even more lavish, with exquisite spiritual materials fashioned into ornate displays. Even the draping curtains were intricately woven by the merfolk, a treasure of considerable worth. Observing this spectacle, Changfeng couldn't help but marvel inwardly at the East Sea Dragon Palace's wealth and grandeur. Upon entering the main hall, Huang Xiaolong was met by Ao Guang, the sovereign of the East Sea Dragon Palace, who sat regally upon the dragon throne. The moment Changfeng laid eyes on this figure, a shiver ran down his spine, for the aura exuding from Ao Guang unmistakably belonged to a Deluo-level being. Having encountered more than one Deluo in his lifetime, and with his own incarnation being a Deluo, Changfeng deduced that Ao Guang was evidently also a Deluo golden immortal. He clasped his hands together in reverence, declaring, "I pay my respects to the East Sea Dragon King. This humble immortal bows before you." To his surprise, the East Sea Dragon King was equally astonished. As a Deluo golden immortal himself, he could discern Changfeng's true essence that he had initially thought Changfeng was merely a wandering immortal. However, he sensed a powerful presence behind him, a Deluo golden immortal with a profound karmic connection to him. A slight probe revealed that this karmic thread connected to the Underworld, coinciding with the very eye he had sensed earlier. The two exchanged glances and nodded in mutual acknowledgement. Ao Guang was taken aback. Not expecting Changfeng to have a mysterious figure like the Emperor of Fengdu behind him, it was common knowledge that the most talked about topics in the wilderness recently, aside from the romance of Yu Lao and Su Changfeng, revolved around the emperor of Fengdu, who had swept through the entire underworld with his legion of spirits, bringing all but the sea of blood under his dominion. Furthermore, they had extended their influence into the 5 great ghost gates, initiating the construction of the 5 mountains underworld to receive souls from the wilderness, rather than consolidating them all to Mount Ta. As the immortals speculated about the relationship between the emperor of Fengdu and the lord of Mount Tai, they soon learned that the lord of Mount Tai had perished. Moreover, his demise was shrouded in silence. Although there was no evidence, many believed that the lord of Mount Tai had been slain by the emperor of Fengdu. Yet, it was evident that no one wished to investigate this matter, particularly since the Lady of Justice had remained silent, leading them to disregard the incident. Thus, the death of the lord of Mount Tai was overlooked. Consequently, when Ao Guang witnessed the close ties between the emperor of Fengdu and Su Changfeng, he was filled with both surprise and curiosity. The depth of their karmic bond surpassed that of father and son or teacher and disciple, leaving Ao Guang utterly perplexed. Could it be that Su Changfeng was the reincarnation of the emperor of Fengdu? Little did Ao Guang realize that the emperor of Fengdu was, in fact, Su Changfeng's incarnation, a phenomenon that had never occurred in the annals of wilderness history. Thus, Ao Guang's prior intentions of investing in Su Changfeng transformed into a desire to foster a good relationship with him. Chapter 47. The saints will certainly advocate for you. Since the establishment of the underworld, no deity in the wilderness dared to underestimate its significance, as it was destined to become the center of fortune, second only to the heavenly court, accruing an endless stream of merit. Previously, out of respect for the Lady of Earth, the saints refrained from taking rash actions, but now, with the emperor of Fengdu as a disruptor, they naturally sought to intervene. However, the saints' attention was primarily focused on the investiture of the gods, leaving them little room for other matters. Yet, after the great calamity, another struggle to the death was inevitable. As the sovereign of the Dragon Clan, Ao Guang was acutely aware of this, firmly deciding that his clan would not involve themselves in the affairs of the underworld. Nevertheless, establishing a rapport with Su Changfeng, who was suspected to be the reincarnation of the emperor of Fengdu, would indeed be advantageous. Thus, Su Changfeng was treated with utmost hospitality, as the Dragon King commanded the presentation of exquisite spiritual herbs and fruits to entertain him, including a legendary peach said to be a gift from the heavenly court, aged 3,000 years. Such treatment was a privilege even the most common Deluo golden immortal residing in the Dragon Palace could scarcely expect. It was only when Su Changfeng received a message from the Emperor of Fengdu that he regained his composure and calmly began to indulge in the spiritual fruits. Ao Guang observed him closely, and witnessing this scene only reinforced his conjectures, prompting him to warmly engage with Su Changfeng. This display astonished the eldest prince, Ao Jia. Even the direct disciples of the intercepting sect had never seen the Dragon King exhibit such warmth, leaving them to wonder about the true identity of this immortal under the moonlight who commanded such esteem from their father. In a moment, the Dragon Palace was filled with merriment and harmony. Yet soon, the atmosphere was disrupted by an unwelcome presence. The young dragon, resembling Ao Jia, swaggered in, accompanied by several older immortals. "Father, I have brought several friends from the intercepting sect to pay their respects. I heard my brother is to be betrothed, and they have come to offer their congratulations." The Dragon King smile faltered as he cast a glance at the young dragon, reprimanding him. "Binger, you must not be disrespectful in front of our guests." With that, he turned to the 4 individuals following Ao Bing Dada. "So you are disciples of the saints. This little dragon extends his greetings to you. Please, take a seat." Su Changfeng regarded the 4 disciples of the intercepting sect with curiosity, initially expecting notable figures, but upon closer inspection, he realized they were merely 4 Xian immortals. Ao Guang, being a Deluo golden immortal, offering respect to 4 Xian immortals was indeed excessively courteous. However, perhaps this was their way of survival. The 4 disciples of the intercepting sect were not surprised by this, and they returned a respectful gesture to Ao Guang. "We greet the Dragon King. We 4 brothers heard that brother Ao Bing is to wed and came to partake in the joyous occasion." We hope not to be seen as intruders. I could see this moment. Their gazes fell upon Su Changfeng. And who might this be? Su Changfeng stood and offered a salute. I am the moonlit mountain immortal. I am honored to meet you. Ao Guang interjected with a smile. Esteemed immortals may not be aware, but this is the moonlit immortal whom my little dragon specifically invited, as the moonlit friend is skilled in fostering marital bonds. He has been asked to mediate for my son, Ao Jia, in hopes of ensuring their enduring affection. Upon hearing this, the four were momentarily taken aback, clearly having heard the moonlit immortal's illustrious reputation. We are the 4 stars of Falling Star Island of the intercepting sect, Guxingzi, Quanzixing, Pink Xingzi, and Kang Xingzi. May I inquire which sect or lineage the moonlit immortal belongs to? Su Changfeng, upon hearing their names, admitted he was unfamiliar with them, indicating that they were not particularly significant figures within the intercepting sect. He clasped his hands together. I regret to disappoint you, but I belong to no sect or lineage. Upon realizing he was a wandering immortal, the expressions of the 4 turned cold, and they dismissed him, taking seats at the side. That Su Changfeng, however, appeared unperturbed, recognizing that these individuals, emboldened by their identity as disciples of the intercepting sect, could treat even the Deluo Golden Immortal, the East Sea Dragon King, with such indifference. Thus they would not offer him any courtesy. In light of Ao Guang's apologetic gaze, Su Changfeng shook his head dismissively, indicating it was of no concern, and continued to enjoy the spiritual fruits and peaches. However, his attention was drawn to the arrogant Ao Bing, the 3rd prince of the East Sea, who had the dragon tendon taken by Neza. It seemed he had a good rapport with the disciples of the intercepting sect. Could it be that his demise was also linked to them? He shook his head, casting this thought aside. His purpose for coming was to fulfill the Dragon Clan's matrimonial mission. Over the past 3 centuries, he had accumulated considerable fortune through marriages with various clans, and he was but a step away from achieving the status of the god of marriage. By leveraging the Dragon Clan as a breakthrough, if he could establish a marital tie with them, his domain of relationships would expand significantly. After all, the Dragon Clan was the sovereign of aquatic beings. If they endorsed this union, other water clans would naturally follow suit. However, while Su Changfeng sought to proceed smoothly, the 4 disciples of the intercepting sect were unwilling to comply. Guxingzi slammed his palm on the table, pointing at the abundant spread before Su Changfeng, addressing the Dragon King. Dragon King, we have come sincerely to offer our congratulations, yet you have presented us with such inferior spiritual fruits. This wandering immortal has an even more sumptuous feast laid before him. Do you not regard us disciples of the intercepting sect? Su Changfeng replied nonchalantly. What does it have to do with me? Furthermore, it seems the intercepting sect is indeed a mixed bag, allowing even such low-tier practitioners to enter. I wonder what Tong Tian is thinking. Perhaps he feels the sect's karma is insufficient, and death is too slow. A flicker of anger flashed in Ao Guang's eyes, but it was quickly suppressed. He hurriedly descended from the high throne, clasping his hands in apology. Esteemed immortals, please do not take offense. This is a failure on my part. I shall have someone replace these fruits and ensure you are satisfied. With that, he turned to the serving maid beside him and called out, Quickly, fetch the fine wines bestowed by the emperor for them to sample. Upon hearing this, the 4 disciples of the intercepting sect calmed down. Ultimately, they were treated to a barrel of exquisite nectar, becoming thoroughly intoxicated, and stumbled out of the Dragon Palace, laden with spiritual fruits and wines. The hall fell into a profound silence. Ao Bing, sensing his misstep, shrank behind Ao Guang. Witnessing this, glared at him, bellowing, rebellious child. Having said this, he quickly turned to Su Changfeng, bowing an apology. I apologize for the trouble caused. I extend my sincerest apologies to you. With a bow of apology, Su Changfeng hastily stepped aside, for he could not bear the great courtesy of the Tao. Fearing it would affect his own fortune, he quickly waved his hand dismissively. The Dragon King is being overly courteous. This matter does not concern you, nor can you control the disciples of the GS sect. Why must you apologize on their behalf? A bitter smile crossed Ao Guang's face at these words. I beg your pardon, shaking his head. Su Changfeng inquired with curiosity, Are the disciples of the GS sect not like this? A.O. Guang's expression turned even more forlorn. Not necessarily. Many disciples of the GS sect are dedicated cultivators, diligently practicing on the immortal islands. However, the remaining ones are another story. They either occupy islands or come to my dragon palace to feast at their leisure. What is worse, they do not hesitate to slay and enslave my dragonkin at the slightest disagreement, leaving us unable to voice our anger. Upon hearing this, Changfeng finally comprehended the arrogance of the GS sect disciples. He could not help but ask, shouldn't you pay a visit to the sage? Surely, the sage would advocate on your behalf. Chapter 48. The clarity of affection and estrangement. A.O. Guang shook his head, a look of helplessness on his face. What manner of being is a sage? Existing beyond the three realms, they are not someone we can simply approach at will. Furthermore, the disciples of the GS sect share a collective fate. If I were to report to the sage, it is likely that before I even meet him, my East Sea Dragon clan would already be on the brink of annihilation. Changfeng could only express sympathy upon hearing this. Who could remain at ease with such a formidable entity as their neighbor? The two tacitly avoided this topic and began to discuss A.O.G's impending marriage. A.O.G's grand wedding still required some time, so Changfeng temporarily resided in the Dragon Palace. Additionally, he had heard from the Dragon King that a sage would hold a sermon on Golden A.O. Island in 10 years. Inviting all East Sea cultivators to attend, A.O. Guang advised Changfeng not to miss this opportunity. Does the Dragon King know why this sage has decided to preach? Is there a reason behind it? Changfeng felt an inkling that this sermon might relate to the War of the Gods and could not help but inquire. After all, the Dragon King was the most powerful force in the East Sea and would surely possess some insights. A.O. Guang shook his head with a sigh. The thoughts of a sage are beyond our comprehension. As he spoke, his brow furrowed. However, in recent years, for some unknown reason, the majority of the GS sect disciples have returned. And with the gathering of the myriad immortals of the GS sect, troubles have been incessant in the East Sea, leaving this old dragon with a headache. Changfeng knew the reason, but could not reveal it. So he shifted the topic to the matter of the sea-stabilizing needle. Oh, you wish to see the sea-stabilizing needle? A.O. Guang cast a surprised glance at Changfeng. As he spoke. Changfeng produced a mountain-splitting axe. This great axe in my hand shares the same origin as the sea-stabilizing needle. I have heard that when you was in the East Sea. He placed the sea-stabilizing needle on the seabed, which piqued my curiosity. The mountain-splitting axe. Upon seeing the axe, A.O. Guang's eyes widened in astonishment. Hasn't the mountain-splitting axe always been in Yu's possession? How could it have fallen into your hands? A.O. Guang's regard for Changfeng rose several notches. He had not anticipated that Changfeng was connected to both the Emperor of Fengdu and the human monarch. He could hardly believe that Changfeng had acquired the mountain-splitting axe without Yu's consent. Internally, A.O. Guang mused while maintaining an outwardly calm demeanor. Yes, that's so. Friend under the moon, you are indeed fortunate to possess the mountain-splitting axe of Emperor Yu. It is truly enviable. The Dragon King was being overly modest. Your dragon palace possesses countless treasures. What is this mere postnatal spiritual treasure? Changfeng assumed he was merely complimenting himself. The Dragon King dismissed him. Friend under the moon, that statement is misguided. The mountain-splitting axe is not an ordinary postnatal spiritual treasure. It was forged from the 8 trigrams furnace by the Supreme Saint. It was later employed by Emperor Yu to carve mountains and establish the land, aiding him in his great endeavor of flood control. It is no trivial artifact. Seeing the admiration in A.O. Guang's eyes as he regarded the mountain-splitting axe, akin to appraising a precious relic, Changfeng found himself momentarily speechless. Perhaps this old Dragon King did not value the power of treasures, but rather their intrinsic worth. After casting a glance at Changfeng's mountain-splitting axe, A.O. Guang cheerfully led him to the coral grove in the back of the Dragon Palace, eager to show him the palace's treasured sea-stabilizing needle. Traversing the royal garden, Changfeng beheld a colossal pillar that shot straight into the clouds. The pillar was entwined with aquatic plants. At first glance, it appeared to be a rusted column. Yet in Changfeng's eyes, it radiated a luminous aura of merit, a brilliance surpassing anything he had witnessed before. With pride, Dragon King Ao Guang proclaimed, "Friend under the moon, this is the East Sea's supreme treasure, the sea stabilizing needle." This was utilized by Diyu during his governance of the East Sea to measure water depths. After Diyu achieved success and ascended to the Fire Cloud Cave, he placed it beneath my dragon palace as the palace's divine treasure. Unable to restrain himself, Su Changfeng approached for a closer inspection. Secretly astonished, and oh wonder, it was a treasure held in such high regard by the Monkey King. Its merit had transcended the realm of ordinary postnatal treasures, standing on the threshold of postnatal merit. Should further merit be infused, it could very well become a genuine postnatal treasure. Although it could not compare to the Linglong Xianyuan Tower in the hands of the Supreme Saint, it was still a remarkable item of merit. As he observed this scene, a flicker of envy crossed Su Changfeng's eyes. Rather than relinquishing it to that monkey in the future, it would be better to keep it for himself, of course. In the presence of the Dragon King, he dared not recklessly refine it. Instead, he summoned the mountain-splitting axe to see if these two artifacts, sharing the same origin, could resonate with one another to his delight. As the mountain-splitting axe emerged, it transformed into a beam of golden light, joyfully swirling around the massive pillar as if greeting an old friend. Meanwhile, the previously inert sea stabilizing needle began to emit a dazzling golden light, vibrating as though communicating with the mountain-splitting axe. Witnessing this, Su Changfeng's heart leapt with joy, but Ao Guang's expression shifted dramatically. He looked at Su Changfeng with urgency, his face betraying a hint of despair. "Friend, you must not. The sea-stabilizing needle is a divine artifact that suppresses the sea eye of the East Sea. Should it be lost, the sea eye may erupt, bringing suffering to the beings of the East Sea. Such a sin is beyond our capacity to bear." Upon hearing this, Su Changfeng could only regretfully call back the mountain-splitting axe, which was communicating with the sea-stabilizing needle. This was a burden he could not shoulder. Should a karmic bond be formed, the sages would likely use him to fill the sea eye. Although the sea-stabilizing needle had yet to acknowledge a master, he seized this opportunity to leave a mark upon it while the mountain-splitting axe resonated with it. The sea-stabilizing needle, sharing the same origin as the mountain-splitting axe, offered no resistance to the aura of the axe that Su Changfeng merely set upon in motion without any further intentions. Seeing this, Ao Guang finally exhaled in relief and quickly led Su Changfeng away from the location. He feared Su Changfeng might, in a moment of folly, attempt to refine the sea-stabilizing needle, which would spell disaster for the East. To appease Su Changfeng, Dragon King Ao Guang generously gifted him a Shandong pearl, a dragon pearl from an ancient Shandong of the great Luo golden immortal level. Shandongs are a rare type among dragons. While not particularly strong in attack, they excel in illusions and altering the heavens and earth. Their illusions are so formidable that even the Fox clan must tread carefully. Capable of creating illusions that bewilder and confound, the Shandong is of a gentle disposition, often preferring solitude, and thus frequently envelopes its lair in thick mist to mislead enemies, preventing them from encroaching upon its domain. Moreover, this particular Shandong is of the great Luo golden immortal realm. Even the illustrious figure of the great Luo golden immortal would find it impossible to breach that illusory formation, Su Changfeng, taken aback by such a delightful surprise, hesitated momentarily before joyfully accepting the Shenlong pearl. Ao Guang, witnessing this scene, felt a sense of relief wash over him. The Dragon Clan, being a powerful and ancient lineage, could readily afford to part with the Dragon Pearl, as long as it resolved any lurking dangers. Upon closer examination, the Zhenhai Needle did not belong to the Dragon Palace of the East Sea. Conversely, Su Changfeng still possessed the Kaishan axe gifted by Diyu, making the connections between allies and foes abundantly clear. Chapter 49. Truly unexpected within the Dragon Palace, Su Changfeng was in the process of refining the Shenlong Pearl. Indulging in an array of sumptuous delicacies, before long, a grand wedding took place between Ao Jia, the prince of the East Sea Dragon Clan, and the daughter of the Dongting Lake Dragon King. Serving as the matchmaker, Su Changfeng personally escorted the Dragon Palace's shrimp soldiers and crab generals, along with a plethora of wedding gifts, to Dongting Lake, reveling in the joys of hosting. The Dragon King of Daunting Lake was evidently pleased with the union with the East Sea and welcomed Su Changfeng, the matchmaker, with open arms. The East Sea Dragon Palace hosted a magnificent wedding in addition to the assembly of the Four Seas Dragon Kings. Numerous dragon clans and scattered immortals attended the feast, and many from the Jiejiao sect were also invited to the banquet. The dragon elites gathered, and despite the Jiejiao's arrogance, they dared not act recklessly. The wedding proceeded smoothly, as the representative of the East Sea Dragon King and the orchestrator of this marriage. Su Changfeng naturally attracted considerable attention. The name of the moonlit immortal echoed throughout the vast wilderness, and at less than 1,000 years old, he had already attained golden immortal status. A group of great Luo Tai immortals openly displayed their curiosity, eager to discern his background. However, Su Changfeng remained unconcerned by their scrutiny. His sole focus was to ensure the wedding's success and gain the fortuitous blessings of the dragon lineage in the presence of the matchmaker god. Su Changfeng tied the hands of Ao Jia and the daughter of the Daunting King with a red thread, symbolizing their fated connection. Initially somewhat shy, the two dragon newlyweds found their hearts intertwined through the red thread, their gazes toward one another imbued with newfound affection. Most onlookers were taken aback by the extraordinary red thread in Su Changfeng's hands. Such a remarkable artifact could influence a golden immortal like Ao Jia. Some even found their pupils constricting, realizing that a treasure capable of swaying the heart and mind would be an insurmountable threat in battle. Su Changfeng, aware of the attention directed his way, maintained an air of composure. He had not directly interfered with Ao Jia and the Daunting King's daughter. He merely fanned the flames of their emotions, allowing their bond to flourish naturally as the god of marriage. He could not fabricate false sentiments. The red thread was merely a catalyst. The rest depended on their own choices that, of course, should adversaries arise, that same red thread could transform into a potent weapon of control, ensnaring individuals in a web of despair. Having fulfilled his mission, Su Changfeng departed from the scene, feeling the surge of marital fortune swell within him, and smiled with satisfaction. The dragon lineage, as a venerable ancient clan, exhibited a fortune and love that rivaled that of humanity. However, Su Changfeng did not leave the Dragon Palace immediately. After securing the Dragon King's promise, he began to forge connections for the aquatic clans. Dragon King Ao Guang, recognizing Su Changfeng's intentions to consolidate the fortunes of myriad clans, willingly offered his support. With Ao Guang's assistance, Su Changfeng's efficiency soared. Time passed swiftly, and 9 years had flown by before Su Changfeng paused. Sensing that his marital fortune had reached its zenith, it was now time to ascend to the position of the heavenly Tao god of marriage. Emerging from the sea, he found himself atop an island. Raising his gaze to the sky, he drew forth his innate merits and prepared for a ritual. As his merits were expended, a formidable celestial might descended from above, enveloping him entirely. Under the weight of the heavenly Tao's pressure, Su Changfeng bore the strain, channeling all the marital fortune he had amassed throughout his cultivation into the heavenly Tao. Heavenly Tao, I, Su Changfeng, sense the discord of yin and yang and offer my merits, my aura of marital fortune. In pursuit of harmony, I wish to transform into the god of marriage, presiding over countless unions, facilitating the convergence of yin and yang, and humbly request the heavenly Tao to witness this. As soon as his words fell, Su Changfeng felt the detached eye of the heavenly Tao sweep over him, causing him to tense involuntarily, as if he were laid bare before its gaze. Moments later, the heavenly Tao's eye withdrew. Granted, echoed a celestial voice within his mind. In an instant, petals rained down from the sky, and golden lotuses bloomed forth. An endless stream of marital energy surged towards Su Changfeng from all corners of the vast wilderness, enveloping the sky in a crimson glow that stained the clouds red. The beings of the three realms sensed a tremor in their hearts, a wave of joy overwhelming them, igniting desires for love and companionship. The cultivators, startled, scrambled to suppress their emotions, fearing the disruption of their mental states. Those above the level of great Luo golden immortal, though unaffected, began to deduce the source of this phenomenon. Naturally, The first to comprehend was Su Changfeng's incarnation. The Emperor Fengdu, he manipulated the heavenly mechanisms, obscuring the curious great Luo golden immortals from prying too deeply, leaving them with the knowledge that the heavenly Tao had conferred the title of God of marriage upon him. Yet, the methods of Emperor Fengdu were insufficient against those of quasi-saints or saints. Nonetheless, it sufficed for the moment. Within the fire cloud cave, Xin Yuan and Dayu both turned their gazes towards Su Changfeng and smiled upon seeing him. The three sovereigns of humanity gathered in the Hall of the Three Sovereigns, astonished by the unexpected elevation of this young man's power. Xin Yuan couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The Shinnong clan also expressed their approval, marveling at how the little fox from Xuanyuan's grave had grown to this extent. Fuxi nodded repeatedly in agreement. Indeed, his talents rival those of true saints. In merely a few hundred years, he has reached the realm of golden immortal, achieving remarkable feats and becoming the renowned Emperor Fengdu. Fuxi, glancing at Xin Yuan, wore a smile. Third brother, such an exceptional talent should be taken as a disciple without delay. He is currently in the limelight and will undoubtedly attract attention. So be cautious lest he be snatched away. As a master of heavenly mechanisms, Fuxi was aware of the intricate connections between Xin Yuan and Su Changfeng, and thus the three sovereigns regarded Su Changfeng with newfound respect. Xin Yuan chuckled, a glimmer of wisdom in his eyes that he shook his head. There is no need for that. Our fates are already intertwined, and there is no necessity to formalize our relationship as master and disciple. As the saying goes, a master leads one to the door, but the journey is one's own. That he has reached this point with his resolve steadfast. To take on another master now would merely be gilding the lily. Fuxi and Shinnong remained silent in response to his words. Within the fire cloud cave, Dayu was also quite pleased with Su Changfeng's performance, for the method by which Su Changfeng attained enlightenment had been imparted by him. The fact that Su Changfeng even called him teacher made Dayu elated, particularly as a student exceeded his expectations. Beside him, a stunningly beautiful woman appeared equally astonished. I never imagined there would be such prodigious talent within our Fox clan. It seems my husband made the right choice in assisting him. Achieving golden immortal status in such a short time, and now successfully attaining a divine position, is truly remarkable. Dayu chuckled and shook his head, gently patting her hand. I merely granted him an opportunity out of gratitude for saving my father-in-law's life. I never expected him to reach such heights. He truly is extraordinary. It appears your nine-tailed fox clan is destined to produce an outstanding figure. Hearing her husband's words, Tushan Nu was taken aback. She had not anticipated that her husband would hold this young fox clan member in such high regard. Chapter 50. Arranging the formation, Su Changfeng's attainment of a divine position stirred quite a commotion, even attracting the attention of saints. Particularly affected was Golden Ao Island, being the closest. Tongtian Jiazhu opened his eyes, and within them, the essence of the Tao flowed, surrounded by myriad pathways, as time and space seemed to shy away from him. With just a glance at Su Changfeng, he gleaned all the information he needed. After all, for a saint, there were no secrets left in the vast wilderness that could remain hidden from them. With a smirk, Tongtian Jiazhu spoke with intrigue. At once, send a message to Daobao Daoran. Daobao, when you deliver your teachings next year, be sure to extend an invitation to the moonlit immortal to attend your lecture. In the cave, after hearing the words of the Tongtian, Duobao was momentarily taken aback. Having been in seclusion, he was unfamiliar with the identity of the moonlit immortal, yet he immediately bowed and responded. Disciple obeys. Tongtian said nothing further, closing his eyes and continuing to wander in the void. The primordial saint stood in the Yushu Palace of Kunlun Mountain, gazing at Su Changfeng before also shutting his eyes. In the west, the two saints sat by the lotus pond, looking towards the east, and the chaotic Taisu heaven. Within the Nuwa Palace, the goddess Nuwa held a red embroidered ball, her gaze penetrating the chaos towards the east sea. Her face adorned with a radiant smile, the same moment. Beneath the celestial Tao of creation, the aura of destiny swiftly coalesced into a crimson tome, exuding the essence of a congenital spiritual treasure. Flying towards Su Changfeng. Upon taking hold of the red book, he was instantly recognized as its master. The Book of Fate. Su Changfeng was overwhelmed with joy, never expecting this tome of destiny to present itself to him, which took him by surprise. Furthermore, he discovered that this book of fate was, in fact, a superior grade congenital spiritual treasure, containing 36 prohibitions, merely a step away from the pinnacle of congenital treasures. Upon opening the book of fate, he beheld the fates of beings across the 3 realms in the primordial chaos. Moreover, should he wish, he could alter anyone's fate at will within the tome. Of course, there was a downside. Should he haphazardly forge destinies, he would become entangled in karmic consequences, and in severe cases suffer backlash, resulting in a decline in fortune. Thus, even possessing the book of fate, it was prudent not to misuse it, but rather to act in accordance with the will of heaven. The greatest delight for Su Changfeng was that he would no longer need to play matchmaker for others. With this book of fate, he could effortlessly connect those fated while seated comfortably at home, sparing himself considerable trouble. Since it was a gift from the heavenly Tao, Su Changfeng did not need to expend excessive effort to refine it. He merely inscribed his primordial spirit mark upon it to incorporate it into his purple mansion. Su Changfeng initially believed this was the end of the matter. The remaining aura of destiny coalesced around him, transforming into a magnificent red wedding robe, resembling a groom, complementing his handsome visage, rendering him the peach blossom lord. This crimson attire was none other than the celestial Tao's bestowed attire of the Moon Elder, symbolizing the authority of the heavenly Tao. Though not a congenital spiritual treasure, it possessed a measure of the divine and some defensive capabilities. Without time for astonishment, Su Changfeng quickly summoned the threads of fate to absorb the remaining aura of destiny. Simultaneously, he transferred all the remaining heavenly Tao merits to the threads of fate. Su Changfeng stared in amazement as the prohibitions on the threads multiplied rapidly, soon transforming into an after-the-fact superior grade. Moreover, these threads of fate, being the merit of the heavenly Tao, held extraordinary power. With his golden immortal strength, coupled with the threads, he could easily overpower others of the same rank. Su Changfeng had truly become a rightful deity of the heavenly Tao, possessing an identity beyond that of an immortal. He was also a divine being that, in due time, he could declare himself a god. While mortals often conflate immortals and deities, there exists an essential distinction between the two. The deities typically refer to innate natural spirits, hence referred to as congenital spirits, whereas the term immortal denotes those who attain longevity through prolonged cultivation, thus termed postnatal immortals. There exists no hierarchy of strength between the congenital and postnatal, only the path of cultivation. Presently, Su Changfeng could not yet be considered a congenital deity, merely a postnatal one. Yet he had already qualified to become a congenital deity. Congenital spirits, upon birth, command a particular path and require no cultivation. They merely need to continuously familiarize themselves with and master it to enhance their cultivation and ultimately achieve the great Luo realm. Just as the ancient dragon and phoenix clans, Hongjun Laozu, and the 3,000 worldly immortals of Zhixiao Palace, all were congenital spirits. It was not until Hongjun Laozu established the path of immortality, creating a new avenue for postnatal beings to cultivate into immortals, that the path of immortality emerged. In this moment, Su Changfeng felt a profound transformation within himself. He was imbued with divine essence, and the path of fate behind his head formed a halo. Should he continue to comprehend it, he could completely transcend and achieve the great Luo, attaining eternal life. Yet, Su Changfeng had no intention of doing so. His path of fate only led to the great Luo realm. Should he merge with the Tao, he would merely reach the great Luo, which was not his desire. Thus, he resolved to pursue the path of immortality, using the divine path as a reference to strengthen himself. Now that he had become a deity, the most pressing matter for Su Changfeng was settled, allowing him a sigh of relief. However, upon raising his gaze to the heavens, he realized he was but a final step away from completing his task. Just as he was about to ascend to the heavenly court, 4 figures obstructed his path. Su Changfeng frowned and questioned, "What do you wish to impede me for?" The 4 individuals were none other than the 4 disciples of Jiejiao, Gu, Quan, Ping, and Sangda At. This moment, their gazes towards Su Changfeng were filled with avarice. "Esteemed Taoist, I have just discovered a congenital spiritual treasure, only to find it missing. Have you seen this item? Gu Xingzi, the leader of the group, maintained his gaze fixed upon Su Changfeng. Recognizing their ill intent, Su Changfeng understood that since this was Jie Jiao's territory, he wished to avoid a confrontation unless absolutely necessary, thus suppressing his rising anger. He shook his head. I have not encountered the congenital spiritual treasure you speak of. If you have no further business, I shall take my leave. Yet, before his words could fully escape, the Jie Jiao had already surrounded him from all directions, brandishing 4 great banners, their expressions indicating they had him firmly in their grasp. Esteemed Taoist, your lack of integrity is quite astonishing. We have witnessed you taking that congenital spiritual treasure with our own eyes. And you still dare to deny it, Quan Xingzi exclaimed, displaying an appearance of righteous indignation, as if Su Changfeng had committed an unforgivable crime. Quickly surrender the congenital spiritual treasure, or do not blame us for our ruthlessness. Do not think that because you are a golden immortal, you can deceive us. Remember, we Jie Jiao excel in formations. Do not be foolish, Ping Xingzi threatened, brandishing his star banner. Zhang Xingzi impatiently regarded the other 3 Taoists. Brothers, do not waste breath on him. Let him witness our starfall great formation, and he shall comply. As he spoke, he waved the star banner. Listening to the 4's brazen accusations, Su Changfeng erupted into laughter, casually summoning the Book of Fate and brandishing it before them. Is this the treasure you misplaced? The 4 gazed at the Book of Fate, radiating the aura of a congenital spiritual treasure, their eyes widening in greed as they nodded repeatedly. Indeed, return what belongs to us, and we can overlook this matter. Su Changfeng chuckled, yet his eyes bore no trace of mirth, only a chilling coldness. He feigned astonishment. Did you not see correctly? I have other treasures hidden. Would you care to take a look? As the words left his lips, the axe and the threads of fate appeared in his hands. The 2 radiant treasures of merit dazzled the eyes of the 4, intensifying their covetousness. We have lost those 2 items as well. We implore you, esteemed Taoist, to return them, Ping Xingzi shamelessly declared, his face betraying his greed. Gu Xingzi, however, regained his composure. With Su Changfeng possessing such a plethora of treasures, he clearly was not an ordinary loose cultivator. Having already offended him, they found themselves in a precarious situation. Zhang Xingzi seemed to sense his hesitation, his eyes flashing with a fierce glint. Eldest brother, do not hesitate. Letting him go is also a dead end. It is better to eliminate him. Moreover, no matter how formidable he may be, he would not dare to cause trouble within our Jie Jiao. Upon hearing this, Gu Xingzi immediately commanded, form the formation. Chapter 51. It is well to create some trouble for them. With that, the 4 simultaneously raised their star banners, swinging them vigorously. Instantly, the 4 stars in the sky ignited simultaneously, resonating with the 4 banners, enclosing Su Changfeng in a dimly lit small realm. Just as Su Changfeng lifted his axe, preparing to cleave this realm in 2, a star in the sky abruptly expanded, hurtling down with astonishing speed towards Su Changfeng. Though he sensed no immediate threat from the massive star, he remained cautious, swinging his great axe fiercely and shattering the celestial body into fragments. The axe's momentum did not wane as it continued to slice towards the boundary of the small world, creating a massive fissure that cleaved through the entire domain. Puffed. Gu Xingzi spat blood, his entire being in disarray. Each star was intricately tied to them. He had never anticipated that a star capable of obliterating a profound immortal could be shattered. He hastily shouted to the other 3. Go all out, go all out. Let us change positions. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, the 4 individuals did not dare to delay any further. They swiftly altered their formations and exerted their utmost efforts to activate the array, vowing to eliminate Su Changfeng. Instantly, Su Changfeng sensed the peculiarities surrounding him. One after another, celestial meteorites emerged in the darkened realm, imbued with a hint of corrosive power, hurtling towards him. Excellent. Su Changfeng seized the opportunity to test the purported method of slaying celestial beings employed by these 4 disciples of the, and charged forward wielding his mountain-splitting axe. Boom! 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 Under the horrified gaze of the four celestial beings, Su Changfeng effortlessly cleaved through the massive meteors as if they were mere vegetables. The four felt as though their very souls had been grievously wounded. Their faces turned pale, and blood trickled from the corners of their mouths. I had thought the array formidable. How utterly weak it is. No wonder I had never heard of it before. What a bunch of worthless fools. Su Changfeng expressed his disappointment. Then, amidst the terrified stares of the four celestial beings, he raised his axe and brought it down upon them. The barrier shattered with a resounding crash, causing the small world to collapse. The four celestial beings spewed forth blood, gazing in terror at the mangled flag of treasures in their grasp, their eyes fixed on Su Changfeng in dread. As Su Changfeng let out a cold laugh as he regarded the injured celestial beings. Now, do you still believe that your treasures remain in my possession? Upon hearing this, Guxingzi hastily pleaded for mercy. Fellow Taoist, please remain calm. We misjudged the situation. There are no treasures of mine on you. Do not act rashly. This is the domain of my. Should you take action, my brethren will not let this pass lightly. We have connections with Chang'er Dingguang, one of the 7 celestial beings under the command of our leader. If you kill us, he will surely not spare you. The other 3 echoed in alarm as Su Changfeng. Upon hearing their words, let a sardonic smile play upon his lips. He truly did not dare to unleash a massacre upon this territory. Yet he could not allow them to depart unscathed in the past. He might have been able to endure, but this trip to the Underworld had instilled within him a newfound confidence. Should he become enemies with the... As long as Tong Tianjiaozhu did not come after him, he would be fine at worst. He could retreat to the Underworld, for that was indeed his domain. Thus, he summoned forth a red thread, and regardless of how the four struggled, they could not escape its grasp. He produced a red silk thread and presented it to them. I trust you have heard of my reputation as the Moonlit Celestial. This red thread is my life as treasure, perfectly suited for matchmaking. Seeing your camaraderie, how about I introduce you to a suitable match? The 4 celestial beings, terrified, shook their heads, but alas, their mouths were sealed, rendering them unable to refuse. Su Changfeng then revealed a book of destiny. Flipping through its pages until a name caught his eye, a remarkably alluring woman of the Azura clan. One end of the red thread was tied to her, and the other to the 4 celestial beings. Su Changfeng smiled amiably, saying, she is a beauty from the Azura clan. Quite fitting for you, for you are indeed fortunate. The women of the Azura clan are renowned for their unparalleled beauty and are masters of seduction. You 4 shall surely fall for her at first sight. The celestial beings grew even more fearful, for while the Azura men were grotesque, the women were breathtakingly beautiful, yet notoriously wild, favoring debauchery and excelling in seduction, such that even the primordial celestial beings dared not approach them. Now, Su Changfeng had bound the 4 to the Azura woman, clearly harboring ill intentions. What was more terrifying was that the red silk threads in their hands began to fade away. Were it not for the red threads still binding them, they would likely have rushed to seek the Azura woman's hand in marriage. Witnessing this scene, Su Changfeng retracted the red threads binding 2 of them. The 4 regained their freedom and hastily cast spells to inspect the red threads surrounding them. However, no matter how they probed, they could find no trace of the red thread. All that remained was an overwhelming yearning for the Azura woman. What have you done to us? Guxingzi struggled to suppress the turmoil within, angrily questioning Su Changfeng. Su Changfeng shook his head with a smile, feigning innocence, while secretly amplifying the power of the thread of fate. Did I not promise to find you a suitable match? Is she not beautiful? As he spoke, he manifested the image of the Azura woman. The weakest of them, Kang Xingzi, could no longer contain himself upon seeing her. His eyes reddened as he gazed at her ethereal form, shouting fiercely, Brother, I cannot bear it any longer. I believe she is the woman destined for me. Upon hearing this, Pink Xingzi was instantly filled with rage. As if someone were coveting his possession, I shall claim her. You must not pursue her. Be silent. If you continue this nonsense, I shall sever ties with you. Let it be severed. After all, she is mine. Guxingzi looked upon his increasingly irrational brothers, fear and despair intensifying in his eyes, and he struggled to address Su Changfeng. Fellow Taoist, we have wronged you. Please, spare us. We swear we will not trouble you again." In response, Su Changfeng feigned innocence. "My dear fellow, what do you mean by that? You seek to kill me, yet I repay your malice with kindness by offering you a stunning beauty. Such words are truly heart-wrenching. Fellow Taoist, please accept my good intentions." As he spoke, he urged the red thread within him. Guxingzi's eyes gleamed red, seemingly captivated by the Azura woman, infatuated for a long time. The four celestial beings could no longer concern themselves with their grievances with Su Changfeng, their hearts solely fixated on finding the woman of their dreams. Watching the four flee in disarray, Su Changfeng's lips curled into a cold smile. He hoped that amidst the sea of blood, they would stir up some commotion, preferably being annihilated by those arrogant Azura beings, as the consequences would not fall upon him. After all, the Azura and the Sea of Blood had never enjoyed a good relationship with the Underworld, and it would be beneficial to create some trouble for them. Chapter 52. Trouble the Golden Star for Guidance. After dealing with the four celestial beings, Su Changfeng set his sights on the heavenly court. However, he was halted by another female celestial being. This female celestial radiated with the essence of fire-related laws, and beneath her was a golden-eyed camel, adorned with a resplendent golden crown atop her head. Upon closer inspection, one could even perceive the aura of an innate spiritual treasure. Su Changfeng regarded this suddenly appearing female golden celestial with a hint of wariness. "May I inquire who you are? Why do you obstruct my path?" The female celestial scrutinized Su Changfeng, inquiring, "Are you not the moonlit celestial?" "I am the sacred mother of fire spirits from a disciple of Daobao Taoist." Su Changfeng's heart sank. Had he inadvertently stirred the hornet's nest of the encountering wave after wave of disciples? Furthermore, this sacred mother of fire spirits was quite renowned. During the great calamity she had orchestrated the slaying celestial array, leading to the downfall of She was no trivial character, and it was rumored that her temper matched the fiery nature of her cultivation path. Could it be that she had sensed his jesting with this four celestial beings and sought to trouble him? "Ah, so you are a disciple of I am Su Changfeng, indeed known as the moonlit celestial. May I ask what brings you, sacred mother of fire spirits?" Su Changfeng braced himself, prepared to flee at the first sign of danger. For the sacred mother of fire spirits was the most favored disciple of Daobao Taoist, a direct descendant of Tongtian Jiaozhu. A confrontation with her was ill-advised. Upon confirming Su Changfeng's identity, the sacred mother of fire spirits smiled slightly and clasped her hands in greeting. "Fortunately, I had the Dragon King of the East Sea to guide me. Otherwise, I would not have caught up with you." Saying this, she produced a jade slip from her bosom and presented it to Su Changfeng. "On the 9th day of September next year, my master, Tongtian Jiaozhu, will be delivering teachings. I have been ordered to extend an invitation to you, inviting you to Gold Turtle Island to hear the saints discourse." The sacred mother of fire spirits fixed her gaze upon Su Changfeng, a hint of envy in her eyes, deliberately reminding him, "Fellow Taoist, you are truly fortunate to have caught my master's eye. Receiving a personal invitation, such honor is not something everyone can enjoy." Su Changfeng was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that this invitation was personally delivered by Tongtian Jiaozhu. Simultaneously, he felt a twinge of unease. The sacred mother of fire spirits, seeing Su Changfeng accept the jade slip, did not hesitate to ride her golden-eyed camel and offer him a respectful bow. "Having delivered the message, I must return to the island. I hope you will arrive punctually." As Su Changfeng returned the gesture, "I appreciate your efforts, sacred mother. I shall certainly arrive on time to listen to the saints' teachings. I shall await your esteemed presence on Gold Turtle Island. Fellow Taoist, I shall take my leave now." As the conversation unfolded, the Holy Mother of Fire Spirit gently patted her steed beneath her, and the golden-eyed camel swiftly obeyed her command, transforming into a streak of flame and vanishing from sight. Su Changfeng gazed at the retreating figure of the Holy Mother of Fire Spirit, contemplating the possibility of acquiring a mount for himself. However, this was merely a fleeting thought in the vast expanse of the primordial chaos. Suitable steeds were rarer than celestial beings, let alone the chance of encountering one. Nonetheless, he felt a sense of relief, for with the power of a sage, it was certain that she would locate him. and there was no reason for her to be unaware of his previous confrontation with the four immortals of the GS sect. The fact that she was willing to extend an invitation indicated a lack of concern on her part. That said, despite the GS sect's claim of having myriad immortals in attendance, their actual numbers were far fewer. Disciples of the profound immortal realm, like Guxingzi, were unlikely to be known even to the Tontian Patriarch, let alone seek retribution against Su Changfeng. Moreover, Guxingzi and his companions were in the wrong, attempting to seize the innate spiritual treasure from Su Changfeng, which led to the ensuing conflict. Any self-respecting immortal would refrain from troubling Su Changfeng over such matters. Thus, with this burden lifted, Su Changfeng looked forward to the sage's teachings next year, eager to learn from the first discourse he would attend. However, before the teachings commenced, he needed to make haste to the heavenly court. With that thought, he soared into the skies. Su Changfeng broke through layers of clouds and gusty winds, arriving at the eastern heavenly gate. Although the heavenly court seemed to reside within the primordial chaos, it was, in fact, two distinct realms. Only four heavenly gates could bridge the two worlds. Otherwise, no matter how high an immortal ascended, they would merely wander through the starlit void, unable to reach the heavenly court. These four gates were situated in the cardinal directions of the primordial continent, with the eastern heavenly gate located by the eastern sea, the closest to Su Changfeng. Upon arriving at the eastern heavenly gate, he did not conceal his aura, and as a result, was quickly noticed by the gatekeeping celestial soldiers. The leading celestial general, observing the golden immortal might radiating from Su Changfeng, dared not show any disdain and proactively inquired, "Who might you be? What brings you to our heavenly court?" Su Changfeng clasped his hands in greeting, not allowing the initial cultivation level of the other to sway his demeanor. "I am Yuexia Shanjin, fortunate to receive the favor of the heavenly Tao. Appointed as the god of marriage, I have come to pay my respects to the god of Hao Yin and to restore my divine rank. I kindly request that you relay this message." The celestial soldiers, upon hearing this, were taken aback and promptly bowed in reverence. "We have the honor of meeting the god of marriage as the principal of the heavenly Tao." Su Changfeng's status far surpassed that of the other celestial generals. They had witnessed the manifestation of the god of marriage, with crimson clouds filling the skies and the intoxicating aura of love nearly captivating them. They had not anticipated that the god of marriage bestowed by the heavenly Tao would reside here. His prompt arrival suggested he intended to join the heavenly court, though they were also a part of the heavenly court. They understood the awkward position it held within the primordial chaos. Logically, an immortal of Su Changfeng's caliber, along with his divine appointment by the heavenly Tao, could easily become a disciple under a sage. So why had he appeared in this remote corner of the heavenly court? Despite their doubts, they dared not delay and hurriedly conveyed the news upward. Meanwhile, in the Daluo heaven, within the Taiwei Yuqing Palace, Hao Yin, emerging from his moment of enlightenment, gazed towards the southern heavenly gate, a knowing smile gracing his lips. In an instant, a figure emanated from him, transforming into a visage identical to his own. "Taoist Yu Huang, I entrust this matter to you," Hao Yin declared. Yu Huang shook his head, exuding an air of authority. "We are one and the same. There is no need for such formalities. I shall manage affairs outside, so you may rest assured and continue your meditation." With that, he tore through the void and entered the Lingxiao treasure hall. Hao Yin closed his eyes once more, sinking into a state of enlightenment. The power of the laws was vast and boundless, its might rivaling that of a peak quasi-saint. Inside the eastern heavenly gate, Su Changfeng did not have to wait long before a white figure darted past. "I apologize for keeping you waiting. Esteemed friend of the moonlit night, I am Taibai Jinxing, here to pay my respects." An elderly figure with white hair and beard, adorned with a star crown and clad in a white robe, appeared before Su Changfeng, continuously offering his apologies. Su Changfeng was momentarily taken aback, not expecting to see Taibai so soon. He was the Emperor of Heaven's most trusted envoy, frequently acting as a messenger throughout the primordial chaos. Su Changfeng dared not show any hint of disdain. Despite Taibai Jinxing's seemingly gentle and scholarly demeanor, he was not someone to be trifled with. His status was anything but ordinary. In truth, he was a martial deity, presiding over war and slaughter. Thus, In the art of concealing his true strength, Tai Jinxing was undoubtedly a master. Anyone who encountered him would be deceived by his amiable exterior, lowering their guard, forgetting that he was the god of killing. Su Changfeng quickly clasped his hands together. Greetings, god of killing. I trouble you to lead the way. Chapter 53. A new choice. Tai Jinxing smiled and helped Su Changfeng to his feet, his face brimming with warmth. Esteemed friend of the moonlit night, please do not take offense. His Majesty is delighted to know of your arrival and has sent me to welcome you. He awaits you in the Lingxiao Hall. Let us make haste. Su Changfeng nodded in understanding. Thank you, Jinxing. The two exchanged pleasantries before passing through the eastern heavenly gate, traversing palace after palace, ascending towards the highest point of the Lingxiao Hall. In the heavenly court, as Su Changfeng followed Tai Jinxing through the grand palaces, he beheld a spectacle of golden light and vibrant red streams, an abundance of purple aura surging forth, and a multitude of rare and precious treasures. The rich innate spiritual energy transformed into colorful phoenixes and golden dragons soaring through the skies. Su Changfeng took a deep breath. The quality of this spiritual energy surpassed that of the peach blossom immortal valley, making cultivation in the heavenly realm significantly swifter than in the mortal realm. Moreover, as Su Changfeng ascended higher, the spiritual energy grew denser, with an increasing array of laws manifesting, rendering it an exceptional place for cultivation. Together, Su Changfeng and Tai Jinxing traversed through layers of void and arrived at the Lingxiao Treasure Hall. This hall served as the assembly place for the gods of the heavenly court, and Hao Ian's decision to place Su Changfeng here showcased his regard for him. Lower realm cultivator, Su Changfeng pays respects to the heavenly emperor. Su Changfeng bowed deeply. The moonlit immortal need not be overly formal. Yu Huangdaoren, seated upon the throne of Hao Ian, wore a grave expression yet spoke with gentleness. Thank you, your majesty. Yu Huangdaoren regarded Su Changfeng, a look of admiration crossing his face. This moonlit immortal has cultivated for less than a millennium, yet has already attained the golden immortal realm, and now has achieved a divine status within the heavenly Tao. Truly, this is a cause for celebration. With your talent and determination, it will not be long before you attain the Daluo golden immortal realm. Su Changfeng humbly replied, his tone laced with respect. Your majesty is too kind. I hope to live up to your expectations in the future. Yu Huang nodded, clearly aware of Su Changfeng's purpose for visiting. Yet still ventured to inquire, might I ask what brings you to the heavenly court? Su Changfeng performed another bow. I humbly report to your majesty. I admire you greatly and hold the heavenly court in the highest regard. Having the fortune to become the god of marriage, I wish to serve you and benefit the beings of the three realms. Yu Huangdaoren smiled, then asked, the moonlit immortal's willingness to join our heavenly court is indeed a pleasure. However, I do not comprehend your reasoning behind such a decision. Since you have already attained a heavenly divine status, you could enjoy freedom without the need for my command. Why then seek to join the heavenly court? Moreover, as you can see, the heavenly court is currently desolate. Immortals are drawn to the teachings of the sages, showing little reverence for the heavenly court. You not wish to become a disciple of a sage? Su Changfeng felt as if he were in an interview from his past life. He certainly could not state that following the calamity of the investiture of the gods, all the sages have been banished to the outer heavens, leaving the heavenly court as the most powerful force in the primordial chaos. Thus he donned an earnest expression and spoke sincerely, although I have attained the status of a true god in my heart. The heavenly court reigns as the sovereign of the three realms, possessing the authority to govern all. Your majesty is the supreme deity, with the power to command the gods, the god of marriage. I must naturally heed your orders. Only then can I rightfully exercise my authority. Furthermore, even if the sage factions are formidable, your majesty's heavenly court remains the recognized orthodoxy of the three realms by the Tao ancestor. Who would dare to speak against it? Su Changfeng's words resonated with vigor and were indeed true. Thus, with Su Changfeng's affirmation, Yu Huang's delight was palpable, both for the praise bestowed upon him and for finally having someone who genuinely acknowledged the heavenly court. Yu Huang gazed at Su Changfeng, his expression softening further, and declared, the moonlit immortal, who broadly cultivates connections and love, has amassed great merit as a deity of the heavenly Tao. Henceforth, in the name of Haotian, I bestow upon you the title of true monarch of Moonlit Union, granting you the rank of a second-grade celestial deity. This declaration is made to the three realms. The Jade Emperor, wielding the might of the heavenly sovereign, proclaimed his decision, and his words swiftly spread throughout the celestial realm. Changfeng was taken aback. Within the heavenly court, divine positions were ranked from top to bottom, encompassing the 9 grades of mountain deities, each corresponding to the fortunes of the heavenly court. Although there were no absolute distinctions of strength among these positions, generally, the first grade corresponded to the Great Luo, the second to the Tai, and the third to the Golden Immortal, and so forth. However, he had now been appointed as a second-grade dignitary, a privilege reserved for those of the Tai Golden Immortal status, akin to being a confidant of the Jade Emperor himself. Enveloped by the heavenly court's fortune, Su Changfeng felt invigorated, his connection to the laws of fate becoming more profound. The perplexities he had previously encountered in his cultivation were resolved in that very moment. As if a portal to acceleration had opened, significantly enhancing his rate of advancement. His cultivation soared from the early stage of a Golden Immortal to the mid-stage. Overjoyed, Su Changfeng expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Your Majesty. I am immensely grateful." He bowed deeply to the Jade Emperor, his face radiating appreciation. The Jade Emperor was exceedingly pleased with Su Changfeng's swift breakthrough, signifying that the heavenly court had finally produced a talent. Rather than being confined to the predicament of seeking pearls among withered fruits, with enthusiasm, the Jade Emperor exclaimed, "My dear minister, henceforth you shall be a dignitary of my heavenly court. Herein lies a harmonious, immortal palace, perfectly suited for your path of cultivation, which I bestow upon you." Upon hearing about the palace, Su Changfeng was instantly elated and expressed his thanks with a respectful bow. After bestowing the rewards, the Jade Emperor sent both Su Changfeng and the Tai Bai Jingxing away, allowing them to blend back into the majestic halls of the Lingxiao Palace. Su Changfeng followed closely behind the Tai Bai Jingxing towards his new residence. Upon his arrival at the harmonious immortal palace by the banks of the heavenly river, he was struck by its beauty. The entire palace was crafted from exquisite jade, distinct from the ostentatious golden palaces, exuding an elegance that was truly captivating. Within the palace bloomed a profusion of flowers, with countless flower fairies flitting about in joyous flight. The Tai Bai Jingxing, observing Su Changfeng's astonishment, smiled and inquired, "Are you satisfied with this palace, my friend? Although the harmonious immortal palace is not among the 72 treasured halls, it is indeed a distinguished establishment." Su Changfeng clasped his hands in salute towards the Lingxiao Palace. Nodding with a smile, "I am most satisfied. It far surpasses my dwelling in the mortal realm." "Thank you for your generous favor." The Tai Bai Jingxing's eyes crinkled with delight as he opened the grand doors of the palace and began to introduce its layout. The palaces of the heavenly court, resplendent and magnificent, possessed a natural ability to gather spiritual essence, and the spiritual energy within was even more abundant than outside. From this day forth, we are both subjects of the heavenly court, and I hope we can grow close. Should you encounter any uncertainties, do not hesitate to seek out this old man. I shall assist you without fail." The Tai Bai Jingxing declared amiably as he settled into the palace. Since the Tai Bai Jingxing had extended a friendly gesture, Su Changfeng graciously accepted, recognizing the importance of maintaining good relations with the Jade Emperor's confidant. Thus, he replied warmly, "Since Brother Jingxing has spoken, I shall not stand on ceremony. My name is Su Changfeng. Please continue to call me by my name to avoid any formality." The Tai Bai Jingxing was taken aback, having never encountered such a forthright deity before. Amusement danced in his eyes as he chuckled, stroking his beard. "If you insist, then call me Brother L. My name is Li Changing, and I hold some standing in the heavenly court. Should you face any difficulties, do not hesitate to invoke my name." The atmosphere between them became instantly congenial. Su Changfeng gleaned much information from the Tai Bai Jingxing, including advantageous tidbits regarding the Xinyuan tomb lineage. For instance, as a second-grade dignitary of the heavenly court, he would be entitled to the service of celestial attendants within the harmonious, immortal palace. The only challenge was that a significant number of divine positions remained vacant. If Su Changfeng wished to have his own subordinates, he would need to seek them out himself. However, this aligned perfectly with his intentions. The fox demons of a Xianyuan tomb faced nearly insurmountable odds in achieving immortality on their own. But now he had a new option: to take them as his servants and have them reside with him in the harmonious immortal palace. As the deity of fate, he no longer needed to orchestrate connections himself. He could simply find a matchmaker. As long as he adhered to the names listed in the fate ledger, he would encounter no complications and could steadily accumulate merit. This presented a promising avenue for the foxes and their offspring. Thus, he planned to bring his idle little foxes to the heavens to assist him. Chapter 54. This time, I must give my all the heavenly court had only recently been established and possessed limited control over the mortal realm. Consequently, few significant events transpired, and court assemblies were rare. Although Su Changfeng held the title of second-grade deity of fate, it was merely a nominal position, and he was not required to attend assemblies. Content with this arrangement, he spent his days nestled within the palace, refining his control over it while sipping tea and engaging in conversation with the Tai by Changfeng within the heavenly court. Hao Yan was the most formidable presence, having reached the pinnacle of quasi-saintly cultivation. Following him was the Yaoqi Holy Mother, who was at the late stage of quasi-sainthood. Indeed, the Yaoqi Queen was also known as the supreme goddess of the female immortals, the mistress of the Western Kunlun, Shi Wangmu. Upon learning this revelation, Su Changfeng was momentarily stunned, having believed that the queen and the Yaoqi mother were two distinct entities, only to discover they were one and the same. Although the queen resided in the heavenly court, she spent the majority of her time in the Yaoqi realm of Longyue City in western Kunlun. What astonished Su Changfeng even more was the extraordinary luck of Shi Wangmu, who not only possessed a precious peaches of immortality tree, but also a rare Huanghongli tree. The Huanghongli blossoms once every 10,000 years, bears fruit every 10,000 years, and matures only after another 10,000 years, yielding only 9 fruits. Consuming one grants one the strength of a great Luo golden immortal. In ancient times, the Taishang saints sought several of these to refine the 9-turn golden pill, marveling at the extraordinary nature of this spiritual root. Thus, Shi Wangmu cherished the Huanghongli even more than the peaches of immortality. After Hao Yan ascended, she even gifted the peaches of immortality tree to the heavenly court for its safeguarding. Such an act could be deemed the mark of the most affluent figure in the primordial world. Furthermore, it was said that Hao Yan and the queen were not husband and wife. The 7 celestial maidens were not Hao Yan's daughters, but rather favored attendants of Shi Wangmu, whom she cherished as her own daughters. Nevertheless, there were indeed 2 princesses in the heavenly court. One was the daughter of Hao Yan's reincarnation, who inherited part of his fortune and was thus adopted by the queen as her goddaughter, Princess Longji. The other was Hao Yan's sister, who returned to the heavenly court with memories of her past life and ascended alongside him, becoming the princess of Tianyanhua, the mother of Erlang Shenyangjian. In addition to these figures, there was also Bian Zhuang, the general of the heavenly pavilions. He was a direct disciple of the Xiandu Grandmaster, commanding tens of thousands of water troops and holding a significant position as a 3rd-grade dignitary, possessing the cultivation of a golden immortal. Beyond him were other formidable figures, such as the Taishang Laojun of the Deqitian, who spent his days in alchemical pursuits within the Doshui Palace. Indifferent to worldly matters, yet universally respected as the reincarnation of the Taishang Laojun. Then there was Chang'e, residing in the Moon Palace. While her cultivation level remained unknown, she undoubtedly surpassed the quasi-saint realm. Ever since the ancient battles between the Wu and the Lich, she had secluded herself in the Moon Palace, where she was afforded great respect by the heavens, being granted the entire Attaining star to dwell in peace. All of this information was shared with Su Changfeng by the knowledgeable Tai, by Changfeng. When Su Changfeng absorbed these revelations, he was genuinely astonished, never having anticipated such a vast disparity in circumstances. At the same time, he found himself curious about how much alcohol Bian Zhuang had consumed during the journey to the west to dare tease Chang'e without facing immediate demise. Just as he mused on this, Bian Zhuang appeared uninvited at Su Changfeng, observing the robust figure before him. A man whose thick muscles and seemingly earnest demeanor made it difficult to associate him with Zhu Beiji, was struck by the singularity of his nature. The only resemblance lay in his lively eyes, which sparkled with a hint of mischief. "Are you the matchmaking deity personally appointed by His Majesty?" Bian Zhuang scrutinized Su Changfeng with a mix of envy and disdain. "Why must you look so handsome? Are you not a male immortal? With those slender arms and legs, you hardly seem fit for combat. On what grounds does His Majesty appoint you as a dignitary?" "I have toiled for years in the heavenly river without receiving a promotion. It is utterly unjust." Su Changfeng felt a frown forming. Was this fellow here to provoke him? Nevertheless, he maintained a polite demeanor and clasped his hands in greeting. "General, you jest. The appointment is His Majesty's prerogative. Besides, my position is merely a nominal one, far from the grandeur of your command over the heavenly river's water troops." "That is a valid point." Bian Zhuang, brimming with pride, suddenly found his gaze shifting. The nine-toothed rake he summoned was eager for action. "I see you are also a golden immortal. How about we engage in a friendly duel?" he proposed. "If you emerge victorious, I shall take you for a tour to the edge of the heavenly river." Su Changfeng, taken aback, retorted, "Where on earth did this fool come from?" "What if you win?" Bian Zhuang's eyes sparkled with eagerness, as if he had been awaiting this very question. "I have heard tales of your wondrous red thread, said to bind two souls and compel one to fall in love with the other. I require no favors from you, merely a few days to play with that red thread. What say you?" Upon hearing this, Su Changfeng promptly drew forth his mountain-cleaving axe. "That depends on whether you can defeat me." With that, he soared out of the He Xian Palace, awaiting Bian Zhuang over the heavenly river. Since commencing his cultivation, he had yet to engage in a proper battle, and now he was determined to ascertain just how formidable this true disciple of the Xianmen truly was. Bian Zhuang descended upon the heavenly river, his face betraying astonishment. "How did you manage that? Do you possess some unique ability?" It was no wonder. The weak water posed a grave peril to ordinary immortals. Even a feather could be drawn into its depths, sinking to the bottom. Moreover, even a golden immortal like Tai would succumb to its lethal toxicity if they fell in. Yet Bian Zhuang, endowed with extraordinary powers, felt no fear of the weak water and could even traverse the heavenly river. This was precisely why he had gained the favor of Hao Yin, who appointed him as the general of the heavenly water army. "I cannot compare to the general of the heavenly water. I merely rely on an extraordinary treasure," Su Changfeng replied, shaking his head as he recounted the events. He possessed no special abilities. It was solely through the Shindong Pearl granted by the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea that he could traverse the weak water with such ease. The Shindong not only excelled in illusion, but also in water manipulation. Coupled with the Dragon Pearl from a Deluo golden immortal, it allowed Su Changfeng to navigate the treacherous waters unscathed. Upon hearing Su Changfeng's explanation, Bian Zhuang ceased his inquiries and, while wielding his rake, cautioned, "When it comes to fighting, I don't concern myself with such details. If you cannot hold your ground, you must concede immediately. Otherwise, if I wound you severely with my rake, I shall not take responsibility." Bian Zhuang's nine-toothed rake was a remarkable postnatal spiritual treasure, which Su Changfeng had already sensed. However, the mountain-cleaving axe in his grasp was also a top-tier postnatal spiritual treasure. Thus he felt little pressure. Both being golden immortals, Su Changfeng was at the mid-stage while Bian Zhuang was at the late stage, so their levels of cultivation were not vastly disparate. Consequently, the current battle was evenly matched. Meanwhile, the commotion from their clash caught the attention of numerous onlookers. The first was Hao Yin, who had no intention of intervening. Instead, he retrieved the Hao Yin mirror, observing the duel with keen interest in another realm. Within the Daoshui Palace, Taishang Laojun stoked the true fire of the 8 trigrams furnace. His gaze fixed upon the heavenly river, he shook his head, muttering to himself, "How outrageous! For years there has been chaos in the heavenly river. It is time for the Xuandu to teach this unruly fellow a lesson." Another group, from the Moon Palace, merely cast a glance before withdrawing their eyes, unaware of the unfolding events above the heavenly river. The two combatants merely stared at each other. In an instant, Bian Zhuang swung his nine-toothed rake, swirling the weak water beneath him into a massive dragon that charged fiercely at Su Changfeng. The dragon, born from the weak water, roared as if alive, opening its gaping maw in an attempt to devour Su Changfeng. Undaunted, Su Changfeng brandished his mountain-cleaving axe and dashed forward, deftly evading the dragon's maw before cleaving it at the neck. The dragon could no longer maintain its form, dissipating back into the weak water, which fell back into the river. Su Changfeng followed closely, swinging his axe towards Bian Zhuang, only to be met with resistance. The two clashed fiercely in the river, stirring the waters into a frenzy. Bian Zhuang, a direct disciple of the Xianmen Grandmaster, unleashed a flurry of formidable spells and techniques, relentlessly pressuring Su Changfeng with his robust physique and combat skills. As for Su Changfeng, though his spells were few, he countered with sheer strength, continuously wielding his axe without yielding. Simultaneously, he relied on his agile footwork to evade Bian Zhuang's assaults. Bian Zhuang's face flushed with anger. Before Su Changfeng, he felt as if he were pursuing a slippery fox. Occasionally ensnared by illusions that hindered his ability to attack, they found themselves locked in a stalemate. Realizing this, Bian Zhuang temporarily halted his onslaught and called out, "Be cautious. This time, I must exert my utmost effort." Chapter 55, a token of my sincerity law of the universe. Bian Zhuang's form rapidly expanded, transforming in the blink of an eye into a towering giant. His head touching the heavens while his feet stood upon the boundless heavenly river, he gazed down at the diminutive Su Changfeng, whose size now resembled that of an ant, his voice reverberating across the river. "Submit, boy. My law of the universe is one of the 36 heavenly stars. What do you possess to contest with me?" Su Changfeng regarded the colossal figure with a grave expression. Indeed, as one of the 36 heavenly stars. It not only magnified Bian Zhuang's stature, but also significantly enhanced his physical prowess. As Su Changfeng swung his axe with all his might, yet only managed to leave a shallow gash upon the giant's form. Failing to inflict any substantial damage, the axe struck Bian Zhuang's waist, eliciting a pained cry, igniting his fury as a gargantuan hand descended towards Su Changfeng. "Then I shall subdue you." Bian Zhuang's voice boomed like thunder. Su Changfeng raised his head to behold the shadowy palm that obscured the sky, stowing away his axe and summoning the thread of fate. Bian Zhuang stared, dumbfounded, as the red thread swiftly burgeoned in his palm. Transforming into a crimson vine, growing ever faster, it soon ensnared his hands and body, enveloping him in a vast red cocoon. "Release me," came Bian Zhuang's deep voice from within the cocoon, as he attempted to break free with sheer force. "You are resorting to trickery. Unbind me, and let us fight fairly." Su Changfeng chuckled, countering, "General Tiangong, you are mistaken that I am the god of fate, and this red thread is my treasure. Why must I refrain from using it in battle?" As Su Changfeng tightened his grip on the thread, infusing it with more spiritual energy, the red strands glowed with a blinding brilliance. Bian Zhuang sensed something was amiss, and, in a flustered manner, inquired, "What are you doing? Are you not curious about the true power of my spiritual treasure, the red thread?" Su Changfeng replied, loosening his grip until only a single red thread remained. "General Tiangong, do you still wish to fight me?" With a transformation, he became a beautiful fairy, timidly speaking. Bian Zhuang's expression changed in surprise, and under the influence of the red thread, his mind began to falter. He gazed at the entrancing figure before him and, withdrawing his law of the universe, turned away, bashfully asking, "Fairy, in which palace do you cultivate? How old are you? Are you married?" The enchanting maiden glanced at the rake in his hand, her eyes widening with fear. "Please give me the rake. I fear you may suddenly use it against me." At her words, Bian Zhuang hesitated momentarily, but soon, smitten, he relinquished the nine-toothed rake. "Take it. Dear fairy, rest assured, I would never harm you." The maiden accepted the rake, smiling softly at Bian Zhuang. "Thank you." In an instant, she cast a spell to seal the nine-toothed rake. Subsequently, Su Changfeng resumed his original form, stowing away the red thread and flashing a grin at Bian Zhuang. "General Tiangong, you have lost. I now possess your treasure." As he spoke, he held the nine-toothed rake in his hand. Without the influence of the red thread, Bian Zhuang regained his composure, yet the events that transpired lingered vividly in his memory. He gazed incredulously at Su Changfeng's grin, raising a trembling finger, struggling to articulate his thoughts as his face flushed crimson. The quivering finger betrayed his inner turmoil. Ultimately, he clenched his teeth, his lips quivering. "You are shameless. To win, you transformed back into a woman and used the red thread to influence me. I refuse to accept this. Return my nine-toothed rake, and let us compete honorably once more." Su Changfeng chuckled, adopting a demeanor of nonchalance. The god of fate, wielding the red thread as my treasure, is only reasonable for me to manipulate the hearts of others. However, I did not anticipate that General Tiangong would exhibit such a range of emotions. General Tianpeng, you have now lost all your magical treasures. Why not concede defeat at once? Upon hearing this, Bian Zhuang's face flushed even deeper. He found it utterly impossible to utter the words, "I concede." Such a defeat was simply too humiliating. "I refuse." Before Bian Zhuang could voice his protest, a hand came down heavily upon his head, sending him plunging into the Milky Way. However, due to his unique constitution, Bian Zhuang was not affected by the weak waters and instead swam back to the surface. Gazing at the one who had struck him with a hint of grievance, "Master, why are you hitting me?" Su Changfeng, upon witnessing the middle-aged Taoist suddenly appear before him and hearing Bian Zhuang's address, promptly regained his composure and bowed respectfully. "Master Xuandu, I pay my respects." The Master Xuandu possessed an unremarkable appearance, yet exuded an aura akin to the essence of water, as if he were one with the Milky Way. He did not employ any magical powers or treasures. Simply being buoyed by the weak waters, he offered a slight smile and nodded at Su Changfeng. However, upon glancing at Bian Zhuang in the river, his expression darkened, and he summoned a ruler, mercilessly striking Bian Zhuang's head repeatedly. "I have told you to diligently cultivate, yet you always evade me. I intended for you to undergo training in the heavenly court, but I never expected you to act out here. You have made no progress in your cultivation, yet acquired a mortal heart. Wretched disciple, do you wish to drive me to my grave? Your master's ancestor has instructed me to teach you a lesson to save you from disgrace." "Ouch, that hurts." "Master, stop. I'm sorry. I want to do it again." Bian Zhuang, struck by the ruler, fled in circles, attempting to dive underwater due to his proficiency in swimming. However, the entire Milky Way seemed to conspire against him, continuously pushing him to the surface to receive more blows. Soon, his face became swollen, and he wailed for mercy. Su Changfeng watched in astonishment as the ethereal Master Xuandu resembled an earthly teacher, wielding a ruler to chastise his pupil. Only when Bian Zhuang was reduced to a quivering, whimpering figure did Master Xuandu take a deep breath and cease his punishment. Feeling somewhat awkward, he turned to Su Changfeng. "My wayward disciple is indeed incorrigible. I beg for your forgiveness, celestial being." Su Changfeng hastily clasped his fists in respect. "Master Xuandu, you need not speak so. The relationship between the Master and General Tianpeng is truly enviable." His words resonated from the heart. Compared to the bond between master and disciple, this unreserved chastisement was far more preferable. But of course, Bian Zhuang, writhing in the water, did not share this sentiment, rolling his eyes covertly at Master Xuandu. Who would care for such a master-disciple bond? Then, Master Xuandu gave him a swift kick, sending him flying. He then raised his head and cupped his hands towards the Taiwei Yuling Palace. "Your Majesty, I will take this wayward disciple back for thorough training, and then return him to the heavenly court to serve you." "Agreed," a distant, indifferent voice echoed. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Master Xuandu performed a Taoist bow. With that, he turned, beckoning Su Changfeng and producing a small jade vial from his robes, extending it with a warm demeanor. "This is a 6-transformation golden pill that I concocted, a gift for the moonlit celestial being. As a token of my goodwill, I hope you accept it." Su Changfeng received the jade vial, feeling both honored and astonished, as he had not anticipated Master Xuandu's generosity, offering a 6-transformation golden pill that could elevate an ordinary person to the golden immortal level. In the primordial chaos, it was well known that the great sage was the master of alchemy. With his 9-transformation golden pill, being renowned for enabling one to ascend directly to the great Luo realm without any hazards. As for the 6 transformation and 3 transformation golden pills, they were equally coveted for assisting individuals in achieving the golden immortal and celestial immortal ranks, treasures long sought after in the primordial world. Gazing at the jade vial in his hand, Su Changfeng could only marvel at Master Xuandu's status as the sole heir of the great sage, casually bestowing such a valuable gift. He had not expected this battle to yield such great rewards. However, before he could express his gratitude, Master Xuandu had already vanished from sight with Bian Zhuang. Chapter 56. It is uncertain whether the sage Tongtian comprehends the unfolding events. News of his battle against General Tianpeng Bian Zhuang had inexplicably spread throughout the heavenly court. In no time, Su Changfeng became the center of attention, with countless celestial beings seeking his audience. After all, Bian Zhuang's identity was hardly a secret in the heavenly court, as a third-generation disciple of the Xianmen. His strength was formidable, having cultivated to the golden immortal realm over several millennia. Such qualifications were not to be underestimated by anyone, as Su Changfeng's triumph over him ignited newfound hope among the celestial beings. Even the Queen Mother, residing far in the West Kunlun, learned of Su Changfeng's name and sent someone to present a gift, a 6,000-year-old peaches of immortality. Receiving this precious gift filled Su Changfeng with both surprise and delight. He understood that this was a present from the Queen Mother, courtesy of Hao Yin. Otherwise, how could a mere golden immortal gain the favor of a quasi-saint? Subsequently, the Moon Palace's Tying Star Lord dispatched celestial maidens with a vial of essence of Tying moonlight. Princess Longji sent 10 jars of exquisite nectar, while Princess Yunhua contributed 100 golden flowers. With such a bounty bestowed upon him, Su Changfeng was overjoyed. The peaches are one thing, but the essence of Tying moonlight left by the Tying Star Lord not only bolstered one's primordial spirit, but also repaired it. As for the exquisite nectar from Princess Longji, it was brewed by the wine immortals from various spiritual materials, requiring tens of thousands of years for completion. Consuming it not only allowed celestial beings to feel ethereal, but also enhanced their cultivation. The golden flowers gifted by Princess Yunhua were purified by secret methods from the accumulated incense of the heavenly court, transformed into flowers without any side effects, equivalent to merit, directly enhancing one's cultivation. One golden flower required the incense offerings of thousands. Thus, 100 golden flowers represented the offerings of 1,000,000. Additionally, the visiting celestial beings presented various spirit herbs and ginseng aged over a millennium. Su Changfeng felt as though he had struck gold. He now regarded his decision to join the heavenly court as undoubtedly correct. This was the advantage of having the heavenly court as his backing. The cultivation resources he had desperately sought before were now at his fingertips, but of course, his displayed talent also made the celestial beings deem him a worthy investment. It should be noted that prior to his confrontation with Bian Zhuang, his Xian palace had hardly any reputation. Apart from the Taibai Star, there were scarcely any visitors to in summary, whether in the heavenly court or the primordial realm, cultivation was paramount. Now, as time passed, there remained less than 500 years until the War of the Canonization. 500 years might seem lengthy to ordinary people, but for practitioners, it was but a fleeting moment. Even for a great Luo golden immortal, a single retreat would not be less than that period, let alone quasi-saints or saints. Now that he had successfully joined the heavenly court and secured a stronghold, he no longer worried about being used to fill vacancies in the canonization during the impending conflict. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. In the remaining 500 years, he must swiftly elevate his strength in preparation for the next war of canonization. Before he knew it, a year had passed in the heavenly court. He was ready to descend to the lower realms. Aside from bringing the fairies of Taoyuan Immortal Valley to the heavens, the most crucial task was to visit Golden Ao Island to listen to the sage's teachings. Taibai Jingxing envied Su Changfeng for being able to attend the sermons of Tongtian. Although the heavenly court was rich in resources, it could not compare to the presence of a sage. The teachings of the sage were inherently disconnected from the gods of the heavenly court, and with Su Changfeng having such an opportunity, Hao Yin was naturally pleased, even permitting Su Changfeng to traverse between the upper and lower realms freely. Su Changfeng felt immense joy at this privilege. The deities of the heavenly court could not descend to the mortal realm without executing tasks or obtaining the emperor's permission. Previously, Su Changfeng pondered how he could freely venture down. Otherwise, during the War of Canonization, if he could not arrive in time, his contributions and opportunities would be squandered. Now, with Hao Yan's authorization, he could descend whenever he wished. This was something even Tai by Jinxing envied. His frequent descents were due to his status as a celestial envoy, while Su Changfeng's privilege stemmed from the favor of a sage, highlighting the sage's immense reputation. To return to Taoyuan Immortal Valley. The best route was through the southern Heavenly Gate. However, as he was heading to Golden Ao Island to attend teachings, he chose to pass through the eastern Heavenly Gate. Among the 4 Heavenly Gates, the strongest were the guards of the Xianxian level. Unlike the time after the investiture of the gods, the southern Heavenly Gate is now guarded by the formidable Toda Heavenly King and the 4 great Heavenly Kings, alongside 100,000 celestial soldiers stationed here. The eastern Heavenly Gate is under the watchful eyes of the supreme deity Tai and the 9-headed lion, Juling Yuansheng. The great Emperor Zhenwu resides within the northern Heavenly Gate. As for the western Heavenly Gate, it is destined to be a stronghold for the Buddhist sect. In the future point, one could assert that the majesty of the Heavenly Court has reached its zenith, instilling awe throughout the 3 realms. Thus, in comparison to later generations, the Heavenly Court appears feeble now, with its talents dwindling, which explains why the celestial beings regard it with disdain. However, in 500 years, everything will undergo a transformation, led by the myriad immortals of the GS sect. Descending from the eastern Heavenly Gate, Su Changfeng found himself soaring above the East Sea. There was no need for deliberate searching, as he was greeted by the sight of countless disciples of the GS sect, manifesting as radiant beams of light, all converging towards a singular destination. For a moment, the sky was filled with boundless celestial brilliance, akin to meteors streaking across the heavens, a truly magnificent spectacle. Observing this, Su Changfeng followed suit. Soon, he beheld a colossal island. Indeed, it resembled a vast continent. This island stretched for billions of miles, taking the form of an enormous giant fish. It shimmered with golden light and was suffused with purple qi, as the innate true qi danced like dragons and phoenixes, surrounded by countless celestial herbs and spiritual fungi. Moreover, innumerable golden immortals and Tai gathered here, endowing the entire celestial island with an overwhelming aura, causing the very stars to tremble and ascend into the clouds. Su Changfeng gazed upon the grand scene of myriad immortals paying homage. He felt it paled in comparison to the time when the foxes gathered to hear the teachings at Tishan. Golden Ao Island, before the Bo Palace, was bustling with dozens of great Luo golden immortals, hundreds of Tai and thousands of golden immortals, not to mention countless Xian immortals and true immortals. The interweaving of tens of thousands of distinct cultivation laws seemed poised to shatter the solid space, returning it to chaos. Su Changfeng finally comprehended the significance of the myriad immortals coming to pay their respects. Indeed, it was no wonder they were considered the foremost power of the primal chaos, enough to instill trepidation even in the sages. Coupled with the grand formation laid out by the master of the GS sect, it was evident that their strength had reached its pinnacle. Regrettably, despite their might and profound fortune, the GS sect lacked a treasure to stabilize their fortune. Should they suffer a severe blow, their luck could plummet, never to recover. In such a flourishing circumstance, one could only ponder whether the master of the GS sect perceived this. However, this was of little concern to him, and he quickly gathered his thoughts to avoid detection by the sages, blending quietly into a throng of immortals. With so many disciples of the GS sect present, they were largely unfamiliar with one another. Thus, upon encountering the unfamiliar golden immortal Su Changfeng, the GS sect's immortals assumed he was a reclusive fellow disciple, nodding or clasping their hands and greeting as a sign of camaraderie. Su Changfeng seated himself in a corner, awaiting the sage's teachings, listening closely to the discussions around him. Among these conversations was a gossip concerning himself. It turned out that not long ago, the 4 immortals of the GS sect, Guk Xingzi, Quan Shengzi, Pink Xingzi, and Zhang Xingzi, had become the laughingstock of the primal chaos. These 4 once brotherly figures had all fallen for a woman of the Azura tribe, even going so far as to engage in a fierce battle over her, nearly losing their own lives in the process. This was not the worst of it. What shocked the celestial beings even more was that these four immortals had been nearly drained of their essence by this Azura woman, almost jeopardizing their immortal cultivation. Had it not been for the intervention of the long-eared Daijing immortal, who rescued them from the bloodied abyss, they would have been completely consumed. Yet, even so, the four Jiesect immortals remained infatuated with that Azura woman until their desires were sealed by the long-eared Daijing immortal, rendering them mere puppets devoid of passion. Everyone knew that Guxingzi and the others had been clearly manipulated, yet many within the Jiesect still relished their misfortune, leading to the tale spreading throughout the sect. As Su Changfeng listened to a golden immortal recounting this story with vivid detail, a sense of alarm surged within him. It seemed he needed to exercise even greater caution. It would be best to leave immediately after the teachings concluded. He harbored no regrets for his actions, nor did he fear retaliation from Guxingzi and the others. The only concern was the long-eared Daijing immortal, who stood behind Guxingzi. Su Changfeng recalled that at the front of the myriad immortals formation, this individual had already betrayed the master of the Jie sect by handing over the soul-returning banner to Yuan Shi and the other sages, resulting in the annihilation of the Jie sect's forces. Subsequently, he had navigated the investiture of the gods unscathed, becoming a revered figure under the two great sages of the West, the Daijing Huanshi Buddha, though the long-eared Daijing immortal was undeniably shameless. His power had ascended to the realm of the great Luo golden immortal. Furthermore, the master of the Jie sect held him in high regard. Otherwise, he would not have entrusted him with the soul-returning banner at such a critical juncture of the myriad immortals formation. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, Su Changfeng wished to avoid a confrontation with such a figure. Su Changfeng prepared to patiently await the sage's teachings. A familiar face approached, radiating surprise. As you Daoyu, what brings you here? Lin Jianzi exclaimed, his expression one of astonishment as he gazed at Su Changfeng. Could it be that you are also a disciple of the Jie sect? Taken aback momentarily by Lin Jianzi's presence, Su Changfeng quickly regained his composure, acknowledging that it was expected for a Jie sect member to attend the sage's teachings. It was he, an outsider, who seemed somewhat out of place. He shook his head and clarified, "Your words are mistaken. My friend, I am now a member of the Heavenly Court. It is indeed a pleasant surprise for me to attend this gathering." Lin Jianzi's astonishment deepened upon hearing Su Changfeng's explanation. A non-Jie sect individual can attend Golden Ao Island for the teachings? Upon noticing Su Changfeng's cultivation, his shock intensified, and he sighed deeply. "When I first met you, you were merely at the celestial immortal level, yet you have now ascended to the peak of the true immortal realm. This truly astounds me. In just a few short centuries, you have transformed into a golden immortal. Such talent is indeed enviable." Su Changfeng clasped his fists and humbly replied, "Thank you for your kind words. Lin Jianzi, you have now reached the Xian immortal realm, only one step away. There is no need for you to belittle yourself." Lin Jianzi shook his head, remaining silent, that he was well aware that the gap between the golden immortal and Xian immortal realms, though seemingly just a step apart, was as vast as the heavens and the earth. His rapid advancement to the Xian immortal realm was solely due to the significant contributions he had made in aiding the Shang in overthrowing the Xia. Without such extraordinary fortune, achieving the golden immortal level would likely have remained an unfulfilled dream for a lifetime. Thus, upon witnessing Su Changfeng's swift rise to golden immortal status, he felt not just astonishment, but also deep admiration. Their exchange was overheard by everyone nearby, and they regarded Su Changfeng with a mix of curiosity. Feeling overwhelmed by the attention, Su Changfeng had intended to quietly listen to the sage's teachings and discreetly depart. Yet he found himself thrust into the spotlight. The commotion surrounding Su Changfeng naturally drew the attention of several tight golden immortals present. Point 1, particularly corpulent long-eared practitioner stationed before the Bo Palace, upon catching sight of Su Changfeng, exhibited a glimmer of malice in his eyes. With a mere wave of his hand, Su Changfeng was effortlessly pulled before him, unable to resist, introduced by Lin Jianzi to a familiar brother-in-arms. Su Changfeng was suddenly transported before an unfamiliar, yet powerful figure. Gazing upon this plump great Luo golden immortal, a sense of foreboding washed over him as he quickly deduced the identity of this individual. "What business do you have with me, esteemed immortal?" Su Changfeng inquired, bowing respectfully, with a smile that mirrored the demeanor of the Western sex Mi Lu Dao Run. The long-eared Daijing immortal spoke with an unmistakably hostile tone. "You are the one who has led Guk Xingzi and the others astray. They were unaware of having offended you, yet you toyed with them like mere pawns, nearly shattering their Dao hearts. Such a malicious tactic is hardly befitting of the righteous path. Seeing your potential, I fear for your future and will have no choice but to cripple your cultivation, forcing you back onto the right path." Before Su Changfeng could respond, a heavy pressure emanated from the great Luo, overwhelming him that he felt as though a broad avenue filled with unrestrained desires and pleasures was mercilessly crushing his own path of destiny. The intent was clear. This was not merely an attempt to weaken his cultivation, but to obliterate his very heart of Tao. In the presence of the unparalleled power of the great Luo, the strength of a mere golden immortal is akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree. In his desperation, Su Changfeng had no choice but to seek assistance from others. The long-eared deity of light was poised to strike, intending to slay this young golden immortal. His motivation was not to act on behalf of Gu Xingzi and the others, but rather to discover a path of ultimate bliss within Su Changfeng's journey of fate. The path of ultimate bliss, which he cultivated, could not possibly tolerate the encroachment of another's path. Although he held little hope for Su Changfeng's future attainment of the Tao, he would not hesitate to extinguish any flicker of potential should it arise. Just as the long-eared deity was about to shatter Su Changfeng's resolve, the latter, previously bereft of any means to retaliate, suddenly emanated a powerful aura of death and reincarnation, with his primordial spirit radiating the might of the great Luo. With a cold snort, Su Changfeng waved his hand, dispelling the deity's magical power. "Why do you not speak of how Gu Xingzi and his companions, in their greed for my treasures, set the Starfall Great Formation to murder and plunder? They sought my life, and yet I graciously offered them a chance to escape, merely intending to teach them a lesson. What is wrong with that? Or do you, the members of the, believe that I should not retaliate when you seek to take my life and treasures, but rather submit without resistance?" The long-eared deity glanced at Su Changfeng, realizing that his cultivation was even higher than his own, and he was enveloped in an aura of the Underworld. "Who are you, esteemed one?" Chapter 58. Breakthrough to the late stage of the golden immortal. Su Changfeng cast a dismissive glance at him. "I am the Emperor of Fengdu." The long-eared deity's eyes widened in disbelief. Yet upon glancing at his fellow disciples, and then at the Bayou Palace behind him, his confidence surged. "What of the Emperor of Fengdu? Before the venerable saint, do you still wish to be unruly?" Su Changfeng shook his head, respectfully bowing to the Bayou Palace before speaking slowly. "Had it not been for your desire to destroy my resolve, I would not have revealed myself. I would never cause a disturbance within the saint's domain. But I must ask you to discipline Gu Xingzi and his companions. Their insatiable greed leads them to covet even the treasures bestowed upon me by the Emperor Xianyuan and the Emperor Yu. They are truly unaware of their own limitations." As he spoke, he beckoned with his fingers, extracting the red threads from Gu Xingzi and the others. "Thus, the karmic ties between us shall be severed." Upon finishing, he clasped his hands to the surrounding immortals. "Should fate lead you to the Underworld, we shall await your arrival." As his words fell, Su Changfeng's aura rapidly diminished, the Underworld energy dissipating, reverting to his original aura of fate. Su Changfeng's gaze was clear as he looked at the long-eared deity, offering a faint smile. "Deity of light, do you still intend to incapacitate me?" The long-eared deity observed Su Changfeng with a complex expression, suddenly changing countenance, becoming both amiable and somewhat chagrined. "I did not anticipate that you had connections with the Emperor of Fengdu. It seems I am truly blind to the mountains before me. Forgive me, esteemed friend, for I was misled by those four rascals, and in my ignorance, I sought to harm you without understanding the truth. I shall certainly punish them severely to avenge your grievances." The surrounding disciples of the remained silent, gazing at Su Changfeng with expressions of complexity and curiosity. Everyone believed Su Changfeng to be the reincarnation of the Emperor of Fengdu. Even Ling Yunzi and the others finally comprehended why Su Changfeng's cultivation had progressed so swiftly. Su Changfeng was keenly aware of their thoughts. Perhaps aside from the saints and the three emperors of humanity, none knew that he was his true self. However, he took delight in their misconceptions. Suddenly, the gates of the Bayou Palace swung open. A young attendant emerged, calling out loudly, "The saint is about to give a lecture. Please take your seats." Hearing this, the eyes of the crowd brightened. A group of great Luo golden immortals, led by the long-eared deity, were the first to enter the Bayou Palace. Following them were numerous Tai, golden immortals, and finally, the disciples beneath the golden immortals. The disciples of the below the golden immortal level mostly remained outside the Bayou Palace to listen, unable to enter. Su Changfeng hesitated. After all, he was not a member of the, and entering would be awkward. However, the young boy who had opened the door approached him proactively. "Brother Dao, the saint has ordered me to escort you to the Bayou Palace for the lecture." Su Changfeng could no longer underestimate this seemingly 6-year-old boy. For his cultivation had already reached the golden immortal realm, surpassing his own. "Thank you for your assistance," Su Changfeng said courteously, clasping his hands. Although this young attendant possessed high cultivation, he still bore a semblance of innocence. As if he were genuinely an unworldly 6-year-old child, he guided Su Changfeng step by step toward the Bayou Palace. Upon entering the Grand Hall, Su Changfeng felt as if he had stepped into another realm. Below lay a sea of clouds, with no visible end in sight. Looking up, the sky was peppered with stars, drawing near, while a rich starry essence permeated the air, even more abundant than that of the heavenly court. Su Changfeng and the young attendant passed through the ranks of golden immortals and Tai golden immortals, making their way to where the great Luo golden immortals were seated, leaving everyone in a state of confusion. In the front row sat 4 great Luo golden immortals. Among them were the direct disciples of the Tongtian, Dao Bao, Jinling Xingmu, Wudong Xingmu, and Guiling Xingmu, all of whom were distinguished as direct disciples of the Tongtian. They sat in a distinct manner, eyes closed in meditation, seemingly having arrived long before. Following them were Zhao Gongming, the Sanshao Trio, Lu, and other outer disciples of the great Luo golden immortal realm. With the 7 accompanying great Luo golden immortals seated behind the cloud platform, awaiting the saint's arrival, the young attendant brought Su Changfeng to the side of the Sanshao Trio, casually conjuring a cloud bed. "Please remain here and listen." Although Su Changfeng was uncertain of the intentions of the Tongtian, he had no choice but to comply. Thus, he expressed his gratitude to the young attendant. "Thank you, esteemed friend." The young attendant feigned seriousness, pressed his lips together, and nodded demurely, speaking in a childlike voice. "Please take a seat, esteemed friend, as the saint shall soon begin the lecture." Su Changfeng's connection to the Tongtian piqued the curiosity of the 4 true disciples seated in the front row. However, they soon closed their eyes again, awaiting the next teaching that, in their view, cultivation remained paramount. Even the authority and management representing status and power within the sect were delegated to the 7 attendants or the outer sect's senior brother Zhao Gongming. Dao Bao had already set foot on the threshold of the quasi-saint realm, while Jinling Xingmu had reached the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm. Wudong Xingmu and Guiling Xingmu, though slightly less powerful, still possessed late-stage great Luo golden immortal cultivation. Su Changfeng regarded his own modest status as a golden immortal. Encircled by so many powerful beings, feeling overwhelmed in his helplessness, he donned the Book of Fate upon his head, using its innate treasure's Tao rhythm to shield himself from the overwhelming aura of the great Luo. Observing the innate treasure resonating with his path of fate atop Su Changfeng's head, the great Luo golden immortals gazed upon him with envy. Every cultivator yearned for a suitable innate treasure of their own, although they possessed innate treasures of far greater power and rank than the Book of Fate. These treasures were primarily bestowed by the Tongtian and could only serve as tools, lacking true resonance with their paths. It was akin to Zhao Gongming, who, due to differing paths, could only use his treasures as weapons. Conversely, the Burning Lamp Taoist, having acquired the Dinghai Pearl, could use it to open the 24 heavens, achieving the state of Han Yuan and becoming the progenitor of all Buddhas. Thus, in the primordial era, once a cultivator discovered a treasure suited to them, they would go to great lengths to obtain it. Fortunately, no one practiced the path of fate as he did. Otherwise, he would have to constantly worry about others coveting his treasure within the Bayou Palace. In a certain hall, the water and fire attendant called out, "All immortals, come forth to pay your respects to the saint." As the command echoed, silence enveloped the hall, with everyone attentively awaiting the arrival. In an instant, a figure appeared on the cloud platform. As the Tongtian saint manifested, an overwhelming force of the Tao swept over the gathered crowd, with countless principles swirling around him, even time and space yielding in its presence. As if he were enveloped in a boundless void of chaos, impervious to destruction. With the saint's arrival, petals rained down within the Bayou Palace. Golden lotuses broke through the earth, radiating brilliance, while purple chi wafted through the air. And the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged dramatically. "I pay my respects to the Master." The myriad immortals prostrated themselves on the ground, raising their voices in unison, without uttering a word. The celestial master of the way directly unleashed his profound principles, transforming the essence of his Tao into a cascade of laws that enveloped Golden Ao Island. The assembled beings felt as though they were immersed within an expansive Tao, one that had previously been esoteric and elusive, now laid bare for their comprehension. Although the celestial master spoke not a word, his presence conveyed volumes. The resonances of the Tao emanated from him, each unique to the listeners yet harmoniously aligned. Seated upon the seat of the great Luo Golden Immortal, Changfeng found himself among the closest to the status of a sage, just behind the foremost disciples. He sensed that he was confronted by a vast and boundless expanse of the heavenly Tao, where all principles, all wisdom, and all truths were ripe for his understanding. He even glimpsed his own path of fate and destiny in relationships. Though seemingly inconspicuous, this path captivated him, drawing him into its depths. Concurrently, the origins of this path intertwined with the realms of affection and destiny, two immense concepts that appear to converge fortuitously, giving rise to this singular thread of relational fate. Changfeng fervently absorbed the essence of affection and destiny, wielding emotions as strength and fate as a tool, thereby broadening the scope of his own relational journey. Within him, the path of relational fate fluctuated between love and destiny, occasionally coalescing into the essence of relationships, each complementing the other and propelling his cultivation to new heights. Moments later, a formidable aura radiated from him, marking his ascension to the late stage of the golden immortal realm. However, he was not the sole individual among the audience to experience a breakthrough. The only conspicuous figure among the great Luo golden immortals was himself. Clearly, ascending to the status of a golden immortal could not simply be achieved through the teachings of a sage. Thus, while he initially rejoiced, he was soon overwhelmed by the oppressive aura of his fellow golden immortals, compelling him to delve deeper into the sage's teachings. Chapter 59. A word is a promise. Time is irrelevant in cultivation. 2 centuries passed before the celestial master retracted his Tao. The assembly of immortals awakened from their moments of enlightenment, thanks to the sage guiding them with his principles. Invoking the myriad paths, nearly everyone experienced substantial benefits. Each great Luo golden immortal bore an expression of exuberance. Changfeng, in particular, was overjoyed, having attained the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm. A significant gain for him indeed. This achievement was undoubtedly a result of his own accumulation and insights, compounded by his proximity to the sage during the teachings, which maximized his exposure to the sage's residual influence. Changfeng assumed the discourse had concluded. Yet he was taken aback to find that the disciples of the had not risen to express their gratitude. To his astonishment, it was the celestial master who broke the silence. Changfeng dared not let his focus wane, listening intently. Gradually, he became exhilarated, his eyes gleaming with joy. Although this sage's teachings lacked overt manifestations, they encompassed a plethora of spells and divine techniques. The principles of formation were also articulated. Changfeng felt a mix of excitement and trepidation. This was the very foundation of the how could he, an outsider, be privy to it? Yet, having been granted this opportunity, How could he possibly forfeit it? Without a moment's hesitation, he meticulously memorized all the formation principles imparted by the sage and endeavored to comprehend them. As for other matters, they were beyond his control. Having an adept sage elucidate the intricacies of formations was an opportunity he could not refuse. A century swiftly elapsed at this juncture. Only a little over 200 years remained until the decline of the Yin and Shang dynasties. The sage's teachings finally came to a halt. Thank you, Master Teacher Sage, for imparting your wisdom to us. Changfeng and the others expressed their gratitude in unison. The principles of formation wield extraordinary power, excelling at harnessing the forces of nature to unleash strength that surpasses one's own cultivation. Mastering a formidable formation could even allow the few to triumph over the many, the weak to overcome the strong. Following the battle of the 10 heavenly lords utilized the 10 absolute formation to ensnare the great Luo golden immortals who found themselves trapped until they paid with their lives to break free. Furthermore, the 9 curves of the Yellow River formation nearly annihilated this immortals, only to be resolved when the Primordial Supreme being intervened personally. Now, over the course of a century, the Celestial Master had elucidated the principles of formation from simplicity to complexity. And Changfeng naturally acquired a wealth of knowledge on the subject. His understanding of formations reached new heights. He named the formation he devised the 6 desires locking soul formation. He planned to amalgamate his experiences in slaying avatars with the methods of the 3 corpses, intending to divide his 6 desires into 6 categories: sight, sound, smell, taste, touch, and intention. Fragmenting his soul into these 6 desires, he could create a formidable formation that would seize his enemies' senses, severing their awareness and rendering them as wooden puppets, devoid of emotion, at his mercy. This formation was essentially a confinement array. It appeared harmless, yet Changfeng was convinced that once he fully mastered it, it could serve as a lethal weapon. In truth, Changfeng also innovated a killing formation named the 7 Emotions Bewitching Soul Formation. Regrettably, his current understanding of formations was insufficient for refinement. He resolved to perfect it later, as his cultivation deepened and his comprehension of formations expanded. As for the 6 desires formation, he had a preliminary concept. Yet to establish it, he first needed to procure 6 items that could embody his desires, that as for innate spiritual treasures. Changfeng pondered, but ultimately decided against it. Although he possessed considerable wealth, he currently owned only 2 innate spiritual treasures: a peach staff and a book of relationships. To amass 6 innate spiritual treasures would likely require another lifetime. Since innate spiritual treasures were off the table, he would need to seek alternative materials. However, this dilemma could not be resolved immediately, so he resolved to return to it later. After the Celestial Master concluded his discourse, he did not depart. In 200 years, a great calamity shall descend. If you do not wish to meet your demise, seal your cave and silently recite the true incantations, awaiting the end of the tribulation before emerging. Upon hearing this, all disciples gasped in shock, particularly those who had survived the last great tribulation, their faces drained of color. Even the typically composed Daobao Daoist furrowed his brow and asked, "Master, the last tribulation stemmed from the war between the Wu and the Lich. What is this one? Why have we not perceived any signs?" Seeing his most favored disciple inquire, the Celestial Master's gaze softened considerably. There is no need for excessive concern. This upcoming tribulation is known as the divine calamity, arising from the voids in the celestial hierarchy, prompting the heavenly Tao to manifest a calamity that seeks to seal 365 rightful deities and myriad stars within the celestial realm. This tribulation centers around the disciples of the who must atone for the bloodshed they have caused by presiding over the sealing ceremony. You, as disciples of the, are not implicated in this calamity. Upon hearing these words, the disciples of the felt a wave of relief wash over them. They were indifferent to the plight of the, perhaps even reveling in it. Since the inception of their sect, the had been at odds, their doctrines starkly opposed, and even the recruitment of disciples differed significantly. While there had been no significant conflicts, mutual disdain lingered. For Changfeng, he noted the indifference of the immortals with a quiet sigh. Yet he chose not to intervene or alert them. After all, the power of the heavenly Tao was immutable. Even for the celestial master, let alone a minor figure like himself, that, if possible, he would endeavor to repay the favor of the sage's teachings. But beyond that, he felt powerless to do more, seeing the disciples remain unperturbed. The celestial master erected a couplet outside Bo Palace as a warning. Seal the cave door tightly, silently reciting the Huang Ting Sutra. Cast oneself into the west, one's name inscribed upon the divine sealing list. In the next moment, his figure vanished atop the cloud platform. With the departure of the sage, the disciples of Bo Palace rose one after another, making their way outward, perhaps due to the significant attention surrounding the calamity. All disciples of the GS sect were engrossed in discussions regarding the matter. While everyone fervently debated the function calamity, few noticed the ominous couplet hanging at the entrance of Bo Palace. Perhaps such a warning held no weight for them, as no one would be foolish enough to partake in the calamity. Additionally, many were intrigued by Su Changfeng, for he was the only golden immortal sent by the Tongtian cult leader to listen to the teachings at Daoyuo. And notably, he was not a member of the GS sect. The Holy Mother of Fire Spirit had encountered Su Changfeng before, and, upon seeing his peak golden immortal cultivation, a flicker of surprise crossed her gaze. Mingled with a hint of combat spirit, her astonishment. After Sage's lecture, the cultivation of her companion under the moon had progressed so swiftly, it seemed she needed to hasten her own pace. Otherwise, should her companion enter the Tai realm before her, it would be quite embarrassing. Su Changfeng smiled and nodded, directing his gaze towards the Holy Mother of Fire Spirit. In that case, let us compete. Fire Spirit Taoist, to see who first steps into the Tai realm. Should I prevail, I shall bestow upon you a jar of celestial nectar. It is settled. Should you triumph, I shall gift you a millennium spirit herb from Ziji Cliff. Chapter 60. Having played long enough, I am weary of the game. The Holy Mother of Fire Spirit laughed heartily, her combat spirit soaring. Hearing this, Daobao Daoist also smiled gently, pleased with such a friendly contest. However, Su Changfeng held a different sentiment. He sensed that their next meeting might only be during the function calamity that time. Would they be allies or adversaries? Nevertheless, when Su Changfeng caught sight of Changfeng Wang immortal smiling at him, he suppressed the murderous intent within. Concealing it from detection, he was quite the grudge-bearer. Had it not been for the temporary soul exchange with the Emperor of Fengdu, he feared he would have already faced ruin at this fellow's hands. Yet, vengeance was not urgent. He would bide his time until the day of function and settle scores then that Su Changfeng did not wish to forge deep connections with the disciples of the GS sect. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he transformed into a streak of rainbow light and departed from Golden Ao Island. However, scarcely had Su Changfeng left Golden Ao Island when a faint celestial sound resonated in his mind. Here, I encompass all. If you can save a disciple, you shall receive a divine skill from me. Surprised, Su Changfeng's expression shifted. Ultimately, he said nothing, merely bowing respectfully to Golden Ao Island before turning westward without a backward glance. Across the vast ocean, Su Changfeng soared directly toward the continent. He intended to return to Taoyuan Immortal Valley, make a trip to Xianyuan Tomb, and escort the willing Fox clan members to his harmonious celestial palace. However, before he could exit this maritime expanse, a tremendous roar echoed ahead, followed by an overwhelming tidal wave that churned the waters into chaos. Su Changfeng immediately recognized that two beings were engaged in battle. He sensed their cultivation was not particularly high, at most that of a celestial immortal or true immortal. Yet, adhering to the principle of avoiding unnecessary trouble, he had no intention of intervening and planned to circumvent the conflict. Just then, a colossal wave crashed upon him. With a swift motion, Su Changfeng tore open a gap, from which two enormous birds emerged, soaring towards him. Behind them, a gigantic black-headed serpent, akin to a small mountain, stirred the ocean into tumultuous waves as it pursued the two birds. Witnessing this scene, for reasons unknown, Su Changfeng concealed his presence and quietly observed the life-and-death struggle unfolding before him. These two birds were at the peak of celestial immortal cultivation. Even more astonishingly, each possessed only one wing and one eye. One was azure, and the other crimson, naturally incomplete, resembling a wild duck yet bearing a hint of the divine visage of a phoenix. Instantly, Su Changfeng recognized these two divine beasts, for their forms were unmistakable to this moment. He realized that his encounter with the pair of winged birds was not mere coincidence, but rather a manifestation of celestial destiny. The pair of winged birds symbolized unwavering love, perfectly complementing his role as the matchmaker of the moon, thus forming a bond of fate. Although aware of his connection to the winged bird, Su Changfeng did not immediately reveal himself. He observed the red-winged bird, already gravely injured and on the brink of collapse, with a gaping wound on its remaining wing, blood flowing profusely. The azure-winged bird stood vigilantly by its side, radiating red light as it controlled the waves to fend off the approaching serpent, pushing it far away. Hidden in the air, Su Changfeng was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that this avian divine beast could manipulate water so adeptly, its innate talent rivaling that of the dragon clan. Meanwhile, the black-headed serpent was none other than the infamous Basha of the Primordial Wilderness. Su Changfeng could hardly fathom encountering Basha here. Long ago, during the reign of the Yellow Emperor, Basha wreaked havoc in Dongting Lake, devouring its entirety until the Yellow Emperor dispatched the archer god, deity, to slay it. Creatures like Basha, born as embodiments of formidable powers, could grow infinitely as long as sufficient sustenance was available, that if left unchecked, they could potentially expand to the point of threatening the very fabric of the primordial world. Of course, this was merely theoretical. The quantity of nourishment required to reach such dimensions was unfathomable. Historically, the largest Basha was a demon god under Emperor Jun, having attained the realm of Daluo Golden Immortal, its form rivaling the mountain of Buzhou. Capable of swallowing millions of Wu soldiers in a single gulp, that it was not until the sun shone tenfold that it was personally slain by the great archer Ho-E, leading to its ultimate demise. Now, this true immortal Basha, still in its juvenile phase, had already taken on the semblance of a fearsome beast. With its massive form, it effortlessly cleaved through the waves, baring its fangs as it pursued the two winged birds. Cackle, you cannot escape. Surrender the nine-eyed heavenly pearl. In the face of such a vast disparity in strength, even the water manipulation technique was futile, especially since one of the birds was gravely injured. The azure-winged bird shielded its companion while employing its divine abilities to thwart Basha's assault. It opened its mouth to expel a sparkling pearl, adorned with 9 eyes. Merely gazing upon it elicited a sensation of being drawn in. You need only swear an oath to the heavenly path. Once we have relinquished the pearl, we shall not harm your lives. A resolute male voice emanated from the azure-winged bird, upon sighting the 9-eyed heavenly pearl. A glimmer of greed flashed in Basha's eyes. Its sword-like tail shot forth from the water, aimed at them. Fools, killing you will grant me what I desire. Why make oaths? Moreover, by consuming you, I shall only grow stronger. Why spare food served on a platter? Basha sneered coldly, determination etched upon its countenance. Ching, you must flee. You can escape on your own. Do not perish because of me, cried the wounded red-winged bird, summoning its last vestige of strength. Yet the azure-winged bird paid no heed, spitting forth a mouthful of blood that splashed upon the 9-eyed heavenly pearl, causing it to weaken. Nonetheless, it desperately urged the pearl. A beam of white light shot forth, striking Basha directly in its eyes. Instantly, Basha writhed in agony, roaring, "Why can I not see clearly? What is happening?" Its colossal form thrashed about, churning the waters and creating towering waves. However, before they could catch their breath, Basha's movements abruptly ceased. Its massive head fixed upon them, and it let out a derisive laugh. "You think you can defeat me? Huh! What a grand jest! Do not forget. The most potent weapon of our serpent clan is not merely sight, but scent." With that, it opened its gargantuan maw and lunged toward the two winged birds that I have toyed with you long enough. Since I cannot bear to part with you, I shall generously send you to my belly to reunite. Just as the two winged birds awaited their dire fate in despair, Su Changfeng finally revealed himself. With a gentle palm strike, he sent the serpent's massive head flying. Basha crashed onto the surface of the sea, creating a colossal splash. It raised its head, eyeing the sudden intruder warily. "Who are you?" Its voice laced with anger. Changfeng regarded Basha with a faint smile. "That I am the moonlit immortal. This pair of winged birds is fated to me. I kindly request that you show them mercy." The boss snake was unable to fathom Su Changfeng's cultivation level. It merely believed that Su Changfeng surpassed it in strength. Thus, after a moment of hesitation, it spoke, "Very well, you may take them away. However, the nine-eyed celestial pearl must be surrendered." Chapter 61. "My lord, please take a seat." The boss snake exclaimed with evident reluctance. Su Changfeng frowned and shook his head. "This pearl is a treasure of the winged bird. It does not belong to you, so refrain from meddling in affairs that do not concern you. You are deceiving me." A furious roar erupted. The boss snake, now enraged, opened its mouth wide and lunged at Su Changfeng. Observing this scene, Su Changfeng shook his head. Truly a ferocious beast, utterly oblivious to its impending doom. Su Changfeng unleashed an invisible gust of dark wind, which met the advancing boss snake. The sinister wind scattered the boss snake's primordial spirit, leaving behind only its enormous serpent body, which sank into the Su Changfeng felt a sense of satisfaction with his first use of the gale wind divine ability. Such a method of dispatching foes without a trace was most fitting for confronting adversaries. However, he realized that his current power of the gale wind was insufficient. He needed to collect more to augment his divine abilities. In due time, he envisioned unleashing an endless torrent of gale winds that would obliterate the souls of his enemies. With that thought, Su Changfeng waved his hand, collecting the boss snake's corpse. The flesh of this ferocious beast was indeed valuable, possessing formidable defensive capabilities, making it the ideal material for crafting magical artifacts. Moreover, the boss snake's essence blood was also a coveted item. Turning around, he noticed two birds gazing at him with expressions of gratitude. Little demons, Hong Yu and Qing Yu. "Thank you, esteemed immortal, for saving our lives." The two winged birds bowed deeply in thanks. Their heads lowered. Upon hearing their names and observing the colors of their feathers, Su Changfeng inwardly lamented how casually named they were. Not one to stand on ceremony, Su Changfeng directly used his magical power to assist the two of them to their feet. "There is no need to thank me. You and I are gifts of the heavenly Tao. That I am the moonlit immortal, the deity of fate and love, governing the matters of romance and destiny. This is precisely why I chose to rescue you." At this declaration, the two winged birds displayed expressions of elation. They promptly bowed again, affirming their decision. "We owe you our lives, and can only repay our gratitude by serving you." "Esteemed immortal," Su Changfeng shook his head, recognizing their misunderstanding. They believe he wanted to take them as mounts. "That I do not require steeds. You two are clearly a pair destined for one another, sharing a deep connection. Henceforth, you shall serve as my celestial attendants." Upon hearing this, the winged birds rejoiced even further. Although being attendants was not as prestigious as being direct disciples, it was certainly preferable to being mere mounts. They immediately bowed in gratitude. "Thank you, my lord. From this day forth, we shall devote ourselves wholeheartedly to repaying your life-saving grace." The azure winged bird, clutching the nine-eyed pearl, stepped forward to present its offering. "My lord, this is a treasure we obtained from a deserted island, yet we had not the chance to refine it before being discovered by that boss snake. Had you not intervened, that pearl would have been snatched away, and our lives would have been forfeit. We implore you to accept this nine-eyed celestial pearl, lest it gather dust." Su Changfeng accepted the pearl without hesitation, addressing the two birds. "That I shall not be remiss. This pearl is of great utility to me, but I will not allow you to offer it without recompense." He then handed them a large peach. "This is a heavenly peach from the celestial realm, ripening once every 6,000 years. That it is sufficient for you to elevate your cultivation significantly. However, I advise against using this peach solely to enhance your power. Instead, seize this opportunity to reinforce your foundation, for that is the path to greater heights." As the two winged birds beheld the magnificent peach extended towards them, they felt as if they were in a dream, never having imagined they would encounter such a precious treasure. "My lord, this item is far too valuable." Qing Yu stammered, astonished that offering a precious pearl would earn them such a reward. momentarily at a loss for words. Take it. This peach is a boon compared to the pearl. And moreover, Hong Yu is gravely injured. If left untreated, her foundation may be compromised. Su Changfeng's voice bore an air of undeniable authority. Upon hearing his words and glancing at the ailing Hong Yu, Qingyu did not hesitate to comply. Thank you, my lord. He hurriedly cradled the peach in his hands, urging Hong Yu, hurry, eat the peach. Hong Yu, barely able to stand, bowed her head in gratitude to Su Changfeng, then looked at the anxious Qingyu before finally consuming the peach. After ingesting the peach, she was nourished by its profound spiritual energy, her injuries swiftly mending, her vitality climbing steadily towards the realm of true immortality. To Su Changfeng's astonishment, as Hong Yu recovered, Qingyu's injuries also healed rapidly, and both broke through to the pinnacle of true immortality. They seemed to be one entity, not only sharing the same cultivation level and aura, but also able to share the power of the peach. This miraculous ability opened his eyes wide with wonder. Every word Su Changfeng uttered was etched into their minds. They refrained from using the peach to hastily elevate their cultivation, instead opting to circulate their own spiritual energy within to solidify their foundation. Even so, the two winged birds ascended to the peak of true immortality, concealing most of their power within, intending to refine it slowly in the future, after absorbing the spiritual energy of the peach. The two winged birds shimmered and transformed into a pair of children, appearing around 11 or 12 years of age, respectfully bowing towards Su Changfeng. Hong Yu and Qingyu, thank you, my lord, for your kindness. From this day forth, we shall serve you diligently and repay your grace. Su Changfeng was taken aback to see the bird transform into such youthful forms, leaving him both amused and bewildered. Moreover, they appeared whole and unblemished, contrary to his expectations of them possessing only one arm and one eye. Gently, Su Changfeng spoke, helping them to their feet. There is no need for such formality. Simply focus on your duties, and I shall ensure you are well treated. At your command. Both were somewhat apprehensive as Su Changfeng shook his head, not pressing them to fully trust him. With time, they would naturally relax. He conjured a white cloud to lift the three of them. Come, I shall show you my domain and take you to the heavenly realm. As Su Changfeng spoke, the two immediately revealed their true forms. As Su Changfeng was left speechless as a flash of red and green light transformed the two birds into a two-headed creature. One side green and the other red, enveloped in mist, resembling a phoenix in the water, resplendent and majestic. My lord, let us escort you to your domain. Since Su Changfeng had accepted them as celestial attendants, he had no intention of treating them as mere mounts. However, the two birds insisted on accompanying him. Ultimately, Su Changfeng chose to sit upon the back of the two-headed bird. My lord, please make yourself comfortable. The two-headed winged bird let out a melodious call, its wings flapping, causing countless mists to rise, as if carrying them through the clouds. Once stabilized, Su Changfeng glanced at the rapidly retreating scenery, finally comprehending why these immortals were so eager to seek mounts. It was far more comfortable to ride than to expend energy conjuring clouds. The winged birds flew at great speed, and within half a day, Su Changfeng had arrived at the territory of the Shang dynasty. As he approached the Peach Blossom Immortal Valley, he nearly lost his balance due to his sudden jolt. Once they steadied themselves, they discovered they had collided with an immense surge of fortune, shooting skyward. While Su Changfeng remained unfazed, the winged birds were suppressed by the Shang dynasty's fortune, unable to exert even a sliver of their power. After soothing the winged birds, Su Changfeng looked down and realized that the capital of the Shang dynasty had inexplicably relocated to Chaoga, near the Xinyuan tomb. Moreover, his Peach Blossom Immortal Valley was a mere 10 miles from Xinyuan tomb and only a few dozen miles for Chaoga City. Fortunately, Su Changfeng had concealed the Peach Blossom Immortal Valley with formations. Otherwise, it would undoubtedly have been discovered. Subsequently, he ceased to ponder further, employing a spell to obscure both his and the winged bird's presence, before descending into the Peach Blossom Immortal Valley. Chapter 62. What do you think of my formations? Within the Peach Blossom Immortal Valley, Su Changfeng's return was met with great jubilation, Su Changfeng had been conferred the title of a celestial deity, which thrilled the demon clan immensely. To them, the heavenly realm was an unattainable paradise. Yet now, a genuine deity had emerged from the Xianyuan tomb. Xianyuan's tomb and the three demons were filled with an insatiable desire to immediately host a grand banquet, inviting all the immortals from the Peach Blossom Fairy Valley to serve as witnesses. However, Su Changfeng swiftly intervened. With the grand ceremony of conferring gods approaching and the Peach Blossom Fairy Valley situated perilously close to Chaoga City, the epicenter of impending calamity, he merely wished to keep the valley away from the forthcoming turmoil. How could he possibly invite anyone? Thus, he utilized the Shindong Pearl as the focal point and set up a mist formation throughout the valley, enveloping everyone within and preventing entry. As the formation operated, a thick fog enveloped the valley, completely concealing the Peach Blossom Fairy Valley. Given its proximity to Chaoga City, such occurrences naturally drew the attention of the cultivators within the city. All their spiritual senses turned towards the direction of the Peach Blossom Fairy Valley. Yet they were ultimately hindered by the mist, unable to perceive anything. Some human cultivators, uneasy about the situation, ventured outside the mist to investigate, but found it impossible to enter. Ultimately, they had to retreat in defeat. Reporting the matter to the king of Shang, Su Changfeng, of course, was aware of these cultivators, but he paid them little heed. With the dragon pearl in his possession, even a great Luo golden immortal would require considerable time to breach the mist. Thus, he began the process of refining the nine-eyed celestial pearl acquired from the bi-winged bird. As for Qingyu and Hongyu, they were assigned to stay close to the three demon beasts, with the presence of the nine-headed golden pheasant. The two bi-winged birds would likely find more comfort. The nine-eyed celestial pearl, an innate spiritual treasure imbued with 9 innate prohibitions, possessed properties akin to the 1,000-mile eye and fire eye, allowing one to see vast distances, perceive illusions, and even obscure the vision of adversaries. However, its offensive capabilities were rather weak, particularly against serpentine beings that did not rely on sight, rendering it somewhat impractical. Nonetheless, Su Changfeng held a fondness for it, as it was crucial in severing the power of desire and constructing the 6 desires formation. It took him a decade to fully refine the nine-eyed celestial pearl. He then endeavored to awaken his own desires, particularly indulging in his longing to see in an instant. Su Changfeng was filled with an overwhelming desire to witness all things: goodness, evil, humanity, demons, deities, sages, and the Tao. This fervor propelled him to eagerly seek out everything he desired. Despite the intensity of his desires, his body remained immobile, as steel-like while maintaining a precarious balance in his mind. Ultimately, Su Changfeng transformed his will into a blade, ruthlessly severing the surging tide of desire. "Cut!" he bellowed. As Su Changfeng's voice resonated, an invisible force cleaved through his desires, entrusting them to the nine-eyed celestial pearl. The pearl erupted in brilliance, manifesting as a three-eyed avatar. I am the god of vision. Having witnessed the true form, the three-eyed avatar gazed at Su Changfeng with a faint smile. Su Changfeng was momentarily taken aback to see a third eye manifest on the avatar's forehead. Realizing that he had inadvertently summoned Erlang Shun, Su Changfeng smiled slightly and offered a respectful bow. "You may assist me in setting up the formation." "Certainly." The god of vision nodded, with his agreement. Su Changfeng immediately summoned his magical power and declared, "Open the 6 desires locking soul formation." In an instant, a massive hexagram formation emerged around Su Changfeng. Before he could utter another word, the god of vision flashed into position at one of the 6 corners of the formation, merging with it and channeling his will. Once the formation was established, an inexhaustible tide of desire converged from all directions. The first to be affected were the demon beasts of the Peach Blossom Fairy Valley, who found their own desires significantly diminished, rendering even their longing to see utterly uninteresting. The influence of the formation quickly spread, soon reaching the nearby Chaoga City. The citizens within the city were unaware of any abnormalities, merely feeling that everything around them had lost its flavor, leaving them devoid of interest. However, the cultivators within the city were startled, realizing that their desires were waning, prompting them to search for the source. But desire is intangible and invisible. No matter how they probed, they could only discover their desires being siphoned away, with no clue as to the perpetrator, amidst the ensuing chaos in Chaoga City. The power of the six desires locking soul formation, crafted by Su Changfeng, surged, capturing the attention of all the demon beasts within the valley, who rushed over in droves. Xiao Lu, what are you doing? Hu Xian'er asked, astonished by the kaleidoscopic formation. Indeed, Xiao Lu, what have you done to make our desires vanish? The nine-headed golden pheasant inquired, puzzled. The new members of the Peach Blossom Fairy Valley, Qing Yu and Hong Yu, also craned their necks in curiosity. Come in and see, came Su Changfeng's voice, tinged with amusement, from within the formation. Let us go. Upon hearing this, the group followed suit, reassured that Su Changfeng meant them no harm. As they entered the formation, they were struck by the realization that it seemed to contain an entirely different realm, disorienting them as they struggled to discern up from down, all saturated with potent desires. Akin to a celestial paradise, influenced by the desires within the formation, their own longings were ignited. Xiao Lu, what is happening? It all feels so peculiar. It's making me uneasy, the jade Peepa's spirit exclaimed, her brow furrowed in discomfort. The others shared her confusion, scanning their surroundings but failing to locate Su Changfeng's figure. This is my self-created formation, Su Changfeng declared repeatedly. Then, adopting a teasing tone, he continued, as the first batch to enter this formation. Allow you to experience its power. Before they could fully comprehend, the force of desire erupted from within the formation, surging into their eyes that, in an instant, darkness enveloped their vision. They could see nothing, even by employing their spiritual senses. They perceived nothing, only an overwhelming void before them. Worse yet, despite their newfound blindness, their inner yearning to see intensified, forever unquenchable. Such extreme desire could lead to self-destruction, and they found themselves contemplating annihilation, just as they were about to act on such thoughts. The previously pitch-black sight brightened once more, restoring their surroundings to normal. All gasped in unison, their hearts racing as they gazed at the formation before them. What do you think? How does my formation strike you? Chapter 63. What is happening? Su Changfeng chuckled lightly, materializing before them. Are you trying to drive us mad? The nine-headed golden pheasant shot him a glare. The jade Peepa's spirit nodded, glaring fiercely at him. Witnessing this, Su Changfeng quickly laughed and pleaded for mercy. Qing Yu, emerging from her earlier shock, looked at him with admiration. Master, you are truly remarkable to create such a powerful formation. Su Changfeng wore a proud expression, but then shook his head in regret. This formation is merely a prototype. It is not yet perfected. Once it is fully realized, it will become the true six desires formation. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. If this was merely a prototype, how formidable would it be when fully formed? Hu Xian'er, the sharpest among them, could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Xiao Lu, you've only stripped us of our sight. Next, will it be our hearing, smell, taste, and touch? Su Changfeng nodded slightly, a smile gracing his lips. It is merely the absence of sight. Enemies can circumvent danger through hearing, smell, taste, touch, and spiritual perception. But if I can entirely strip away these senses, even if I stand directly before them, they will remain oblivious, left at the mercy of their fate. This is the six desires locking soul formation. Hearing Su Changfeng's affirmative response, the group was left both amazed and in awe if he could truly forge such a formation. Even the gods would be powerless to stop it. After Su Changfeng demonstrated the might of the formation to the gathered crowd, he subsequently dismantled it. Observing this, the desired deity transformed into its true form, and the nine-eyed celestial pearl seamlessly merged into Su Changfeng's forehead, leaving behind a faint imprint. Outside the Peach Blossom Immortal Valley, everyone felt the arrival of that formidable power. Though the inhabitants of the capital were oblivious to the events transpiring, they let out a collective sigh of relief. As Su Changfeng touched the mark on his forehead, pondering how he might locate 5 similar treasures to channel his desires. Perhaps it was luck that favored him. Having just grasped the intricacies of the formation, the nine-eyed celestial pearl had presented him with the coveted spiritual treasure he sought. Seizing this fortuitous momentum, he yearned to venture out and seek further opportunities. However, before embarking on such a journey, he needed to address the matters concerning the Peach Blossom Immortal Valley, the Celestial Court, and the harmonious Immortal Palace. His primary objective for returning was to escort the three monsters to the Celestial Court, where they would assist him in managing human relationships as the deity of marriage, as a second-tier deity of the Celestial Court. He required his own retinue, which would undoubtedly include figures such as the Red String Child and the Matchmaker. Yet, given the court's limited resources, he realized he must recruit his own staff if he wished to enjoy a leisurely existence. Thus, when Su Changfeng unveiled his plans to the inhabitants of the Peach Blossom Immortal Valley, their excitement was palpable, particularly among the young foxes who had yet to attain enlightenment. Their innate limitations meant they would likely remain at the celestial immortal realm for their entire lives. And that was only with Su Changfeng's assistance. However, should they ascend to divinity, they would gain immortality and the ability to utilize the resources of the Celestial Court to gradually accumulate merit and divine power, enhancing their cultivation. This was a dream they all cherished deeply. Consequently, the foxes eagerly vied for the chance to ascend to divinity, as those under the auspices of the deity of marriage held divine positions. Regrettably, to become a part of this divine assembly, one must possess at least the cultivation of a celestial immortal. Otherwise, how could they navigate the tumultuous winds of the cosmos to unite beings from the three realms? Su Changfeng's intention in bringing them along was twofold: to leverage the abundant primordial spiritual energy of the Celestial Court to elevate his own cultivation, and to evade the impending calamity of the divine sealing, thus avoiding a fate akin to that of bygone King Wu and Huang Feihu, who had perished in flames or had their skins flayed to create fox pelts for Su Daji. Although his presence had already instigated significant changes, he still deemed it prudent to take precautions. The three demons from Xuanyuan's grave were Su Changfeng's primary targets for this journey, with the assistance of the primordial spiritual energy within the Peach Blossom Immortal Valley. The nine-tailed fox spirit, Hu Xian'er, had already advanced to the initial stage of the profound immortal realm. The nine-headed rooster spirit, Qingqing, followed closely, having reached the peak of the true spirit realm. The jade peepus spirit, though the weakest, had also attained the latter stage of the true immortal realm. Thus, compared to an alternate timeline, their progress had been nothing short of revolutionary. They even harbored ambitions of achieving the golden immortal status. With such aspirations, they possessed an advantage over many other cultivators, and all of this was thanks to Su Changfeng. The three demons were keenly aware of this and felt an even deeper sense of trust and gratitude towards him. Therefore, when Su Changfeng invited them to the Celestial Court, they agreed without hesitation. Much to his satisfaction, he then produced a small jade vial from his robes and presented it to Hu Xian'er. This was a 6-transformation golden pill gifted by the highest-ranking disciple of the Grand Master Xuandu. Sister, I have heard from a sage of the Eastern Sea that in another 200 years, there will be a calamity among immortals. Moreover, I have a distinct premonition that you will inevitably be caught up in this calamity. Thus, for your safety, I strongly advise you to consume this golden pill immediately. Upon hearing Su Changfeng's words, Hu Xian'er widened her enchanting eyes, unsure whether to be astonished by the golden pill or to dread the prospect of being entangled in a calamity. The nine-headed rooster spirit and the jade peepus spirit were initially filled with envy regarding the golden pill. But upon learning that Hu Xian'er might be ensnared in the calamity, their concern for her overshadowed all else. They understood the terrifying nature of such calamities, should Hu Xian'er truly be caught up in it. Even 9 lives would not be enough to save her. The nine-headed rooster spirit and the jade peepus spirit gazed anxiously at Su Changfeng. Xiao Lu, what has transpired? How could my sister become involved? Su Changfeng shook his head and replied, I am unsure of the specifics. I only sensed something when the sage informed me. He certainly understood what was at stake, but he could not disclose that Hu Xian'er would be sent by the goddess Niuhua to bewitch King Zhou. Otherwise, the distant goddess would likely be the first to summon him to her palace for questioning. Sister, please take the 9-transformation golden pill that I will protect you. Once you become a golden immortal, you will possess the means to safeguard yourself even against the calamity in 200 years. Su Changfeng pressed the vial containing the golden pill into her hand. Hu Xian'er glanced at the jade vial in her hand, a flicker of brilliance passing through her eyes. She returned the vial to Su Changfeng. her expression resolute. "Xiao Lu, you should consume it instead. Your cultivation exceeds mine, and your potential is greater to be why taking this pill. Your power will increase, enabling you to protect me." Su Changfeng was momentarily taken aback. Yet a warm smile graced his face as he returned the vial and explained, "The sixth transformation golden pill can only grant lower-tier cultivators access to golden immortal power. However, I've already reached the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm. This pill holds no benefit for me beyond replenishing my power. Sister, you should take it with peace of mind." "Indeed, sister, do not refuse. Quickly consume the golden pill," urged the nine-headed rooster spirit and the jade peepus spirit in unison. Ultimately, persuaded by their insistence, Hu Xian'er consumed the sixth transformation golden pill. Yu Changfeng dismissed the others and stood guard nearby, his gaze expectantly fixed upon the heavens. Soon, a resplendent golden light enveloped Hu Xian'er, and with the aid of the pill, her cultivation surged. She advanced from the mid-stage to the late stage of the profound immortal realm. Subsequently, a mysterious force of law radiated from her as her body, power, and primordial spirit shifted toward the golden immortal realm. Just then, dark clouds gathered, crackling with thunder. Akati appeared as though a bolt of lightning would strike Hu Xian'er. Suddenly, the gathering storm ceased, seemingly sensing an overwhelming aura, causing the clouds to swell exponentially in strength. The observing nine-headed rooster spirits grew anxious and puzzled. What is happening with Xiao Lu? Does he not know that during the tribulation, no outsiders should be present? Otherwise, the power of the lightning tribulation will intensify. However, regardless of their concerns, at the very heart of the calamity, Su Changfeng sat leisurely, awaiting the arrival of the first heavenly thundered. Hu Xian'er was still in the midst of her breakthrough, entirely oblivious to the impending tribulation. The initial bolts of thunder possessed little power. Su Changfeng had intended for Hu Xian'er to transform first, and then he would brace himself. Yet, when the thunder struck, Su Changfeng was momentarily stunned as the thunder descended upon Hu Xian'er. Her golden core emitted a ripple that repelled the oncoming tribulation. It was then that Su Changfeng comprehended why the sixth transmutation golden core was reputed to enable one to attain the status of a golden immortal without any adverse effects. It turned out that all three tribulations could be safely navigated thanks to this golden radiance. With this realization, Su Changfeng felt liberated from any reservations that he soared into the sky, positioning himself above Hu Xian'er. Arms outstretched, a petite lightning dragon erupted from his dantian, swirling above his head, eagerly awaiting the descent of the thunder. Chapter 64. Allowing them to experience it early, the onlookers of Taoyuan Fairy Valley were utterly bewildered. Su Changfeng hovered in midair, confronting Hu Xian'er's golden immortal tribulation. With Su Changfeng's involvement, the power of the tribulation multiplied exponentially, descending with destructive force. Yet the mountain-cleaving axe in Su Changfeng's grasp shattered each bolt of lightning. The slender lightning dragon joyfully danced around him, swiftly devouring the scattered remnants of heavenly thunder. Its form began to enlarge, and its aura grew increasingly formidable. Above Taoyuan Fairy Valley, the gathering storm clouds left the cultivators of Chaoga City in a state of astonishment. Upon learning that a cultivator was undergoing the golden immortal tribulation, the Merchant King promptly dispatched members of the court to make contact, seeking to win them over. Unfortunately, many cultivators who arrived at Taoyuan Fairy Valley were intercepted by the peculiar mist. Unable to break through despite their efforts, they realized that the valley's master did not wish for anyone to enter. Some turned away, while others speculated that once the tribulation concluded, the valley's master would reveal themselves. A few astute individuals had already guessed that the mysterious figure within the valley was somehow connected, intensifying their desire to meet this person. As for the thoughts of those outside, he remained indifferent. At this moment, Su Changfeng faced the intensifying bolts of lightning with an air of nonchalance. And no matter how potent the golden immortal tribulation may be, it was merely a golden immortal lightning tribulation. As a peak golden immortal, with the assistance of the mountain-cleaving axe, it was hardly a daunting task. However, the most elated was the lightning dragon, while Su Changfeng continuously cleaved through the heavenly thunder. The dragon voraciously feasted upon it, its body gradually expanding, now exuding the aura of a dragon clan. When all 54 bolts of heavenly thunder had fallen, the lightning dragon did not spare the storm clouds. Instead, it dove into the clouds, voraciously consuming the essence of the tribulation. The storm clouds, sensing the tribulation energy radiating from the dragon, not only refrained from resisting, but surged toward it like a tempest. Finally, the lightning dragon belched in satisfaction, gazing up at the now clear sky before unhesitatingly transforming into a flash of lightning and merging into Changfeng's being. Changfeng's heart soared with joy. The power of his thunderous divine ability had doubled, rendering even golden immortals unable to withstand its might. He had never anticipated that his fleeting whim would yield such significant results. Next, he simply needed to devise a method for the lightning dragon to absorb more essence of heavenly thunder, amplifying his own lightning power, thereby enhancing the strength of his attacks. The heavenly thunder had been traversed. However, what awaited Sienna next were the fire tribulation and the gale tribulation. Yet, from Changfeng's perspective, if the sixth transmutation golden core could withstand the heavenly thunder, it should also endure the subsequent 2 tribulations. Otherwise, how could one ascend to the golden immortal realm? Indeed, when the fire ignited within Sienna's Yongquan point, her body jolted violently. Her golden core once again radiated a golden light, countering the surging fire. In contrast, Changfeng furrowed his brow. While this method allowed one to smoothly advance to the golden immortal level, if one had not undergone the 3 tribulations, their strength as a golden immortal would likely be significantly diminished, and wonder sages could cultivate their disciples to become golden immortals, Tai and Luo, yet refrained from doing so. After all, the method of crossing tribulations was merely a shortcut, far less stable than self-cultivation. Nonetheless, Changfeng was unconcerned about Sienna's predicament, as he had already devised a solution. But at this moment, the priority was to intercept the fire. Changfeng expelled a plume of pink flame from his chest, which swiftly infused into Sienna's body as soon as the flame entered. It pursued the fire like a shark detecting blood. Protected by the golden core, it effortlessly devoured the entirety of the fire, perhaps sensing that Changfeng's flame bore no ill intent. The golden core did not expel it, but allowed it to wander through her meridians, chasing after the fire, if the heavenly will instinctively sense the diminishing fire on the tribulation bearer. It continued to unleash its descent, permitting Changfeng to burn on. Taking advantage of the heavenly will, the essence began to swell, when the heavenly will finally regained its composure and dissipated the fire. Changfeng reluctantly withdrew the heavenly fire essence. Changfeng gazed with satisfaction at the pink flame in his hand. This time, the fire he absorbed equated to that of 4 to 5 golden immortal tribulations. The bounty was substantial. After all, such an opportunity to exploit the heavenly will was rare. Now that the heavenly will had realized this, it would likely never grant him such an opportunity again. Following this, Changfeng employed the same tactic to absorb Sienna's shifting wind calamity. Perhaps sensing the presence of the cunning Changfeng, the gale unleashed by the heavenly will possessed only the power of an ordinary golden immortal. Once the tribulation passed, the gale would dissipate. Changfeng had already reaped substantial gains, but was still unsatisfied. Such meager rewards could hardly facilitate the evolution of his gale divine ability. Sienna, feeling the boundless power coursing through her, along with the promise of immortality, wore a look of astonishment, as if lost in a dream. "Congratulations, sister, on becoming a golden immortal," Changfeng exclaimed with a hearty laugh. The others in Taoyuan Fairy Valley approached to extend their congratulations, rejoicing in Sienna's breakthrough. With 2 golden immortals stationed in Taoyuan Fairy Valley, their confidence soared. Sienna was overjoyed. She had never imagined that she would one day ascend to the golden immortal level. Changfeng had afforded her this opportunity, and her heart brimmed with gratitude. "Xiao Lu, if it weren't for you, I truly..." Sienna, overwhelmed with joy, hugged Changfeng tightly, her voice trembling. The onlookers observed with keen interest. Unfortunately, Changfeng, this emotional disruptor, bluntly pointed out the drawbacks of the 6th transmutation golden core, informing her that for those who consumed the golden core, to advance to a higher realm, the difficulty would be several times greater than for others. Urging her to be prepared, he then cheerfully proposed his tailored solution, a service of the 3 calamities and 6 difficulties designed specifically for Hu Xian'er. Under Su Changfeng's guidance, while the experience was not pleasant, it would allow her to harness a formidable power during the tribulation without endangering her life. He intended for Hu Xian'er to undergo the 3 tribulations of the Golden Immortal to reinforce her foundation. Hu Xian'er gazed at the lightning dragon in Su Changfeng's left hand and the flame in his right, unable to suppress a gulp. Ultimately, however, she nodded, and a cultivator would wish to forego the opportunity to enhance their cultivation. Upon becoming a Golden Immortal, her ambitions naturally swelled, even igniting a desire for the Deluo Golden Immortal. With Hu Xian'er's consent, Su Changfeng directly infused a bolt of lightning, a surge of fire, and the essence of the gale into her body. The heavenly thunder struck her dantian, and every half hour, a bolt of lightning would descend upon her, refining her body. The fire also entered her central dantian, constantly scorching her internal organs and magical power. The gale directly impacted her primordial spirit, gradually dispelling the energy within, restoring her primordial spirit to a state of pure yang, compared to the tribulations issued by the heavenly will. This gradual refinement was far safer, yet it was by no means pleasant. With electric sparks dancing across her body, she could no longer maintain her human form, her fur standing on end as she emitted anguished cries. "Sister, you must endure. Before your 3 sources of power are exhausted, you must remain conscious. Otherwise, everything will have to start anew." Su Changfeng smiled and gently reminded her. After speaking, he waved his hand, and Hu Xian'er returned to her dwelling. What awaited her next was even greater suffering. She would not disgrace herself in front of so many people. Observing her sister's dismal state, the 9-headed rooster spirit and the jade peepus spirit trembled involuntarily. Shivering in fear, "Sister, do you not find Xiao Lu somewhat terrifying at times?" The jade peepus spirit conveyed in secret. The 9-headed rooster spirit nodded in agreement. Then, as they met Su Changfeng's gaze, they immediately donned an innocent and harmless smile. Su Changfeng secretly chuckled. Transmitting thoughts in the presence of a powerful figure was akin to shouting with a megaphone in a crowd. What were these 2 thinking? Nevertheless, they would not escape their fate. Su Changfeng had already resolved that anyone associated with the Moon Elder's residence would, upon reaching the pinnacle of the Xianxian realm, experience the trials of the 3 disasters through his divine powers. At that time, facing the 3 calamities would be considerably easier to, of course, that was still a distant consideration. Su Changfeng assisted Hu Xian'er in breaking through to the Golden Immortal realm with a golden dan. But he would not forget the others. He distributed 4 bottles of exquisite celestial nectar obtained from Princess Longji to the 9-headed rooster spirit, the jade peepus spirit, and the winged bird. The ability to intoxicate a great Luo Golden Immortal indicated the unparalleled spiritual essence contained within this liquor, sufficient to propel their cultivation forward significantly. However, there was a side effect: intoxication. Thus, Su Changfeng decided to return to his own dwelling to enter seclusion, lest he encounter a group of inebriated individuals. As for the foxes and their offspring, Su Changfeng procured some celestial herbs from the heavenly beings and distributed them among the lot, urging them to hasten their cultivation, so they would not arrive in the heavenly realm unable to transform, bringing great shame upon themselves. Upon seeing that everyone had gone into seclusion, Su Changfeng prepared to leave. Chapter 65. This lad shares a fateful connection with my Western sect. As he emerged through the mist, Su Changfeng immediately noticed the cultivators outside the Peach Blossom Fairy Valley. Among them was a human golden immortal, whose powerful aura indicated he was a worshipper of the Shang dynasty. Su Changfeng had no desire to engage too deeply with them. However, the human golden immortal quickly sensed Su Changfeng's presence, and a golden light radiated from the 3rd eye on his forehead, piercing through Su Changfeng's essence. Noticing this, Su Changfeng raised an eyebrow, but remained suspended in mid-air. Choosing not to depart immediately, a human golden immortal riding a dark Qilin approached him and cupped his hands in greeting. "Esteemed Taoist, I am Wenzhong of the Shang." Su Changfeng, upon hearing this, felt a glimmer of interest in his eyes, and smiled in response. "Ah, you are the direct disciple of the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit. I am the moonlit immortal from the heavenly court." Upon hearing this, Wenzhong's face lit up with realization and warmth. "So you are the renowned moonlit Taoist. Truly, a remarkable encounter." He then glanced downward at the misty area, understanding dawning upon him. "I did not expect your Taoist temple to be located near Chaoga City." "What a coincidence!" Su Changfeng smiled silently and inquired. "Not long ago, the Tongtian Patriarch ordered the disciples of the to remain in seclusion until the calamity passes. Why do you still linger in the mortal realm?" Wenzhong, with a hint of reluctance, explained, "In my youth, I received great favor from the Shang King. After completing my studies under my master, I served in the military to suppress rebellions for the Shang. When my ancestral master was giving teachings, I was ordered by the Shang King to quell the Eastern uprising and could not attend the lecture. It was truly unfortunate." Su Changfeng regarded him with a peculiar expression. How loyal could one be? He was willing to forego the teachings of a sage. For someone like him, loyalty seemed to surpass even the dedication to cultivation, which was likely why he was willing to sacrifice for the Shang dynasty. Although Wenzhong was steadfastly loyal, Su Changfeng did not wish to engage too deeply with him. Such a person would undoubtedly fight to the bitter end, even knowing the Shang's fate was sealed. Thus, he straightforwardly asked, "What is the purpose of your interruption?" Wenzhong refrained from more pleasantries and instead warmly invited him. "I have heard that you, as the Moonlit Elder, facilitated the marriage between Emperor Shang Tang of the Shang and the Yoshin clan, laying the foundation for the overthrow of Jia. Your Taoist temple is adjacent to my Chaoga City. Is this not a heavenly connection? Why not accompany me to Chaoga City, where I shall host you properly?" Su Changfeng, upon hearing this, subtly shook his head. It appeared that for Wenzhong, the importance of the Shang outweighed even his own sect. He was left wondering what thoughts occupied Wenzhong's mind. A dignified golden immortal from a direct disciple for 3 generations was so devoted to the Shang King that one could only speculate how much karma he owed the Shang. The center of the vortex of the Fengshen calamity would soon be Chaoga City, and he certainly would not foolishly charge in thus. He shook his head again. "I appreciate your kind offer, but with the imminent divine calamity approaching, I have resolved to enter seclusion and avoid interactions with outsiders. I hope you understand." With that, he cupped his hands in farewell. "I have matters to attend to. If you have nothing further, I shall take my leave." As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into a flash of red light and vanished. Wenzhong watched Su Changfeng depart, remaining silent for a long moment before shaking his head with a sigh. "What a pity! If only such a golden immortal were to serve my Shang. It would indeed be like adding wings to a tiger." Hearing this, the dark Qilin beneath him looked perplexed and asked, "Master, this moonlit Taoist is also a golden immortal. His cultivation is not much higher than yours. Why do you hold him in such high regard?" Wenzhong shook his head. "You do not understand. This moonlit immortal's power is far beyond that of an ordinary golden immortal. Why Master said he is not only the god of fate bestowed by the heavenly Tao, but also the reincarnation of the Emperor of the Underworld. Fengdu, both identities are extraordinary. Even my ancestral master favors him greatly, personally teaching him, allowing him to occupy the position of the great Luo while still in the form of a golden immortal. Such expectations have never been placed on anyone else. It is unfortunate that such a person seems disinclined to engage in worldly affairs and outright decline my invitation." As he spoke, he tapped the dark Qilin's back, turning it around. "Let us return and report to the king." After Su Changfeng departed, he soared towards the west. Before long, he arrived at the once prosperous city of Howdy. Due to the relocation of the capital, this city was evidently much more dilapidated than it had been centuries ago, with a significantly diminished population. Su Changfeng descended into the city, transforming into an ordinary elder as he made his way to the first matchmaking temple of his life. The Moon God Palace had undergone countless renovations and reconstructions over the centuries. Yet, the clay statue of the matchmaker stood undisturbed, its colors still vibrant and fresh, as if it had just been painted, with eyes that sparkled with life. Thus, despite Howdy's decline, the matchmaker temple thrived with incense offerings, drawing devotees from afar who sought to pay their respects. for the matchmaker here was renowned for granting wishes, ensuring that desires for love were invariably fulfilled. Inside the matchmaker temple, an atmosphere of festivity prevailed, with a laurel tree bound by red ribbons in the courtyard, adorned with countless wishes from hopeful suitors. Su Changfeng gazed at this laurel tree, momentarily taken aback. When a matchmaker temple was first established, this tree did not exist. Now, it had grown into a towering giant, possessing a certain sentience due to the continuous offerings. It was evident that this laurel was destined to connect with him, but as Yu Changfeng immediately channeled a surge of magical energy to assist its transformation, imparting some fundamental techniques, as for how far it could progress in the future, that depended on its own fortune. The laurel, filled with joy, gently quivered its branches, causing a flower to bloom, its rich fragrance enveloping Su Changfeng, conveying its gratitude. Accepting the laurel's thanks, he stepped inside, observing the divine statue that had been venerated for centuries. He perceived a divine consciousness emanating from it. Imbued with sanctity, to his surprise, this divine essence seemed to have been shaped by the worship of the faithful, its appearance mirroring the likeness that the devotees envisioned. This was a portrait of the matchmaker, whose visage radiated kindness, adorned with a gentle smile, exuding compassion and joy, even possessing an air of spirituality. Without needing Su Changfeng's conscious control, it instinctively responded to the prayers of the devotees. Witnessing this scene, Su Changfeng was elated, astonished that within just a few centuries, his incense avatar had evolved to such a degree, he directly projected a fragment of his consciousness into the incense avatar, emerging from the clay statue to stand before his true self. This incense avatar, brimming with divinity and endowed with human merits, resembled a deity. Yu Changfeng retrieved 100 golden flowers gifted by Princess Yunhua and, without hesitation, infused them entirely into the incense avatar. The already ethereal incense form became increasingly solid, as if it were a true embodiment. However, this incense avatar was clearly still insufficient for his requirements. To unleash its potential, it needed to be molded into a golden body of incense, continuously absorbing the essence of offerings to grow stronger, ultimately surpassing his own form. Yu Changfeng had acquired a method to condense the golden body of incense from his future self. Thus, he summoned the 3 calamity sources and placed the incense avatar amidst the heavenly thunder, in fire, and gale winds, continuously refining it and purging the impurities within the faith's power. Gradually, the incense avatar began to shrink, transforming into a golden statue radiating boundless brilliance and exuding a profound divine authority. Ultimately, a 9-foot-tall golden statue manifested within the temple, emanating an unending golden light that illuminated the entire hall, filling everyone with a sense of joy, as if witnessing the most beautiful sight in the world. Yu Changfeng beheld this golden body, powerful enough to rival celestial beings, and felt immense satisfaction as long as it continued to be nourished by offerings. The golden body could grow indefinitely. Should his own life ever be in peril, his primordial spirit could instantly inhabit the golden form, allowing him to survive in another corporeal vessel. In essence, possessing this golden body meant he had gained an additional ally and a safeguard for his life. With the golden body of incense taking shape, Su Changfeng's consciousness lingered upon it, hearing the prayers from all corners of the primordial world. Simultaneously, across various matchmaker temples, the statues of the matchmaker shone with golden light. As the accumulated essence of offerings surged toward Su Changfeng's golden body, for centuries, Su Changfeng had refrained from actively absorbing the essence of offerings, primarily due to the substantial amount of desire energy mixed within. If he absorbed these offerings to enhance his cultivation, it would taint his Tao heart. However, with the presence of this golden body, his offerings now had a purpose. Countless essences of offerings, guided by an unseen connection, flowed towards the golden body. With anticipation, Su Changfeng watched as the golden body rapidly expanded under the influx of immeasurable offering power, while his own strength surged from celestial to true immortal, then to profound immortal, golden immortal, and finally to Tai. The boundless essence of offerings coalesced upon the golden body, unleashing the might of Tai in a thunderous eruption. This strike exceeded the capabilities of Su Changfeng's true self. His consciousness melded with the golden body, allowing him to perceive every movement with clarity that it was astonishingly powerful. With a mere thought, his consciousness multiplied into thousands, inhabiting every matchmaker statue across the realm, beginning to respond to the prayers of all devout believers, thus officially fulfilling the duties of the matchmaker. This commotion drew the attention of countless onlookers, as news of the matchmaker's manifestation spread like wildfire among the mortal realm, prompting many hopeful romantics and anxious parents to flock to the matchmaker temple to pay their respects. In the Western Paradise, the two saints also turned their gaze towards the Eastern matchmaker temple. In an instant, the forces of causality swirled, revealing the secrets of the golden body to the two. They exchanged knowing smiles. How wonderful! This young man shares a connection with our Western teachings. Chapter 66. Allow me a moment's rest with a wave of his hand. He disrupted the heavens' machinations, erasing all traces within the heavenly path. Now is not the time for our Western teachings to emerge. We must wait for this calamity to pass. Good. At the same time, Su Changfeng withdrew from the golden body of incense. Returning to his true self, he gazed at the towering golden form before him, feeling a sense of awe at the miraculous nature of the Buddhist golden body. He planned to leave the golden body in the Harmony Immortal Palace to manage various matters of love, while he focused on his own cultivation. Having stored the golden body, he considered this task accomplished. However, he felt no urgency. Within the 6 desires array, only the deity of sight was present, while the other 5 desires had yet to be manifested. Therefore, to complete this array, he needed to gather a sufficient number of treasures. His sight deity was transformed from the innate spiritual treasure, the 9-eyed celestial pearl. It would be ideal for the other 5 desire deities to also be of innate origin, achieving perfect balance and maximizing their power. Yet, innate treasures were not easily found. Locating objects related to the 6 desires was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. With the sight desire severed, the next focus must be on the hearing desire. The most suitable treasures to embody the laws of sound were naturally those innate treasures. This was the most he could conceive at present. He had no leads regarding treasures associated with auditory laws. Similarly, he could not overlook the opportunity to search for objects related to the olfactory, gustatory, tactile, and cognitive desires. Scent refers to aroma, fragrance pertains to taste, touch signifies contact, and consciousness relates to awareness, but he did not know what treasures he required to establish a connection with these 6 desires. As he found himself devoid of clues, he realized that he must seek assistance in this world. Only a sage could possess omniscience. The Sage of Earth was the one closest to Su Changfeng. Thus, he resolved to venture into the Underworld to seek aid from the Sage of Earth. With a thought, a bronze door appeared out of thin air, exuding an aura of death. This was a power bestowed upon Su Changfeng by the Emperor of Fengdu, allowing him to escape to the Underworld in times of danger. As he stepped into the gates of the Underworld, the guardians, Neo Tu and Ma Mian, immediately took notice and approached him. Greetings, esteemed deity. Su Changfeng's relationship with the Emperor of Fengdu was well known to them, which explained their utmost respect towards him. After all, this man before them was akin to their superior. He deserved their reverence. Observing this, Su Changfeng waved his hand. Rise. These individuals are merely subordinates of the Emperor of Fengdu. They are not his equals, and thus he would not presume too much. As Su Changfeng greeted the two before embarking on the path to the Yellow Springs, heading towards the realm of the Underworld. The Netherworld had already fallen into a regular order, with countless ghostly soldiers and emissaries distributed throughout, overseen by various generals and ghostly commanders. The Underworld suppresses the 18 layers of hell, with the 10 Yama Kings stationed in the northern palace of Mount Luophone, commanding the realm of shadows. The Lady of Peace remains secluded, indifferent to the affairs of the world. Even the Emperor of Fengdu finds it exceedingly difficult to secure an audience with her. This time, Su Changfeng's objective is none other than Mengpa. He soared past the Wangshan platform, the Evil Dog Ridge, the Golden Rooster Mountain, and the Ghostly Village, reaching the deepest part of the Naiha Bridge. Upon catching sight of Mengpa, they exchanged no pleasantries. Mengpa handed him a long wooden ladle. Now that you are here, do assist me, so I may take a brief respite. Su Changfeng was momentarily taken aback, but quickly seized the long ladle, skillfully ladling Meng Po's soup to feed the souls about to be reincarnated. Even when encountering particularly resistant spirits, he maintained a smile and patiently persuaded them. Though the task appeared daunting, Su Changfeng felt a profound sense of reassurance. After an indeterminate period, having successfully sent off a batch of souls, Meng Po finally spoke. "Now, tell me, how did you come to be here?" Su Changfeng, having been exposed, felt no embarrassment. Instead, he recounted to Meng Po the challenges he faced in the array of 6 desires, hoping she might assist him in uncovering clues regarding the treasures of the 6 desires. Meng Po nodded, expressing admiration. "This is quite a remarkable formation and an ingenious idea. Even sages cannot evade the 7 emotions and 6 desires. For cultivators to progress smoothly, they must renounce these emotions and desires to maintain a clear heart. Yet your formation contravenes this principle, severing distractions while simultaneously harnessing desire to control the 6 senses and seal one's perceptions. Should you perfect it, a wondrous formation would emerge in the 3 realms." Subsequently, Meng Po offered him further counsel that I once discussed with the 2 saints of the West, who spoke similarly, stating that the 6 consciousnesses are the eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, and mind. However, their pursuit lies in achieving purity of the 6 roots, discarding the 6 consciousnesses to attain a state of meditation, significantly enhancing their cultivation and understanding. Should you ever have the chance to meet those 2 saints from the West, perhaps you might seek their teachings on the art of the 6 desires. In this manner, your formation could not only ensnare enemies, but also aid in cultivating a tranquil mind. That would be the true great formation of the 6 desires. Upon hearing this, Su Changfeng immediately grasped Meng Po's intent. His formation could render individuals devoid of the 6 senses, and under such circumstances, it would not only serve to entrap foes, but also provide an excellent means for mental cultivation. He realized he had previously been overly fixated on the formation's lethality, neglecting its potential for cultivation. Meng Po had already provided insights regarding the treasures related to the 6 desires. The tranquil realm of the West, silent as it is, harbors a primordial spiritual treasure. The treasure associated with desire resides with the 100-flower fairy, who is close to the Queen Mother of the West. The treasure related to fragrant desires requires the discovery of a primordial spiritual root, known as Wu Wei Zi. To obtain items of desire, one must find a primordial spiritual root named mandala, which would stir the hearts of men. This treasure lies in the hands of the 2 saints of the Western Church. As Su Changfeng listened to Meng Po reveal the locations of all the treasures, his expression grew increasingly grim. Each of these treasures was more elusive than the last, to speak of anything else. The treasure in the possession of the 100-flower fairy was already beyond his reach. Moreover, the 2 saints of the Western Church were known to be demanding, always asking others for items. As a mere small fry, how could he possibly wrest anything from their hands? The prospect of acquiring treasures associated with desire was utterly disheartening. Nevertheless, Su Changfeng remained undeterred. After exchanging farewells with Meng Po, he set forth in pursuit of the first lead. Chapter 67. Be at ease and await. Once he regained his composure, the joy on Su Changfeng's face was undeniable. He rose and deeply bowed to Zhen Yuanzi. "Thank you, esteemed elder, for bestowing upon me the ginseng fruit. I am profoundly grateful." Zhen Yuanzi gestured, assisting Su Changfeng to his feet. He inquired, "You could have seized this opportunity to elevate your 5 qi towards the realm of the Tai, golden immortal. Why did you suddenly abandon it?" Su Changfeng's face flushed with embarrassment as he hastily explained, "I relied on the ginseng fruit from Jinyuan Daxian to condense the earthly energy within my spleen that I was too greedy, wishing to gather the 5 elements qi within my internal organs to leap directly into the Tai realm." Upon hearing this, Zhen Yuanzi was further astonished, exclaiming in admiration, "What grand ambition! If you truly manage to accomplish this, achieving the Deluo will be merely a matter of time, and you may even have the prospect of becoming a quasi-saint." Zhen Yuanzi's gaze brimmed with appreciation. However, he furrowed his brow, offering a cautionary note. To base oneself on the essence of the 5 elements is no simple task. As I understand it, the most suitable for you to condense the innate qi of the five organs are the primordial essences of gung metal. Jiao wood, Ren water, Bing fire, and Su earth. You have already cultivated the power of earth. The remaining four primordial spiritual roots include the gung metal Bodhi tree, Huang Zhong Li, Ren water peach, and Bing fire fusong. However, the Bing fire fusong has long since vanished since the War of the Witches, and even the saints cannot ascertain its whereabouts. Thus, to condense the Bing fire qi, you must gather the other four essences of the five elements and employ the method of their convergence to transform the primordial true fire into primordial fire, achieving the realm of the five qi converging towards the source. Yet, even so, the remaining spiritual roots are held by quasi-saints and saints, making it no easy feat to obtain them. Upon hearing Zhen Yuanzi's words, Su Changfeng's expression darkened. Troubles seemed to arise one after another. Initially, he was already troubled by how to collect items capable of bearing the six desires, and now he must also devise a way to gather the four primordial essences of the five elements. Moreover, all of this was of his own doing, presenting an exceedingly high difficulty. He contemplated giving up, but found himself unwilling to concede. It was truly vexing. Nevertheless, he stood up to thank Zhen Yuanzi. "I am grateful for your guidance. Esteemed immortal, otherwise I would have been utterly lost." Observing Su Changfeng's troubled countenance, Zhen Yuanzi burst into hearty laughter. He surveyed Su Changfeng and remarked, "This may be somewhat challenging for you. However, if I were to intervene, acquiring the primordial essences of the five elements would not pose a significant challenge." Upon hearing this, Su Changfeng suddenly lifted his head and bowed deeply to Zhen Yuanzi. What instructions does the esteemed immortal have? He understood that one does not receive a free lunch. How could a mere golden immortal like himself be favored by a quasi-saint and receive the ginseng fruit? Zhen Yuanzi chuckled at Su Changfeng's wary demeanor, shaking his head in reassurance that not worry. I previously mentioned my desire to establish a good rapport with you. Immediately, 3 flowers bloomed atop his head, and a tome materialized above, exuding the aura of a primordial spiritual treasure. As Zhen Yuanzi explained, he summoned a token. "This is my companion's spiritual treasure, the Earth Book, also known as the Earth Garment, formed from the membranes of heaven and earth. It can probe and manipulate all mountains, rivers, and even the flow of the earth in the vast wilderness. You may be aware that there are 3 books in the wilderness. One is the function list, another is the Ren Book, and the last is the Earth Book. The function list is, as its name implies, used for conferring divinity. The Ren Book is the ledger of life and death, and the Earth Book is for controlling the vast wilderness." Having spoken, he stroked the Earth Book, gazing at Su Changfeng. "However, my Earth Book has suffered damage, its source compromised. It is no longer the Earth Book. To restore its essence, it either requires billions of years to mend gradually, or the fusion of a spiritual treasure with a similar origin to hasten its recovery. The only 2 treasures that share the same source are the function list and the Ren Book. I know that the Emperor of Fengdu possesses the Ren Book, hence my desire to borrow it for a time." Noticing Zhen Yuanzi's knowing demeanor, Su Changfeng hesitated, clearly aware that Zhen Yuanzi had discerned his connection with the Emperor of Fengdu. Perhaps sensing Su Changfeng's hesitation, Zhen Yuanzi continued, "You need not worry about the Ren Book being damaged. On the contrary, the Ren Book and the Earth Book share the same origin. Their fusion would not only restore the Earth Book's essence, but also greatly enhance the source of the Ren Book. Furthermore, the Ren Book would even generate new restrictions. The Book of Life and Death is indeed a supreme, innate spiritual treasure, further endowed with 48 layers of innate prohibitions. Should new prohibitions be born, it would truly become an unparalleled, innate artifact." Upon hearing this, Su Changfeng's interest was instantly piqued. However, he did not immediately acquiesce, as the Book of Life and Death belonged to the Emperor of Fengdu, and not merely at his discretion. With this thought in mind, he shook his head. "Esteemed immortal, this matter is beyond my jurisdiction. It would be best for the Emperor of Fengdu to inform you." Upon hearing this, Zhen Yuanzi was not disheartened and smiled, nodding in agreement. "I was thinking along the same lines." Su Changfeng promptly contacted the Emperor of Fengdu in the Underworld, transmitting his memories to him. Soon after Su Changfeng's consent, an additional will emerged within him. "Zhen Yuanzi, observing this scene, immediately grasped the situation. Through Su Changfeng, he gazed at the Emperor of Fengdu, filled with anticipation. "Fellow Taoist Fengdu, would you be willing to engage in a transaction with me?" The Emperor of Fengdu inclined his head slightly. Borrowing is permissible, but the Book of Life and Death must remain within the realm of the Underworld. Receiving a positive response, Xinyuanzi's face broke into a broad smile, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. "With your assurance, I can rest easy. In a few days, I shall personally visit the Underworld, ensuring that you will not be put in a difficult position." "Excellent. I shall await your arrival in the Underworld." With that, his consciousness withdrew from Su Changfeng's body, reclaiming control. Xinyuanzi looked at Su Changfeng with great satisfaction, continually instructing Changfeng and Mingwei. "Hurry and fetch 10 ginseng fruits. I must extend my hospitality." A look of astonishment crossed the faces of Changfeng and Mingwei. It is worth noting that ginseng fruits take a millennium to produce 30 fruits, and now they were to collect 10. How extravagantly lavish! Nonetheless, as it was Xinyuanzi's command, they had no choice but to comply. Su Changfeng was taken aback, hastily declining. There is no need for such extravagance. Esteemed immortal, his primary concern was that Xinyuanzi might forget his promise. Understanding Su Changfeng's thoughts, Xinyuanzi chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. "Today, I have finally fulfilled my wish, and my heart is filled with joy. Young friend, feel free to accept." He continued, "I shall personally journey to Kunlun, the heavenly court, and Shumi Mountain to procure for you the wood of Jia, the metal of Gung, and the water of Run. Just wait in peace." Chapter 68. "This body belongs to me." Only then did Su Changfeng smile that Xinyuanzi's words had resolved a significant dilemma. Upon exiting Wuzhuang Temple, Su Changfeng's face was alight with joy that he held 10 ginseng fruits in his hands. If consumed and refined entirely, they would allow him to perfect the earthly energy of his spleen to reach the realm of Tai. One must condense the 5 elemental energies to their utmost refinement to manifest the 3 flowers of essence, spirit, and vitality, thereby attaining the great Luo. Typically, Tai golden immortals absorb the 5 elemental energies of heaven and earth to refine their internal organs. This is a lengthy and arduous endeavor, often requiring tens of thousands of years for each minor cultivation breakthrough. However, with the aid of ginseng fruits as a shortcut, Su Changfeng could bypass this prolonged period and ascend directly to the great Luo realm. Moreover, should Xinyuanzi acquire the Huangzhong pear, Pan Tao, or the Gung metal Bodhi seed from the West Queen Mother or the 2 Western Saints, he would promptly contact him, providing Su Changfeng with the opportunity to break through the innate 5 energies and enter the realm of Tai Golden Immortal. Filled with joy and anticipation, Su Changfeng made his way toward the Silent Land. This desolate region lay in the far west, and it took him over a year to arrive. Reflecting on this, he regretted not having Xinyuanzi transport him directly here. Nevertheless, with no time to dwell on that, he approached a deep It was a realm of utter silence. As its name suggested, it was profoundly quiet, devoid of any sound. Even his own movements were inaudible, as if the entire space had transformed into a vacuum, incapable of transmitting sound. The source lay within this deep pit. Yet, what Su Changfeng feared most was the pervasive demonic aura within. The demon race, a legendary lineage, had become increasingly rare in contemporary times. However, the presence of demonic energy suggested the likelihood of demons existing here. Demonic energy is essentially a collective term for various negative emotions. In the Primordial era, practitioners typically absorbed spiritual energy, while demons thrived on resentment, creating more demonic energy through widespread destruction, inciting the wrath of heaven and humanity to achieve their goals. Thus, practitioners and demons traversed entirely different paths. In ancient times, the demon ancestor Luo Ho sought greater power, and, with his own strength, led the dragon, phoenix, and Qilan races in a slaughter of numerous ancient deities. To attained the realm of mixed Yuan Great Luo Golden Immortal. He even contemplated annihilating the primordial world to acquire boundless demonic energy, transcending the confines of heaven and earth. Unfortunately, this strategic move misfired. The heavenly Tao sided with Hongjun Laozu, and many formidable contemporaries opposed him, leading to the demon ancestor's downfall. Subsequently, the witch race, born of malevolent energy, was dubbed the 12 demon gods by the practitioners of the primordial world. However, the witch race evidently did not acknowledge their demonic identity, regarding the Pangu great deity as their progenitor. From that point onward, the demon race gradually faded from the public eye. Nonetheless, practitioners in the primordial world dared not underestimate the demons, as they possessed mastery over various peculiar spells, curses, and blood sacrifices, making them a formidable threat if one were to be careless. Thus, in the primordial realm, demons have become akin to pariahs. Changfeng gazed at the wisps of demonic energy swirling from the deep pit. His expression grave and vigilant, he summoned his mountain-splitting axe, a crimson thread enveloping him as protection, while the book of relationships manifested above his head. Once prepared, he leaped into the pit. Within the cavern, darkness enveloped him, and Su Changfeng felt a gust of wind pass by. Yet he heard nothing, which vexed him greatly. Time passed, and eventually he sensed movement beneath his feet. That moment, Su Changfeng found himself deep within an underground cavern. The cave was dimly lit and eerily quiet, yet the demonic energy was far more concentrated than outside. Vaguely, he felt a malevolent gaze fixated upon him. Practitioners possess keen spiritual senses, and without hesitation, Su Changfeng struck out in retaliation. A violent tremor reverberated through the cavern. Yet still, there was no sign of his assailant. With a flicker of thought, an eye manifested on his forehead, granting him unparalleled clarity of vision. He surveyed his surroundings. The cavern was vast, seemingly endless. There, remnants of pure demonic energy lingered. Clearly, his previous strike had inflicted no harm upon the demon, which had managed to evade him. While remaining cautious, Su Changfeng pondered how to uncover his destined opportunity. Since Meng Pa had indicated that the sought-after item lay within, it must indeed be true. Yet, why did she not mention the traces of the demon race here? He worried that this innate treasure might have already fallen into the hands of the demons residing in this place, necessitating him to confront them while remaining ever vigilant against their potential ambush with the artifact. Even the silence of this environment could very well be a trap set by the demons. Su Changfeng continuously sought the demon, but regardless of his efforts, he could not locate its presence. He initially believed the demon had retreated, but he sensed it might still be lurking nearby. Confident in his instincts, Su Changfeng persevered in his search. However, impatience began to settle and a pink flame erupted from his palm. If this mouse wished to hide here, then he would dismantle its nest. As Su Changfeng pondered, he summoned his magical power and ignited the Yin fire, reducing everything around him to ashes. In the blink of an eye, a swirling mass of pink flames spread outward in all directions. Strangely, these flames were not scorching. Instead, they evoked a chilling sensation. The flames seemed like mere phantoms, leaving even the stones unscathed. Yet upon contact with the demonic energy, they surged forth with the ferocity of sharks detecting blood. As the Yin fire blazed, the dense demonic energy was swiftly consumed. This sudden turn of events set the demon clan on edge. A melodious chime rang through the silent cavern. Su Changfeng immediately shut off his hearing. Yet the sound echoed persistently in his mind. Gradually, his expression became vacant, his eyes devoid of life, as if he were lost in his own world, indifferent to all external stimuli. The chime seemed to urge him forward with an insistent force. Upon reaching a stone wall, it suddenly rippled like glue, drawing him in the next moment. Su Changfeng found himself in a spacious cavern. The demonic energy here was overwhelmingly thick, nearly transforming into a black mist. The swirling demonic fog was accompanied by the buzzing of a golden bell, suspended in mid-air. However, a glance around revealed no trace of the demon clan. Su Changfeng remained as still as a statue, frozen in place as if under a binding spell. Suddenly, the rich demonic energy around him coalesced into a grotesque human face, exuding an air of triumph, and burrowed into his body. Haha, from this moment on, this body belongs to me. Chapter 69. Got you. The entirety of the demonic energy surged into Su Changfeng, forming a complete human figure within his primordial spirit and purple mansion. Just as the demon cultivator was about to devour Su Changfeng's primordial spirit and seize control entirely, he noticed Su Changfeng smiling at him, the corners of his mouth curling into a smirk. "Got you!" Before the demon could react, Su Changfeng gently blew a breath towards him in an instant, a tempest roared within the purple mansion. A soul-devouring gale howled forth, wielding the might to obliterate heaven and earth, sweeping towards the demon cultivators. No! The demon cultivators panicked, scattering in all directions in a desperate bid to escape. Yet, an even more despairing sight unfolded before them. A thunder dragon materialized, its body crackling with thunderous power, filling the entire purple mansion, while surrounding lightning wove into a vast net, sealing this realm tightly. The demonic energy from the cultivators could not evade the relentless pursuit of the lightning and dissipated completely. At last, tranquility returned to the purple mansion. Su Changfeng pinched a wisp of true spirit, a mocking glint in his eyes, and crushed it effortlessly. Su Changfeng reopened his eyes and grasped the golden bell floating in the air, a strand of fire incinerating the residual demonic energy before imprinting it with his own mark. This bell, known as the bewitching bell, was a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, apart from absorbing all sounds. It also possessed the ability to confuse souls and attack the spirit, making it an invaluable innate artifact. Su Changfeng stowed the bewitching bell away, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. His task had been accomplished. Yet, what delighted him even more was the knowledge he gleaned from the residual memories of the demon cultivator, pertaining to a technique called the Heavenly Demon Dispersal Technique. This very technique was employed by the demon cultivator himself. Su Changfeng was able to so effortlessly vanquish that demon due to the element of surprise, compounded by the fact that the demon cultivator was already gravely injured, allowing for such an easy defeat. Otherwise, even a fragment of demonic energy could recover to its prime in a short span. The demon cultivator was not the true body, but had merely relied on a wisp of his demonic energy to gradually regain strength in this desolate land. Unfortunately for him, he encountered Su Changfeng, who wielded thunder, fire, and gale techniques specifically designed to counter the demon clan. It was as if fate itself had conspired against him. After slaying the demon cultivator, Su Changfeng did not rush to leave. Instead, he remained in place, beginning to refine the bewitching bell. This cavern was exceptionally secluded, making it an ideal spot for him to employ the divine listening technique. 10 years passed in the blink of an last. Su Changfeng successfully refined the bewitching bell. Thanks to the demon cultivator's prior refinement of the bell, Su Changfeng found the process remarkably easy. Holding the bewitching bell in his hand, he tapped into his deep-seated desire to listen, opening his mind to expand its capabilities. The 7 emotions and 6 desires of mortals are enough to destroy a person, let alone the listening desire of someone at the half-step Tai leveled. Su Changfeng's curiosity was piqued, even birthing an insidious thought of eavesdropping on all the secrets of this world, including those of saints. Were it not for the lingering thread of rationality in his mind, he would have succumbed to madness. But the moment his desires peaked, Su Changfeng's eyes instantly cleared. His will transformed into an invisible blade, severing the desires deep within his heart. With a swift stroke, the overwhelming auditory sensations and the darkness within were cleaved, merging his soul into the bewitching bell. Su Changfeng felt an immediate clarity of mind, with his desires diminished significantly, and his understanding of the Tao considerably deepened. Simultaneously, he sought to attach himself to the bewitching bell, taking on the form of Su Changfeng with a pair of large ears. He gazed at Su Changfeng and offered a faint smile. "God of listening desire, greetings." Su Changfeng nodded slightly and waved. The god of listening desire transformed into a small swiftly entering his ear. Su Changfeng was extremely satisfied. His listening desire avatar could not only create a 6-desire formation, but also function as a keen listener, allowing him to hear from great distances as long as he could absorb more sounds. Coupled with the god of sight, it was akin to having a team of 1,000-mile eyes. Having severed the 2nd desire, it was now time to seek the 3rd treasure, following Meng Po's instructions. The 3rd item was the treasure of the flower fairy. Su Changfeng felt a chill run down his spine. The flower fairy was not only a celestial under the Queen Mother of the West, but also in existence at the Deluo golden immortal level. Wielding the power to traverse heaven and earth, she governed the paths of life and death across the three realms. Her strength was formidable. It was no exaggeration to say that within the Kunlun Yaoqi celestial realm, she held the position of the third most powerful figure. How could Su Changfeng possibly seize a treasure from such a Deluo celestial? Given the daunting nature of this task, Su Changfeng decided to bypass this item. Continuing his search for the fourth desire, tongue desire, the five-flavored fruit tree, an innate spiritual root. As for the treasures of the god of smell, he would have to bide his time for an opportunity. When Su Changfeng mentioned the five-flavored fruit tree, he felt a wave of dread wash over him. If it were any other object, with his gift of foresight, he could easily locate it. However, the five-flavored fruit tree was an innate spiritual root. Favored by the heavenly Tao, without a stroke of serendipity, one would hardly lay eyes upon it. Thus, Mengpa merely mentioned its name without providing Su Changfeng with specific coordinates. Consequently, if Su Changfeng wished to find the spiritual root, he would have to rely on his own efforts. He was somewhat familiar with the five-flavored fruit tree. This mystical root is a treasure gem of the culinary path, and the fruits it bears are said to encompass all five flavors: sweet, sour, bitter, spicy, and salty. As for its leaves, they are equally exquisite and delectable. However, the dilemma lies in the fact that Su Changfeng lacks culinary skills and has no connection to the five-flavored fruit tree. Regarding the culinary arts, based on Su Changfeng's understanding, the deities of food and the kitchen have yet to assume their rightful places. Su Changfeng's transition to the culinary path is not motivated by the pursuit of the five-flavored fruit. Therefore, he must explore alternative avenues in his quest. According to his knowledge, Yin, the prime minister of Shang Tang, is revered in later generations as the god of food. Perhaps he possesses some fortuitous connection to the culinary arts. In the past, when Su Changfeng, as the deity of marriage, facilitated a union between Shang Tang and the daughter of the Yoshin clan, he had the opportunity to encounter Eiyinat that time. Yin was not yet the prime minister of Shang, but rather a servant and cook of the Yoshin clan. However, that was several centuries ago. Were it not for his profound cultivation, he might have long since turned to dust. With his soul reincarnated, it would be challenging for others to locate such an individual. But this does not pose a challenge for Su Changfeng. He promptly contacted the great emperor of Fengdu, requesting assistance in uncovering Yin's current circumstances as the embodiment of the three-live stone. The great emperor of Fengdu possesses an unparalleled understanding of all things in the mortal realm. And with the book of life and death in hand, locating a person is remarkably effortless. Before long, the great emperor of Fengdu's message reached Su Changfeng's ears. Upon glancing at the news, Su Changfeng was momentarily taken aback. It turned out that after Yin's death, he did not reincarnate, but instead, as a founding figure, his soul resides within the ancestral shrine, venerated by successive emperors and the populace. With this lead, Su Changfeng naturally set out to seek him at the grand ancestral hall to expedite his arrival. He entered the netherworld through the summoned Ghost Gate and emerged from the Ghost Gate of Mount Tai. A day later, he arrived at Chaoga City. Chapter 70. It has nothing to do with me. Su Changfeng did not return to the Peach Blossom Valley. Instead, he concealed his presence and made his way directly to Chaoga City. The Imperial Palace and the Grand Ancestral Hall are merely separated by a wall, and the entire hall is shrouded in an aura of fortune. Ordinary immortals and demons, upon nearing it, would find their power suppressed, even reverting to their original forms. However, Su Changfeng was unfazed as he silently entered the Grand Ancestral Hall, arriving before the spirit tablet of the Shang King. Who would dare intrude upon the Grand Ancestral Hall? From the spirit tablet, a vigilant woman clad in armor emerged, regarding Su Changfeng with suspicion. Su Changfeng, hidden in the shadows, was not surprised. However, upon observing the woman and the spirit tablet behind her, he quickly understood. He stepped forward, offering her a gentle smile and a respectful gesture. General Fu Hao, what a pleasure it is to meet you. I am the moonlit mountain man who has inadvertently intruded upon the Grand Ancestral Hall. I beg your pardon. This woman was none other than Fu Hao, the queen of King Wu Ding of Shang, that a victorious general, she, alongside her husband, led the Shang dynasty to its zenith, heralding a prosperous era known as the Age of Wu Ding, a tale celebrated throughout history. Thus, Su Changfeng was well aware of her name. Upon hearing Su Changfeng's words, Fu Hao, though still cautious, lowered her long sword and returned the gesture. I have met the deity of marriage. What brings you to my shrine? Su Changfeng's gaze swept across the spirit tablets, pointing to the one at the highest position, which was venerated in the grand ancestral hall for generations, that I have come specifically for Yin. Please do not take offense, General. As he spoke, he summoned Yin from the spirit tablet. I implore the Prime Minister Yin to reveal himself. A radiant white light suddenly illuminated the spirit tablet before a wraith emerged from it. Who goes there? Yin inquired, gazing curiously at Su Changfeng. Who are you, and what business do you have with me? Noticing his scrutiny, Su Changfeng transformed into an elderly man with a youthful appearance. Stroking his beard with a smile, Yin, do you still remember me? Yin was taken aback and quickly bowed in greeting. Is this not the deity of marriage? Why have you sought me out? Su Changfeng sensed a unique culinary aura emanating from him, and his heart swelled with delight. His efforts had not been in vain. He wasted no time and got straight to the point. I wish to harness your fortuitous energy to seek an opportunity. There is no need for you to be wary, for I harbor no ill intentions. Should we succeed, I shall aid you in attaining divinity and resolving your karmic ties. Yin's initially watchful expression gradually relaxed, especially upon hearing the final proposition, which stirred something within him as immortal, who would not desire immortality, residing within the spirit tablet and surviving on the incense offerings from a shrine. He clung to the hope of leveraging the Shang dynasty's fortune to persevere in this world. He could not help but inquire, can the deity of marriage truly assist me in achieving divinity? Seeing that he was intrigued, Su Changfeng's lips curled into a smile. He nodded affirmatively. I never speak lightly. Yin pondered for a moment, and a resolute expression emerged on his face as he bowed to Su Changfeng. What do you wish for me to do? Fu Hao's face revealed a hint of concern, and she instinctively moved to dissuade him. Prime Minister Yin. Yin smiled gently, reassuring her, General Fu Hao. There is no need for worry that if I can attain divinity, what does this minor fortune matter? Su Changfeng was nearly taken aback. All he sought was to borrow a bit of culinary energy. Yet it felt as though he were orchestrating a matter of life and death. Moreover, did he appear to be a villain? Su Changfeng reached out into the void, extracting a thread of fortuitous energy from above Yin's head, and commenced his calculations. Before long, a smile graced Su Changfeng's face, for he had discerned the likely location of the five-flavored fruit. Not far from here, it resided in Yin's homeland, Mount Jingzi. How astonishing, with matters reaching this point. Su Changfeng had no intention of breaking his promise that he imparted to Yin a method for cultivating divinity and bestowed upon him all the culinary arts from his previous life. Yin, you are a prodigy in the culinary realm. Should you disseminate your skills, the gratitude of the people will lead them to erect a temple in your honor, elevating you to the status of god of food. Yin was overwhelmed with joy, his gaze toward Su Changfeng now tinged with awe. Having been sold into servitude in the Yoshin kingdom as a child, he honed his culinary skills as a cook for the daughter of the Yoshin clan, which ultimately led to his exceptional talents. Later, as a male servant, he married into the Shang dynasty, gaining favor from King Zhou due to his governance strategies. As a chef, he had never imagined that such a wealth of culinary techniques existed. His eyes had been opened to a world of frying, steaming, braising, and roasting, igniting a fervor within him. Moreover, these unprecedented culinary methods were imparted by the very moonlit immortal before him. He hastily bowed deeply, his face suffused with embarrassment. My master is the foremost in the culinary path. I am unworthy. The title of god of food seems to be an exaggeration. Su Changfeng was utterly taken aback by Yin's thoughts. He had merely replicated the memories of his past life, hardly the mark of a founder. Thus, he used his magic to prevent Yin from prostrating in reverence, earnestly instructing him, I borrow your fortune and impart to you the method to attain divinity. The karmic ties are cleared, and I owe you nothing. From this moment forth, This culinary skill belongs to you, and it has no connection to me." With that, he soared into the clouds, cupping his hands in farewell, as for today, as matters. They conclude here, "If fate permits, we shall meet again. I shall take my leave." With that, he ascended into the skies. Within the hall, only two individuals remained, gazing in the direction of his departure. Now that the whereabouts of the five-flavored fruit were known, Changfeng could only emulate Diyu and fly directly toward Mount Jingzi. Mount Jingzi was merely an ordinary celestial mountain within the Yoshin kingdom, lacking any renown compared to the five sacred mountains. Within this mountain, aside from a few minor demons, there were no celestial-level cultivators. A crimson light descended from the heavens as Changfeng extended his divine sense, meticulously searching but finding nothing. However, since he was certain that the five-flavored fruit tree was here, it indicated that some form of innate great array was obscuring his divine sense. Patiently, Changfeng scoured the entire mountain, and at last, he detected an anomaly in a mountain stream. He realized that upon entering the mountain, his divine sense was influenced by an invisible force, rendering him oblivious to everything within it. Changfeng immediately flew over and struck out with his palm, colliding with that peculiar force that a natural array flickered into visibility, directly devouring Changfeng's magical energy. Witnessing this scene, Changfeng was overjoyed, since such a powerful natural array existed here. The five-flavored fruit he sought must surely be within. Upon witnessing this formation, Changfeng dared not to forcibly break it with his mountain-splitting axe. Instead, he resolutely stepped into the array, wholly engrossed in deciphering its intricacies. Cultivators, after all, draw their wisdom from the natural world. Engaged in perfecting the formation, he could not overlook the opportunity to study this organic array. The formation was not particularly potent, nor was it lethal. Thus, Changfeng devoted a decade to thoroughly comprehend its essence. At this point, the grand array of heaven and earth could no longer hinder him. He traversed through it as if entering an uninhabited realm, seamlessly moving into the mountain gorge. Chapter 71. Born from the heart, this gorge was enveloped by a natural array, its space rather confined. Within the stream, spiritual energy flourished, with spiritual herbs carpeting the ground. However, upon closer inspection, it was revealed that these were actually fennel, garlic, scallions, nutmeg, and rosemary, herbs typically used for seasoning in the kitchen. The aroma wafted through the mountains, intertwining to create an extraordinarily rich fragrance that even made Changfeng's mouth water and his appetite surge. Yet his attention was captivated by a slender vine that climbed along the gorge. This vine meandered gracefully, adorned with clusters of ruby-red fruits emanating a potent spiritual aura. The innate spiritual root, Schisandra, was precisely the objective of Changfeng's journey. This natural array, centered around Schisandra, was renowned as the innate five-flavor great array, drawing upon sour, sweet, and salty essences to mobilize the elemental forces of the universe, thus constituting a unique array of the five elements. As Changfeng approached, he beheld the vine laden with crimson fruits, and enticed by the irresistible aroma, he could not help but pluck one to savor. Upon tasting it, his eyes sparkled with delight. First came the spiciness, followed by bitterness, and finally, sweetness. Logically, such a medley of flavors would be challenging to articulate. Yet, the fruit's texture was exquisite, amplifying every flavor to its utmost, leaving an indelible impression. Simultaneously, he noted that each shift in the fruit's flavor infused his internal organs with a trace of innate spiritual energy, enhancing their strength. The internal organs, embodying the five elements within the human body, formed the foundation of one's cultivation. This was akin to fortifying his internal organs, making them more robust and expansive, capable of accommodating greater elemental forces. The fruits of Schisandra were undoubtedly a tremendous boon for cultivators of the Tai realm. Naturally, Changfeng was overjoyed to acquire such a spiritual root that it was a rare and precious medicinal herb. Blooming once every millennium, bearing fruit once every millennium, and requiring 3,000 years to yield 365 fruits. However, its efficacy surpassed that of the 3,000-year-old peaches from the heavenly court. Such a spiritual root ought to have been the treasured heirloom of the culinary path. Yet Changfeng had seized it first, The cutting of the six desires had no precedence. Thus, Su Changfeng resolved to first refine the innate spiritual root and subsequently release the desire for flavor to perfect the array of six desires. Time flowed slowly. Su Changfeng devoted 30 years to fully refine this innate spiritual root. He did not pause to rest, but sought to press on, determined to sever the desire for flavor among the six. Having already severed 2 desires, Su Changfeng found it effortless to summon the desires within him, releasing the desire for desire itself. Desires are born from the heart and are ceaseless. Cultivators strive to eliminate or suppress their 7 emotions and 6 desires by any means necessary, even creating tranquil scriptures to silence these urges. Yet now, Su Changfeng chose the opposite path, allowing his desires to swell. Were other cultivators to witness this, they would undoubtedly deem him insane. Such a perilous endeavor was fraught with risk. A moment's inattention could lead to madness or even demonic possession. This was precisely why, aside from those of the demonic path, no righteous cultivator would ever indulge their inner desires. Yet, evidently, Su Changfeng was fortunate. Ultimately, he survived. Now, having severed the desires of hearing and sight, the remaining desires posed little threat to him. Maintaining the last vestige of reason, he permitted his desires to run rampant. In that moment, he seemed to transform into a glutton, eager to devour everything. He cast a glance at the spices on the ground and sliced the concealed basilisk from his dimensional space into countless pieces. Then, he morphed into a master chef, engaging in various culinary techniques, frying, sautéing, mercilessly grabbing a handful of millennium-old herbs as seasoning to satisfy his palate. The basilisk's massive form resembled a small mountain, yet Su Changfeng's stomach felt like an abyss, transforming all the snake meat into delicacies. While his belly remained unperturbed, he spent a full decade consuming every morsel of the basilisk's flesh. However, there was no sign of satiation in his belly. The hunger in his gaze intensified, and even the schisandra fruits caught his eye. Their fruits were not only delectable, but their leaves also served as excellent seasoning, and even the vine and roots exuded a tantalizing aroma. Driven by desire, he found himself irresistibly drawn towards the schisandra, yearning to consume this spiritual root. In an instant, his eyes cleared, and the willpower accumulated over decades transformed into an invisible blade, striking fiercely at his desires. Sever. The peak of flavor perception was cleaved by the blade of will, and he claimed the innate spiritual root as his own. His spiritual root instantly became as round and smooth as a pearl. The desire for flavor, a delightful encounter indeed. He beheld the desired deity, its belly protruding, grinning widely at Su Changfeng. Observing the deity's rotund head and pregnant-like belly, Su Changfeng's lips twitched slightly. It is said that a person's disposition shapes their character. Yet why did his manifestation take such a form? Was it due to his subconscious inability to control his appetite, thus rendering him corpulent? Regardless of the desired deity's appearance, Su Changfeng felt elated, for he had successfully vanquished the 3rd desired deity. The great array of 6 desires was halfway complete. Only one final task remained, gathering the remaining 3 treasures and slaying them to finalize the array. Coupled with the 6 innate spiritual entities forming the array, its power would be even greater. Su Changfeng eagerly anticipated that moment. However, the thought of the whereabouts of the other 3 treasures dampened his fervor. Setting aside the fact that he had no knowledge of where the mandragora was located, merely considering that one treasure lay in the hands of the flower fairy and another with the western sage sent shivers down his spine. Nevertheless, he resolved to first seek the missing mandragora tree. The mandragora is a plant that resembles poison, yet is not truly toxic. It is said to emit an invisible toxin, causing anyone who approaches to succumb to its effects. Even a great Luo golden immortal would lose consciousness within a short time upon inhaling its essence. Only the mandragora flower possesses the antidote to this poison. Furthermore, its fruit can counteract all forms of deadly toxins in the world. Thus, this extraordinary innate spiritual root is a true treasure for those skilled in both medicine and poison. Su Changfeng lacked knowledge in both fields, rendering him fated to remain distant from this innate spiritual root. However, recalling how he acquired the schisandra, He thought that if he could find elite practitioners from both the medicinal and poison paths and harness their fortunes, he might just locate that spiritual root. Among the poison path, the most illustrious figure was undoubtedly the great Luo Golden Immortal Lyu Changfeng dared not seek out such a fearsome being at the great Luo Golden Immortal level. Otherwise, he might not only fail to uncover any clues, but could also end up falling into the clutches of that formidable entity. However, Su Changfeng was aware that within the medical path, there was another individual who could assist him, the Earth's sovereign, Shinnong, who resided in the Fire Cloud Cave, as a venerable sage of the human race who has traversed the myriad herbs and saved countless lives. He is indeed worthy of the title of the Grand Master of Medicine. However, Su Changfeng humbly acknowledges that he has no connection to the divine Shinnong. Seeking assistance from Shinnong may well entail turning to Emperor Xianyuan instead. Su Changfeng has always held a deep respect and gratitude towards this sovereign of humanity. The merit-laden treasure, the silken thread gifted to him in the past, has since become his fated treasure. Embodying the path of marital destiny, his cultivation and realm have ascended. Its potency has continually enhanced. The haunting scripture he has inherited has greatly aided him, perpetually guiding him towards enlightenment. This profound kindness is one he feels he can only repay upon reaching the great Luo or even attaining the status of a quasi-saint. It is said that one should not fear a multitude of debts, and thus Su Changfeng feels no pressure in seeking out Emperor Xianyuan. Gazing upon the mountain stream before him, he noted the absence of innate spiritual roots to serve as the formation's focal point. Consequently, the primordial array would gradually dissipate, and the spiritual essence of heaven and earth would eventually wither away, relegating the area to mere ordinariness. Therefore, he severed a branch from the five-flavor fruit and planted it within the original pit, nourishing it with spiritual rain. Using the spiritual roots branch as the focal point, he established a new formation. As the five-flavor branch took root in the soil, it began to sprout tender shoots under the nurturing rain. Thus, the secret realm of this formation was ultimately preserved. However, this spiritual root branch would likely no longer retain its primordial status, but would instead evolve into a postnatal spiritual root, although it would still function as a culinary spiritual root. It would lack the ability to suppress the flow of fortune. Yu Changfeng nodded, considering it a fortuitous opportunity for himself. In a flash, he transformed into a streak of crimson light and vanished from sight. Chapter 72. What brings you here? Su Changfeng's destination was the Fire Cloud Cave. Yet, as the foremost cave of the primordial world and a gathering place for human fortune, it was inaccessible to ordinary individuals without the emperor's permission. For this reason, Su Changfeng sought out Emperor Xianyuan. Thus, he calculated and located the nearest Xianyuan temple. Indeed, the Xianyuan temple was the optimal choice for an audience with His Majesty, the Emperor of Humanity. The Xianyuan temple, dedicated to the sacred emperor of the human race, could be found in every corner of the realm. Although Emperor Xianyuan did not rely on the offerings of incense, he still held affection for the human race. Leaving behind a trace of divine consciousness in each temple to receive the prayers of his Su Changfeng approached the temple. He rode upon clouds. However, upon seeing the dilapidated structure, he could not help but furrow his brow. It appeared that this place had fallen into disrepair for quite some time, and Xianyuan must have withdrawn his divine awareness from here. Nevertheless, he stepped inside, brushed the dust from his sleeves, and glanced at the statue of Xianyuan. Noticing remnants of incense, which eased his mind. The furnishings within the Xianyuan temple were quite simple. Apart from the statue of Xianyuan, there were two attendants, Shintu and Yulei. Speaking of Shintu and Yulei, it was known that these two were originally the leaders of malevolent spirits who had once allied with Qiyu, only to be captured during the Great Hunt and subsequently sought refuge with the Xianyuan clan. Due to their expertise in exorcising spirits, His Majesty Xianyuan conferred upon them the titles of guardians of the human race, tasked with protecting humanity from the encroachments of demons and malevolent entities. As a result, both nobility and commoners alike carved the images of Shintu and Yulei upon their doorways, rendering them the most revered deities among the human populace. However, Su Changfeng's concerns stem from the recollection of these two gatekeepers, who were also the Eastern Ghost Emperors. Yet, with the establishment of the Underworld still in its infancy, and the 5 ghost emperors yet to return. He had not given it much thought. However, now that fate had brought them together, he had a reason to seek an audience with the emperor. Observing the decayed table before the statue, Changfeng replaced it with a new one. Setting upon it an incense burner, fruits, and fresh flowers, he lit a stick of incense and bowed in reverence. I, Changfeng, seek an audience with the sacred Emperor Xianyuan. I humbly request your presence. The Xianyuan temple was enveloped in silence, devoid of any sound. Undeterred, Changfeng held the incense tightly and bowed deeply once more. Suddenly, the tattered statue of the emperor erupted with a golden light, and a pair of eyes gazed through the statue at him. "Little fox, what brings you here?" Xianyuan inquired, a smile gracing his features as Changfeng bowed and articulated his intentions. Simultaneously, he beseeched Emperor Xianyuan to permit the divine Shintu and Yulei to enter the underworld and become part of it. Regarding Changfeng's desire to meet the underworld's deity, Shinnong, Xianyuan found it unproblematic. In fact, they were rather eager to meet this unexpectedly intriguing little fox. However, what transpired next instilled a sense of unease in Xianyuan. He regarded Changfeng, unable to suppress his increasing urgency. "Are you certain? Are you certain you wish to make this decision? It is well known that the underworld is a realm of boundless merit, and even sages yearn to partake in its bounty. Yet, it is common knowledge that the realm of the underworld is the sovereign domain of the Holy Empress of Earth, unless absolutely necessary. Even sages would prefer not to offend her. Furthermore, the Emperor of Fengdu is the designated lord of this realm, handpicked by the Holy Empress of Earth. With her as a formidable ally, who would dare to provoke him?" Although Xianyuan understood the relationship between Changfeng and the Emperor of Fengdu, only the Holy Empress of Earth could make such a decision. That Xuanyuan's doubts regarding Changfeng's intentions were not without merit. For the fortune of the underworld, apart from the Holy Empress, resided entirely within the hands of the Emperor of Fengdu. If another ghost emperor were to be introduced, particularly one of such stature, it would inevitably lead to a sharing of the underworld's fortune with the Emperor of Fengdu, who would willingly relinquish their own fortune. Changfeng nodded, meeting Xuanyuan's gaze. "Your Majesty, I speak only the truth. The underworld not only requires governance over the realm of the dead, but also necessitates the presence of the 5 ghost emperors to oversee the 4 realms of the underworld. Shintu and Yulei, being fated to the underworld, conspired to suppress the eastern Peach Mountain. Changfeng had long since established an understanding with the Emperor of Fengdu, who had also consulted with the Empress Pingxin on this matter. The Empress Pingxin held no objections, entrusting everything to the Emperor of Fengdu. Thus, both Changfeng and the Emperor of Fengdu were aware that the Empress Pingxin would not interfere in the strife between the underworld and the realm of reincarnation. Such intervention would only provide opportunities for others to exploit. However, at present, the sages were preoccupied with the conferral of deities, leaving them little time to attend to other matters, which afforded the Emperor of Fengdu a brief respite. Yet, once the conferral concluded and the sages returned to their senses, they would undoubtedly seek to enter the underworld and divide its fortune. The machinations of the sages are destined to be inscrutable. As long as they so desire, they could effortlessly usurp the position of the Emperor of Fengdu and seize control of the underworld's power and fortune. This reality was clear to him. Hence, Changfeng chose to take the initiative rather than remain passive. Shintu and Yulei, being followers of Emperor Xianyuan and guardians of the heavenly way, would naturally not be subjected to any constraints. By actively conferring upon them the titles of ghost emperors, Changfeng signified their willingness to bring the Fire Cloud Cave under the management of the underworld. This was nothing short of a tremendous boon for the Fire Cloud Cave. Thus, upon receiving Changfeng's affirmative response, a mere thought from Xianyuan manifested Changfeng before him. Changfeng felt a whirl of sensations, as if the very heavens were spinning around him. When he regained his bearings, he found himself no longer within the Xianyuan temple, but in a vast, open expanse. In this boundless world, the atmosphere was infinite, and the fortune of humanity flowed like a celestial river. Suspended in the firmament, suppressing the myriad realms, countless merits coalesced into clouds, filling the skies and illuminating the earth. An abundance of faith transformed into golden blossoms, drifting gracefully with the wind. The entirety of this realm was dreamlike and profoundly awe-inspiring. Su Changfeng stood within a modest grass hut. Three figures sat upon thrones that seemed to meld with the very essence of this world. In the center sat a person with a countenance as gentle as jade, radiating boundless wisdom, while an ethereal bagua symbol spun behind him, seemingly elucidating the mysteries of the cosmos. To his left was a figure clad in animal skins, his dark skin emanating a brilliance akin to the blazing sun. On his right sat another, adorned with a crown and dragon robe, exuding an imperial majesty. These three were none other than the heavenly sovereign Fuxi, the divine Shennong, and the emperor of humanity. Su Changfeng immediately bowed in respect. Su Changfeng pays his respects to the three esteemed sovereigns. Rise, commanded Emperor Xianyuan, who, without further ado, employed his divine power to assist Su Changfeng to his feet. You truly wish to invite Shintu and Yulei to join the Underworld? Su Changfeng nodded in affirmation. The Underworld is a pivotal realm of the three worlds, governing life and death. The solitary strength of the Emperor of Fengdu is insufficient to subdue all. Chapter 73. This is no simple task. At present, the Underworld has only recently been established, with the position of the Yin God remaining vacant. There is insufficient power to dispatch more emissaries of the Underworld, allowing souls to wander freely and disrupt the balance of Yin and Yang. Your Majesty possesses immense powers and can undoubtedly perceive the bond between Shintu, Yulei, and the Underworld. I merely act in accordance with heavenly will. Upon hearing Su Changfeng's words, Xianyuan ceased further inquiries and turned his gaze towards Fuxi. Elder brother, what are your thoughts on this matter? Fuxi's countenance seemed to be shrouded in a veil of mystery, enigmatic and inscrutable, his gaze gentle yet brimming with wisdom. He nodded slightly. This situation benefits our human race. Yet I wonder what demands the Emperor of Fengdu might have. Su Changfeng articulated a response he had meticulously prepared, resonating with the sentiments of the Emperor of Fengdu in the Underworld. The Underworld wishes to establish city gods and land deities among humanity, with each city having its own city god and each village its land deity, overseeing the fortunes and misfortunes of the populace and guiding the souls of the deceased into the afterlife. Upon hearing this, Shennong's eyes sparkled with intensity, his gaze fixed intently on Su Changfeng, his earnest visage tinged with a hint of sharpness. Does the Underworld intend to interfere with the affairs of our human race? Xuanyuan's brow furrowed. I end bygone days. The Black Emperor Zhuanqiu severed the heavenly ladder to end the chaotic mingling of the human and divine races. Later, Daiyu established the 9-tripod array across the 9 provinces, utilizing the fortunes of humanity to suppress the celestial and demonic forces on our land, all to shield the human race from external influences. Now, with Su Changfeng proposing a city and a city god, it effectively places humanity under the control of the Underworld. This is intolerable. Fuxi maintained his composure, his eyes filled with sagacity. He shook his head. You ought to be well aware that we shall never acquiesce. The matters of humanity can only be resolved by humanity itself. This is our covenant with the sages, and even the Saint of Earth cannot alter this fact. Su Changfeng, however, harbored no disappointment regarding this outcome. Having mentally prepared himself, he respectfully bowed to the 3 sovereigns and confidently proclaimed, "What if the Underworld agrees that the city gods and land deities shall all be appointed by virtuous souls from our human race?" Upon hearing this, the 3 sovereigns radiated brilliance, and a river of time materialized around them. Within the currents, one could witness every human city guarded by its own city god in the darkness of night. Countless demons and malevolent spirits gazed hungrily at this spectacle, yet they were all kept at bay by the protective barriers of the city gods, with patrolling deities tirelessly safeguarding the citizens within. Moreover, in the remote villages nestled within deep mountains, the villagers worshipped day and night, brandishing their sacred staffs to combat the greedy demons, striving to prevent any disturbances that a cyclical relationship seemed to form. As the people devoutly revered the land of the city gods, while the city gods, in turn, protected their subjects, these 2 forces were interdependent yet distinctly separated, with the divine remaining hidden while the people offered their devotions. Witnessing this scene, the faces of the three sovereigns brightened with joy. Excellent. Their gazes shifted back to Su Changfeng, and no further words were exchanged. Fushi's voice rang out. The Underworld may establish a temple of land deities in the mortal realm for the people to worship. Yet, it must also protect the human race. Shinnong stated earnestly. The divine and mortal realms are distinct. City gods and land deities must not reveal themselves to humanity. They must not coerce or deceive the populace into worship. Nor may they take lives. Those who violate this shall face severe punishment. The Emperor of Humanity, Xin Yuan, concurred. The land of the city gods must not only be governed by humanity, but those in charge must also possess great virtue. Furthermore, the underworld must not intervene in mortal affairs, nor interfere with the rise and fall of dynasties. Upon hearing the requests of the three sovereigns, the voice of the Emperor of Fengdu resonated from the depths of the underworld. Reaching the fire cloud cave, I accede to the requests of the three sovereigns. A consensus was reached, and thus concluded the dealings between the fire cloud cave and the underworld. This marked the first convergence of human and underworld fortunes. The fortunes of humanity surged, and the fortunes of the human realm rejoiced, seemingly celebrating the transformations of the human race. The Lady of Balance immediately sensed the shift in the underworld's fortunes. She smiled faintly and waved her hand, erasing the heavenly secrets. As the controllers of human fortunes, the three sovereigns would not let this opportunity slip by. Consequently, apart from the other quasi-sages in the fire cloud cave, not even the saints were aware of this development. Seizing the moment while others were distracted, Shuntu and Yulei quietly slipped out of the fire cloud cave. After conferring with the Emperor of Fengdu, they journeyed to the eastern peach stop mountain of the underworld, where they established a ghostly palace and summoned myriad spirits to occupy the mountain. Simultaneously, the upper echelons of the human race received news. And one by one, temples of city gods silently rose in every city. These city gods were, without exception, beings of great virtue among humanity. In every village, a small temple dedicated to the land deity was erected, honoring the heroic spirits revered by the villagers. In an instant, the plight of humanity at the hands of demons diminished significantly. Moreover, those possessing the yin-yang divine eyes bore witness to the city gods leading ghostly soldiers to hunt down vengeful spirits and malevolent demons attempting to invade the cities. Driving them back, such occurrences rapidly spread throughout humanity. Across the lands, temples of land deities and city gods were constructed, flourishing with incense offerings that on one hand, these city gods were esteemed heroic spirits of humanity, deeply respected by the masses. On the other, they served to invoke the blessings of the city gods. The influence of the city gods expanded rapidly among the human race, flourishing with fervent devotion. The myriad deities of the wilderness began to awaken to the realization that the underworld had infiltrated humanity and taken root. What was even more astonishing was the indifference of the fire cloud cave towards this development, allowing the underworld to permeate the human realm. Of course, all of this transpired shortly thereafter. This moment, Su Changfeng was within the fire cloud cave, seeking assistance from the Earth Emperor Shinnong, inquiring about the whereabouts of the mandala. The underworld had already formed an alliance with the fire cloud cave. Shintu and Yulei had ventured to the underworld, becoming the spokespersons for the fire cloud cave. Meanwhile, the three sovereigns had permitted the underworld to establish a temple of land deities on human territory to safeguard humanity. Two forces intertwined, mutually constraining each other. Su Changfeng believed that this modest request would surely not be declined by the Earth Emperor Shinnong. However, he could never have anticipated that Shinnong possessed the mandala in his hands. Su Changfeng's expression immediately darkened. Innate spiritual roots were already scarce, let alone one capable of suppressing the fortunes of medicine. How could he dare to request Shinnong to bestow the mandala upon him? The mandala, I can grant to you. The voice of Shinnong resonated. Su Changfeng was initially overjoyed, but soon regained his composure and asked solemnly, "Might I inquire what your command is, your majesty? What would you have me do?" He could not believe that Shinnong would be so generous as to simply give him an innate spiritual root. Just as Su Changfeng had surmised, Shinnong spoke. You're to venture to the East Sea's Fajia Mountain and retrieve the young Lady Jingwei. Freeing her from her suffering, Su Changfeng was momentarily taken aback, surprised that Shin Nong would make such a request. However, he quickly furrowed his brow. This was no simple task. Your Majesty, please do not place me in a difficult position. Princess Jingwei swore an oath by the heavenly way, vowing not to fill the sea and not to seek freedom. How could I possibly lift this oath? Su Changfeng let out a wry smile. This Jingwei, originally named Envoi, had met her demise during a trip to the East Sea, drowning by accident. Unwilling to accept her fate, she swore to fill the East Sea. Her vengeful spirit transformed into a bird, tirelessly carrying stones and branches, ceaselessly casting them into the sea for tens of thousands of years, all in an effort to fill that vast expanse of water. Yet the East Sea was so immense that even if Mount Tai were thrown into it, it might not stir a single wave, let alone a mere bird. The Earth Emperor Shinnong, upon hearing Su Changfeng's words, did not refute him, but merely nodded in agreement. Indeed, with your strength, it is utterly impossible for you to accomplish this task. Su Changfeng chuckled wryly. Your Majesty, could you perhaps refrain from being so straightforward? Do not worry. I do not intend for you to undertake this alone. As he spoke, he retrieved a piece of flesh-colored earth from his bosom. You need only devise a way for Jingwei to bring this to the East Sea. It will instantly enlarge and fill the entire ocean. Only then can Jingwei regain her freedom. Is this the legendary Shirong that can grow indefinitely and never wither? Su Changfeng stared in astonishment. After hearing Shinnong's subsequent statements, Su Changfeng was rendered speechless, incredulously gazing at Shinnong. Your Majesty, do you mean to fill the East Sea with Shirong? This is tantamount to seeking death. Setting aside whether the Dragon King of the East Sea would let me off, it would certainly provoke the entire Dragon Clan into a frenzy. Moreover, if the East Sea were to be filled, billions of lives would perish. Even a sage would be forced to fall from the sacred realm by the overwhelming force of karmic retribution. What more? I am merely a small pawn. A few bolts of heavenly punishment would turn me to ash. Su Changfeng cast a glance at the two great sovereigns beside him, who were watching with interest, silently pondering. What is the meaning of this? Why are you not stopping me? If Shinnong truly succeeds, then not only he, but also the Shinnong clan, the Fire Cloud Cave, and even the entirety of humanity will be implicated. Emperor Fushi sat nearby. Smiling silently, Xian Yuan, witnessing Su Changfeng's agitation, hurriedly offered words of comfort. Do not fret. We are well prepared, and the impact will be minimal. My second brother has already refined the Shi Rang, and with but a thought, he can fill the East Sea, allowing Jingwei to fulfill her vow and reclaim it. There is no need to worry about the creatures of the sea. You need only borrow the Four Seas bottle from Princess Longji of the Heavenly Court, and you can capture the beings of the ocean within the bottle before replenishing the sea. Upon hearing Xian Yuan's words, Su Changfeng's brow finally unfurled. However, he still felt a sense of difficulty. Yet the Dragon Clan may not acquiesce. You must directly inform A.O. Guang that this is my intention. Shinnong waved his hand, a hint of pain flickering in his eyes as he gazed deeply towards the East Sea. Speaking in a low voice, should the Dragon Clan refuse, you may tell them it is time to repay their debts. In light of the alliance between our two clans, I have chosen not to pursue responsibility. But that does not mean I have forgotten. Su Changfeng was taken aback. Did this imply that the death of the girl was somehow connected to the Dragon Clan? Nevertheless, with the support of the Earth Emperor and the Shinnong clan, he found no reason to refuse. That he nodded resolutely. Since His Majesty Shinnong has made thorough preparations, then I, a humble immortal, shall do my utmost. I shall not disappoint your Majesty. Upon hearing Su Changfeng's words, Shinnong smiled with satisfaction. He directed the Shi Rang and another beam of green light towards Su Changfeng. Upon closer inspection, it was a small tree, no larger than a palm. Its crown was umbrella-shaped, with slender, supple branches adorned with countless golden flowers, their petals as thin as cicada wings and trumpet-shaped, clearly indicative of a primordial spiritual root. This mandala flower is bestowed upon you, however, to prevent you from being poisoned. You should first consume this mandala seed. Saying so, He handed Su Changfeng a seed the size of a sesame grain that Su Changfeng glanced at the mandala seed and obediently consumed it. This was an antidote impervious to all toxins. Perfect for countering venomous threats, he carefully accepted the mandala tree, his eyes brimming with delight. He had not anticipated that Shinnong would gift him a mandala tree in advance. It was indeed a pleasant surprise. He then turned his gaze to another piece of Shirang, attempting to grasp it, only to find it completely immovable, no matter how much strength he exerted. "Your Majesty, this?" Su Changfeng questioned, bewildered. How could it, a being of half-step Tai, fail to budge it even slightly? Shinnong stroked his beard with an air of pride. "My Shirang, each grain can transform into a great mountain, let alone this piece, which is sufficient to fill the entire East Sea. Just imagine its weight." Witnessing Su Changfeng's predicament, he unleashed a divine light upon the Shirang. "All right, quickly refine it. Only then will you be able to lift it." With Shinnong's assistance, Su Changfeng swiftly refined the first layer of restrictions on the Shirang, acquiring comprehensive knowledge of it. The Shirang, also known as Primordial Shirang, is a top-tier divine soil of the primordial era, capable of endless regeneration, much like the flesh of a Tai Sui. When a piece is cut away, it can regrow anew, hence its name, signifying soil that thrives eternally. Originally a treasure of Niwa, it was utilized to achieve the merit of humanity. Later, Fuxi gifted it to Shinnong. The Shinnong clan transformed this land into a garden of myriad herbs, filled with various spiritual grasses, medicinal plants, and enlightenment tea trees, before the Great Yu's flood control efforts. Yu's father, Gun, who served Emperor Shun in river management, proposed a strategy to dam the river. Thus, he sought out the Shinnong clan to procure a portion of Shirang, constructing a great mountain to block the flood. However, he did not anticipate that while the Shirang could indeed halt the flood, it could not withstand the ceaseless torrents. Soon, a mountain flood erupted, collapsing the entire mountain, causing untold suffering to the human populace. In response, Emperor Shun, enraged, exiled Gun to Yushan to appease the people's fury. Ultimately, Great Yu inherited his father's legacy, leading humanity to cleave mountains and split stones, directing the flood into the sea. The endeavor of flood control was thus accomplished. Shinnong lent the Shirang to Su Changfeng precisely to fulfill his wish. What a benevolent father! Su Changfeng sighed, holding the Shirang. Yet since the Earth Emperor and the Shinnong clan had already prepaid the reward, he must act swiftly to fulfill this task. Consequently, he bid farewell to the three sovereigns and departed from the Fire Cloud Cave. He planned a journey to West Kunlun to borrow the Four Seas bottle from Princess Longji. Chapter 75. We have great use. The human Emperor Xian Yuan waved his hand, signaling Su Changfeng to leave. When he regained his senses, he found himself in the Xian Yuan temple. Su Changfeng was utterly bewildered. Logically, he should have been heading to West Kunlun. So how had he returned? As he pondered this, he suddenly felt a gaze upon him. "Who is it?" Su Changfeng shouted, following the direction of the gaze. It flickered away, but he soon noticed the statue of Shinta beside the human emperor's likeness. Su Changfeng paused, initially thinking it was Shintu, but quickly sensed a faint aura of demonic energy emanating from the statue. A thought crossed his mind. Could it be that a demon was possessing the Shinta statue, spying on him? He immediately expanded his consciousness, centering it on the temple, searching within a 100-mile radius to uncover the identity of the audacious being daring enough to intrude upon Shintu's sacred statue. Soon, he discerned something amiss. 30 miles outside the Xian Yuan temple stood two towering trees, each grand and imposing. One a peach tree, the other a willow. They appeared quite ordinary, yet Su Changfeng's divine sense probed beneath the surface and discovered that their roots had spread 30 miles away. Their roots had reached the very foundation of the Xian Yuan temple, intertwining with the two stone statues. These trees had flourished here for millennia, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, the vitality of sun and moon, and by attaching themselves to the statue, had absorbed a vast amount of incense, achieving the cultivation of an early celestial being. The peach spirit among them had been spying on Su Changfeng through the statue. Unaware that it would be discovered, Su Changfeng snorted coldly, locking onto the two demons with his divine sense. How audacious! You dare to steal the incense of Shun Tu and engage in such trickery here. Do you not fear the wrath of the great Emperor Xian Yuan and Shin Tu? The peach spirit and willow demon trembled in fear, repeatedly pleading for mercy. Please spare us, immortal. We meant no offense. We are merely the tree spirits of By chance. We gained sentience, and, finding the path of cultivation arduous, sought to possess a divine statue, leveraging the power of incense to advance our cultivation. We understand our wrongdoing. Please, immortal, spare our lives. Su Changfeng gazed thoughtfully at the two kneeling demons. Xian Yuan summoning him back must have been to resolve this matter. What then should he do? Eliminate them. Such a pity, for both possessed commendable talents and abilities. The ability of listening wind was a highly practical auxiliary skill. His own divine senses, of desire, perception, and hearing, though possessing similar capabilities, primarily focused on seizing attention rather than detection. Thus, upon encountering these two tree demons, he felt a stir of interest. He bowed respectfully to the statue of Xian Yuan. Your Majesty, how shall we handle these two demons? Xian Yuan's voice emanated from the statue. Decide for yourself. Do not consult me. With that, the statue fell silent. Understood. Su Changfeng clasped his hands in acknowledgement. Turning to the two tree demons, he addressed them. Since His Highness Xian Yuan has entrusted me with your fate, how shall I dispose of you? Upon hearing the words of the peach spirit and willow demon, they immediately pleaded for mercy. Great immortal, spare our lives. We can see and hear everything within the realm of the cosmos. As long as you bypass us, we vow to ever follow your lead and never betray you again. Su Changfeng raised an eyebrow, feigning surprise. Oh, I did not anticipate you possess such abilities. It appears you may indeed be of some use. Indeed, indeed. We are of great use. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to command us. The two demons nodded in agreement, as Su Changfeng's eyes gleamed with interest as he ceased his teasing and spoke directly. If that is the case, then follow me. However, should you dare to defy my orders or betray me, I shall uproot you and extract your soul, casting it into the abyss, where you shall never attain rebirth. Su Changfeng's gaze was piercing as he issued this cold warning. To his words, the two beasts trembled, repeatedly assuring him they would not dare. Now that Su Changfeng had accepted these two demons, he could not allow their true forms to remain here, as it would become their fatal weakness. Thus, he summoned his powers, uprooting the two majestic trees that stretched for 30 miles and placing them into his embrace. Witnessing this scene, the two demons were filled with profound admiration for Su Changfeng, and they eagerly requested names. Do you not already possess names? Su Changfeng inquired, slightly taken aback. The peach spirit shook her head. We have resided atop Chessboard Mountain for many years, rarely venturing out. Thus, names have been of little necessity. However, since we are following you, let us bestow a name upon you. Seeing this, Su Changfeng did not refuse and presented names that originally belonged to them. Since both of you possess keen eyesight and acute hearing, you shall be named Gao Ming and Gao Ju. Upon hearing this, the two demons' eyes sparkled with delight as they exclaimed, Thank you for bestowing names upon us. Henceforth, we shall be known as Gao Ming and Gao Ju. With their new names, Gao Ming and Gao Ju accompanied Su Changfeng on their swift journey to Kunlun Mountain. Guided by the two, Su Changfeng soon arrived at Longyue City in the western Kunlun region. Longyue City, also known as Kunlun Fairy Island, is situated in the west of Kunlun Mountain at the heart of the Black Sea. It is a grand fairy city, entirely adorned in moonlight white, with walls crafted from precious Kunlun white jade. Within, jade trees and celestial branches flourish, while numerous azure birds and phoenixes flit among the boughs, singing melodiously as if in chorus. Aside from male immortals like Su Changfeng, the city is predominantly inhabited by female immortals, resembling a fairy realm akin to a land of daughters. This celestial city was established by the West Queen Mother. In the primordial age, female immortals were significantly weaker than their male counterparts. Thus, the West Queen Mother built this city to provide sanctuary for the female immortals of the wilderness, earning her the title of West Queen Mother. Su Changfeng's current objective is Princess Longji. Although she holds the esteemed position of the Emperor's daughter, she remains in Longyue City Yaoqi Wonderland, cultivating under the West Queen Mother. Longyue City does not reject male immortals. Yet it is not particularly welcoming either. Upon Su Changfeng and Gao Ming and Gao Ju's arrival, many female immortals cast their gazes upon them. Disinterested in the city, Su Changfeng sought out the guarding fairy. Clarifying his purpose, Chapter 76. Please, fellow Taoist, proceed above the Black Sea. Darkness enveloped the skies. Within the splendid fairy palace of Longyue City's Yaoqi Wonderland, a breathtakingly beautiful and noble female immortal sat cross-legged with her eyes closed. Moments later, she furrowed her brow and opened her eyes. "Qingwan, what brings you here?" A female immortal clad in azure feathered robes entered respectfully. Reporting to the princess, a male immortal has arrived from outside, claiming to be the moonlit immortal, sent by the holy Emperor Shennong to pay his respects to the princess. The moonlit immortal? Princess Longji's expression turned puzzled as she wondered, is he the newly appointed deity of marital connections? And what of the Shennong clan? Nevertheless, despite her doubts, she could not refuse a summons from Shennong. Thus, she nodded. "Please lead the way." The Qingwan fairy complied and exited. Moments later, she returned with Su Changfeng in tow. This was Su Changfeng's first encounter with Princess Longji. Her cultivation had reached the mid-stage of Golden Immortal. Her aura is steady, indicating a period of consolidation. Although her cultivation was inferior to his, she approached him and clasped her fists in greeting. "I have the honor to meet the princess." Princess Longji had long heard of Su Changfeng's renowned name, and upon seeing him now, she was taken aback by his even greater strength, fellow Taoist. "You need not stand on ceremony. I had heard 300 years ago that you had just achieved golden immortal status, yet I am astonished to see today that your cultivation has leaped forward, now merely a step away from Tai. Compared to you, my cultivation is indeed too low." Su Changfeng humbly responded, "Princess, you flatter me. The progress I have made is entirely due to the teachings of the pure Yang sage over the past 300 years. It is hardly worthy of mention." Hearing this, Princess Longji sighed with envy. "Fellow Taoist, you are indeed fortunate." Then she shifted the topic to, "I hear you come on behalf of the holy emperor of the human race. What matter brings you here?" Su Changfeng promptly clasped his fists. "Princess, you must have heard of Shennong's daughter, Jingwei. I have come regarding this matter." Princess Longji nodded, but felt perplexed that Su Changfeng disclosed the truth. "I have come at the behest of Shennong to assist his daughter in her predicament." The Four Seas bottle? Princess Longji was initially taken aback. Then, as if recollecting something, her gaze towards Su Changfeng was filled with astonishment. Could it be that Shennong intends to use the Four Seas bottle to contain the East Sea? She quickly inquired. Su Changfeng nodded in affirmation. "The princess's Four Seas bottle can hold all the waters of the world. I have borrowed this water in advance, drawing in all the water from the East Sea to allow Jingwei to fulfill her vow to fill the sea. Rest assured, the three emperors of Huiyan Cave have already agreed that once Jingwei completes the filling of the East Sea, it will return to its original state, avoiding any wrath." Upon hearing this, Princess Longji did not refuse. She flipped her wrist, revealing a blue porcelain treasure bottle. "Since the three holy emperors of Huiyan Cave have spoken thus, I cannot refuse. You may use this to rescue Shennong's daughter." She then conveyed the secret command to control the bottle to Su Changfeng. However, as this bottle was a treasure of Princess Longji, Su Changfeng could not refine it. He could only control it using the command. After receiving the Four Seas bottle, Su Changfeng bid farewell to Princess Longji, with the treasure bottle in hand, accompanied by Gao Ming and Gao Ju. He hastened towards the East Sea to prepare for the rescue of the young girl. As for why Princess Longji was untroubled by the prospect of the Four Seas bottle being borrowed without return. She believed in Su Changfeng's assurance backed by the three human emperors, thus harboring no concerns. Moreover, Princess Longji had already refined the Four Seas bottle. Should anyone attempt to refine it for ownership, it would immediately break free and return to her. This was also why Princess Longji felt comfortable allowing Su Changfeng to take the treasure bottle, with Gao Ming and Gao Ju leading the way. Su Changfeng encountered no obstacles and swiftly reached his destination. After a frenzied dash, he finally arrived at the East Sea. Upon reaching the East Sea, Su Changfeng certainly could not simply use the treasure bottle to contain the entire sea. Otherwise, the East Sea Dragon King Ao Guang, a great Luo golden immortal, would undoubtedly be the first to seek his demise. Thus, he easily approached the entrance of the underwater dragon palace, but a visitor from the heavenly court. "Please announce your arrival," came a voice as ancient as time. Upon hearing that a figure from the heavenly court had arrived, General Crab prepared to enter the palace to report. Yet, before he could do so, the eldest prince, Ao Jia, proactively approached to greet Su Changfeng. "Long have I admired you. The young dragon, following my father's command, has come to escort you. Please, this way." Su Changfeng nodded slightly, offering a faint smile. "Thank you for your trouble." Once back in the Dragon Palace, before Su Changfeng had a chance to pay his respects, Ao Guang stepped down from his throne with a warm smile. "A distinguished guest has arrived. Fellow Taoist Moonlit, it has been quite some time since your last visit to the Dragon Palace. Now that you have entered the heavenly court, you and this old dragon serve together as officials. I have yet to extend my congratulations. Your esteemed presence warrants a longer stay, allowing this old dragon to offer proper hospitality." The Dragon King spoke with warmth and amiability. Su Changfeng clasped his fists in response. "No need for such formalities, Dragon King. I have come for a matter of great importance, and I kindly ask for your assistance." "Not at all, my friend. Feel free to speak. The old dragon shall certainly lend his utmost support," the Dragon King proclaimed with great generosity. Upon hearing this, Su Changfeng smiled faintly and produced the Four Seas bottle that "I humbly ask for the Dragon King's understanding. I have come at the behest of the Earth Emperor Shennong to resolve the entanglements of millennia past." The Dragon King consented, permitting the young immortal to temporarily substitute the East Sea with this bottle. However, upon seeing the vessel, the smile on the Dragon King's face abruptly froze, disbelief etched across his features. The Four Seas bottle. It should be with Princess Longji. How could Su Changfeng possess it? As he processed Su Changfeng's assertion that Shennong's command was genuine, his expression darkened. The events of yesteryear. How could there be causality from 10,000 years ago? A subtle, enigmatic smile curled at the corners of Su Changfeng's mouth. "Dragon King, have you forgotten about Jingwei?" Yet Shennong has never overlooked this matter. Upon hearing the name Jingwei, the Dragon King's countenance immediately soured. For this incident had indeed placed the Dragon Clan in a position of blamed in the past, when the Human Clan and the Dragon Clan allied. The former's strength paled in comparison to what it is today. Nevertheless, the Dragon Clan, in their pride, looked down upon the humans, forbidding them from appearing upon the sea's surface. Otherwise, a monstrous wave would rise, drowning those aboard vessels. The humans dwelling by the sea suffered greatly, sending envoys to their ancestral grounds to lodge complaints with Shennong, accusing the Dragon Clan of their transgressions. However, at that time, the Human Clan was besieged by plagues, and Shennong was tirelessly scouring the wilderness for medicinal herbs, making it no easy task for him to respond. Hearing of the plight, Shennong's daughter volunteered to venture to the East Sea to negotiate with the Dragon Clan. Yet the outcome was all too clear. The girl was swallowed by a colossal wave before even laying eyes upon the Dragon Clan's leaders. This incident soured relations between the Dragon and Human clans, leading their alliance to the brink of collapse. Ultimately, Shennong suppressed his sorrow and anger to reconcile with the Dragon Clan, striving to prevent further assaults on the humans at sea. This afforded the Human Clan more time, and under the guidance of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, they finally secured their position as the dominant race. Initially, the humans refrained from mentioning this matter, and the Dragon Clan gradually forgot it as well. Even some young dragons, upon seeing the Jingwei bird attempting to fill the sea with stones, would mock its ignorance and folly. After all, the ocean is boundless, and relying solely on stones is insufficient to achieve such a task. However, upon Su Changfeng's mention of this matter, the Dragon King was reminded of this unpleasant history. He cast a glance at the Four Seas bottle in Su Changfeng's grasp, his expression darkening further. Could it be that the Human Emperor truly intends to fill my East Sea? Su Changfeng nodded, then shook his head nonchalantly. Jingwei pledged to fill the East Sea. To free her from her plight, the entire East Sea must be filled. But fear not, Dragon King. This is only temporary. Once Jingwei fulfills her vow and her resentment dissipates, This place will return to its former state. Hearing this, the Dragon King's demeanor softened slightly. Though reluctant, he begrudgingly nodded. For the sake of the Flame Emperor, I certainly cannot obstruct you. Please, my friend beneath the moon. Await a moment while I secure the Dragon Palace, and then you may proceed. With that, he vanished in a flash, appearing upon the sea's surface. With a wave of his hand, a massive clamshell emerged outside the Dragon Palace, enveloping the Crystal Palace before swiftly shrinking, ultimately resting in the Dragon King's grasp. You may proceed, my friend beneath the moon. The Dragon King gestured, speaking. Chapter 77. The capriciousness of fate. Su Changfeng remained indifferent to the Dragon King's attitude. After all, what pleasant demeanor could one expect when their abode and land are dismantled? Even if restoration were possible, one must endure. Yet all of this was merely the Dragon Clan's own doing. Now, he was simply paying the price for his actions. He clasped his hands in respect to the Dragon King, a smile gracing his face. Please wait a moment. I shall go to Jushan and summon Jingwei, and then we will fill this sea. With that, he transformed into a streak of red light, flying toward the resting place of the Jingwei bird. 300 miles north of the East Sea lies a grand mountain, plunging into the ocean, known as Fagia Mountain. Upon this mountain resides a divine bird resembling a crow, with a white head, red beak, and feet. The Jingwei bird is the spirit of the Flame Emperor's daughter, who perished beneath the East Sea's towering waves, harboring deep-seated hatred for the East. It tirelessly transports stones from the Western Mountains, casting them into the ocean, seeking to level the East Sea. Yet the vastness of the ocean renders such a quest futile, as the task is insurmountable with mere stones and branches. Upon arriving at Fagia Mountain, Su Changfeng fortuitously encountered the Jingwei bird, which was in the midst of carrying a stone toward the sea. After emerging from the water, the bird cast a fierce glare at the surface before tossing a stone into the depths. Yet it merely stirred up a small splash, quickly swallowed by the ocean's embrace. Undeterred, the Jingwei bird returned to the mountain day after day, clutching a twig, and plunged once more into the sea. Su Changfeng closely followed, observing that the Jingwei bird had completely lost awareness. Driven solely by a relentless determination to cast stones into the water, he withdrew his gaze and offered a respectful gesture toward the Jingwei bird. Expressing his apologies, "Forgive me," a large net woven from red silk flew from his hands, ensnaring the Jingwei bird within. Despite its struggles, Su Changfeng refused to relent, dragging it deeper into the East Sea. Upon reaching Ao Guang, a smile graced his face. "I have kept you waiting." Ao Guang shook his head, glancing at the struggling Jingwei bird with a complex expression. "What are your intentions?" In one hand, Su Changfeng held the Four Seas bottle, while the other clutched a mass of flesh-colored clay. He smiled at the Dragon King, eagerly awaiting his response. "The rest now depends on Jingwei herself." With that, he retracted the red threads binding the Jingwei. The bird, evidently furious at her captor, unleashed a torrent of flames from her beak. Su Changfeng swiftly dodged, and another red thread shot forth, connecting him to the Jingwei. The thread emitted a soft crimson glow, and the bird's gaze towards Su Changfeng softened considerably, refraining from further aggression. Seeing the Jingwei calm down, Su Changfeng stepped forward, offering the clay. He spoke earnestly. "Jingwei, use this to fill the ocean." The Jingwei bird turned her head, curiously regarding Su Changfeng and the clay in his hand. Whether she understood or not remained uncertain. Yet at that moment, she accepted the clay from his grasp. Unfurling her wings and soaring skyward, it seemed she sensed something, her voice growing increasingly jubilant as she proclaimed victory over the sea. Simultaneously, Su Changfeng hurled the Four Seas bottle into the ocean. The precious vessel sank beneath the waves, vanishing from sight, as Su Changfeng formed seals with his hands, reciting incantations. Before long, a colossal whirlpool erupted on the previously tranquil sea surface. The whirlpool appeared to be an abyss, siphoning the surrounding waters. Countless sea creatures, caught unawares, were swiftly drawn into its depths. All the immortals above the East Sea were stirred from their reverie, especially the disciples of the Jiejiao, who turned their gazes toward the source of the commotion. They watched in horror as the sea waters rapidly receded, the surface lowering steadily, and hastened to investigate. The Jingwei bird seemed to declare something, casting the clay into the ocean. Initially, the clay appeared unchanged. Yet upon reaching the seabed, it expanded at a visible rate, transforming into a colossal underwater peak. The clay frantically compressed the ocean as the four seas bottle morphed into an endless void, absorbing all the seawater. The two forces appeared to be in competition, yet also in mutual support, aiming to completely eradicate this expanse of ocean. The cultivators, drawn by the commotion, stood stupefied, gazing at the vanishing East Sea. Unable to utter a word, those living on the islands, witnessing the swiftly diminishing waters revealing vast stretches of land, were utterly at a loss for how to respond. Ultimately, after half a day, the vast East Sea had completely vanished. The ocean's chasms were entirely filled by the clay, forming a new continent that connected with the primordial land. The denizens of the East Sea, witnessing their celestial islands transformed into terrestrial mountains, were left in tears, bewildered by the turn of events. What on earth is happening? Only the sacred domain located on the Golden Ao Island remained unscathed, under the influence of the sage's power. Golden Ao Island seemed to have transcended the current space-time continuum. Much like a mirage, it intertwined with a newly emerged continent, remaining undisturbed by its transformations. The sage residing on the island appeared indifferent to the upheavals in the East Sea, allowing it to transform into land. As Changfeng took out the Four Seas bottle, glanced at the small vial, and could not help but exclaim in admiration. Who would have thought that this diminutive bottle could absorb all the seawater and life from the East Sea? Moreover, it did not end there. The most significant aspect was its capacity to contain the waters of the Four Seas. At that moment, the Jingwei bird in the sky, observing the ocean that had entirely turned into land below, soared joyfully, emitting a wailing cry as if to vent its inner dissatisfaction. It let out a long lament, seemingly declaring its vengeance to the heavens, proclaiming its own conclusion. Jingwei appeared somewhat fatigued from its flight. Gently landing on the ground, its red claws scratching restlessly, as if seeking confirmation at the tea last, a tear flowed from its eye, dropping onto the ground. Simultaneously, the resentment within dissipated, and a beam of golden light descended from the heavens. Jingwei's form transformed into that of a beautiful maiden, seemingly no more than 15 years of age. Meanwhile, the assembled immortals gazed upon the maiden before them, their hearts stirred with a sudden realization. It turned out that this Jingwei had perished in the quest to fill the sea, and was enshrined by the heavenly way as the deity of the seas. The maiden opened her eyes, a flicker of reminiscence passing through her gaze, her expression shifting until it culminated in a sigh. She then addressed the heavenly way, saying, "Heavenly way above, from this day forth, I shall be known as the deity Jingwei." No longer bearing the name of a mere girl, a thunderous clap resounded, as if in response to her declaration. Following this, Jingwei turned to Su Changfeng and bowed deeply. "Thank you, fellow Taoist, for saving my life. I am eternally grateful." Su Changfeng promptly assisted her to her feet. "There is no need for such formalities, princess. I merely acted in accordance with my duty and require no gratitude from you." His rescue of Jingwei was orchestrated by Shinnong, and even in his absence, others could have stepped in. Shinnong had already bestowed upon him ample rewards, including the innate spiritual root known as mandala. Thus, he did not dare claim this credit for himself. Jingwei shook her head. "Regardless, I owe you a debt of gratitude that I can never forget." As she spoke, she gazed upon the land beneath her feet and sighed. "Is this truly the sea? Back then, I braved tremendous storms to confront the Dragon King, demanding to know why he barred our people from reaching the shore and allowed our kin to drown, only to meet my own demise in the ocean. Yet I never imagined that one day, this place would transform into land. Such is the capriciousness of fate." She glanced at Su Changfeng. Chapter 78. Thus, I wish to meet her fellow Taoist. Now that I have been liberated, I implore you to restore this place to the sea. After all, the beings within the ocean are innocent and should not suffer the same calamity because of me. Su Changfeng nodded slightly, a smile gracing his lips. Now that is the right sentiment. He bent down, placing his hands on the ground, murmuring incantations. Beneath Su Changfeng's palms, Peaks of mountains began to converge toward his hands with remarkable speed. As if they were made of pliable clay, in the blink of an eye, the entirety of the EC was filled with the soil of the earth, transforming into a small lump of mud in Su Changfeng's grasp. The ocean floor of the EC was fully revealed, replaced by a parched seabed. Su Changfeng stood aloft, inverting the four seas bottle, from which the seawater flowed forth like a river, cascading over the seabed. Countless panicked sea creatures darted about. Though uninjured, they were clearly frightened. Observing this scene stirred something within Su Changfeng, prompting him to infuse his magical energy into the four seas bottle. His power waned. 1/5 of the seawater within the jade bottle was finally refined into an endless essence of true water. This was yet another function of the four seas bottle, to extract seawater and transform it into the purest essence of water. Once the water was fully poured out, Su Changfeng sprinkled the true water upon the surface of the sea, serving as a form of compensation for the frightened beings. The essence of water, derived from countless waters, was a rare spiritual water for aquatic beings, capable of enhancing their qualities and elevating their cultivation. Thus, as the true water rained down, innumerable small aquatic creatures surfaced, eagerly gulping down the precious liquid. Simultaneously, their grievances towards Su Changfeng evaporated. If they could obtain more true water, they would gladly endure the fright once more. As Su Changfeng felt a sense of relief. This truly was no simple task. He had nearly depleted all his magical energy. If he were to attempt it again, he might very well become a mere salted fish. Having completed his task, Su Changfeng was in high spirits. Moreover, the mandala tree now belonged to him. However, upon glancing at the surrounding cultivators brimming with resentment, he felt a chill run down his spine. Not only was fighting out of the question, even soaring through the clouds would be a daunting endeavor. Observing the surrounding immortals, he did not doubt that he was being besieged. Yet his concerns proved to be unfounded. In the next instant, both Jing Wei and he vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, Gao Ming and Gao Ju transformed back into their true forms within Su Changfeng's grasp. When Su Changfeng regained consciousness, he found himself in the fire cloud cave heaven. The three sovereigns regarded the two with smiles upon their faces, particularly Shen Nong, whose gaze was fixed intently on Jing Wei. His eyes glistening with unshed tears. Poor child! Jing Wei, her eyes reddened, dashed forward and embraced her father, bursting into tears. The onlooker smiled at the reunion of his father and daughter. The emotions of the three sovereigns caused a seismic shift in the realm of the fire cloud cave heaven. The laws of heaven and earth seemed to rejoice, showering down spiritual rain, with golden petals falling and golden lotuses blooming. Within the cave, the wood energy surged, the flora grew wildly, teeming with life, a manifestation of the power of Qingdi Fushi. The blazing sun in the sky radiated dazzling golden light. It was not blinding. Rather, it exuded a warm vitality, continuously releasing solar energy that nourished the earth. This was the law of the flame Emperor Shinon. The earth, representing all things, rejoiced as well. The soil path of Xinyuan erupted with golden lotuses, as 3 of the 5 elemental sovereigns. Their emotional fluctuations were enough to alter the very fabric of heaven and earth. In an instant, the realm was awash with jubilation. Su Changfeng gazed upon the world before him, feeling a profound sense of awe for this vast and wondrous realm. The Fire Cloud Cave was not merely a paradise. It was a grand world jointly created by the 3 ancestors, the 3 sovereigns, the 5 emperors, and the ancestral sages of humankind, rivaling the realms established by sages in the chaos. Beneath the celestial mountains where the 3 sovereigns resided, one could see densely packed farmlands. Wooden houses, thatched cottages, and stone dwellings serve as abodes for the ancestral sages of humankind. The Yu Chao clan was one of the 3 great progenitors of humanity, having built homes for them. The Ziyi clan and the Jiangua clan often worked together, weaving various exquisite garments. Many of the ancestral sages toiled in the fields just like ordinary farmers. Without the use of any magical power, this place resembled a paradise for humanity, where daybreak heralded work and twilight signaled rest, free from worries. After conversing with Shen Nong, Jing Wei stepped forward to return the soil of rest to him. Your Majesty Shinnong, my mission has been completed, and I hereby return the soil of rest to you. Though he coveted the soil, he knew it belonged to Shinnong and dared not claim it as his own. Shinnong, upon seeing his daughter, was immeasurably joyful. He gently patted Jingwei's head and then glanced at the soil of rest presented by Su Changfeng, shaking his head. No need. From this moment forth, the soil of rest is yours. Su Changfeng was taken aback by these words, raising his gaze in disbelief at Shinnong. The nine-heaven soil of rest, the very soil used by Nuwa to create humanity. Additionally, Shinnong tasted all herbs. And do you control the waters, leading to Jingwei's endeavor to fill the sea? Could it be that Shinnong truly intends to bestow this upon me? Your Majesty, I have already accepted your spiritual root. The mandala. I cannot greedily accept this soil of rest as well. I implore you to take it back, despite his reluctance. Su Changfeng restrained himself, resolutely offering it back with both hands. He had severed ties with Shinnong, and thus had no intention of claiming the nine-heaven soil of rest. Shinnong shook his head, his tone laced with disdain. What I give you, you shall accept. However, I have a condition. Your Majesty, what is your command? Shinnong gazed at his daughter, his eyes brimming with affection. I want you to take Jingwei with you, to ensure her safety. Upon hearing these words, Su Changfeng's face displayed a look of astonishment. Father? Jingwei was equally taken aback, utterly unable to comprehend why her father would make such a decision. Shinnong gently stroked his daughter's forehead and continued, You are the god of the sea appointed by heaven's deity. Oh, it is impossible for me to keep you by my side forever. Furthermore, I do not wish to confine you to this world. The primordial realm is where you truly belong. It is there that you will flourish. Even without your father in the future, you will possess the strength to protect yourself from harm. Additionally, I hope you will fulfill your divine duty, safeguarding those who dwell in the ocean, ensuring they are no longer harmed by its depths. Jingwei paused for a moment, but ultimately nodded. What father says goes. As the daughter of Shinnong, her bond with humanity was profound. How could she refuse her father's request to protect the people of the ocean? Shinnong cast a satisfied glance at his daughter, then turned to Su Changfeng. That I cannot leave the fire cloud cave, so I entrust you with the remaining elite. Do you accept this responsibility? Naturally, Su Changfeng was more than willing to exchange the Shirong for this task. Moreover, as long as he took good care of Jingwei, it would be tantamount to having the backing of a quasi-saint like Shinnong, something he could hardly wish for more. Thus, he clasped his hands respectfully. As long as you wish, I will do my utmost to ensure her safety. Upon hearing Su Changfeng's words, Shinnong nodded slightly. Then I entrust my daughter to you. Following this, Su Changfeng witnessed the true nature of the celestial aristocracy. Shinnong produced a collection of spiritual treasures and elixirs from his robe and presented them to Jingwei. The exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the Shinnong Ding, the superior innate spiritual treasure, the Baichao Whip, and the supreme spiritual treasure, the Sun Golden Wheel. Several gourds of Baichao Dan, all personally refined by Shinnong, possess the powers of detoxification and enhancement of cultivation. Subsequently, the heavenly Emperor Fuxi bestowed upon her another innate spiritual treasure, the Dragon River Map and the Phoenix Cither, along with the supreme postnatal treasure. These two innate treasures were seized from Qiyu by the Xianyuan clan during the Battle of the Deer. Su Changfeng looked on, both envious and amazed. Truly, they were the children of the celestial realm. Each treasure in the outside world would be coveted by the Deluo, yet here in Jingwei's possession, they were as plentiful as trinkets, with such an abundance of supreme treasures for protection and Baichao Dan to consume like candy. There was no need for Su Changfeng to shield her. Rather, it should be the other way around. Having completed his mission, Su Changfeng prepared to bid farewell to the three sovereigns, as he still needed to return the Four Seas bottle to Princess Longji. Jingwei, for the time being, would remain in the Fire Cloud Cave to reunite with Shinnong and the others before seeking out Su Changfeng again. This time, Su Changfeng would not need to make another trip to the western Kunlun. For with a wave of Shinnong's hand, he was brought to the outskirts of Kunlun Longyue City. There he was reunited with Princess Longji. Upon receiving the Four Seas bottle, she marveled at Su Changfeng's accomplishments. Friend, you have truly made a grand gesture, filling the eastern sea to the brim. Even the West has heard of it. Su Changfeng cupped his fists in gratitude. Your Highness is too kind. The success of this endeavor is entirely due to your four seas bottle and the Shirong of the Earth Sovereign Shinon. I, as a mere wanderer, am unworthy of such praise. As he spoke, he produced a gourd and presented it to Princess Longji. Your Highness, within this gourd lies the Baichao Dan gifted to you by His Majesty Shinon. Please accept it. Though not as renowned as the 9 Revolutions Golden Elixir, the Baichao Dan was still a rare treasure in the primordial world. Thus, when Princess Longji beheld the full gourd of elixirs, she could not help but feel a flutter of excitement. Ultimately, she accepted the elixirs with a smile. Since it is a gift from the Holy Emperor of Humanity, I shall not be polite. As Su Changfeng had returned the Four Seas bottle, he naturally intended to take his leave. However, he did not depart just yet. Instead, he requested Princess Longji's assistance. Might I trouble you to introduce me to the 100 Flowers Fairy? You wish to meet Sister Baiwa? Princess Longji expressed her surprise, as Su Changfeng did not conceal his intention. Nodding in affirmation, I have an opportunity linked to the 100 Flowers Fairy, and thus I wish to meet her. Chapter 79. What a windfall. Su Changfeng desired an audience with the 100 Flowers Fairy. Princess Longji was willing to facilitate the introduction. However, the 100 Flowers Fairy did not reside within Longyu City. Instead, she dwelled in the 100 Flowers Valley, east of the Black Sea, outside Kunlun Fairy Island. Following Princess Longji, they soared over the Black Seas. Su Changfeng observed the azure Chilan steed ridden by Princess Longji. He felt a pang of longing for the 2-winged birds back home. The speed of this divine beast's flight far surpassed that of cloud riding, had it not been for Princess Longji intentionally slowing the Chilan's pace. He feared he would struggle to keep up. Reflecting on this, he pondered how to acquire a superior flight technique, for he did not wish to find himself unable to escape in times of peril. The notion of summoning the ghostly gates and using the underworld as a transit point was undeniably cumbersome. He wished to avoid such complications in the future, of course. He understood that such matters could not be rushed, so he temporarily set them aside in his mind. Accompanying Princess Longji, they traversed the Black Sea and arrived at a gorge along its coast. The Black Sea was icy and biting, yet within this gorge, it was a perpetual spring, suffused with primordial spiritual energy. Before their eyes bloomed an array of vibrant flowers: peonies, flowering crabapples, roses, peach blossoms, and plum blossoms, among others, each representing the season in which they blossomed. Su Changfeng marveled at the resplendent 100 Flowers Valley, truly living up to its name. Moreover, he sensed that the flowers were arranged according to a certain formation, each bloom a perennial celestial flower, intricately connected to the array enveloping the entire valley. Different formations intertwined harmoniously, including a formation utilizing flowers embodying the 5 elements and another embodying the cyclical nature of the seasons, akin to the 12 zodiac formations. Had Su Changfeng not gained some understanding of formations, he might not have discerned these intricate patterns, and there were likely even more formations he failed to recognize. It seemed that the 100 Flowers Fairy was indeed a master of formations. Su Changfeng mused silently. Who dares to intrude upon the 100 Flowers Valley? Suddenly, a voice rang out that a swarm of yellow bees emerged from the blossoms, landing and transforming into a cadre of bee guards, who, armed with bows and arrows, issued a stern warning. These bee guards possess cultivation levels no lower than the celestial immortal, with the majority being true immortals and mysterious immortals, while the commanding officer held the cultivation of a golden immortal. Su Changfeng inwardly praised the 100 Flowers Valley. Its strength was not to be underestimated. He had initially assumed it was merely a realm of flora, populated by flower fairies lacking combat prowess. Yet, witnessing these formidable bee guards, it was evident that he had underestimated this place.